Chapter 81 Will you? The Hall Master. How did this matter come to us? The ladies looked at Su Yin in astonishment, and then took out the sound transmission jade slip from the storage ring, and found the junior who had a conflict with the little fox that night, ready to confront him in court. Aunt, what should we do now? Su Yin looked at his aunt beside him and asked. Of course we are looking for someone. First kick those rotten pants of the Ministry of Households, and then let the Ministry of Rights clean up the mess. The aunt spoke with a firm face. If the matter of the notice paper continues to develop, it will definitely be a big deal. But thanks to the reminders of several witches in the southern states, the aunt has a little time to deal with it. The posting of the notice paper needs to be approved by the Ministry of Households, and it will be posted only after it is roughly confirmed to be correct. There is no need to do anything else now. The most important thing to do is to notify the Minister of Rights, and then form gangs and factions, and directly smash the Minister of Households and the left and right assistant ministers in the morning court tomorrow. Even if you want to make money, you can't do it this way, knowing that you are a subordinate institution of the Ministry of Rights. You can still approve such a notice and post it on the main city gate. It's outrageous. What? Something happened to you too? My aunt took out the sound transmission jade slip and told the Minister of Rights about what happened here, asking if such a situation could be directly reported to the Minister of Revenue. But the information returned by the sound transmission jade made my aunt and everyone present stunned. What do you mean? The Minister of Rights on the other end of the sound transmission jade smiled bitterly and said, there are also rumors about the Jaya Fangxi and some brothels. We are still cleaning up the asses of other brothels. It's just that we have heard about the situation on your side for the first time. We will contact the Ministry of Revenue to remove the notice. You don't need to worry about it. The Grand Master has taken the Minister of Rights to ask for accountability this morning. So far, he has not returned. He will be accused of poor management or other high hats. The incident in the brothel of the Ministry of Rights is not an isolated case. But the way my aunt's brothel went to have an accident is very special. A big poster was directly posted on the city gate. Aunt and Su Yin. The ladies in the brothel. Great-grandmother. Open the door. What do you want your great-grandson to come over for? Just when the atmosphere in the brothel was strangely silent, there was a sudden knock on the door. The young man panted and knocked on the door to ask his great-grandmother what was the matter with her suddenly looking for him so anxiously. The great-grandmother contacted his father first, and his father conveyed it through the sound transmission jade slip. The general meaning is that your great-grandmother seems to be very angry now. If you don't appear in front of your great-grandmother within an instant stick, she may break your legs. Nothing. I just want to deduct your monthly salary for a year. Worried that you will go crazy with the monthly salary. The young man outside the door? Even through the brothel gate, Su Yin seemed to see the question mark and black lines on the young man's forehead. In other words, is it going to close again? Aunt said, covering her forehead. The responsibilities have been clearly defined. The notice was not issued because of jealousy among children, but because of problems within the court. Although the responsibilities have been clearly defined, the women outside the door who were screaming for a fox taste were still there, because the women were gathered together. There were even more men on the road outside the brothel looking in. And you didn't seem to have mentioned that you can get a salary from the Ministry of Rights before, right? Seeing his aunt talking about business, Su Yin, who was relieved, remembered that when his aunt was popularizing the official brothels, she mentioned that she could get thousands of kilograms of spiritual stones from the Ministry of Rights every month. It's just 2 or 3 days of breathing in and out. Aunt waved her hand and said, salaries are fixed, and the income from the brothel is not less than the salary if it is properly managed. Why not open a business if you can open it? Official brothels have tax exemptions. Private brothels can account for 40% to 50% of their income, while the tax of the Ministry of Rights brothels is only about 0.5%. Although Rachunyuan's previous turnover was not very high, its overall ability to make money is not less than those meat brothels. Since there is nothing to do, we will take our leave and go back. The ladies saw that the matter had been settled, so they had no intention of staying in the brothel. The new year is approaching, and we may be busy during this period, so we will not come to gamble for the time being. We will get together after the new year. The Ministry of Rights seems to have some problems, and the situation in Rachunyuan may not be very stable recently. It is not difficult to find out that there is such power to invade the court and disrupt the power of the 6 ministries of the Xiaoyu dynasty. At least it is not difficult to guess in the central states. Earlier, the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War were assassinated, and then the Demon Suppression Department began to expand on a large scale, and even the position of the Jinfu envoy which originally had only 3, was expanded to 4. The new Shinfu envoy is not responsible for internal and external affairs, but is only responsible for the large-scale training of newcomers in the Demon Suppression Department. Then the Ministry of Rights collapsed. It has to be said that the Xiaoyu dynasty is really in chaos. The ladies who smelled that the wind was not right really no longer planned to wander around, and stayed at home honestly, and chose to wait and see the reaction of the Xiaoyu court. 3 of the 6 ministries in the court have already had problems, and the Demon Suppression Division has begun recruiting soldiers. Su Yin listened to the ladies' instructions before they left, and he really felt a sense of impending storm. He had always thought that the blood feud between the court and the Nightmare sect was far away from him. As a result, he had an accident at night while eating hot pot and singing songs in the evening, lying in his wife's arms and enjoying the caress. The brothels of the Ministry of Rights are already nursing homes, but they can still be targeted by the Nightmare sect. It can be imagined how intense the struggle between the two sides has reached. This time it was just a sideline, and it almost caused Rachunyuan to go bankrupt directly. Why don't we just return the license? Anyway, we are not running a brothel. In addition to the brothel, we also have a horse hangout, a fox fairy temple, and an engineering department. Maybe we can develop some new things by then. Before eating supper, Su Yin complained about what happened tonight in his heart, and walked to the dormitory, ready to take a bath to relax. Su Yin came to the tub and filled it with water, thinking about something. He slowly took off his coat, turned into a fox and jumped into the tub, and began to swim. When bathing and sleeping, Su Yin liked to turn into a fox. In this way, the tub, which was not big, was like a swimming pool for Su Yin, and so was the bed. Sister Sheer. Su Yin jumped into the tub and swam around. When he was about to swim back, he suddenly found that there was a slightly illusory figure sitting on the bed in his dormitory. He asked with surprise, "Why are you here?" Sister Sierra seemed to be silent for a while, and said with a little disappointment, "It's been a while since I arrived. I was interested in taking the recording crystal and preparing to record the fox cub taking off his clothes and bathing. I didn't expect you to be more coquettish. You turned back into a fox and swam halfway through." Su Yin looked at Sister Sierra with a stunned expression. He never thought that Sister Sierra would do such a thing. Isn't this a very normal thing? The elders record the scene of the baby taking a bath, and when they grow up, they will replay it for themselves with a smirk on their faces. Although Sister Sierra's cheeks were covered with a white cloth, Su Yin could feel that she was smirking. "By the way, I happened to pass by the Ministry of Household Affairs and helped you check the application for the poster notice. The guy's application registration name is Wu Yu, one of the 4 hall masters of the Nightmare Town sect in the Central Province. It was his men who wanted to take over your body before." Chapter 82 Xia Yu's Leisurely Tour. Master Wu Yu of the Nightmare Town sect? The little fox's front paws were on the edge of the bathtub. His legs were submerged in the hot water and kicking the water. And he looked at Sister Sheer with a shocked face and said in surprise, "Are they so arrogant? When they framed others, they registered their real names. And they did it in front of their mortal enemy, the Xiaoyu court? In the 6 ministries of the Xiaoyu dynasty, the Ministry of War, which was in charge of military power, and the Ministry of Households, which was in charge of financial power, were attacked and assassinated by the Nightmare Town sect. Later, the Ministry of Rights, which was in charge of festivals, culture, and diplomacy, was in chaos. The person behind the scenes, who led the chaos in the Ministry of Rights, dared to register his real name in the Ministry of Households. Such an unconventional operation directly shocked Su Yin. There are so many people with the same name and surname in the world. When we went to the Ministry of Households to fill out the form, he was wearing a layer of fur of other creatures. And even the fluctuation of spiritual power in his body changed dramatically. Sister Sheer said. Wu Yu was extremely confident on this trip. So confident that he did not intend to hide his intentions. After causing the riot in the Ministry of Rights, he did not flee from Xiaoyu immediately, but went to the Ministry of Revenue to leave his name. And then, by the way, caused a little trouble for Ru Chunyuan, who had harmed his subordinates. Sheer had fought with that man before, so she naturally had a certain degree of understanding of Wu Yu. When she saw the name on the application form, she roughly guessed what had happened. And the Ministry of Revenue is also very chaotic now. They are mainly in charge of land and taxes. When the Minister of Revenue died, and the left and right assistant ministers competed for the position of minister, and when they closed the accounts at the end of the year, they had no time to take care of other unimportant trivial matters. Sister Sheer sighed lightly, and told Su Yin about the chaotic situation in the Ministry of Revenue. The Nightmare Sect had formulated a complete plan for the Xiaoyu dynasty. First solving the two leaders of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, and using the Xiaoyu vacancy-filling mechanism to trigger a power vacuum struggle in the department. Each department has a structure of one chief and two vice-chiefs. The second vice-chief is not selected by the Emperor or directly appointed, but requires the two vice-chiefs to show their magical powers and select the most powerful person in the department and then be appointed by the Emperor himself. In the world of immortal cultivation, Emperor Wuxing is not worried about any threat to her ruling power. If she is not happy, she can even directly block the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Therefore, the minister who wants to sit firmly in the position of Shangshu must have the final say in his department. After selecting such a person, it is the turn of Emperor Wuxing to test and authorize him personally. The reason why the head of the Nightmare Town is so arrogant is that he knows everything about the Xiaoyu dynasty. They know all the rules, both openly and secretly. The Xiaoyu family is big and powerful, and there are many loopholes that can be exploited. It is impossible to adjust the huge power structure because of one incident. This is a matter that affects the whole body. Maybe a large number of people will starve to death because of it. Although the 6 ministries of Xiaoyu seem to be 6 departments with only a few thousand officials, this is the power center. Any reform of the 6 ministries will affect the whole country. A large number of subordinate institutions or civil organizations and groups of the 6 ministries will cause short-term chaos due to changes in the upper structure. Many people will lose their jobs at that time. What about the 1,000-day defense against thieves? Su Yan did not swim in the bathtub. He jumped out of the bathtub with his front feet, shook his whole body, and shook all the water droplets on his body to the ground. At the end, he did not forget to lift his feet and shake them off the water on his meat pads. It's not that bad. Except for the Sisters of Life and Death. Everyone in Joyo has returned, and His Majesty has also sent the chief and deputy commanders of the Demon Suppression Division. Sister Seer smiled and said, "Next, the main city of Xiaoyu will be quite safe until the New Year's celebration. The Nightmare Town sect has almost reached its limit as far as it can go." The Grand Master has stood up from his assistant position and stepped to the front stage to preside over the overall situation of the court, which means that Emperor Wuxing has decentralized power, and the order of the court is now fully managed by the 3 masters of Xiaoyu. The Grand Master, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Protector are the real managers of the 6 departments and the mouth, hands, and feet of the Emperor. The Wuxing Emperor, who has untied the layers of shackles, can throw the Xiaoyu dynasty aside at any time and carry out a comprehensive cleanup of the Nightmare Town sect. Before locking the Emperor, the Nightmare Town sect will not waste any more power. Any force will die against the Wuxing Emperor, and it is meaningless to split the court. The worst thing that the Wuxing Emperor can do is not want the current court. As long as Emperor Wuxing is still alive, she can establish countless Xiaoyu dynasties, and she only needs to pay the lives of ordinary people in Xiaoyu as the price. Other ghosts of the nine-tailed fox soul? Su Yan looked at Sister Sheer with curiosity, and the tail behind him couldn't hold back his emotions because of the news of Joyo, and began to shake. "Look at my face." Sister Sheer raised her hand and pointed at the white cloth on her face, and pointed at the big red word she and said, "I am a ghost who entrusts the feeling of she. So my personality belongs to the most lively and cheerful ghost. In addition to me, there are anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, desire, life and death. What do you think their personalities will be?" Although the white cloth covered her cheeks, Sister Sheer's words were full of teasing and ridicule. Among the 9 ghosts, except for Shi and Sheng, the other 7 ghosts are big pits. It is better not to come into contact with ordinary creatures. If Su Yan insists on looking for ghosts without listening to advice, then Sister Sierra can only wish him to find love or desire. This way, at least he can save his life. As for other ghosts, it can only be said that the degree of tragic death varies. "I will always like Sister Sierra," Su Yan complained with a face full of complaints. No wonder people often see Joyo. But no one can roughly say what kind of existence Joyo is. It seems that he is lucky and accidentally met the ghost with the best personality in Joyo. It's enough to know that Sister Sheer is good. Sheer stood up from the bed, came to Su Yan, and picked him up from the ground. She raised her hand and slapped the part of Su Yan where the stamp was stamped, and said with a smile, "It seems that Wuxi is quite fond of you. She has stamped you, and you can walk with your butt sticking out in the future." "Yes. I still have a quarantine stamp on my butt. Sister Sheer, can you help me erase it? It looks weird on my butt. Please allow me to refuse." Sister Sheer picked up the fox and walked out of the house. and refused Su Yan's pitiful request. Although she could erase the official seal, she couldn't quite understand why Su Yan wanted to erase it. This thing hanging on a living thing is equivalent to the presence of Princess Wuxi in person. Living in the Xiaoyu demon clan, nothing can be done even if one asks for help. Sister Sierra felt that after erasing the official seal, Su Yan might regret it so much that he would roll on the ground, or even secretly curse her behind her back. So she refused his request. When Su Yan wants a seal of the 3rd rank or above, Sister Sierra doesn't know where to find it for him. Although she once stood at the top of power, and did hold a more powerful seal in her hand. But that was in the past. Sierra's greatest privilege now is to be able to wander around the palace, squat in the corner to eavesdrop on the gossip inside, or squat in the grass to see if the woods will turn into a happy forest. Sister Sierra, where are we going? Of course we're going shopping. I can only show up openly during the new year every year. At other times, because of the white cloth on my face, I can't walk around the streets openly. It's boring. Sister Sierra raised her hand and pointed at the foreign monks in strange costumes, or even without clothes on the street, and said to Su Yan with confidence, "And I don't have money. I used to ask for interest-free payment. But that girl was too nagging. No. I found a new fox outside." Chapter 83 Tushan Clan. Let's start. Break the big stone on the chest. Welcome to smash the stone below the foundation building stage. 1 or 2 will be smashed. If you kill, you will be given 1 pound of spiritual stone. There are more and more foreign monks on the streets of Xiaoyu. Their clothes are of different styles. There are many scammers in the snack stalls or small toy stalls. They are cheating people with some means that ordinary people cannot understand. Su Yan even saw female monks in swimsuits. Their dark skin matched with silk-like tube tops, and their lower body was wearing high clogs and shorts. They were laughing and joking on the street in groups of 3 or 2. And Su Yan looked at the monks dressed like this with a question mark on his face. Sheer, who was holding Su Yan on her shoulders, noticed that Su Yan's eyes were dull. So she looked over and saw those monks who were wearing cooler clothes. Sister Sheer looked at Su Yan and teased. The body of a beautiful woman in her 20s is like butter, but it makes your bones dry in secret. It's not a question of lust or not. How could there be such lustful clothes in the primitive continent? Su Yan shook his head and rejected Sister Sheer's words. He did not have any other thoughts about those monks. He was just simply surprised that there were such clothes in the primitive continent. The clothes they wore were very close to the bikini swimsuits Su Yan had seen in his previous life. Su Yan had wanted to design clothes for the talented women before, but later because they were too revealing. Su Yan himself rejected the design of those clothes. However, he did not expect that the open atmosphere of the monks in the cultivation world seemed even more outrageous. They are monks in the coastal areas, and they often go out to sea or go into the water. The gorgeous clothes in our main city of Xiaoyu are not suitable for people working underwater. Hearing Su Yan's confusion in his heart, Sister Sheer opened her mouth to answer his questions. The clothes in different regions are not the same. A monk with some travel experience can easily judge the origin of the monks by their clothes or accessories, and then judge various possibilities or infer their cultivation affinity. Monks living near the sea wear cool clothes. Their skin is dark or sunburned, and most of them are water-based. Monks living in the mountains also have dark skin, but unlike the rough skin of monks near the sea, they have a delicate feeling and are more metal and wood-based. Monks living in plains are different, and monks in mountainous areas have another style. You will know these things naturally when you have a little experience. To talk about the real coolness, you have to look at the cultivators in the extreme west of the western state. Their underwear is just a line. That's what we call coolness. Sister Sierra took Su Yan to walk on the street, mixed in the crowd of people in all kinds of strange clothes. She did not look abrupt, but added a subtle sense of harmony. Sister Sierra told Su Yan about experience and common sense while mixing in the crowd to squeeze to the front row to watch those juggling stalls. When she was happy, she would let Su Yan take some silver coins to reward those jugglers. Although Sister Sierra had no worries in entering and leaving the palace, she could flip through the confidential documents of the court as easily as taking something out of her bag. And she could wipe out the incarnation of a powerful cultivator in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit with a wave of her hand. But she really didn't even have a copper coin on her. Sister Sierra didn't need to eat or drink. In fact, because she was in a ghost state, sitting in meditation and breathing would not increase her cultivation. So Sister Sierra didn't even need to practice anymore. If you don't need worldly things, then naturally you don't have any. I understand a little bit why Princess Wuxi curses when she goes out with Sister Sheer. Su Yan lay on Sister Sheer's shoulder, his body stretched out, When shopping with Sister Sheer would not buy anything. She would stop and watch for a long time before leaving when she came to a busy place. Or she would leave only after she had seen the excitement thoroughly. Princess Wuxi is a straightforward person. And she does things very purposefully. She has already thought about what she wants to do when she goes out. And then she does other things after she finishes it. She is always in a hurry. It's strange that the two can get together. Sister Sheer is like a retired minister. She has money and free time. Naturally. She doesn't need to be urgent when doing things. What does she do but to kill time? Little fox. Sister Sheer looked at Su Yin, who was stretching on her shoulder, and said, "Do you want a new friend?" "Friend?" Su Yin turned his head to look at Sister Sheer. "Look at the girl in green over there." Sister Sheer raised her hand and pointed to a girl on a stone bridge not far away. She was holding a booklet, writing and stopping, looking up from time to look at the road, and then lowered her head to continue writing on the booklet with charcoal pencil. She is also a nine-tailed fox. She should have come to the Xiaoyu dynasty with the Qingqiu Kingdom envoys. Qingqiu Kingdom is the home of the nine-tailed fox. But there are more than just nine-tailed foxes there. It is the kingdom of all beasts. The Xiaoyu New Year celebration is the most important festival of the year. Countries that are friendly with it will send envoys to congratulate. The Qingqiu clan usually doesn't care about things and has always lived a life without worldly desires. With the Su clan fox, everything is good. Except that it has a pair of legs that love to run around. When it leaves the clan, it will let itself go and play. Therefore, if there is a nine-tailed fox present among the envoys from Qingqiu, it must be the nine-tailed fox of Tushan clan. Sister Sierra saw Su Yin yawning there, and it was obvious that he was not interested in the roadside juggling. So she asked Su Yin if he wanted to play with the children of the same clan, Tushan clan. Su Yin suddenly popped up an exclamation mark on his head, and waved his hands repeatedly to reject Sister Sierra's bold proposal. Forget about the nine-tailed fox clan. Su Yin was really scared by his relatives from his mother's side. Although Su Yin only looked at the fox, the girl of the Tushan clan was not as weak as she appeared on the outside. She had an excellent cultivator, and she obviously noticed Su Yin's gaze. Tushan Lingling looked up and looked back, and saw Su Yin on Sister Sierra's shoulder. The brows that were originally frowned because of distress suddenly relaxed. Incredible. Incredible. Really incredible. Lingling quickly scanned Su Yin's body. From the perspective of the fox tribe's aesthetics, this little fox is definitely handsome. The aesthetics of the human race are similar to those of the fox tribe. So in the eyes of the human race, this little fox should also be very beautiful. Make way. Please. Thank you. Tushan Lingling, who was originally standing on the stone bridge, closed the book and squeezed towards Su Yin. Don't leave. The girl with the veil covering her face. Are you interested in finding a marriage for the fox? I have many good matches here. Su Yin saw Tushan Lingling coming over here, and immediately urged Sister Sheer to leave quickly. He didn't want to be stabbed by a fox after meeting his own tribe. Tushan Lingling saw this, and immediately spoke to keep her, and loudly stated her purpose. Foxes are too popular. Even if you don't have the idea of getting married for the time being, you can register and delete your information here with Lingling. When the time comes, I can recommend a suitable girl to you. I guarantee that there will be one that you will all like. Matchmaker? Chapter 84 Underage Matchmaker. Hey! Young people in Xiaoyu are very strange. They don't want a normal husband or wife. They keep talking about riding a big fox to fly into the sky and spitting beams of light. Or they want a small fox that can only be held in their arms. After catching up with Sister Sheer and Su Yin, Tushan Lingling did not rush to talk about marriage, but invited the two to a tea house that was open at 12 o'clock near the new year, and everyone sat down to talk about registration. Tushan Lingling, who had only been in Xiaoyu for 2 days, was already confused by the weird habits of Xiaoyu people. Young gentlemen like foxes that can fly, preferably bully foxes that step on the void, roar and shake the mountains and rivers, and spit out demon pills that can blow up a mountain. There are not many requirements for fur color. The most important thing is that it must look very powerful, and have a streamlined body. And the girls want a small fox. And the fur color must be flawless white, and know how to act cute and play tricks. Tushan Lingling was stunned the whole time and almost blurted out, "Are you teasing me? Are you looking for a husband and a wife? Why do I feel that one of you is looking for a mount, and the other is looking for a pet? Because of their ancestors? The foxes of the Tushan clan like to help other creatures match up." Sister Sierra explained to Su Yin, besides, not everyone can be a matchmaker. To become a qualified matchmaker, you must be a married woman with children. Only women with a happy family are qualified to match people. As for why the Tushan clan is so keen on helping creatures match up, it can be traced back to the experience of their ancestors. The ancestors of the Tushan clan had a happy marriage with a great human being and had a pair of smart children. Tushan Nugio hopes to share her happiness and blessings. So the business of matchmaking appears in the world. Sister Sierra originally wanted to say something, but she chose to stop here, not wanting to spoil everyone's fun. Telling the story from the perspective of Gio. It is a story full of beautiful morals. But if we look at it in the context of the eve of the war between tens of thousands of tribes, matchmaking was actually a very helpless choice. Hoping that the clan could have as many children as possible and preserve the clan's fire. That period of history is very distant. So distant that even the Tushan clan's nine-tailed fox may not be remembered. And only remembers the story of the ancestors spreading happiness and blessings. Therefore, Sister Sierra did not mention those things that were quite disappointing. Senior, do you know me? Seeing Sister Sierra comment on her identity, Tushan Lingling looked at Sierra with surprise. Except for you. I really can't think of anyone in the cultivation world who would register information for people all over the street. Sister Sierra said with a smile. If you want to match someone up, especially a good match, you naturally need to store a lot of personal information. Because of the special nature of the matchmaker profession. There are not many nine-tailed foxes in the Tushan clan who can really match people. On weekdays, those little foxes will sweep the streets, find some handsome men and beautiful women, register their information, and record their family background or advantages, as well as their expectations for spouses. Since the senior knows my identity, do you agree that I can register your child? Tushan Lingling looked at Sheer with sparkling eyes, and then looked at Su Yin who was squatting on the table next to him. I promise to find him a happy marriage. Such a handsome little fox. Whether in the human race or the demon race. I believe there are many wealthy and generous girls who like him. Sister Sierra looked at Su Yin. And Su Yin shook his head frantically. Hey! Why don't you agree? Don't you have any interest in the opposite sex? Don't worry. Our little matchmaker is knowledgeable and has seen all kinds of habits. We will not disclose the information of the marriage seeker. We swore to the Lord of Heaven when we entered the industry. Lingling repeatedly assured, hoping that Su Yin would speak out his basic information and spouse expectations. For this reason, she even went outside the box and asked the waiter to cut a fragrant chicken leg. I don't like peach blossoms. So naturally there is no need to look for peach blossoms on purpose. Su Yin, who was like an old monk in meditation, had his nose filled with the fragrance of roasted chicken juice, and looked at Lingling and said, it is precisely because of the flood of peach blossom luck that you need to plant a peach tree at home. With the main wife sitting in charge, the bad peach blossoms will naturally retreat. Lingling rarely met a fox demon with excellent appearance outside Qingqiu State and had no intention of retreating easily. Su Yin was choked by Lingling's answer, and felt that what Lingling said was really very reasonable. With a tigress at home, it is difficult for other girls to get close to me, let alone take advantage of me. But the reason why Su Yin did not tell the information and take pictures was not because he really had no worldly desires, but because he was worried that when Tishanchi proposed marriage to him, his image would be spread and seen by the big foxes of the Yusa clan. The elders of the Yusa clan had seen him, and Su Yin believed that they would recognize him when they saw his picture. Girl, you can find someone else. I don't have any plans in this regard for the time being. Is it so difficult for your entire clan to find other people to register information? Su Yin had no choice but to speak frankly. Not all of them are like this. Tushan Lingling said with a subtle expression, there are some like my sister. When you refuse, she may directly overturn the table, slap you to the ground, pull your legs, and use her big feet to hit your vitals. And curse, you don't want to get married, right? You don't like both male and female, right? Damn male beast. It's useless. And you don't keep lychee to insult the majestic male. Tushan Lingling's face was full of subtle expressions, but she imitated the scene of her sister's failure in the negotiation vividly. When the fight got heated, the younger brother of the twins would also join the battle and help the second sister beat the guests. Not all foxes of the Tushan clan like to tie the knot. Some of them are purely for completing the task, and they hand over the information they collect to the elders and register it in the marriage book. Tushan Lingling's sister doesn't like this line. She likes the mighty and strong demon king. As soon as she reaches adulthood, she is ready to marry herself off and go out to occupy the mountain as the king. After Lingling finished explaining, Sierra and Su Yan's faces also became subtle. and a female fox with a lewd smile appeared in their minds at the same time. Tushan Lingling should become good sisters with Princess Wuxi. Right? Are you also a guy without worldly desires? Seeing Su Yin silent again, Tushan Lingling looked at Su Yin with horror, and then looked at Sierra and said, Madam, please come and persuade your child. Sierra usually goes out to walk around the world with her Snow White 9 tails. But today, because she was in the visible form to go shopping, she retracted her 8 tails and left one outside to pretend to be a pure fox. This is already Sierra's bottom line. The 9-tailed fox has worked hard to cultivate 9 tails. If she doesn't show it outside to show off her immortality, she will be ashamed of her years of hard work. Shierji is a white fox, and Su Yin is also a white fox cub. Seeing how close the two foxes are, Tushan Lingling naturally thinks they are mother and son. Who doesn't have worldly desires? Of course I do. And they are very big. Su Yin refuted Tushan Lingling's words with a red neck. Chapter 85 Su Yin's difficulty in speaking. Who said I don't have worldly desires? I do. And it's as big as a clay pot. When Su Yin, who had been trying to reduce his presence and squatting on the side gnawing on a chicken leg roasted with fruit with charcoal, heard Tushan Lingling questioning him, he didn't care about the food that hadn't been completely swallowed in his mouth. He stood up and refuted Tushan Lingling's doubts loudly, as if his tail was stepped on. Su Yin suddenly spoke, and said such straightforward words, which surprised Tushan Lingling. Sister Sheer also looked at Su Yin with surprise. According to Sister Sheer's common sense, it is not strange for a human body to say such words. Although it can't give birth, the normal functions are still there. But the original body should not be able to say such words, because Su Yan's original body is a 9-tailed young fox. And the demon body will directly affect the current thinking logic of the demon. Su Yin, who looks like a little fox, should not have worldly desires. After Su Yin refuted Tushan Lingling, he realized that he had made a slight mistake. After apologizing, he returned to his initial silence and sat on the table to eat his roast chicken. Su Yin has been a human since he was born, and he lives in the southern state. Although his mother is a bully, Su Yin also has some bully friends from the demon or human race. One day, when Su Yin was about to turn 14, his friends were saying that it was time for men to go to the high-end bars to experience when they were 14, and that if they had not seen a woman after the age of 14, their lives would be so failed that they would want to jump off the cliff, and that God would take them away with a thunderbolt. The customs in the southern state are not open, but men and women can get married at the age of 14, which is 4 years younger than Xia Yu's 18 years old, because if you live in the southern state without power, you will never know whether tomorrow will be an accident or a blessing. And early marriage and early childbearing are deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although Su Yin and his friends did not have such troubles, it should be so according to the customs of the southern state. Su Yin lied to his mother. With the curiosity and embarrassment of a time traveler, he went to the most high-end brothel in the local area with his friends. Although their business was not as big as one Wa Pavilion, they were VIP invitation system, and there were all kinds of witches seeking pleasure. The erotic scenes inside surprised Su Yin. He had also noticed that something was wrong. The girls in the brothel were all part-time. If they left here, they might be all kinds of cruel demons outside. But under the instigation of his friends, Su Yin still bit the bullet and invited a demon who looked like 18 or 24 years old. Maybe it was because of her outstanding appearance, or because they knew Su Yin's parents. They invited one, but 3 demons came. That night, before things were done, Su Yin let the demons tease him. If not, Su Yin would not know what the powerful female monks would say when they received the little monks in the brothel in the southern state, as cute as a child. Su Yin almost cried out of anger. What the witches said was exactly the truth. And it was not Su Yin's turn to refute it, because Su Yin was just a child, whether in terms of cultivation or physical strength. But the reason why he didn't get things done that night was not because Su Yin ran out crying to find his mother, but when he was preparing to take a bath. The witches all ran away, leaving Su Yin alone in the dormitory with a confused face. From then on, Su Yin no longer had the idea of leaving a name among the famous prostitutes, and no longer had the beautiful dream of being a romantic young man. He planned to find some girls he liked in the future to cultivate feelings and live an honest life. Although dragons are naturally lustful, Su Yin was not as lustful as Yin, but was ridiculed and teased. Until now, Su Yin still has lingering fears, and is very worried that other girls will also scold him, and then run out of the dormitory with a smile on their faces. Therefore, when Tushan Lingling questioned Su Yan's lack of worldly desires, Su Yin jumped up and refuted her loudly, as if his tail was stepped on. Because she did step on Su Yin's tail. Have you been injured? Sister Sheer didn't know how old she was. When she saw Su Yan's abnormal reaction, she thought about it, and roughly guessed why Su Yan's reaction was so big just now, and asked curiously, I've let it go. I shouldn't think I can be a romantic and talented man. Su Yin sighed, if you don't have the ability to be an Axis, you shouldn't dream of being a romantic man. Otherwise you will only bring shame upon yourself. Only by living a down-to-earth life can you be truly happy. Puff. Looking at the little fox whose body is not even as long as his arm, with a sad and sorrowful look on his face, Sister Sheer couldn't help but chuckle. She raised her hand and touched Su Yan's head, and said in a voice transmission to comfort him, the lifespan of a newborn nine-tailed fox is recorded as 1,000 years. Only when it reaches 9 tails can it be called a real nine-tailed fox. You are just a kid, but you want to be affectionate and happy everywhere. In my opinion, you are still milky. The demon race is different from the human race. There is no need to demand yourself by the human standard. Let's let it go. Distinguish the difference between the demon race and the human race in some places. Although Su Yin didn't seem to say anything, what he said had allowed Sister Sheer to sort out Su Yan's emotional injury completely, and give him some comfort. And Sister Sheer has seen this situation once. For a little demon like Su Yin, who can transform at will, and still live in the human territory, it is easy to confuse the demon race with the human race. The demon race, which is obviously a long-lived species, has to use the human race's standards to demand itself. And it is very easy to cause various psychological problems because of the gap. This is the case with Princess Wuxi, because she has to bear various expectations. Her demon body limits her development. Seeing that the cultivators of the same age are practicing faster and faster, her temper has become more and more irritable and irritable. Now she doesn't want to be a shitty princess, but just wants to return to nature. Although Sister Sheer watched Princess Wuxi grow up, she also encountered mental illness. It was only when she fell asleep and recalled the past that she found out what the problem of Princess Wuxi was. Therefore, when she realized that Su Yin had begun to use the human race's standards to demand herself, Sister Sheer specifically reminded Su Yin that although the demon race and the human race live very close, but there is still a big difference between the two, because the human race has a very short lifespan. If they cannot grow up quickly, they will be eliminated very easily. It is really unnecessary to use the human race standard to require myself a nine-tailed fox. Otherwise, accumulating too much psychological gap will only make my temperament more and more irritable. Have you ever been hurt in love? Then come and register. Gentle, considerate, beautiful and generous. There is always a suitable one for the white-haired fox prince. Tushan Lingling couldn't hear the content of the voice transmission. When she saw Su Yin said that he had been hurt in love, she couldn't help but start promoting her own happy business again. It's good to have been hurt in love. Dedicated and affectionate. It's better to be widowed. You know the pain of separation. As long as you get out of the pain in your heart and accept the new person again, you will know how to cherish the person in front of you. Although I don't like the old man too much, I have to say that the old man's cultivation is really strong and rich. He is an extremely popular and sought-after VIP customer in the matchmaker market. Of course, the age difference is best not more than 400 years. Otherwise it is very easy for the newcomers to have a generation gap. One said that the skirt is beautiful, and the other said that the dress is strong. Chapter 86 Sister Sheer and Auntie's first meeting. When I was lying down just now, I didn't notice that there was a little fat on my belly. You ate too much. It was already late at night, and Su Yin wanted to go home to have a midnight snack, practice for a while, and go to sleep. But seeing that Tushan Lingling was going home, Su Yin said that they should exchange the contact information of the sound transmission jade, and they would definitely find him when they really needed it. Just when Su Yin changed from squatting to sitting in the storage ring to look for the sound transmission jade, Tushan Lingling seemed to have discovered some secrets, looked at Su Yan's belly, and reminded him. Su Yan's shoulder height, body length, fluffy tail hair, and fur color are all excellent. It would be a pity if he lost his shape because of poor body management. Tushan Lingling kindly reminded him that he needed to pay attention to body management. But her kindness did not meet with good rewards, and she was even warned by Su Yan's vicious words. Big Fox, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Su has been on the run for half a year, and has not had many big meals. What can I eat to lose weight? Unlike when she went out, Sister Sierra took Su Yin back to the closed ritual garden from the main road of the Imperial City in just a few steps. However, this time, the landing point was different from the previous one, where she sent Su Yin directly back to the dormitory. Instead, she appeared in the backyard of the brothel. The aunt, who was sitting on a chair and writing or drawing something, was stunned. She frowned at Su Yin, who was curled up and floating in the air. Su Yin's current posture was obviously held in the arms of something. The aunt saw it at first sight, and immediately understood that it should be Jiuyoshi, one of the 10 witches of the immortal country mentioned by the little fox. Only that ghost would run to his brothel to take the little fox out to play when he had nothing to do. Only Jiuyo could do such an untraceable entry and exit. Pick up and drop off are guaranteed. Sister Shear showed up, handed Su Yin back to her aunt, smiled and waved her hand, saying, "The little fox's body cannot bear any of my souls, and my body has not decayed yet. So I am not so poor that I have to compete with a younger generation of the same clan for my body. It's just that I haven't seen the little fox for a long time. So you don't have to worry about me having any bad intentions towards him." In his heyday, Jiuyo could kill one of the 10 witches of the undead kingdom with a wave of his hand. The beast was used to make clothes. He was truly at the top of the cultivation world. He had seen all kinds of rare treasures in the world, and enjoyed all kinds of material life. Sister Shear no longer needs to pursue material things. Now she lives completely by interest. Shear thinks the fox cub is cute, so she spoils it. Xiaoyu has not had a new 9-tailed fox for a long time. It's not easy to find a young and ignorant fox like Su Yin. The grown-up 9-tailed fox is not fun at all. To be precise, there is no cute 9-tailed fox with more than 5 tails. Even if the royal family has a newborn, the 9-tailed fox blood in the body is so weak that it cannot be detected, and it will not attract Shear's attention. See you next time. Sister Shear raised her foot and stepped away and disappeared in an instant. Next time you say bad things about someone behind their back, remember to wait for a while. Looking at the ant with a black face, Su Yin, who was squatting on a small stool, complained. Today, Sister Sierra suddenly appeared. It was obvious that after she learned that someone wanted to possess her body last time, Sister Sierra visited the brothel to check on her safety. Afterwards, the aunt took Su Yin to educate him, telling him to be careful and not to get so close to those old monsters. Otherwise, he would not know what would happen if he was possessed by an old monster one day. At that time, Sister Sierra should not have gone far. After listening to the aunt's scolding, she suddenly appeared today and told the aunt that she would take Su Yin out to play, and she would guarantee to pick him up and send him home. And there was no need to possess his body. Pa! As soon as Su Yin finished complaining about the aunt rolled her eyes and raised her hand to slap Su Yin on the butt. You tease your aunt and ask for a beating. And your focus is very strange. Shouldn't you pay attention to your sister Sierra's last words? Jiuyo is 9 ghosts, which is common sense. But Sierra just revealed a heavy news. Jiuyo is not the remnant of the 9-tailed fox after his death. Jiuyo has a complete and uncorrupted body. Jiuyo is the soul of an immortal split out of his body. It is possible that the queen of the Su family is not completely dead. There are 2 immortals in the Xiaoyu dynasty. I am not curious, and it does not matter. Su Yin landed and turned into a human again, waving his hand to show that he was not curious or concerned at all. Sister Shear had clearly warned that Jiuyo was a ghost split out of emotions. Except for she, other ghosts were not good-tempered. If they were to die or be left with a wound, how could Su Yin, who already knew the characteristics of Jiuyo, continue to gossip? You know, according to Sister Shear, except for the 2 souls of the Sisters of Life and Death, all other ghosts of the 9 ghosts have returned to the main city of Xiaoyu, and are preparing to kill all the Nightmare Town sect along the causal line, and to stage a physical extermination of the 10 clans, and to kill all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands where the Nightmare Town sect is stationed. Naturally, Su Yin could not talk about the cruel and terrifying 8 Nether in Xiaoyu City. This time, Emperor Wuxing was serious. He handed over all the duties to the 3 masters and recalled his mother, preparing to mobilize the high-level Xiaoyu to destroy the Nightmare Town sect, killing the 10 clans and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is estimated that the Nightmare Town sects in other states will also be unlucky. Then, looking at Su Yin, who rolled up his sleeves and got ready for class, the aunt said, "Go to bed early after dinner, and get up early tomorrow to go to the suburbs to purchase some supplies." Su Yin did not stop his homework every day. After learning the water illusion by himself, he officially started the class. Who can't use spells? It's something that can be used with magic power. The same spell cast by different people shows completely different power. The difference lies in the control. The ant teaches Su Yin every night to learn the control method. Instead of thinking that he is good after learning it, the water illusion that Su Yin summoned is like a gangster. It is neither an army nor a rule. There is no discipline at all. It can't kill a dog. It is not powerful enough for hydrotherapy and massage. It is difficult for cultivators, before the nascent soul stage, to perform large-scale magic bombing. Before that, these skills combined with magic power are particularly important. In my aunt's heart, the ability of the foundation building cultivators is really very ordinary. They have just touched the doorway, and have no outstanding abilities and expressiveness. They can only bully the body refining and chi refining stages. Even those with excellent talents can only bully the foundation building stage, and the disabled golden elixir. A Jin Dan cultivator with better talent can hold down dozens of foundation building cultivators, and rub them on the ground. This is determined by the characteristics. The Jin Dan cultivators have a characteristic called the endless circulation of the golden elixir. The body refining stage trains the body, and transforms blood and chi into chi. The chi refining stage uses chi to widen the main meridians to obtain spiritual energy. Opening the main meridians can communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and obtain affinity. Through meditation, one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is the foundation building stage. Although he has the initial title of a cultivator, after the spiritual energy in his body is exhausted, he is just a weak chicken in the chi refining stage. But the Jin Dan stage is different. After the foundation building stage completely widens the meridians of the whole body, the golden elixir is compressed in the dantian. Once the golden elixir is formed, it will rotate continuously to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this way, the Jin Dan cultivator is equivalent to replenishing spiritual power all the time. Even in the battle, he is in a state of restoring spiritual power. Except for some heaven-defying foundation-building cultivators. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators are more or less a suicide act when facing Jin Dan cultivators. The ant had high expectations for Su Yin. His meridians were open during the feel period. But the spiritual power given by his mother was used to help him transform and close the meridians in his body. He was just going through the process in the egg again. For Su Yin, it was very fast to break through the Jin Dan stage. As long as Su Yin could grit his teeth and work hard in the spirit gathering array. Are you going on a long trip tomorrow? Su Yin looked at his aunt, who was not going to class, and asked curiously, the suburbs of Xiaoyu? Those satellite cities? No. We are going to the forest. The pills in the medicine shop are too outrageous. And it's hard for aunt to buy them. The aunt said with a black line on her face. Some things that cost a few spirit stones in the main city of the demon race. Those human profiteers can shamelessly put 10 in a box, and sell them for 3 pounds of spirit stones at a promotional price. And they didn't get beaten to death even with this. Chapter 87 West One Mountain Range. The next day, near noon, my aunt, who had said she was going on a long trip, brought Su Yin to a herbal medicine shop in the middle of the Imperial City Avenue. There were bursts of heartfelt screams from the shop, and the patients queuing at the door couldn't help but shiver. Please, please, please go first. Su Yin glanced at them, and the uncle who was queuing squeezed out a space and invited Su Yin to stand in front of him with a smile on his face. No one in the queue behind him objected. What? We don't treat hemorrhoids. My aunt pulled Su Yin, who was watching the excitement, to her side, and walked straight to the herbal medicine shop called Linkeojian. She raised her hand and knocked on the counter, which scared the girl in the blue skirt who was studying hard. Ah! Senior Chong. Xianji looked up at the person in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Welcome, Senior. Please sit down. Xianji seemed to have some problems with his eyes. He had been squinting when he looked at the person. After a while, he recognized that the person knocking on his desk was Senior Chong Qiong. He quickly stood up and asked Chong Qiong to sit in the inner hall for a while. No need to sit down. I promised you what you said before. But you need to help me refine the elixir. Although it is not a high-level elixir, the number of elixirs I need may be a bit large. Is that okay with you? My aunt did not ask about her well-being, but directly stated the purpose of her trip. It is better to give the spiritual stones to people I know than to give them to those profiteers in the elixir shop. The reason why my aunt was so dissatisfied was that in addition to the high price of the elixir, those guys were still passing off inferior spiritual plants as good ones, saying that the spiritual plants for refining the elixir were all wild. But those profiteers could not deceive the bandit leader born in Pinkfong Mountain. My aunt could see at a glance that all the raw materials of the elixir came from artificial spiritual plants cultivated by spiritual plant masters. It's not that artificially cultivated spiritual plants can't be used, but their medicinal power is 3 points weaker than wild spiritual plants. And they will be irrigated with a huge amount of spiritual pets and monster feces when they are cultivated. My aunt was disgusted by the sight and didn't buy it. She planned to tie up the alchemist to go to the wild to collect it. Anyway, the materials needed for the gathering spirit pill are not complicated, and it is very suitable for Su Yin to take it in large quantities, to convert it into monster power, to open up the meridians. Alchemist Qianji asked my aunt for help, but my aunt thought it was troublesome before and didn't agree to her request. Now because of Su Yin, Qianji's favor is just right. And I can also buy some New Year's goods by the way. Senior Chong, did you promise me? Qianji looked at my aunt with surprise. She has suffered from eye disease since she was a child. As she grew older, her eye disease became more and more serious. In the past, she couldn't tell the difference between people and monsters at most 3 meters away. Now the eye disease has reached the point where she can't see people's faces at 30 centimeters. Although her daily life will not be affected because of the spiritual consciousness of the Golden Core stage, Qianji feels that she should be able to be rescued if she opens her eyes. And she doesn't want to go blind for the time being. But if Qianji wanted to refine the spirit cleansing pill, there was still one main ingredient that he could not collect. Because in order to obtain that thing, he needed to fight a queen bee in the god transformation stage. For queen bees in the nascent soul stage, and 7 or 8 Qinyuan bee princes in the golden core stage, as well as countless worker bees in the Qinyuan bee kingdom. In order to obtain the Qinyuan royal jelly that the queen bee used to feed the bee pupae. This is the most important material for the spirit cleansing pill. Qianji offered 30,000 Qin of spirit stones in Xiaoyu. But no cultivator dared to touch the Qinyuan bee. But it was different for my aunt. She was a proud insect, the king of all bees in the world. Not to mention taking royal jelly. She could even destroy the queen of Qinyuan bee and leave. He is my nephew. Your main task this time is to make pills for him, and make him pregnant with a large amount of pills. My aunt looked at Qianji, who was carrying the alchemy furnace, and introduced Su Yin to the blind Qianji. Hello, Master Qian. Su Yin ignored his aunt's flirting and introduced himself to Qianji. I am Su Yin, the fox demon from the southern province. Master Qian, please take care of me in the future. No. I am only a few years older than you, so I can't be called a master. That's enough. Forget about being polite. There is plenty of time for you to get to know each other better when you get there. Looking at the two people who were about to be polite to each other, his aunt said with a frown, time is urgent. Let's go! If it weren't for the recent trivial matters. After returning from the Xianwang mansion, his aunt was going to give Su Yin a special training to help him practice quickly. But he was entangled in the trivial matters of the Nightmare Town sect and the plumbing business. Now that Rachunyuan is closed, and a certain old fox is coming to seduce the little fox every day, and robs the profiteers of the pill shop with real name authentication. My aunt simply entrusted the brothel to Zhuitong to help take care of it temporarily, and took the little fox to the West One Mountain Range to collect some medicinal materials and prepare New Year's goods. The West One Mountain Range is located in the southwest of Xiaoyu. There are 3 mountain ranges in total. The West One is mainly forest, and the West Two Mountain Range has many water sources and tributaries all the way to the southern state. The West Three Mountain Range leads to a huge lake with an extremely developed underground water system. Occasionally, you can even see real dragons and other strange beasts breeding on the edge of the lake. My aunt's destination for this trip is the West One Mountain Range. Don't touch the mushrooms in the mountains. The mountain god of the West One Mountain Range is a big fungus monster. If you provoke it, things will become unfortunate. After leaving the main city of Xiaoyu, my aunt drove the high-speed escape light into the air. In a blink of an eye, she flashed from a densely populated area to an uninhabited wilderness. During the movement, Su Yin couldn't even see the change of scenery clearly. This is the way of moving for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, which is completely different from the way Su's mother used to tease Su Yin. The fastest speed Su Yin had ever ridden was when Su's mother showed her true form and carried Su Yin on her back when he was a child, speeding through the sky in the flesh, dragging a cloud-like thing to set off firecrackers over the city. Mountain God? Su Yin nodded and promised his aunt that he would never touch the mushrooms in the West One Mountain Range at random. The title of Mountain God is not a cultivator class, but a title for people who intercept and refine the earth veins. Every mountain range has an earth vein. If you have the ability to refine the earth veins, you are a mountain god, and you can control the spiritual power in the earth veins for cultivation or other things. Mountain gods may not be very strong, but they are definitely difficult to deal with. They cannot occupy the earth veins without any ability. Su Yan understands these common sense. He has read about mountain gods in books before. Qianji leads the way. Let's beat up the Qin Yuanbi ancestor and rob her throne, and then make her descendants work as coolies for us. And folded her arms, her face full of confidence. This place is different from the main city of Xiaoyu. There are no restrictions on cultivation, and there are no laws. The bandit leader of Pingfeng Mountain is back again. Chapter 88 Ants Traffic. After arriving at the Xi Mountain Range and heading southwest for more than 400 miles, the buzzing of bees' membrane wings could be heard in my ears. Occasionally, I could see various bees as strong as puppies, but I still didn't see the target of this trip. The Qinyuan bee. The Qinyuan bee is a carnivorous bee that usually feeds on honeybees or other bees. It has the habit of enslaving other bees to serve itself, and its character is extremely domineering and bad. Hack! Do you look down on Master Shan Huan? Let the Qinyuan bees come out and kowtow to me. Otherwise Master Shan Huan will pee all over himself and let them eat the filth. I'll treat you to poop. The corners of the ant's eyes twitched slightly, and she raised her hand to stop Qianji, who wanted to continue walking forward, looking at the sky above the woods. The Shan Huans were obviously scared to incontinence, but still stubborn, and a black line appeared on her forehead. I have already found out where the Qinyuan bees are. You just need to follow me. Little fox. Take good care of Qianji. Although Qianji is a Jindan stage cultivator, given her current blind state, the ant really doesn't have any illusions about her ability to take care of herself. She just hopes that she won't step on the remains of Shan Huan's incontinence, and everything will be fine. As the ant said, she led the two to the front of the nest built by the Qinyuan bees. The nest built by the Qinyuan bees was in the shape of a bowl and turned upside down on the ground. The earth mound had a metallic luster and was densely covered with black dots. Two Qinyuan bees, as strong as calves and slender in shape, were stationed in front of the ground entrance. Other bees threw the captured prey in front of them, without even a breath of air, and let the Qinyuan worker bees kick out of the nest door to continue hunting. Other bees dared not speak out in anger. Even those with stronger cultivation than the two worker bees in front of them could only continue to work with resentment on their faces, and dared not resist at all, because their mother was still in the Qinyuan beehive. And once they rebelled, the mother's life would be in danger. Perform Ren Xiang. Andy glanced at the Qinyuan beehive, raised her right hand straight, and put her index finger and middle finger together to form a sword finger. Azure blue water droplets gradually condensed on the sword finger, and fell to the ground in a free fall posture. Su Yan looked at his aunt in confusion. He could feel that his aunt had performed a magic, but he didn't quite understand what the drop of deep blue water droplets just now were. The water drops fell to the ground, and a wave radiated outward from the front of my aunt. The loose soil became moist and turned into a swamp at a speed visible to the naked eye. The water drops began to split endlessly, expanding their volume exponentially from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8. My aunt looked ahead calmly. The surging waves flooded the forest within a radius of 10 miles in an instant. The next second, the azure water spread to 20 miles away, as if it was spreading endlessly. Semi-immortal, land immortal, natural disaster. All of these describe cultivators of my aunt's level. Earth immortals seem to have infinite mana, not hungry or afraid of cold or heat, and when they raise their hands and feet, they seem to bring unparalleled terror like a natural disaster. It's still a little short. My aunt looked at the freshwater sea level in front of her, and sighed softly in her heart. After 40 years of accumulation, she is still a little short of shedding her mortal body, and has not yet truly reached the realm of a land immortal. If a real land immortal were to take action, the Yan-type rainwater would be able to flood an area of dozens of miles in an instant. But when she cast Ren Shui, she still needed a very short time to buffer. Twist. Auntie drew a circle in the air with her right hand, and the Ren Shui that stopped spreading instantly rolled back. Endless floods poured in from the whole of Qinyuan beehive, completely submerging the underground kingdom of Qinyuan bees into an underwater world, until the forest floor was filled to the point of pregnancy, and there was no sign of the boundless ocean decreasing at all. Such a water output. Seeing the method of flooding by Auntie, Su Yan's cheeks showed envy. Such a large amount of water. Before getting the power of Sisters Wei and Auntie, Su Yan could not dream of such a large amount of water output in the sea of consciousness. No wonder. Dad was hesitant when he saw me spitting. The amount of water output of a water-based cultivator was not what Su Yin could imagine at the time. You can't learn Ren Shui for the time being. Ren Shui is one of the upper attributes of water. Try harder. Auntie saw the little fox's envious expression, raised her hand, and rubbed his head. There are many branches in the water element. My aunt chose the Ren Shui that suits her best. The characteristic of Ren Shui is that the water in the sea flows endlessly. My aunt used water drops to cast Ren Shui. But the Jiaochong talent contains fierce poison. If my aunt had just added the characteristics of Ren Shui to the fierce poisonous liquid, then the liquid that is now flooding here should be a sea of poison that corrodes bones and burns souls. Although my aunt can, it is not necessary because she still needs to catch the Qinyuan queen bee. Tui. Like a pregnant land? It squirmed for a moment, and a water column sprayed out from the raised ground. And there was even a beautiful girl with yellow hair, black pupils, and white and tender skin inside. She fell heavily from mid-air to the water surface, and a moan like a panting sound came out of her mouth. The queen bee was too weak to move. The Ren Shui that flowed into the Qinyuan beehive not only had a powerful impact, but also had the water illusion technique performed by my aunt. From the underground to the surface, the queen bee could not even remember how many heavy punches she had received. She was beaten out of the underground by the spirit of Ren Shui, which Immortal is using his magical power. The little demon mare, asked the Immortal to withdraw his magical power quickly. Have pity on the little demons in the cave. I am willing to offer my life. In my aunt's mouth, Ren Shui was described as a superior attribute of the water element. But the correct adjective for Ren Shui should be compatibility magical power. The queen bee was not an ignorant fool, and immediately knew that a land immortal had kicked her cave. She had seen who had kicked him, but she didn't dare to point out the powerful being directly. She could only barely support her body and beg for mercy like an ignorant little demon, hoping that the earth immortal would tell her the purpose of kicking her cave door. Don't beat around the bush. And don't get involved in the bad habits of the human race. I'm here to rob. I'm planning to kidnap you and other Qinyuan bees, said the ant with a serious face. Bees are all matriarchal societies. The queen bee is the only female in the bee colony and the core of a group. When robbing bees, it's right to hold down the queen bee, as long as the queen bee is subdued. It's equivalent to subduing a group. As soon as the ant spoke, the queen bee of Qinyuan bees trembled as if she felt something. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly and looked at the ant. And she quickly said, "Welcome the queen of the proud insects to kick my cave." A chill of meeting a natural enemy lingered in her heart. And the queen bee of Qinyuan bees stopped speaking human words and directly welcomed the mountain king according to the demon clan process. The reason why the arrogant insects are called the king of poisonous insects and the king of all bees is actually very simple. That is, they are super powerful, and their poison has a super double effect on bees. The fear of the arrogant insects has been deeply engraved in the blood of bees. Even nightmares are about how many of their own kind the arrogant insects have to chew raw in a day to be full. Fear makes the queen bee obedient. Chapter 89 Wild Fox Hunter. Great Immortal. Do you think this is appropriate? Is Maeus' leg-needing strength okay? The Qinyuan bee nest was flooded, and the area within a radius of 20 miles became a swamp. The Qinyuan bee queen, who was beaten into submission by my aunt, took everyone to the neighbor's house next door, where the Wenwen bee's nest temporarily settled. The Qinyuan bee queen in the spiritualization stage had no self-pity at all, and sat on the ground next to the bench and rubbed my aunt's legs with a flattering face. In front of the bench, for queen bees in the nascent soul stage knelt on one knee on the ground. Some of the bees held tea trays, and some queen bees held fruit plates and nut plates for the queen of the Jiao insect tribe in front of them to taste. If my aunt had not lived a more decent life, the Qinyuan bee queen actually wanted to arrange for her concubines to appear naked. The Qinyuan bee queen is the mountain king of the Shi mountain range, except for the mountain god who usually sleeps underground. She is the one who has the final say in this forest, including these queen bees. Not all of them are from the Qinyuan bee clan. For example, the big but queen bee is from the Wenwen bee clan. But the queen bee Wenwen fell into the hands of the Qinyuan bee, and the queen bee Wenwen had to succumb and became the temporary concubine of the queen bee Qinyuan. The queen bees are used to it. When winter comes, the Qinyuan bees will enslave them to find food, or directly become the little toys of the queen bee Qinyuan for fun. The table of my aunt is full of big guys, while the table of Su Yin and Qianji is more normal, and they are entertained by the descendants of the queen bee Qinyuan. The Qinyuan bee kingdom has only the queen bee, which is a female insect, and there are no other female beasts. The princes are all in the form of orcs, showing white skin, beautiful appearance, and protruding and curvy like beauties. Although they are called princes by the Qinyuan bees, they are also female insects that grew up drinking royal jelly. But because their mother is still alive, they are infertile. That's enough. Today we're going to kick your cave. Actually, it's nothing serious. We just want you to help us collect a lot of materials for the soul gathering pill and the marrow cleansing pill. And he glanced at Mayor and said, I'll also need you to give me some fresh royal jelly brewed by Qinyuan bees. Is that okay? The immortal's posture when kicking the cave is elegant and brave. Mayor, everything is up to you. Why don't you choose a few male favorites to enjoy life in the cave? Their hands are so tender. Mayor said that she wanted her aunt to enjoy life. But in fact, she just wanted to find something to delay her aunt, so that I could organize my children to search the West 1, 2, and 3 mountains with all my strength, and then send all these bandits away. If you don't enjoy it, Mayor will really feel that her service is not thoughtful enough, and she seems to be not sincere enough. Who cares about your second-hand toys that are broken? The communication between the monsters is extremely concise. The ant commented that those queen bees were second-hand things that were broken, and she didn't give the insect monsters present any face at all. However, Mayor and other insect monsters present felt that what the ant said was really very reasonable, including Mayor. She also felt that letting the noble and arrogant king play with those male favorites seemed to be a bit humiliating to the insect monsters. How about this? Since you are free, the 4 of you accompany my nephew to go out and find some monsters for him to practice with. The ant squinted her eyes, raised her foot, and kicked Mayor's chest, and asked her to do it quickly. Although the ant couldn't guess everything in Mayor's mind, this old woman must want to escape from her side. However, my aunt has no intention of letting her go. I have already hit the nest. Is it polite of you to give her some inferior royal jelly? I want the royal jelly you brewed yourself. Oh, my pectoral muscles hurt your legs. Right? Mayor will rub them for you again. Mayor raised her hand to signal the queen bees to work. Anyway, you should do whatever the king of proud insects says. If you don't do it well, I will crush your yawning when I come back. Go and prepare some New Year's goods for me, like some mountain delicacies and seafood that are more than 100 years old. Bring some. Did the children hear what the great insect immortal said? Hurry up and go to the forest to prepare New Year's goods for the king of proud insects. As the ant gave instructions, the Qinyuan bees led the Wenwen bees and the flower bees to work enthusiastically. The ones who collected herbs, and the ones who took care of the cubs took care of the cubs, without feeling insulted at all. The pure demons in the mountains are different from the demons who live in the human territory all year round. Their moral values and sense of shame are different from those of the human race. For example, if they reproduce, as long as both of them feel it's okay, they can shake the sky as a blanket for a night. It's okay even in the streets in broad daylight. But if you want to shave its hair, even if the furry monster fights until it is exhausted and bleeds to death, it is impossible. In a situation like the Qinyuan bees today, they are not afraid of my aunt making any harsh demands, but are afraid that my aunt will not make any demands and smile. The fact that my aunt can put forward conditions means that she is not after the 200 kilograms of refining materials on her body. If my aunt doesn't say anything, then the queen of the Qinyuan bees may have started crying to sign the master-servant contract, hoping that my aunt will not pull her membrane wings to make clothes, refine pills with blood and flesh, and pull out her thorns to refine weapons. Even her soul is used to light the lamp. The more humiliated, the faster the relief. It's only because my aunt is not a male insect. Otherwise Mayor would have taken the initiative to stand up when she was defeated, pursed her lips, and turned back to look at my aunt with tears on her face. There is a plant monster over there. Su Yan, who is about 1.6 meters tall, is closely protected by the Yuanian queen bees, who are 2.34 meters tall after turning into human forms. They followed the orders of the queen of proud insects, and found some suitable prey for Su Yan to play with while helping to take care of the cubs. The queen bee one, who had a particularly large butt, used the power of controlling objects to restrict the spiritual plant in the ground, pulled it out of the soil, and showed the true appearance of the plant monster to Su Yan. Its stamens bloomed like a chrysanthemum, and the branches connected to the ground showed the root stems of the body. The plant monster had a flower on its head, even though it was restricted in midair by the power of controlling objects. The roots on its body still maintained a fighting posture, with a ferocious face, and was not afraid of the 4 Yuanian period monks watching. Queen Bee would put it on the ground, and the plant monster quickly expanded to about 1.5 meters, and took a stance. I'm afraid of you. Come and fight if you have the guts. Today, You can either use me to make pills, or I will cover you all in the soil as nutrients for growth. The flower plant monster held 2 sharp thorns, looked at the 5 people in a row vigilantly, and said something that didn't sound like a joke. Su Yin. Although I have heard of it before. Kind and gentle spirit plant monsters are so rare that it is pitiful. But when I really saw a plant monster, it was the first time that Su Yin realized the meaning of the word brutal and violent in the book. Nowadays, plant monsters are more than just brutal. They are full of the aura of desperate bandits. I don't care who you are. Since you can pull me out of the soil today, one of you and I must die before this matter can be settled. Plant monsters are so fierce. Now I am really curious about what kind of thugs those cultivators, who make a living by picking spirit plants are. Su Yin complained in his heart, but still stood up and prepared to fight with the fierce bean sprouts. Chapter 90 Hiccup. Paw. The phantom of water condensed into armor, spreading from Su Yan's shoulders to the front of his arms, like a dragon over his shoulders. As Su Yan's body moved, the viscous water flow turned into a solid weapon, like a meteor hammer through acceleration. Su Yan stretched his arms across his body, blocking the plant monster's kick in the air with his arms, and hit the plant monster's chest with his inner arm to blow it away with his weight and strength advantage. Fox chop. Su Yan kept catching up with it, using the follow-up technique to hit it hard on the head, breaking the chrysanthemum stamen that had been on its forehead and turning it into scattered petals. The armor like a dragon over his shoulders. Under the control of Su Yan's water control ability, all the viscous water flowed from his left hand along his shoulders to the fingertips of his right hand, and the contact surface as large as a sandbag bombarded the plant monster's body when it landed. The water flow mixed with a large amount of spiritual power was locked on its body, like a yoke at this moment. Su Yan was also hit by the recoil of the non-Newtonian fluid, flying back several meters and sliding for a distance before he stopped. Cunning villain. The shackled plant monster was furious, but as it struggled harder, the water illusion that locked its neck and limbs tightened more and more, and the solidity was also increasing layer by layer. Finally, with the sound of several branches breaking, the plant monster collapsed to the ground. Most plant monsters are wood or earth, so when facing a water cultivator with similar cultivation, the plant monster can produce hardened roots to stab Su Yan to death. But the result is that it can't break the water flow around Su Yan. Once it approaches 3 meters around Su Yan, the water flow around it is like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, biting it a few times. Su Yan followed his aunt to practice water magic, and the water flow he used was made of a large amount of demon power. The faster and stronger the speed and force hitting the surface of the water flow, the more outrageous and solid the tension it forms. If it can be broken, then the water flow around Su Yan will not scatter, but shatter. Hack. Even if you use me to make pills, remember to choose some excellent alchemists. I hacking despise those incompetent alchemists whose success rate is less than 60%. Otherwise, I will turn into a ghost to haunt you even after I die. The plant monster that was pressed to the ground by the water flow saw Su Yan coming to pick him up, and immediately showed a ferocious look on his face, and warned Su Yan sternly that if he planned to use him to make pills, he must choose a genius alchemist. He had already lost enough in his life, and the plant monster didn't want to be ruined by those incompetent alchemists after his death. Where did this plant monster come from? I feel that its eloquence seems to be comparable to Shan Huan. Su Yan picked up the spiritual plant on the ground in his hand, and asked the queen bees guarding around, reporting to the young master. This is a Juyu lotus, which is a plant containing toxins, but the toxicity is not great, and it doesn't have much medicinal value, but it has a certain ornamental value. The queen bee answered Su Yan honestly. The moon-gathering lotus is a poisonous herb, but it is not lethal, and has no medicinal value. Its only use is to gather some moonlight at night, so that unintelligent beasts can quickly absorb some spiritual power. The queen bee's answer was simple and unadorned. If this moon-gathering lotus really had any value, it would not have been able to live in the territory ruled by the Qinyuan Bee King for a long time without the demons or humans coming to pick it. Su Yan didn't react. He was wondering how he was so lucky to meet a plant monster when he hadn't left Wenwen's hive for many miles. After Queen Wen explained, Su Yan nodded in understanding. But Zhu Yulian obviously couldn't accept this explanation. She was furious and said, "How could it be worthless? I have been practicing for almost 200 years. I don't know how abundant the spiritual energy was when I used it as medicine. You know nothing. It is precisely because you have no value that no cultivator picked you, so that you can cultivate spiritual wisdom and successfully live to the initial stage of foundation building," Queen Wen said. unless the main medicinal material is spirit stone like Juling Dan. Low-level pills basically preserve the medicinal power and remove the spiritual power, so that low-level cultivators can refine it more easily. Queen Wen's tone of speech is not like the wild monsters. She should have lived in the human city. She spoke clearly and logically, comforting the Julian plant monster with reason and evidence, so that it doesn't have to worry about being caught by cultivators to be refined into pills. But the Queen Bee Wind's consolation was useless, and instead made the entire Julian plant wither. Woo woo woo. Weeds. I've become a weed of no value. Julian hugged Su Yan's sleeve and cried loudly, the kind that Su Yan couldn't comfort. It thought that its species was precious, and it was the germination of some plant demon spirit, and it would dominate the world after its innate magical powers awakened in the future. As a result, the Queen Bee Wind's words made Julian dumbfounded. It's not that it's lucky that no one found it and picked it. It's just because it's not worth picking. Others just glanced at it and didn't even bother to bend down to take a closer look. Wow. Julian, who didn't cry even when her roots were broken, cried heartbreakingly after returning to her original form. It's a small lung capacity. But Su Yan had no choice but to return to Wenwen's beehive first. With Julian's voice, it can scare away other monsters 5 miles away. Why did you pick up a weed and take it home? The ant glanced at the plant monster in Su Yan's arms and said with disgust, throw it away quickly. It's so dirty. Let Qianji help you deal with the wound on your face. In the battle with the Julian monster, although Su Yan won cleanly, the plant monster still left scratches on his arms and cheeks caused by hardened roots. The Julian just dug back? Qianji came close to admire the Julian. The Julian monster, who was hit hard, looked at the alchemist in front of him with expectation, hoping to hear a different answer from her. It's a pretty good ornamental plant. But what about the flower on its head? Without that slightly poisonous flower, the Julian has no effect in repelling mosquitoes and insects. Julian has a slightly poisonous flower on its head. Mrs. Xia, you would plant it in the garden to repel mosquitoes and insects. And sometimes it can also prevent some small animals from running into the house to poop. That's enough. There's no need to coax her now. The whole plant monster has completely lost its dream. Julian had a peaceful face and lay flat on Su Yan's palm until her tears dried. By the way, come with me. Today's Juling Dan liquid has been refined. Take it while it's hot. Now is the time when the medicine is the strongest. There are still 3 ingredients missing for the Shisui Dan. They should be all collected in about 2 days. Right? Qianji pointed to the brand new bathtub next to the Dan furnace and asked Su Yan to drink the Dan liquid while it was hot. There are several forms of elixirs. For example, the elixirs that are often seen in pharmacies are wrapped in a layer of elixir for easier preservation. The elixir liquid is the original form of the elixir. The various raw materials in it have been fused. Drinking it has the same effect as the elixir, but it is very easy to be contaminated by external substances because of the liquid form. For those who take the medicine right next to him, Qianji was too lazy to spend time and effort to make the elixir coat, so he let Su Yan drink it in big gulps. If he couldn't finish it, he could put it in the storage ring and drink a few sips when he was thirsty. Medicine bath? Looking at the bucket that was bigger than himself, Su Yan was surprised and asked the alchemist to confirm the taking process again. Oral. Qianji bent down slightly and opened his mouth, and used his hands to pull his mouth in the air, indicating that Su Yan had to drink it in big gulps when he stood in front of the bathtub. Anyway, because of the contribution of the senior, the gathering spirit pill only needs to spend money on spirit stones, and other spirit plants don't need to spend a penny. So it's a waste if he doesn't drink it. The market price of the soul gathering pill is very expensive. This bucket of pills is equivalent to the medicinal power of more than 600 soul gathering pills. But the cost price is only more than 200 kilograms of spirit stones. Chapter 91 Queen Bee's Royal Jelly. This little thing. There's something. Mayor was resting on the wine jar, looking at the newly divided alchemy room not far away. Qianji was using his spiritual consciousness as an eye to help him refine the elixir. 4 of the 6 elixir furnaces in front of him were burning red, as if they were about to melt. The remaining 2 were emitting light smoke, looking leisurely and contented. But the focus of the Qinyuan Bee Queen was not on her, but on controlling the elixir in the bucket, which flew towards Su Yan in her mouth, and then meditated to refine the medicinal power. Mare had been paying attention to Su Yan for several days, and she also roughly knew the reason why the Queen of Pride insects kicked the cave. Generally speaking, cultivators in the body and Qi refining stages do not need to take elixirs to assist in their practice. They only need to simply swallow animal meat to supplement their nutrition, so as not to let themselves suffer from physical deficiency in the process of refining essence into qi. When cultivating to the foundation building stage, it is a state that requires a lot of spiritual energy to fill, so that one can open up the meridians of the whole body at a faster speed and build a never-ending cycle in the body, with the golden elixir as the foundation. The nephew of the Queen of Proud Insects has just reached the foundation building stage, so naturally he needs to swallow a lot of pills to help him quickly break through the foundation building stage of water dripping through the stone and advance to the golden elixir. However, Su Yan's spiritual energy tolerance and the actual amount of demonic energy storage that can be mobilized are not in line with Mayer's cognition and common sense. She has more than a dozen children, including her own or picked up children. Mayer has seen children of the same species with different colors, and different species with different colors in the foundation building stage, but she has never seen one as big-eating and tough as Su Yan. Besides, a water-walking monk shouldn't be able to control liquids that have nothing to do with him. Right? Mayer couldn't help licking her lips, and she was very interested in the young male beast in front of her. I don't know what the little nephew of the Jiaochong family tastes like. He sways in front of me with his tender face pouting every day, which has seduced the lustful insect in Mayer's heart. The life in the past few days has made the original Mountain King Qin Yuan Queen be very depressed. In the past, she was singing and dancing in the West One Mountain Range every day, and the first thing she did when she woke up every day was to think about who to pamper her little husband. But since Jiaochong took over the Mountain Bee colony, because Jiaochong likes a quiet life, all the programs that are not suitable for children have stopped, and Qin Yuan Queen Bee Mayer's mouth is empty. Although Su Yan is not very big, and is a cub-level beast in the eyes of the demon clan. As a mountain king, Mayer obviously doesn't care about these trivial things. Where's the big lecherous insect? I'll treat it for you? The ant appeared silently behind Mayer, looking at the queen bee with a face full of ripples that did not produce royal jelly, and spoke faintly. The word lecherous insect obviously triggered the key words, making the ant, who was originally lying in the rocking chair with her eyes closed, open her eyes. No, there is only the arrogant insect king. The rippled expression on Mayer's cheek froze, and she answered the ant without turning her head. And then she continued to produce royal jelly for the old demon in the spirit transformation period. The ant glanced at Mayer, and then looked at Su Yan, who was refining the elixir, with a tangled look on her face. Here is the royal jelly you want. 2 days later, Mayer finally brought a wine jar of royal jelly weighing less than 40 kilograms to Qianji in the alchemy room, with a look of pain on her face. The Qin Yuan Bee Queen's own child, one child, can only drink 2 kilograms of royal jelly produced by her in his lifetime. Jiaochong threw a wine jar in front of her and ordered Mayer to fill the wine jar. If she couldn't fill the volume of the wine jar, Jiaochong would extract her demon pills and refine them into pills to fill his nephew's stomach. Thank you for the gift of Senior Qin Yuan. Qianji, who was treating the wound on Su Yan's chest with emerald green light lingering on his arms, spread out plant branches to perform healing magic, and looked back at the Qin Yuan Bee Queen who had just spoken with a grateful face. However, after she saw the container clearly, she looked at the wine jar with astonishment, and then looked at the Qin Yuan Bee Queen. Is this wine jar full of royal jelly? The royal jelly needed to refine the spirit body cleansing pill is about 5 cents in weight. All the royal jelly I produced myself. The king said that if it's not used up, it can be used to soak my nephew in water. Mayer sighed with a sad face and said, how did the young master get injured? Is it because of the poor protection of those concubines that the young master got injured? In the past few days when preparing to refine the spirit cleansing pill, Su Yan was wandering in the mountains. The queen bees followed the instructions of the Queen of Proud Insects to find some opponents for Su Yan to train Su Yan's spells. The queen bees naturally did not dare to neglect it, and took Su Yan over mountains and ridges to find some enemies of equal strength. It should be said that the demons are really unrestrained. The queen bees directly stepped into the caves of others, beat up those demons who seemed to be able to fight, and then selected 1 or 2 demon beasts with the foundation building period from them for Su Yan to fight. Today, Su Yan's opponent is a Mother Shan Huan. The Mother Shan Huan was particularly violent in protecting her cubs. She hit Su Yan against the water flow, causing the sow with protruding fangs to slide more than 10 meters away. But the water layer did not break the defense. The bruises on Su Yan's chest were caused by the water flow. Send them to my room later. I will definitely whip and discipline them. How could I let the young master get such a serious injury? Mayer bypassed Qianji, who was full of surprise, and squatted in front of Su Yan to check his wounds. Her fingers gently touched Su Yan's chest. A blue wave of light lit up at the contact point, and the bruises and swelling disappeared instantly. Su Yan felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. But a strange sour smell spread in the alchemy room and pulled Su Yan out of his enjoyment. Su Yan looked back and saw that it was Qian Ji who opened the wine jar and prepared to put the main material of the spirit cleansing pill, the royal jelly of the Qingyuan bee, in the alchemy furnace to merge with the alchemy liquid that was being slowly simmered inside. The sour smell comes from royal jelly. Shouldn't royal jelly smell sweet? Su Yan asked the queen bee Qingyuan with a little confusion. Su Yan had eaten honey, but he had never even seen royal jelly. He always thought that royal jelly was honey brewed by queen bees. But now it seems that honey and royal jelly are different. The sweet one is honey. We, the Qingyuan bees, are meat-eating bee monsters and do not make honey. Mayor smiled and said, as for the royal jelly, it is the food that the Qingyuan bee cubs eat. However, ordinary cubs eat the ordinary royal jelly secreted from the laryngeal organs of worker bees, also known as royal milk. And the bee monsters, who have eaten the royal jelly secreted by me, will be the generals of the Qingyuan bees in the future. Of course, there are also bee monsters in the Qingyuan bees. From birth to adulthood, they can eat the royal jelly secreted by the queen bee. The Qingyuan bees generally call it the Qingyuan king, and Mayor generally calls it the husband. But it is a pity that such a king has not been born in our nest. Mayor touched Su Yan's hand with a smile on her face, pulled his palm over and placed it in front of her, and asked, the royal jelly of the Qingyuan bee body is secreted from the laryngeal organs. So, young master, do you know how the royal jelly of the Qingyuan bee comes from when Mayor is in human form? Chapter 92 Spirit Cleansing Pill. What are you doing here? Andy came back with a mushroom monster and saw Mayor, who was wearing a translucent gauze dress, sitting in front of a woman's beehive, facing the cold wind. She looked absent-minded and didn't know what she was thinking about. Her cheeks were slightly red. King of the proud insects. You are back. Why don't you let me do such heavy work? Seeing her aunt coming back, Mayor woke up from the fantasy scene and hurried forward to help carry the big mushroom monster produced by the West One mountain range. Such mushroom spirits cannot be touched without the permission of the mountain god. But my aunt also knows the mountain god of mushroom spirits here. This trip was to visit Taoist friend Junzi and drink a cup of tea. At the end, Taoist friend Junzi gave my aunt a mushroom spirit as a return gift. Fellow Taoist mushroom is very unique. All mushrooms in the Shi mountain range are its divisions. Each strand of mycelium can differentiate into a weak fellow Taoist mushroom. When all the mushrooms are gathered together, they become the true body of the mushroom mountain god of the Shi mountain range. Therefore, it is forbidden to touch mushrooms in the Shi mountain range, no matter how delicious they look. If you eat them without permission, the prisoner will definitely eat them at noon, die in the afternoon, and become fertilizer at night. Why do you all feel weird? When the ant returned to Wenwen's nest, the spirit cleansing pill was already brewing. Qian Ji and Su Yan both showed awkward expressions and sat in front of the tea table, chatting awkwardly, while Mayor looked indifferent. Previously, Mayor asked Su Yan if he could guess how Qingyuan bee brewed royal jelly when he was in human form, and even pulled Su Yan's hand to put it on the brewing port, showing Su Yan an extremely obvious matching signal. But just when Mayor wanted to kiss her, Qian Ji looked back and saw the two of them entangled. She couldn't help but scream to break the ambiguous atmosphere. Although she was a little blind, she was not completely blind. Naturally, she could see what the two were doing now. Mayor didn't care about it at all. If someone was watching, it was fine. Anyway, Qian Ji was not allowed to participate later. Mayor thought that she was ready to treat Su Yan to some fresh royal jelly from the queen of Qingyuan bee. But Su Yan still had to save face, and he didn't dare to show his stuff in front of other people in broad daylight. He quickly asked Queen of Qingyuan bee to talk about it in the evening, or find a room without other people. After a while, the ant came back soon after visiting, and Queen of Qingyuan bee could only agree to Su Yan to go to him tonight. Su Yan's face was still red until now, unlike the excited blush on Mayor's cheeks. He was shy. The big sister of the demon clan was really too unrestrained. Su Yan couldn't resist their offensive at all. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood what his aunt said. How can a female beast trick a male beast back to work as a laborer if she doesn't have any flirting skills? Su Yan originally thought that labor meant tricking the male beast back to the territory to pick corn or harvest wheat. But the labor in his aunt's mouth obviously did not mean labor in the sense of serious labor. Ah! The spirit-gathering elixir in the alchemy room is almost ready to be produced. I'll go and take a look. As his aunt sat down, Mayer sat sideways on the ground between his aunt and Su Yin, pinching Daxian's legs and thighs from time to time. Qianji was so shy that she ran back to the alchemy room and hid, after taking the gathering spirit pill and the bone forging pill for a few days. How much do you feel your meridians have been opened? Except for the main vein connecting heaven and earth. After a few days of cultivation with the medicine, the second meridian of the 12 meridians is now being cultivated, Su Yin said. After one main vein and 12 meridians are all connected and condensed into a golden elixir. It is a golden elixir stage cultivator. My aunt pondered for a while and said, not bad. No swelling or pain or difficulty in controlling the mana. The gathering spirit pill helps cultivators to open up the meridians, and the bone forging pill can further stabilize the open meridians. The combination of the two is the plug-in for the foundation building stage cultivator. But because of this, the price of the gathering spirit pill and the bone forging pill is particularly expensive. 10 inferior gathering spirit pills cost 10 kilograms of spirit stones, which is several times more expensive than the same bottled healing medicine or gift box detoxification pills. I don't feel any discomfort. It should be that I have already gone through it once before, and it is not difficult to go through the previous process again, Su Yin replied. In the body refining and chi refining stages, you can't take pills. You need to refine your essence and transform it into spiritual energy. But the experience is completely different after the foundation establishment stage, which is quite refreshing. Of course, it's not difficult. The money bag that can feel the difficulty has not yet cultivated into spirit. The ant sighed. It's worthy of being a four-legged gold-eating beast. In a week, it swallowed more than 2,000 kilograms of spiritual stones from my aunt. If it were the price in Xiaoyu's shop, it would be nearly 20,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. The ant complained about Su Yin. This little gold-eating beast can be said to have stabbed the money bag with a knife. Is the consumption so high? Su Yin showed a shocked expression. He really didn't know that he had been spending so much recently. Every day, he drank the gathering spirit elixir until his belly was round. And he took 3 bone-forging pills in the morning, noon and evening. Every day, there was a different foundation establishment stage monster to practice with him to digest the residual demonic power deposited in the elixir in the body. Unless he was a royal relative, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would not have such good training conditions. If the demon race can really cultivate so fast, it won't take 100 or 10 years to break through the shackles of foundation building. Su Yan's cultivation speed is paid for by money, which makes the ant who got something for nothing feel painful. It takes 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones to open up a meridian, and Su Yan needs to spend another 10,000 kilograms of spirit stones at least. What do you think? Otherwise, why does Ant say that spending money on cultivator items is like pouring water? Ant joked. It's also fortunate that you helped Ant earn some money before. Otherwise you may have to ask Hua Yu to learn some dual cultivation tricks to accumulate spiritual power for your breakthrough from foundation building to golden elixir stage. But you don't need to worry. The consumption in the golden elixir stage is not as high as that in the foundation building stage. You should be able to accumulate some wealth. Ant's face was full of smiles. She didn't know how rich she was in the past, but now she has spent all her money on accumulating in the semi-immortal realm. She is still a few 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones away from breaking through to the land immortal realm. Bang! Just when my aunt was about to speak and tell Su Yin to develop the habit of saving money when he reached the Jin stage in case of any emergency in the future, there was a sound of something exploding from the alchemy room, and a slightly sour, spicy and astringent smell of medicinal materials drifted inside the nest. What's that smell? Did the furnace explode? My aunt got up from her chair and ran quickly to the temporary alchemy room. No, it didn't explode. The spirit cleansing pill is done. The strange smell is because of the effect of royal jelly. Qin Yuan royal jelly cannot be completely refined. Only when it is partially active can it be refined into spirit cleansing. Qianji, who was choking with tears, explained loudly to her aunt. If the pill smelled the fragrance, it would be ruined. Now the taste is right, but because the quality of the royal jelly is too high, the sour, spicy and astringent taste has become super strong. It choked my eyes and throat. Chapter 93. It's fort. Cough cough cough. Qianji raised his hand and covered his cheek with his elbow, and walked out of the sour and pungent smoke. In his hand, he held a glass-like vessel that looked like a flat bowl. The green-yellow elixir liquid inside was emitting overflowing colors and emitting a choking smell. Qianji didn't have time to greet his aunt. He held the elixir of the spirit body cleansing pill and walked steadily towards the long table that had been prepared. During this time, he kept performing the cleansing method to keep all the dust that might cause pollution to the elixir liquid away from himself, and then skillfully processed the elixir liquid for the second time, wrapping it with the elixir clothing process to make the elixir liquid present the shape of the elixir. The spirit body cleansing pill is different from the spirit gathering pill. No matter how much the ordinary elixir wastes the medicinal power, it is the same. The main materials of the spirit gathering pill are spirit stones and medicinal materials that help to refine the spiritual power. Even if you fall on the ground and lick it, the effect will be the same, except for some nausea. It will not affect the medicinal power too much. However, the spirit cleansing pill is a spiritual pill. Once it is contaminated, its spirituality will be reduced, resulting in a significant reduction in the medicinal power. Therefore, the moment the spirit cleansing pill comes out, it must be wrapped in a pill coat. Ant and Su Yin stood by, watching Qianji skillfully reprocess the pill liquid. The pill is done. Qianji looked at the 3 pills on the table, turned back to look at Ant and Su Yin, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Originally, 4 portions of materials were prepared, and the impurities and contaminated parts were removed to refine just 3 pills. Alchemy is a profound knowledge, not only about pharmacology, but also requires knowledge of minerals to purify the raw liquid of crude processed medicinal materials." Su Yin followed Qianji in the alchemy room for a few days, watching Qianji refine, purify, seal, and weigh different kinds of medicinal materials, like doing chemical experiments, and then carry out the next step of fusing different medicinal liquids, and finally extract the pill liquid and put it into the medicine lead to stimulate the fusion of different medicinal powers. The process of refining pills is extremely tedious and complicated, completely different from the stereotype of Su Yan's previous imagination of putting herbs into the pill furnace, doing this and that, and finally kicking the pill furnace away and spitting out pills. Yes, without precise weighing and process. Different types of pills in the cultivation world are probably unique. How can it be possible to refine the same pills? Senior Chong, this one is for you. And this one is to wish you a breakthrough in the golden pill stage as soon as possible. Qianji sealed the 3 pills separately, and 2 of them, the spirit cleansing pills, were directly given to the Ant and Su Yin. Qianji respected the Ant very much. Or in other words, the alchemist with a school would respect her after learning that the Ant's body was a member of the Pingfeng Mountain Jiao insect tribe. Pingfeng Mountain is located at a strategic point, located in the mountains between the human and demon tribes. In addition, due to the deterrent power of the Jiaochong ancestor, the Jiaochong, both sides of the human and demon territory are taken. Any creature who wants to pass through Pingfeng Mountain needs to leave a bribe. It doesn't matter if you don't give them. They will take them by themselves. The level of alchemy in the demon clan is very average. Basically, the precious medicinal materials in the cultivation world come from the demon clan. If an alchemist gets to know a fellow Taoist and obtains her letter, then he doesn't have to pay a high toll when passing Pingfeng Mountain. The toll that makes the alchemists complain bitterly. You can imagine how terrifying it is to pass Pingfeng Mountain. Although Qianji doesn't need those precious medicinal materials now, making friends with a fellow Taoist means more opportunities. It has almost become a jargon among alchemists. Who knows? One day the fellow Taoist you helped will become a great god. Ant, can I eat it? Looking at the pill Qianji stuffed into his arms, Su Yin looked at his aunt and asked if he should accept this gift. From Qianji's attitude towards the spirit cleansing pill, it can be seen that it should be very precious. And Qianji gave one to him to take. It was definitely for his aunt's face. Although Su Yin wanted it, this pill was exchanged for his aunt's face. If his aunt thinks it is not suitable, Su Yin will not take it. You can chew it all. Aunt glanced at Su Yin, and threw the pill in her hand to Su Yin, raised her hand and put it on his forehead and rubbed it hard a few times. If you want it, just say it directly. With more friends, the cause and effect relationship will naturally be complicated. Aunt could hear the meaning of Su Yin's words, but she didn't care about the favor Qianji gave to Su Yin. She is a 1,000-year-old insect, and she has owed many favors to her friends, and she doesn't plan to pay it back anyway. Drinking tea when you have nothing to do. Okay, but forget about borrowing money or helping to find revenge. I'm taking care of the fox cubs, and I don't have time to accompany you to mess around. Unless you add money to the favor, then I'll eat it. Su Yin had just finished discussing with his aunt, and Qianji had already swallowed the pill. The spirit cleansing pill uses royal jelly as medicine, which has the effect of cleansing the body and promoting growth. It can improve the physique of cultivators below the nascent soul stage in a short time. It also has the effect of improving the physique. Qianji spent time and money to refine the cleansing pill. The most important thing is the effect of cleansing the body and improving the physique. But he doesn't care too much about promoting cultivation and strengthening the physique. The body of a wood cultivator is originally hard. If it weren't for the eye disease, Qianji would not refine the spirit cleansing pill. It took several years to gather all the materials. And the last main ingredient, the royal jelly of the Qinyuan bee, was purchased at a high price. And no cultivator dared to overturn the beehive to take the royal jelly. Su Yan swallowed the pill. And as the pill robe melted and cleansed his spirit, the pill's power began to take effect. The huge wood element life force spread out and began to cleanse the body along the limbs and bones. And waves of life force spread outward to squeeze out the impurities that the body usually took in. Even Su Yan's tail, which was hidden by secret methods, was ejected under the impact of life force. The two tails were separated on the sides of the body, snow white and fluffy, making room for the bulge in the middle. Mare saw the fox's tail bounce up, and two bee demon antennae popped out from her head, indicating that she was also in a state of shock at the moment. Nine-tailed fox cub? I said. How could the nephew of the great immortal Jiao Chong be an ordinary pure fox? I thought it was a hybrid of some great demon, but I didn't expect it to be a nine-tailed fox of a divine beast. Mare thought about it, raised her hand, and slapped herself directly, wailing in her heart, "Why is my stomach so disappointing?" It stopped giving birth when it was needed to give birth to a new one. After the Qinyuan bee swarmed, it wanted to give birth to a new one. Unlike ordinary bees, which can simply match, she needed to build a new breeding nest in her body, and then continuously inject spiritual energy into it to stabilize the nest before it was ready. Mare originally didn't plan to give birth. Anyway, there were already 4 or 5 Qinyuan bee princes. Even if something unexpected happened to her, they could take over. If she continued to give birth, she would have to waste her cultivation. What are you regretting? The ant quietly came behind Mare, stepped on Mare's skirt and said, "It doesn't look like a good thing?" Feeling the breath emanating from Jiao Chong, Mare quickly said, "I don't regret it. I just think that I have to serve my little nine-tailed fox nephew tonight. But it's really inappropriate to dress like this." Mare could feel Jiao Chong's ill intentions, although she didn't know why the immortal's mood suddenly changed. She thought that Su Yan had been hiding his tail from beginning to end, and she must have known something she shouldn't know. Mare hurriedly pulled Su Yan out and said that she was going to have a tryst with Lin Li tonight. The ant slowly typed a question mark. Is the little fox this old? It shouldn't be. Right? Great immortal. How dare Mei lie to you? If you don't believe it, you can observe from the side. Chapter 94 Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Enjoying the fragrance of honey. A long time had passed since he took the cleansing pill. Su Yan, who had revealed his true form, slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, and stretched his body. The originally flawless white fur now looked like it was covered with a layer of dust, presenting a gray appearance. Su Yan stretched his body and made a crisp sound like the air membrane deflated. Su Yan did not notice the changes in his body. After he woke up, he immediately checked the changes in his body after taking the spiritual body cleansing pill. At first glance, he noticed that the meridians that had been opened up to the second one had now been forcibly opened up to the 7.5. He was only 4.5 away from breaking through the foundation building stage and killing the golden elixir stage. As for the growth promotion and physical strengthening, Su Yan did not feel anything. As a demon clan, and a member of the demon clan whose ancestors had been wealthy, he had always been full in terms of physical fitness, and did not have any obvious diseases like Qianji. So he did not have a strong sense in this regard. Don't be crazy. Go wash yourself. The ant, who was sitting at the tea table drinking tea and keeping accounts, saw Su Yan just woke up, stretched, and then chased her tail in surprise. She immediately stopped Su Yan's stupid behavior with a frown on her face. Of course, the ant could understand Su Yan's behavior. After all, the two tails that were originally parallel now tilted to the sides of the body like bifurcated urine, making room for the bulge in the middle where the third tail was to be born. Although she understood, she saw Su Yan trying desperately to turn his head to see the shape of his tail. His body movements were actually quite large, blowing the gray-black dust originally attached to his fur all over the place. The ant couldn't help but frown on her cheeks to stop Su Yan's behavior. Go! Take a shower quickly. Otherwise, I will let you experience the warm care of a mother later. Su Yan once said that if he got his fur dirty while playing in the courtyard of the southern state, Su Qin would refuse to let Su Yan go home dirty. And if she caught him, she would directly carry Su Yin to the washboard to wash it clean, and then hang it on the clothesline in the courtyard to dry thoroughly before letting him go home. After all, as a demon with thick skin and flesh, Su Yan's mother didn't need to use heavy hands. Su Yan might never learn how to maintain his own hygiene habits. After a few rounds of scrubbing, Su Yan became more clean than anyone else. "I'll go now." Hearing the motherly warm care, Su Yan's happy expression froze. After a shiver, he used the secret method created by Princess Wuxi to hide the tail behind him inside his body, leaving only one tail hanging outside. After Su Yan turned into a human again, he ran to the lake in front of Wenwen's beehive, ready to wash himself. But when he arrived in front of the lake, Su Yan met an unexpected person here. Qin Yuanbi Queen Mare sat by the lake, her feet and white loose trousers soaked in the water, and the other barefoot stepped on the grass by the lake. The white bellyband embroidered with yellow thread looked even more generous in the bright moonlight. She also wore a gauze dress beside her, revealing a hazy and vague beauty in her unruly style. "Young master, you are here? Mayor has been waiting for you for a long time by the cold lake." Mayor smiled and hooked her hand, motioning Su Yan to come to her side. And she had something good to show him. "This is our Shi mountain range wine. Usually, the spirit monkeys will collect some spirit fruits and hide them in the tree holes. Although the spirit monkeys have never drunk it, the monkey spirit wine they brew is indeed unique in the world of cultivation." Maya took out a bottle of spirit wine that she had just asked the queen bee to bring back from her storage bracelet, and invited Su Yan to have a drink with a smile on her face. "The lake water is cold. It will be very cold if you take a bath without drinking a pot of warm wine." As a mature demon in the spiritualization stage, Mayor has rich and colorful life experiences. After living with Su Yan for a few days, she has roughly figured out his personality. It is not difficult to trick him into undressing, use some novel and interesting things to lure him, and then take advantage of Su Yan's playfulness to whisper some ambiguous whispers, and then guide him a little. Tonight is a good day, with the sky as a blanket, and the ground as a bed. Although Mayor has not tasted such a small beast whose thinking logic is closer to that of human race, there are many female beasts of the demon race who like this style. The female beasts have already summed up a very complete and reliable foreplay process. "Sweet?" After drinking a glass of spiritual wine, Su Yan frowned slightly, tasting the wine in his mouth. But he did not feel any wine taste in this monkey wine, only a strong fruity aroma. But Su Yan's cheeks were already red. The monkey wine brewed by the spirit monkey was not intoxicating, but the large amount of spiritual power contained in it would make the cultivator feel drunk. Of course, it is sweet water. Bitter and astringent wine does not suit the taste of our demon race. Mare took off her gauze clothes, smiled and poured another glass of wine for Su Yan, and said, "How about Mayor serving the young master to bathe and change clothes later?" Although Mare has never tried it, she has also watched some human girls apply soap beans on their bodies before. And then, "Good brother, please agree quickly. I can also report to the immortal Jiao Chong." After Mei learned about Su Yan's true nine-tailed fox identity, the ant looked at her with a ferocious face, ready to kick the Qin Yuanbi queen to physically lose this memory forever. But Mayor thought that the ant wanted to kill her, so she pulled Su Yan as a shield and said, "The hazy and immature little beast has some good feelings for her, and hopes that the immortal can keep her life. She promises to teach Su Yan how to protect her body outside and not be fooled." The ant didn't believe Mayor's words at first. After all, there are many girls in her brothel, and there are also a large number of monk girls on Huayu's side. After a few days of getting along, how could her little fox have a different heart for a Qin Yuanbi demon? The ant didn't believe Mayor's words, but still gave Mayor a chance to let Su Yan express intimacy to her in normal behavior. Otherwise Mayor would never think of seducing male beasts in the future, and the ant would seal her. If the Qin Yuanbi queen did not lie, the ant would not mind the little fox having an extra emotional gentleman. Although Su Yan was slow to warm up and was influenced by his young form, he didn't have too many thoughts about that. He was always thinking about making a lot of money and becoming rich. But he was not a blockhead. The queen bee Qin Yuan had already kissed him on the cheek, so he knew that the queen bee Qin Yuan was coming to make him fulfill his promise. "Can it be like this? I've learned a lot." The ant, who was sitting in Wenwen's beehive, registered the progress of the New Year's goods collection, while using her spiritual sense to check whether the queen bee Qin Yuan was deceiving her. It was not until the queen bee Qin Yuan really hugged Su Yan's arm and went down to the lake and hit her with her soap feet that she withdrew her spiritual sense, shook her head and sighed. "I didn't expect that the chest muscles could be so developed. I really learned a lot." Chapter 95. Don't look down on the poor plants. Are you awake? Then get up quickly. Exchange the information of the sound transmission jade. Su Yin, who was sleeping on his aunt's legs, blinked his eyes slightly, and the whole fox jumped up. With a question mark on his forehead, where am I? Su Yan's memory still stayed at last night when the Queen Bee Qin Yuan rubbed his back. And then because of the monkey wine, Su Yan's whole fox blacked out. Although the monkey wine is called wine, its intoxicating method is actually rich spiritual power. People like Su Yan who have never drunk monkey wine will definitely die of drunkenness on the spot when they drink it for the first time. Mr. Su, please take care of Mayor in the future. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Mayor through the sound transmission jade. The Queen Bee Qin Yuan said to Su Yan, who showed his true body, with a stiff smile on her face. She originally just thought that Su Yan looked young, and she had never eaten before. Then, that night, she found that Su Yan was more than just young. The two fluffy and swaggering tails made her drool. But the Queen Bee Qin Yuan couldn't eat him, so she didn't have the ability to sneak under her aunt's nose. The original tryst in the woods turned into an exam to show her aunt her ability to seduce male beasts in the wailing of the desire to survive. The aunt reluctantly recognized the ability of the Queen Bee Qin Yuan, raised her hand and rewarded her with the identity of a female demon appraiser, asking the Queen Bee Qin Yuan to teach Su Yan more in the future, so that the little fox would not be sold by the female demon and count the spirit stones for others. The Queen Bee Qin Yuan hated it in her heart. She was not interested in the title of Mr. Appraiser of female demons. She just wanted to leave wild traces everywhere with Su Yan in the nest, in the forest, by the lake, or in the air. In the future, you can consult Qin Yuan directly about emotional issues, and is also very scratching her head about these things, and shook her head with regret. It's no problem for her to teach the little fox how to survive, fight, and know the world of cultivation. But the only thing that really stumps her is the relationship between the sexes. She can poison a fellow Taoist, but she can't do it without using drugs to knock him out. So although the Queen Bee Qin Yuan lied, the aunt still chose to give her a chance and let Mayor be Su Yan's enlightenment teacher for relationship between the sexes, giving her the title of a teacher. She probably wouldn't dare to continue to have ideas about Su Yan's body. In short, you should discuss the relationship and posture with her in Huayu. As an elder, I'll talk to you about these things, and you and I will be embarrassed to talk. And I also think that the way the arrogant insects seek pleasure is not suitable for you. The aunt said. Yes, Mr. Su. The Queen Bee of Qin Yuan, Mayor, said with a face full of resentment and tears in her heart. Being able to taste the divine beast is one of the lifelong pursuits of many female beasts. But now they can only look but not touch. As someone who had been in the human world, Mayor was very familiar with the so-called Mr. Emotion, which was equivalent to the female officials of the Xia Yu royal family. The main job of the female officials in the palace was to teach the princesses and princes about sex. And the fate of the female officials was usually to be thrown into an empty corner of the palace to live out their lives after they were used up. The favored female officials were kept for observation, and depending on the situation, they would be thrown into the cold palace or into a corner. The female officials would end up as old-age women anyway. After exchanging contact information with Mayor, Su Yan looked at his aunt with curiosity. I know what you want to ask, but I don't think children should know this. His aunt glanced at Su Yan. The arrogant insects have no concept of mates, and will not mate unless the female insects want children. And the size of female insects is 2 to 3 times that of male insects, because they have no concept of mates and families. Female insects usually violently beat up male insects and drag them home, or poison them to death with toxins and drag them home. And it is also common to strangle them with spider silk and tie them home. Anyway, there is no normal love link. So far, my aunt has not thought about having a baby, so naturally there is no experience to talk about. Otherwise, there is no need for the Queen Bee Qin Yuan and Huayu to teach the little nephew. And the experience of arrogant insects in love may not be suitable for little foxes. Take a break for a while, and do more activities to digest the remaining medicinal power of the spirit cleansing pill. After dealing with the matter of the Queen Bee of Qin Yuan, the aunt refocused her attention on Su Yan, and once again touched his bones to check his refining of the spiritual pills, and then gave Su Yan a suggestion. Spiritual pills are easy to take but difficult to refine, and often remain in the body. When the residual medicinal power collides with other pills, various magical reactions will occur. The aunt has also seen human cultivators who were so excited that they ran naked because of the conflict of medicinal effects. Therefore, the aunt suggested that Su Yan should not take the second cleansing pill for the time being, and refine the medicinal power in his body first. Moreover, it is not far from the Xiaoyu New Year celebration, and some Taoist friends will come to visit at that time. In the past, the pills and spiritual plants they sent, those things that were not very useful, the aunt basically put them in the appraisal pavilion and exchanged them for spiritual stones to fill the gap in her own spiritual power. This year, because of Su Yin, the gifts given by those Taoist friends who came to visit can be left for him to use. By then, it will be no problem to eat Su Yin into a ball. Help aunt to count the New Year's goods. We'll go back to the city when Qianji wakes up. Aunt took out the account book and gave it to Su Yin, asking him to count the delicacies collected by the Qinyuan bees. Mayor, the queen of Qinyuan bees, looked at Aunt and Su Yin and said with a frown, "How can your New Year's goods not be complete? I asked the children to buy all the things they couldn't find at the shops in Yucheng. Qinyuan bees picked all the things that could be picked, and Mayor paid for the things that couldn't be picked or were out of season and asked the children to buy them back at the shops. The things on the list were complete, and the Qinyuan bees that were not on the list were also added. And the spring couplets, bowls, and the firecrackers for exorcism of Xiaoyu folk products were also bought." "Huh? Why are you still here?" When Su Yin was counting the New Year's goods in the brothel, he saw a very familiar plant branch. So he grabbed the branch without flowers and pulled it out. Zhu Yuelian, with a sullen face and roots intertwined like arms, appeared in front of Su Yin. "You want me to care?" Zhu Yuelian shook her body vigorously, broke free from Su Yan's palm, and took root in the goods. Continuing to sulk, it flirted in front of Qianji, Xin Yuan Feng, Wenwen Feng, and Mei Er for several days, trying to prove that it was not an incompetent weed. In return, it was indeed a heavier blow. When you are poor, you think of change. Zhu Yuelian decided not to stay in this forest anymore and go out to explore. It's a weed. It's good, so that no cultivators will come back to covet her body. And she can also mix in densely populated areas to obtain cultivation resources. Zhu Yuelian was determined in her heart that she would make a performance that would blind the eyes of the ant and the queen bee, and then appear in front of them and slap them in the face. "Who said weeds are useless? Although I have no medicinal effect, I am strong." Chapter 96. The joys and sorrows of the world are different. Great Immortal, please have mercy on me. I will repay you when I succeed in the future. Zhu Yuelian, who had a fierce face and fantasized about how to succeed after arriving in the human race, fell to the ground with a look of shock when her aunt raised her hand and opened the storage ring to put away all the New Year's goods. The storage ring is the use of the formation, not some magical power like the world in the sleeve. It cannot accommodate living things. Zhu Yuelian is obviously a living thing. After the storage ring judged that it had the same properties, it refused to accept it, causing Zhu Yuelian to fall out of the living things and mix in the goods to sneak into the human race. The plan died before even taking the first step. Zhu Yuelian, who maintained its original form, hurried to her aunt and began to ask her to take it out of the mountain. "Why are you so stubborn?" Looking at the Zhu Yuelian at her feet, the aunt shook her head and threw it in front of Su Yin, saying, "Put the Zhu Yuelian back to where you dug it out. You can't live in the human territory with your current appearance. It's not easy for plant monsters to grow. Not every spiritual plant can give birth to spiritual intelligence. Moreover, they have to face the risk of being picked during their growth. Only when the plant monsters have the foundation building stage can they pull out their roots from the ground and run away without a trace. Zhu Yuelian is really lucky to grow up. Of course, although the plant monsters are in a pitiful situation, the ant will never touch them. God knows how many monsters have raised their legs to comfort the Zhu Yuelian. When you reach the Jinden stage, you can condense a human form, and then you can consider the life of the human race." Ant told Zhu Yuelian something. Although the main city of Xiaoyu is open to all rivers, no matter what race the cultivators are, they are Xiaoyu people. But if you want to beg in Xiaoyu city, you at least need a human form, right? Otherwise, how could he support himself? When you reach the Jinden stage and condense into a human form, you can find the Qinyuanbi tribe and let them escort you out of the mountain. After saying that, the ant glanced at the queen bee, and Mayor quickly agreed to the instructions of the arrogant insect king. Zhu Yuelian was silent for a long time. After bowing heavily to her aunt, she disappeared into the soil and left. "Thank you for your guidance. I will repay you for your guidance today, but I will definitely slap you in the face for calling me a weed." Su Yin glanced at her aunt, then at the place where Zhu Yuelian left the ground, and said, "I thought you would kick it out. Am I such a bad person?" "Aunt, The aunt raised her hand and tapped Su Yan's head, rolling her eyes. There are few plant monsters in the monster clan, and they are considered the most pitiful clan in our monster clan. Although their daily living habits are a little disgusting, it is normal to help their fellows as much as possible. Mayor on the side. Go on, Immortal. Mayor is listening. And I promise that I will never complain. It's really clear. I feel like I'm back in my childhood. Qianji, who washed away the dirt in the lake, opened his eyes happily and looked at the familiar world. After taking the spirit cleansing pill, Qianji's eye problems were greatly alleviated. He could no longer distinguish between humans and animals from 2 meters away. But now, he could recognize men and women from 10 meters away. Although it only greatly alleviated the eye disease problem, and did not cure it directly, it was still a very happy thing for Qianji. If she wanted to cure the eye disease, she might need to improve her cultivation. Her eye disease was not a normal disease, but a curse inherited from her father. The curse power would accumulate over time, starting from the eyes, and finally completely depriving the cultivator of the 5 senses and spiritual power. This was a non-fatal curse, but it would always be passed down in the clan with the bloodline. It could only be cured by shedding the mortal body. Pharmacist Qian, we are about to leave. Are you ready? Su Yan's voice came from a distance, waking up Qianji, who was enjoying the forest scenery. Hey! Here I come! Qianji stood up from the lake, went into the grove, took off her soaked bellyband and trousers, took out a towel from the storage ring to wipe her body, changed into a clean long skirt, and rushed out of the forest, hurriedly explaining, I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery for a long time. I accidentally indulged in it. I'm sorry. It's okay. Maya just asked me to come and see why Senior Pharmacist has been out for so long. I'm worried that something might happen to you. I didn't mean to urge you. Su Yan's face was full of awkward smiles and lies. For the immortals on land, it is very simple to spread their consciousness within a radius of 100 miles. They were all ready to go home. But Qianji didn't come back for a long time. When my aunt opened her consciousness, she saw Qianji sitting on a big rock in the lake in a daze. So she asked Su Yan to come and urge Qianji. Her alchemy instruments were present, but no one knew how to clean them up. Qianji returned to Wenwen's beehive and began to pack up his alchemy furnace, medicinal material scales, and utensils. These things are all made for you to take. Qianji pointed to several bathtubs and 30 or 50 unmarked porcelain bottles, and asked Su Yan to put them all away. The pills and elixir liquids inside were all various kinds of pills made from the medicinal materials in the Shi Mountains. But some pills have not been made because of the lack of medicinal materials. Qianji was going to return to Xiaoyu City with the remaining medicinal materials, and ask Senior Chong what kind of pills he needed to make. Is there no mark on the pill? Will there be no mutation if I take the wrong pill? Su Yan looked at the bottles and jars in the storage ring and asked Qianji with a tangled face. These are all spirit-gathering and spirit-absorbing pills. There is no possibility of taking the wrong medicine. You can take a handful of them before practicing and take them with the spirit-gathering pill liquid. Qianji said, well, except that you may vomit if you eat too much. There should be nothing to avoid. Sitting at the tea table, the aunt looked sideways, and a black line gradually appeared on her face. The pills that Su Yan stored in the storage ring were of high value. It cost more than 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones to get something for nothing like myself. If I sell them in the medicine shop, I won't sell them for 20,000 or 30,000 kilograms of spirit stones. Pack up your things and leave. Here, eating barbecue every day makes my mouth so hungry that I wail. Seeing that the two had almost packed up, the aunt raised her hand to put away her tea set and dried nuts, and prepared to go home. Children, let's send off the king to a prosperous military career. Qin Yuan be Queen Mayor, seeing that the aunt was finally ready to leave the Shi Mountains, hurriedly asked her children to come out and pretend, and quickly throw the emperor back to the human territory. Woo! Although Mayor hated her aunt and didn't like her being the emperor, she really liked her arrogant nephew Su Yan, especially after knowing his extraordinary background. It's a pity that there is no fate, and she can't leave a queen bee with noble blood for the Qin Yuanbi clan. Chapter 97 Ao Renlin. My nephew is so elegant. A man in a crimson-purple official uniform with gold threads slowly walked out of the main gate of Xiaoyu City, raised his head, and glanced at the body nailed to the notice board. A leader of the Nightmare Town sect was hanged in the middle of the night, and hung on the notice board of our Xiaoyu. The chaos of the dynasty ends internally. Grand Master, why don't you handle government affairs in the middle of the night to redress his grievances? The young man in black and white clothes raised his hand and pinched, completely freezing Wu Yu on the city wall, and glanced back at Grandmaster Jean and said, "Incompetent waste colludes with cowardly waste. They don't know the rules, so let me teach them, so as to avoid some beasts who don't know the family rules." Grandmaster Jean chuckled twice and didn't refute, because what was said in front of him was the truth. The Nightmare Town sect seemed to have forgotten some rules, and became more rampant and arrogant. Whether the leader of the Nightmare Town sect is dead or alive is not a big deal to him. The reason why Grandmaster Jean came out in person is that he is worried that the people in front of him and the left and right protectors of the Central Nightmare Town sect will fight here. The prosperity of Xiaoyu is endless. These things are not for my nephew to worry about for now. Grandmaster Jean glanced at the young man and said, "It is indeed a bit beyond my expectation that you can be so free. The Four Seas Dragon Clan seems to have relaxed their efforts to capture you recently." Ao Renlin was silent for a while and said, "No. I just took the time to come and see Su Yin, clear the obstacles for him, and then leave." Grandmaster Jean shook his head and said, "Why bother? The Black Dragon King values you so much. Go back and admit your mistakes, and then honestly join the construction of the ancestral business. What belongs to you is still yours. You have been hiding from XE for so many years that your cultivation has fallen. Is it necessary to make a fuss until now? Suffocating customs. Extremely disgusting. Why don't you go back when you have time to persuade me?" Ao Renlin looked at Master Jean with a cold face and said, "You are also a dragon." Master Jean waved his hand with disgust. "It was so difficult for me to get out of the Dragon Clan, and I don't want to go back. The Four Seas Dragon Clan seems to be in great glory, but the few real dragons have long been disunited. If it weren't for the pressure from the Four Seas Dragon Kings, the Dragon Clan would have fallen apart long ago. The clan members are tired of endless reproduction. Countless dragon elites have devoted themselves to the ancestral precepts, but they have not seen any rewards in the long years. Even the most patient cultivators will be exhausted. The reproduction day after day, year after year, has exhausted the elites of the Dragon Clan. Every real dragon will reproduce with other real dragons from the day it becomes an adult, and then continue to reproduce with the major demon clans. Ao Renlin was definitely not the only pure-blooded dragon who ran away from home in the Four Seas Dragon Clan, but he was the most arrogant one, and was directly attacked by the four Dragon Kings as a model of forgetting his ancestors. After chatting with Master Jean for a while, Ao Renlin left without staying here for too long. Ao Renlin actually came to Xiaoyu City earlier than Su Yin. After discovering that something happened at home, and seeing Su Qing leave the message that Su Yin had run away, Ao Renlin searched for it but found nothing. So he took the teleportation array directly to Xiaoyu, because there are not many places Su Yin can go, and there are some places that Su Yin cannot go with his cultivation level. So after excluding his wife's Taoist partner in the demon clan, Ao Renlin first thought of Chongqiong, who is currently in Xiaoyu. After his wife suddenly encountered an accident at home, the most likely thing was to let Su Yin come to Xiaoyu to seek refuge with Chongqiong. Although Chongqiong was a bit venomous, she was indeed the person Su Qing trusted the most. Therefore, Ao Renlin had been waiting here for Su Yin to run to the main city of Xiaoyu by himself. Although he wanted to show up very much, he knew that it was best for him not to show up. Ao Renlin himself had not been able to solve all the troubles, except for a few festivals. He always split his incarnation to go home and let his incarnation accompany Su Yin and Su Qing. The number of times he really went home as his original body was very few. Otherwise the Dragon Clan would have found his home in the western state long ago. After meeting Su Yin, Ao Renlin planned to deal with some of Xiaoyu's enemies, so that Su Yin could live and train with Chongqiong here. And then, he was ready to leave here for fear that the Dragon Clan would come again, until the mixed-haired fox had someone take over Su Yin's body. He quietly dealt with the mixed-haired fox, and also warned some of the believers in the court. As a result, another Wu Yu Hall master ran out. This time, Ao Renlin was really angry. He slaughtered one of the 4 halls in the central province, and nailed Wu Yu's soul and body directly on the notice board in the main city of Xiaoyu. Some incompetent people. If it weren't for the fact that the top leaders of Xiaoyu were afraid to take action, could they have survived to this day? They were just wild dogs living in the days of tacit approval by others. But they dared to climb onto the dining table along the thighs of the people at the table? He was not an official of Xiaoyu, so he didn't need to look at the face of Emperor Wusheng. At worst, he would expose his true identity and slaughter all the top leaders of the Yinjin sect in the central province. You are really lucky. You chose my nephew's favorite. Grandmaster Jean looked at Wu Yu's body and the soul imprisoned in the coal prison, He won't give you face. Wu Yu's soul was infected with colorless flames. The scorching temperature burned his soul, melted the ice on his body, and burned his body directly into charcoal. Grandmaster Jin turned around and walked back to the main city of Xiaoyu. The Nightmare Town sect in the central province is a historical problem. As long as the Emperor Wusheng does not take action, the three masters of Xiaoyu and the three princes dare not make decisions on their own, and can only watch their actions indifferently. It was really too much trouble, and Xiaoyu only ordered the kings of different surnames to quell the chaos caused by the Nightmare Town sect. Neither the royal family nor the three masters took action. Who made them have a good master? And it has never touched on the core interests of Xiaoyu. A few days passed. The ant took Su Yin and Qianji and left from the Shi Mountains in the southwest of Xiaoyu and returned to the main city of Xiaoyu. Ant looked at the gate of the city with a surprised face. Looking at the naked male corpse on it, what a person. Su Yin, Ant. Why do you pay attention to strange places? Shouldn't you be surprised? Who is so bold to hang a corpse on the notice board? Su Yin has a deep memory of this notice board. Last time, he was slandered by the Nightmare Town sect. He was about to tear down the slanderous notice paper when he was about to go up and tear off the slanderous notice paper. The city guards were guarding against him like a thief, afraid that he would get too close. Although he is not very strong, he is one of the notorious leaders of the Nightmare Town sect in Xiaoyu. The guard who was responsible for collecting the caravan's entry fee explained to his aunt and Su Yin with pride. He was first hanged, and then his soul was taken out to light a lamp, and finally hung on this notice board as a warning to others. After the new year, the thugs of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province will be targeted and suppressed. The guard's face was full of pride, as if he had seen the Grand Master hang the leader of the Nightmare Town sect with his own eyes. He told the passers-by vividly, or answered those who had doubts about the hanging corpse at the city gate. Chapter 98 Red Jade Hairpin Sword. This time, we really have to set off firecrackers to celebrate. After listening to the city guard's explanation of the whole story, Su Yan's face showed a happy expression. Wu Yu, the head of the Nightmare Town sect, was definitely his enemy. It was Wu Yu who had planned to disrupt the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Households. The Ministry of Rights was in charge of the industry, and the rituals and music were broken, causing the Minister of Rights to be questioned by the senior management of Xiaoyu. Ruchuan Garden was still closed, and these things were all caused by Wu Yu. Now seeing the enemy's corpse lying on the street, Su Yin was naturally very happy. After looking at the charred corpse, the ant did not express any opinions, and took Su Yin and Qianji into the city. The matter between Xiaoyu and the Nightmare Town sect was not something that everyone wanted to get involved in. At least, the ant had no intention of getting involved, as long as it did not affect her normal life. She didn't care what the Xiaoyu dynasty and the Nightmare Town sect were like. But in the matter of Wu Yu, the ant couldn't help but cheer in her heart. Good death. It was this hangman who caused me to close my business for rectification. If Wu Yu had not been naked, my aunt would have stripped him of his clothes and left him exposed in the wilderness to relieve the hatred of losing hundreds of kilograms of spiritual stones. I'm back. Back in front of Ruchuan Garden. Su Yin skillfully returned to the lobby from the back door of the courtyard, and greeted Jiao Nanwu and the talented women with a smile on his face. But when Su Yin saw the lobby clearly, the smile on his cheeks gradually froze, and the talented women also showed surprised expressions on their faces. They looked at Su Yin in human form, and then looked at the white little fox sitting on the altar with its front paws crossed and a proud look on its face. A female fox ran into the brothel. Jiao Nan was said with a face full of hesitation, "It's very powerful. Humans may not be able to distinguish between monsters of the same race, but Jiao Nanwu, as a sea beast, can see at a glance that the white-haired fox that suddenly broke into the brothel yesterday was not the Su Yin she knew. She was not even a male fox. The two looked too similar. So similar that the talented women couldn't recognize that she was not Su Yin at first. Jiao Nanwu tried to remind the talented women, but the maids and servants who came later made her shut up. The mountains of spiritual stones came crashing down. Every time she counted the purity of the spiritual stones and checked whether there were any used bad coins in them. Another pile of spiritual stones was pushed in front of Jiao Nanwu again. She counted the spiritual stones for a whole day, and the female fox also pretended to be Su Yin in the brothel for a day. Humph! The white-haired fox with emerald green pupils stood up from the seat that originally belonged to Su Yin, snorted, and scolded, "Degenerate and boring life. I never thought that you were such a white fox." Su Yin has solved the problem of brothel business. Now most of the talented women can make money. They can get some dividends from Su Yin after closing every day, instead of only a few talented women who can earn rewards like before. Su Yin was indebted to the talented women, so the talented women were naturally very kind to Su Yin. The fox that brought fortune. Princess Wuxi happened to be free recently, so she wanted to find Su Yin and persuade him to join her sect, and run away from the Xia Yu dynasty to set up a new sect. But Su Yin happened to be away from home, and Princess Wuxi thought that she couldn't return empty-handed. So she disguised herself as Su Yin and stayed in the brothel to see what kind of life he led on weekdays. After getting to know him, she would have a higher chance of persuading him to convert to a skirt minister. Su Yan's life was very boring, and he only met a bunch of bad friends. Yesterday, one of Su Yan's friends was dragged by his mother by the ear and walked away in the street. Come on! Join me in the world of martial arts, and let the world of cultivation remember our names now and forever. The green-eyed fox stood up and looked at Su Yin, and the passionate Sanskrit sound rang out in the hall. Go away. Why are you joining in the fun? Su Yin waved his hand with a frown on his face, asking those talented women holding musical instruments and gossiping faces to stop playing music. Now is not the time to create an atmosphere, Princess Wuxi. Please let me go. I, a fox of two tails, really can't stand the tossing of bravely traveling around the world. Don't say no. Male beasts. I, a female beast, am now thinking about fighting for the country. Why don't you understand the life of a mountain king who controls the world and sleeps on the knees of beauties? Princess Wuxi angrily scolded Su Yin for not taking action. Now, there is no place for you in this brothel. I don't want to starve you to death. Stop. Stop. My boss hasn't said anything yet. How can there be no place for my nephew? The ant looked at Princess Wuxi with a smile and tears. Lord, went around and grabbed her neck, saying, You can't possibly work for my nephew in the brothel. Right? If you fire him, I'll do it. Princess Wuxi said to her aunt with confidence. Such a self-degrading life is not suitable for the future sword god. Only after being tempered by blood and fire can Su Yin grow into a sharp and armored sword god. I even prepared a sword for him. As she spoke, Princess Wuxi fumbled in front of the hair in front of the white fox for a moment. The little fox actually pulled out a strange long sword about 3 feet and 3 meters long. The hilt seemed to be twisted out of countless branches. The complicated branches spread out at the hilt of the sword, showing a slightly bloody red color. A red eyeball swayed and blinked with the sword tassel. As the strange long sword came out, the dark red aura spread in the brothel, and the extremely heavy and fierce aura dissipated. The extremely strong bloody aura made the talented women with weaker cultivation feel dizzy. What is this? The blood-red spiritual power rose from the sword, causing the brothel to stir. Su Yin raised his hand to block the blood-red ripples from hitting his cheek. Princess, the sword in your hand doesn't look like a good thing. Red jade hairpin sword. Seeing what her master took out, the female official who came with Princess Wuxi showed a look of surprise on her face, and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Princess Wuxi and said, No. Princess, you really can't put the hairpin sword away quickly. The red jade hairpin sword was originally a piece of jewelry, but later it was cast into a weapon by chance. Although its material is precious, and not something hard to find in the world, the hairpin sword is definitely a national treasure for Xiaoyu. The golden branch red jade hairpin was given to the eldest princess as a birthday gift by the late Emperor Xiaoyu. But it was later disliked by the eldest princess, and she ordered the craftsman in the palace to melt the golden branch red jade hairpin into a close-fitting weapon. The red jade hairpin sword was the sword worn by Emperor Wusheng when he was young. You really can't let this be a national treasure. If the prince knows that you gave the red jade hairpin sword away, you won't be able to go out for the next few hundred years. The female official persuaded her. You don't need Dad's consent. I have legs and know how to go out by myself. That won't work. At worst, I won't go home. I don't know what those guys are thinking. They asked me to go home to take care of a crybaby rabbit. Is there anything more outrageous than a fox taking care of a rabbit? In this case, the Tiangang clan won't go back. The princess held the red jade hairpin sword with her 2 fox claws and waved it vigorously to express her anger in her heart. That's even worse. The female official was about to cry. It was indeed outrageous to let a fox take care of a rabbit. But that was a task appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. It was not the princess' turn to disagree. Chapter 99. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 100. Do you want to eat my rice? Princess Wuxi took out the red jade hairpin sword that she wanted to give to Su Yin. It was the sword that Emperor Wusheng wore when he was young. It accompanied Emperor Wuxing in his career of expanding territory. It was stained with countless blood, which made it transform from a magic sword to a magic sword with spiritual wisdom. This is one of the collections of the Xiaoyu royal family, symbolizing the years when Xiaoyu conquered the central province. I just don't know how Princess Wuxi got the red jade hairpin sword. Su Yin took a look at the red jade hairpin sword, and the eyeballs on the hairpin sword tassel glared at Su Yin fiercely, as if saying, "What are you looking at? Did I show it to you? That's enough." The situation in the lobby gradually got out of control. My aunt glared at the red jade hairpin sword and the female official, and shouted, "Our store welcomes the princess to come and play with Su Yin. But don't go out with a sharp sword. Our Su Yin is not old enough to go out now. So put away the sword." The red jade hairpin sword spirit, which was glared at by my aunt, immediately withdrew its external spiritual power, and the black handle and silver blade covered by the misty red light were revealed, lying quietly in the hands of Princess Wuxi, no longer showing its fierce appearance. No matter how powerful and fierce the red jade hairpin sword is, it still needs a sword holder to drive it. Even if my aunt took it to poke cow dung, the red jade hairpin sword could not resist. Therefore, when the most fierce and evil person on the scene spoke, the red jade hairpin sword immediately became honest. "Why don't you let him follow me? Then you can just give Su Yin a title like the consort, and he can get royal resources openly. It's a win-win situation." Princess Wuxi tried to persuade her aunt to let Su Yin follow her in the future to ensure that he would be worry-free in Xiaoyu. Although there might be pains when she sets up her own mountain in the future, Princess Wuxi believes that her future is bright. There is nothing that two young nine-tailed foxes can't solve. If there is, find another divine beast to protect the right law. Princess Wuxi didn't believe it. 3 demon cultivators with divine beast blood couldn't make a name for themselves. There is no room for negotiation now. And we can't negotiate. Auntie firmly rejected Princess Wuxi. Su Yin was originally in trouble because of his inherited water control ability. He was essentially a dragon, although he had a fox face. The most essential thing about demon cultivators was his innate magical power. Su Yan's name could even be written openly on the genealogy of the North Sea Dragon clan. Once Su Yan's identity is exposed, both the Su family and the North Sea Black Dragon clan will come looking for him. One wants to castrate him, and the other wants him to recognize his ancestors and give birth to cubs. No matter whether the two clans' envoys win or lose, Su Yan's ending will not be good. And the Princess Wuxi, who betrayed the Xiaoyu royal family, will definitely be pursued by the royal family with all their strength. 2 big troubles gathered together to travel around the world. Maya dare not imagine how big a storm they will stir up in the future. And looking at the unconvinced little face of Princess Wuxi, my aunt has every reason to believe that she is definitely planning to expand her organization in her heart. The companions she found with the princess's vision are definitely some big troubles. Without some troublemaking skills, how can you attract the attention of Princess Wuxi? Humph. Princess Wuxi, who was thrown on the table by my aunt, maintained the cute shape of a white-haired fox, and looked at my aunt with her hands folded in anger and an unconvinced face. The aunt glanced at her, and she snorted again, turning her head away and not talking to the unreasonable aunt. She looked like she was super angry now. "Since you are so eager to escape from the royal family, I suggest that you marry out directly. At worst, you can run away directly after the wedding ceremony. In this way, you will no longer belong to the royal family." Seeing that the princess was angry, the aunt thought of Su Yan's appearance, and smiled and gave Princess Wuxi a bad idea. Rather than forcing her way out of the Xiaoyu royal family, the princess might as well kneel in front of the Wanshur Palace and ask Emperor Wuxing to reward her with a marriage that allows her to marry out. Princess Wuxi looked at her aunt, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. What a bad idea. As soon as she knelt in front of the main hall, her old man would have appeared behind her, looking at her with a kind face and fierce eyes. Although she was hurt internally by her aunt, Princess Wuxi said, "Okay, I will ask my aunt to let me marry Su Yin right now. Then I will come to honor my aunt's advice." Princess Wuxi emphasized the word aunt and snorted as she looked at her aunt. "Go away." Aunt waved her hand with disgust and took Su Yin with her to go for a walk on the street. She would come back when this scoundrel went home. Although she had heard that the princess had a savage personality and was more like a pure demon than a human, she really didn't expect this scoundrel to be so shameless that he could even treat marriage, which is the most important thing for humans, as a joke. "Princess, don't you show your human form?" Su Yin didn't express any opinion on the quarrel between his aunt and Wuxi. Both of them were stubborn and would not show their strength. One was more stubborn than the other, and the harsh words were more ruthless than the other. But afterward, his aunt would definitely find it troublesome to ignore Princess Wuxi. And the princess would most likely throw a stone at his aunt's windowsill. The two of them couldn't fight. One was of extraordinary status, and the other was of extraordinary strength. If they really quarreled, the officials in the court should be the ones who needed to be anxious. Therefore, Su Yan's focus was not here, but he looked at Princess Wuxi with a strange face, asking her if she didn't show her human form when she went out on the street. Although the fox appearance was very comfortable, it was really difficult to move on the busy streets. When Su Yan was at home, he often showed his true form lying on the ground in the sun. And his old mother, who was distracted by thinking about things, had stepped on Su Yan more than once. There was even one time when Su Yan ran to his mother and squatted, looking at her expectantly. The mother did not notice Su Yan. She was holding a book in her hand and reading, and kicked Su Yan away. Since then, Su Yan has learned to be smart. When greeting people, he increases his body size. If he can maintain his human form, he will never maintain the appearance of a fox. Why maintain the human form? Let those monks look at you like an oran. Those obscene and dirty eyes are so stupid. I wish I could pull them up and pry open their heads to see if there is anything else in their heads besides warmth. Princess Wuxi answered very impolitely, holding a deep hostility towards male monks. When he was in Prince Xian's mansion, Su Yan had seen Princess Wuxi's human form more than once. Although she was young, she was indeed a beauty, especially when she smiled. Even Su Yan, who was in the state of a young fox, would be stunned. In addition to her beauty, the nine-tailed fox's charming appearance also played a role. Even Su Yan in the form of a young fox would be stunned, let alone other cultivators when they saw Princess Wuxi. Princess Wuxi, who was born beautiful, is extremely sensitive to other people's eyes, especially those obscene eyes. She would get angry every time. But there would always be creatures who dared to take the risk of serious injury to peek at her face again. You'd better keep your fox appearance. Otherwise I dare not think about what those old ladies will do to you. And your face will be covered with saliva and lipstick marks. Princess Wuxi, who felt that she was a senior, raised her head with pride to educate Su Yan. No. What I want to say is, Princess, if you walk on the street like this, won't those careless monks kick you away? I have been kicked away mercilessly by my mother more than once, let alone those strangers. Huh? Princess Wuxi was stunned, chuckled, raised her right front fox hand, and the female official beside her, who was cautious and did not dare to stay too far away from the princess for fear of kicking her jade body, shouted loudly when she saw the princess raising her hand. Go! At the command, ripples appeared on the street, and generals wearing helmets and holding long spears, as well as 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division in white and red robes, slowly floated from the bluestone underground to the ground to welcome Princess Wuxi's order. Want to eat my rice? Princess Wuxi stood up with his hands folded, raised his eyebrows at Su Yan, and asked with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 101 Martial Arts Performance in front of the Emperor. Clang. The soldiers who snorkeled out from the ground and pounded their spears into the ground, making a crisp sound. They performed the spear-holding salute to Princess Wuxi in unison. The soldiers of Xiaoyu were all equipped with spears, and it was very difficult to salute in the armored uniforms. Therefore, when they needed to salute during the mission, the armored soldiers would hold their spears tightly with both hands and pound them into the ground, standing straight to accept the inspection of their superiors. Cough, cough, cough. The 1,000 households of the god-transforming stage of the Demon Suppression Division coughed twice, with a tired look on their faces, looked at Su Yan and said, We will escort the princess throughout her trip to ensure her safety. If there is really a cultivator who wants to break through the military formation and break in, he will be dead the moment he acts. Although Princess Wuxi did not have any heirs, the title of princess was not a false name. Wuxi was the granddaughter of the current third prince and a direct member of the royal family. Her noble status did not need to be mentioned. However, on weekdays, those guards usually lurk in places where the princess cannot see them to protect her, so that the princess will not feel like she is being monitored. Want to eat my rice? Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yan with a smile, showing some strength to the little fox. Although she did not like the identity of the princess, Wuxi was not a pedantic person who did not know how to adapt. Neither soft nor hard methods worked, and even relatives could not pass. So Princess Wuxi did not pretend to be close to the people now, and directly used power to deceive Su Yan into her big ship by abduction. Today in the main city of Xiaoyu, except for officials of the third rank and above, You can kick anyone you want, Princess Wuxi said with great pride. But as if she remembered something, she added, of course. Many chief disciples of other major sects have come to the main city of Xiaoyu recently. It is better not to kick those guys. Otherwise it will not be good for us to establish our own mountain in the future. Those cultivators are smaller than PIs. The 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division turned their heads naturally, turning a blind eye to Princess Wuxi's loud conspiracy. Princess Wuxi used to hide for a while, but after her intention was exposed, she didn't even pretend anymore. She looked at the city defense map all day and thought about running away. As long as she didn't implement the plan to run away, she was still the princess. They didn't dare to point fingers at the princess. If Princess Wuxi was unhappy one day and created some obstacles for them before running away, it would really be a death sentence. Go! Princess Wuxi raised her hand and beckoned. The female official was very sensible and stood up the princess and held her in her arms, so that the princess and Su Yin could keep eye contact. The group walked onto the street with lights just coming on under the escort of the Imperial Guards. Worry about yourself. This rascal saw that my aunt was tougher than her and wanted to do something sinister. Little fox, you better be careful not to give me a sister and find a foster mother for yourself. Seeing Princess Wuxi's posture, my aunt instantly understood what the female fox was thinking. She told Su Yin to worry about it in a subtle way, but she didn't stop Su Yin from playing with Princess Wuxi. Before, Princess Wuxi obviously took advantage of her nephew, talking about ideals and the future. But now it is Su Yin who takes advantage of the princess. And he couldn't think of a reason to stop him. As long as Su Yin didn't get too drunk and recognized a foster mother, then things would develop in a good direction. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of someone, you are a bastard. And, although I have a low level of education, my mind is still clear. How can I recognize a stepmother? Su Yin complained about his aunt's strange ideas. He had drunk too much poisonous chicken soup in the past. In the main city of Xiaoyu, no matter how exaggerated those people are, as long as his aunt says no, Su Yin will believe her unconditionally. Although his aunt is stingy and a bit of a salted fish, she will not come to harm him. Who knows what you think? It would not be surprising if you are really suppressed by the financial resources of the rogues. A young man like you can't stand the temptation. In the future, ask the Queen Bee of Qinyuan Bee for advice. That woman should know how to pass through the flowers without getting a leaf on her body. Aunt said. After Su Yin finished communicating with his aunt on the audio channel, he looked at the guards of Xiaoyu. They formed a circle to separate a hollow zone, ensuring that other pedestrians kept a distance of more than 3 meters from Princess Wuxi. They almost occupied half of the street. When the people of Xiaoyu saw the soldiers dressed as the Imperial Guards, they all moved away. When the monks saw the people from the Demon Suppression Division, they also stayed away and dared not approach. An additional no-man's land was formed outside the 3-meter hollow zone. Everyone looked at Princess Wuxi from a distance and saluted. Princess Wuxi, in fox form, raised her head slightly and looked expressionless. In the silent atmosphere, Su Yin felt uncomfortable all over, even if other people's eyes were not on him. Su Yin felt awkward and couldn't help but start a topic. Princess, I heard that you recently raised a rabbit at home. It's pink and white with red stripes on its forehead. If Su Yin guessed correctly, the rabbit raised by Princess Wuxi should be the moon rabbit that he and Sister Sheer brought back from the northern part of Xiaoyu. That rabbit is also very crybaby. It cries when it sees people. On the contrary, Su Yin didn't cry when he saw the fox form, but began to tremble when he saw the humanoid object. Do you know that rabbit monster? I met it once by chance, but I can't reveal the details. Hearing Su Yan's precise description and explanation, the princess complained with disapproval. Since you know it, you should also know how outrageous it is. It actually likes to chase after the fox and play, and it can't be shaken off. It can laugh when I poke its head with its claws. I have never seen such a stupid rabbit. I really don't know how it survives in the wild. Princess Wuxi seemed to be unaware that the rabbit that Emperor Wuxing casually threw to her to take care of was the legendary Jade Rabbit. The Jade Rabbit, the nine-tailed fox, and the three-legged golden crow have been allies since ancient times. The Jade Rabbits have become accustomed to the breath of the nine-tailed fox, compared with the human cultivators who forcibly brought it out of the nest. The Jade Rabbit naturally prefers to be with Princess Wuxi, who is a nine-tailed fox. The recipe for the immortal medicine and countless alchemy recipes are passed down in the Jade Rabbit's bloodline. It is not appropriate to reveal the identity of the Jade Rabbit. Su Yin remembered that Sister Sheer said at that time that when she was free, she would send it back to the Jade Rabbit's secret clan. As allies, it is not difficult for the nine-tailed foxes to ask the Jade Rabbit for medicine. Just prepare the corresponding medicinal materials and say a word. Naturally, there is no need to covet this Jade Rabbit. Princess, the road ahead is blocked. Do you need to temporarily bypass the dense crowd? The 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division perceive the dense crowd on the road to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion through their spiritual sense. So they looked at the princess and asked her if she needed to temporarily bypass the crowd. The road is blocked? The princess was complaining to Su Yin about the silly girl, but was brought back to her senses by the words of the Demon Suppression Division's Chinhu, who frowned and asked, "Yes, about 2,000 people are signing up for the preliminary registration for the Imperial Martial Arts performance." Chinhu said, "The Imperial Martial Arts performance is a very important large-scale performance after the ancestor worship. All monks from all over the world gather together to fight in front of the Wuxing Emperor. The top 10 monks in the final duel can get rewards from the Xia Yu royal family. You can choose one thing you want from elixir, weapons, magic, and status. Due to the generous rewards, some disciples of large sects who are on good terms with Xia Yu will turn around and earn some extra money after following their elders to visit the royal family and show off the power of their own sects. It is still a week before the new year, and no matter how many monks sign up for the Imperial Martial Arts performance, there can only be 100 people who can stand on the martial arts arena, and only 10 people will eventually receive rewards from the Wuxing Emperor. However, most of the cultivators came to participate in the court betting directly managed by the Ministry of Revenue. They didn't care about martial arts performances at all. Xia Yu's ancestor worship had nothing to do with them. Yu Yanning is here too? Su Yin stepped on his toes and looked around, and saw a familiar face in the long line. Chapter 102, I will take you to see the world. Of course I am here too. If you can make it into the top 100 in a large event like this, you can show up in front of His Majesty Wuxing Emperor and the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, and leave a name for yourself, so that it will be easy to get promoted. Yu Yanning answered Su Yan's doubts with a confident look on her face. But she couldn't help looking at Princess Wuxi, who was in the arms of the female official beside her. However, under the stern gaze of the 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division, the girl could not carry out her evil plan. There are basically no wild and ugly foxes in the main city of Xiaoyu. There are resettlement points for lost or abandoned ones. If Yu Yanning wants to touch the head of a fox, she needs to buy it herself, or go to her colleague's foxes for free, or go to Richuan Garden. Yu Yanning has long wanted to buy a fox, especially in winter now. It's cold outside, but she is hugging a small heater in her bed. Such a life is simply perfect. It's a pity that Yu Yanning, who works in the Demon Suppression Division, doesn't have such time. After waking up in the morning, I started training. After lunch, I started to familiarize myself with the case handling process of the Demon Suppression Department. I also performed some investigation duties in the main city with the new recruits of the same period. I was busy until nightfall and had a little time, but usually I had to deal with the banquets invited by my colleagues after the break. Yu Yanning was really busy. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to touch Su Yin in Richuan Garden. Are you so confident that you can make it into the top 100? Su Yin asked Yu Yanning in confusion. It shouldn't be long since her cultivation level broke through to the foundation building stage. With such strength, she shouldn't be able to make it to the preliminaries among the vast number of sect monks. Right? If the central province is the world of the dynasty, then the other provinces are the world controlled by the sections. Even the grassroots kings in the southern province need to pay tribute to the 3 major demon sects regularly. The sects are extremely powerful. Some of the Taoist traditions have been passed down for countless years, so long that they can even be traced back to the period of chaos among the innate creatures. Those sect monks are not joking. They have all escaped to the mountains and forests since childhood to concentrate on practicing Taoism. Well, I'm determined to participate. Anyway, there is a 40-year-old limit for the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Maybe I can win? It's impossible for the cultivation monsters to flood the streets. Right? Yu Yanning said in a free and easy mentality. She didn't intend to win. She just wanted to show her face in the martial arts performance, and had no intention of killing her way to the top 10 among thousands of troops, so as to lay the foundation for her future promotion. Yu Yanning is a person who has talent and can fight, but she loses because of her family background. Her family has been doing business for generations and has some silver, but silver can't buy any good skills. Without selling herself to the sect, only the Demon Suppression Division can meet her needs. Yu Yanning doesn't want to miss any opportunity for promotion, and is ready to continue to climb up the demon suppression division, so that she can obtain the magical skills. By the way, where are you going? Are you going to go to the Flower Street on the Imperial City Avenue? Or go to the front of the appraisal pavilion to queue up and sign up? Yu Yanning asked. The custom of Flower Street was passed down from the tribes and clans. During the new year, shops on both sides of the main road of the Imperial City would place some flowers in front of their doors, symbolizing prosperity and good luck. During the new year, in addition to the newly built ice cities, the most lively place is the Imperial City Avenue. Looking around, the streets are full of vendors hawking their wares or monks playing games with customers. The sky above the streets decorated with lights is a magnificent scene like a dream. Go to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, but not to register. Princess Wuxi waved her front paws and said, I am going to spend lavishly to make this little fox accustomed to a life of luxury and extravagance. He will have to bow his head for material things even though he is very resistant in his heart. Grit his teeth, purse his lips, and look at me with indignation, and finally become my most loyal servant. Su Yin was dumbfounded, watching the princess make such a shameful statement in public. Question marks appeared on the heads of the ant and Yu Yanning at the same time, and they looked at Princess Wuxi with black lines on their faces. All the expenses today will be put on my account, Princess Wuxi said again with full confidence, breaking free from the arms of the female official and falling to the ground, turning into a little girl who was half a head taller than Su Yin. She looked at Su Yin, who was dumbfounded beside her, with her hands on her hips and a lewd smile on her face. Admit that you hate it very much, but your body is very honest to succumb to me. In the end, both your body and mind have become extremely dependent on me. Su Yin was speechless. Princess, is it really okay for you to say your plan like this? Won't I be on guard when you say this? I don't care about conspiracies and tricks. I just like to strike hard and make you lose convincingly. Otherwise, how can you be convinced? Princess Wuxi took Su Yin's hand and took him to the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Aunt, should I say that the princess is too stubborn? Or is our little fox really that outrageous? If this is a reverse marriage, the door is too hard, isn't it? This palace? She just called herself this palace? Yu Yanning, who was a little confused, finally realized that the green-eyed white-haired fox was from the royal family after Princess Wuxi repeated this palace countless times, and saw the strange Qianhu following Princess Wuxi. She originally thought that the Qianhu of the Demon Suppression Division was a fellow Taoist of Su Yin's aunt, and those soldiers in armor were soldiers following the Qianhu. But she didn't expect that things would have such a shocking reversal. Yu Yanning looked at her aunt with hope and asked carefully, Senior, the little fox should not enter the palace to serve the royal family in the future, right? She really likes Su Yin very much. If Su Yin really enters the palace in the future, it will be difficult to find such a white-haired fox in the world. Only Su Yin is a fox demon who knows how to transform. Otherwise she will not restrain herself. Your idea is really whimsical. How could the royal family go to such lengths for a fox? You should be more worried about whether Princess Wuxi will keep the fox for a year. Princess Wuxi took Su Yin to bypass the crowd and went directly to the interior of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion from the VIP channel. Although the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion is called a pavilion, its area is not like a loft at all. It is located in the middle of the Imperial City Avenue, and the land area is calculated in acres. The entire Treasure Appraisal Pavilion spans the Imperial City Avenue. A wooden bridge is built on the second floor area to connect the two buildings. Princess Wuxi did not even look at the first floor, and took Su Yin straight to the third floor. Even the owner, who managed the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, came out in person to greet Princess Wuxi. Welcome Princess Wuxi to come. Huang is guilty of failing to welcome her from afar. Shopkeeper Huang, who manages the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion in the main city of Xiaoyu, ran up with a flattering face. He almost knelt down to kowtow to Princess Wuxi without saying anything. This princess is not only of noble status, but also generous. If the princess can come to do business every day, Huang will kowtow to her every time he sees her. Come on. Bring the leather chair. How can a noble like the princess step on our broken floor and carry out all the treasures in the secret vault? Let the servants carry them. Those of you who haven't eaten yet, go to the side. Chapter 103 Princess Wuxi has grown up. Please have a look. Princess Wuxi. These treasures are collected by our appraisal pavilion. Some of them are ready for auction. But as a VIP customer of the appraisal pavilion, you can choose first. Shopkeeper Huang waved his hands vigorously, commanding the two Yuanying stage worshippers of the appraisal pavilion to use the power of controlling objects and manipulated 6 treasure cabinets with a length of 4 meters and a height of about 2 meters and 3 meters, covered with a layer of glazed cover, and gently placed them in front of the princess. There was something like an introduction on each grid in the cabinet, but those introductions should be browsed by the internal staff of the appraisal pavilion, and they simply marked the name of the item and the serial number of the item. After placing the real objects in front of Princess Wuxi, shopkeeper Huang took out the illustrations with a happy face and asked the princess to choose the item she liked from the illustrations. And then he took out the real objects from the treasure cabinet for Princess Wuxi to look at. In addition to the personal reception by the treasure appraising pavilion owner, the maids were busy with tea and snacks. They built a living room next to Princess Wuxi and arranged a large single sofa made of black monster skin for Princess Wuxi alone. The leather seats are not worth much. The reason why the treasure appraising pavilion arranged the seats in this way is to make Princess Wuxi feel that she is valued by the treasure appraising pavilion. Others cannot be confused with her at all. Not to mention the owner. The 1,000 households in the spirit transformation stage of the demon suppression department. You should also stand here as punishment. See what you like. Princess Wuxi flipped through the atlas casually, glanced at the things inside, pulled Su Yin standing beside him to sit on the left armrest, and then slapped the atlas directly on his thigh. Forget about the weapons. I have already found a hairpin and sword for you. Find the robes, skills, and elixirs that suit you. And if you don't like it, you can just ask the shopkeeper to change a batch. Princess Wuxi leaned back on the chair, with her hands on the armrests, seemingly relaxing her body, but exuding a sacred and solemn feeling of majesty without anger, which is completely different from her private appearance of laughing and joking and playing without heart. The lobby on the 3rd floor of the appraisal pavilion also became quiet when shopkeeper Huang saw Princess Wuxi's actions. A slight surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not show it. According to the high officials in the court, Princess Wuxi is so self-centered that she will not tolerate disobedience from others. Her friends are all rich or noble. Moreover, most importantly, Princess Wuxi has never been seen traveling with any male companions except for the guards around her. Could this handsome young man in front of her be the man that the princess found when she was in love? Then, this young man is really a rare talent. He can even take down the difficult Princess Wuxi. It is no problem for him to be named the love saint of Xiaoyu. Do you really want to choose? Su Yin looked at the prices on it, and was a little embarrassed to ask the princess. He flipped through the entire illustrated book. The cheapest herbs on it cost more than 3,000 kilograms of spirit stones. The most expensive item was a large ferry boat called Cruise. It was equipped with a large number of formations and magic tools. It was clearly marked that it could kill a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. If a cultivator in the god transformation stage did not dodge or evade and resisted, he would be seriously injured and fall. So the ship was priced at 860,000 gene of spirit stones. And with other expenses included it would cost almost 1 million gene of spirit stones. There are no cheap things in this atlas. Don't like it? Just ask the manager to change it. There are many treasures in the treasure appraisal pavilion. The real good things have not been taken out by manager Huang yet. Princess Wuxi is very familiar with the treasure appraisal pavilion. She usually comes here to buy a new one when she is too lazy to go through the treasury withdrawal process. Manager Huang showed an embarrassed expression. Princess, these are treasures other than the treasures of the town. Even the things that are ready to be auctioned are given to you to choose. If you want to upgrade the grade, it is not up to me. The treasure appraisal pavilion is also a super giant chamber of commerce throughout the world of cultivation. Just like the Wanhua pavilion. Those treasures of the town that are on the tour of the world of cultivation cannot be sold just because manager Huang says so, without the consent of the senior management or the owner. The regional management has no right to make any handling of the treasures used for the tour. Pack them all and send them to Richuing Garden. Seeing that the manager said so, Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin, who had not made a choice yet, raised her hand and pointed at several cabinets and asked the manager to pack them all and send them to Su Yin's home. Okay. Shopkeeper Huang agreed with joy and began to pack the treasures himself. They all have the same expression. After Princess Wuxi finished shopping, she took the stunned Su Yin to the terrace, raised her hand to stop the Imperial Guards and the demon-suppressing division from approaching. Inside, they wear a mask of docility. And I also have to wear a mask of royal majesty. It's so fake that it doesn't feel real. No matter how extravagant you are, you can't get a sense of reality. Princess Wuxi had no money on her. When she spent money, she only needed to stamp it with an official seal. At that time, the merchant would take the stamp to the Ministry of Revenue to settle the bill. The gifts given to Su Yin were less than 10 million yuan. and Princess Wuxi spent the most in half a day. 300 million gene of spirit stones. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. No one blamed Princess Wuxi for squandering money. The Minister of the Ministry of Revenue just routinely asked the princess whether she had this consumption. After confirming that it existed, he directly settled the bill with the Boyi building. Except for the time when I was a child, when I could enjoy the love of my family, I never felt anything substantial again. Princess Wuxi seemed to be saying this to Su Yin, and seemed to be helplessly laughing at her own hypocrisy. At the same time, her childlike body shape was also changing. She began to grow rapidly from a 1.5 meter tall child, from being half a head shorter than Su Yin to being 2 heads taller than Su Yin. When she was barefoot, Princess Wuxi's true height was close to 1.9 meters. Her chest even stretched the originally luxurious long skirt to the point of almost breaking the line. The adult Princess Wuxi looked similar to Sister Sheer in these 2 points. Her snow-white and flawless 4 tails stretched out from the balcony railing and swayed in the wind. Princess Wuxi leaned against the guardrail, smiled and raised her hand to press on Su Yin's head. I really want to leave here. It's not that I really want to leave the royal family, but I can't leave. I have the grace of Xia Yu to raise me, so I naturally need to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Little fox, can you help me? It doesn't mean that I have to escape immediately now. Everything will wait until the time is right. Wuxi likes the body shape of children. Not that he really likes the body shape of children, but he is just reminiscing about the past. Wuxi feels that he has grown up and can walk out of the idle and unreal life and truly participate in the affairs of the Xia Yu dynasty. However, the court did not need her. Instead, due to the arrival of Princess Wuxi, some officials split off and wanted to support the princess of the orthodox royal bloodline, ascend to the regent position now held by the Grand Master, and obtain the merit of following the dragon. Emperor Wuxing did not manage the government every day. She would not often attend the court unless there was something important. The Grand Master helped to take care of some trivial matters. Rebellion rarely occurred in the world of cultivation. Emperor Wuxing could not sit in that position because of the officials. Instead, the officials depended on Emperor Wuxing to live. Without Emperor Wuxing, the Xia Yu dynasty would fall out of the ranks of top forces. Princess Wuxi could compete for the regent position. I'm very sorry, Princess. My troubles may be far more complicated than you think. In this matter, it will drag you down. Su Yin sighed and said, if I really form an alliance with the princess and flee, it will be fine if the Su family finds me at that time. If I can't fight, I will bite my teeth and bear the unbearable pain of the male beast, Cactac. But if the Black Dragon clan comes looking for him, then Su Yin will be harming others and himself, and will also cause the princess to have several more babies. Xiaoling Huan. When Princess Wuxi saw Su Yin finally give in and tell her the reason why she rejected her, she sighed and said her real name as her body shrank back. The next second, her body turned into a child of about 1.5 meters tall again. How is it? Is my breast amazing? Chapter 104 Big Cat. See you at the Lantern Festival. I have to go back to take care of the dead rabbit. After seeing her aunt and her group who came late, Princess Wuxi seemed to be in a good mood. She smiled and patted Su Yan's butt and said goodbye. I'll take you to a fun place when the time comes. After that, Princess Wuxi did not stay here any longer and chose to return to the princess's mansion. Although today was still a day without any gains, the princess's gloom was slightly relieved. Little nephew. From a distance on the street, Hua Yu, who had not appeared for a long time, raised her hand with a smile on her face and greeted Su Yin, who was standing in front of the appraisal pavilion. Auntie Hua Yu, have you missed me during this time when I was recovering from my injuries? Since the failure of the last point-to-point teleportation array, Hua Yu has not come to the brothel for a while. During this time, she has been recovering from her injuries. The incarnation is a skill of the cultivators in the spirit severing stage. When the incarnation is condensed, the caster needs to use part of his spiritual vision and blood essence to condense the incarnation. Once the incarnation is in trouble, the main body will also be seriously injured. Ever since Sister Sierra wiped out her incarnation, Hua Yu's injuries have actually not healed. She just suppressed the injuries by force with her cultivation. Later, she could not suppress it anymore and had to choose to retreat to recuperate. Otherwise, Hua Yu would definitely come to Su Yin every day to ask him for information about her aunt. Come! Give Aunt Hua Yu a kiss. Hua Yu didn't care about her aunt and others at all. She gave Su Yin a bear hug right away, then smiled and looked at Su Yan's tender face and said, It's been so long since we last met. Where do you want your aunt's lipstick to be imprinted? No. Old aunt. Su Yin ran back to his aunt happily, took her hand with a serious face and said, Aunt, we may be in big trouble. Aunt showed a subtle expression on her face and said, What big trouble is it? You can't leave me for a while and become the consort of Princess Wuxi? Su Yin said with embarrassment. Although not. But we may not be able to return the gifts. Not long after Su Yin finished speaking, Huang, the shopkeeper of the appraisal pavilion, pushed a cart full of beautifully wrapped gift boxes piled up like a mountain. And on the top was the auction item illustration that Su Yin had previously browsed. Huang, the shopkeeper, was stunned when he saw Hua Yu and his aunt, and looked at Su Yin and said, What are you doing? He is my nephew. So what? You are a traitor. The aunt snorted when she saw Huang, the shopkeeper. Fellow Taoist Chong really loves to hold grudges. Huang, the shopkeeper, said with a smile on his face, You can't blame me for being mean. At that time, the medicinal materials were scarce due to the climate, and the alchemists charged unscrupulously. The pills are naturally expensive. You think it is expensive, but I think it is a burden on my funds. Let's not talk about those old things. Huang would like to congratulate fellow Taoist Chong. A good young man has been born in your family. The position of the future son-in-law is within your reach. The princess is so generous in spending a lot of money on this young man. Princess Wuxi asked me to choose a gift, but when I saw that the things in the atlas were too expensive, I didn't want to accept them. Then Princess Wuxi bought them all and threw them to me. It is easy to receive gifts, but you have to give gifts in return. Otherwise, the gift should not be called a gift, but a commodity trade. Return a gift? Return a gift? Return a gift. Su Yin didn't want anything in the auction atlas of the appraisal pavilion, so he directly rejected the gift from Princess Wuxi. The princess thought Su Yin was embarrassed to accept it, so she didn't say anything and just copied a copy, and asked shopkeeper Huang to pack all the things and send them to Su Yin's home. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Looking at the bill handed over by shopkeeper Huang, the aunt was dumbfounded and complained. 1,300 and 600,000 caddies of spirit stones. Is there any immortality elixir in it? A small number is afraid of a long number, and the total amount of hundreds of treasures is naturally expensive when calculated together. Shopkeeper Huang saw that the aunt seemed to want to refund the money, so he called out and pushed the card directly to Richuing Garden. This is probably not a gift. And he folded the bill and looked at Su Yin, who was innocent and embarrassed, and said in amazement, Auntie never thought that there is a business in the world that makes money faster than robbery. It's amazing. What about the return gift? It's enough to show your intention. The princess is so rich that she won't care about the preciousness of our return gift. After accepting the gift from Princess Wuxi, Auntie made a big change in her tone and changed her address to Wuxi from a scoundrel at the beginning to a title. Auntie felt the heavy courtesy of the princess, so she was a little more polite in her address. My little nephew is brave. After listening to the conversation between Auntie and Su Yin, Hua Yu understood what happened and said Su Yin was amazing. After a night of hard work, the spiritual stones earned were higher than the annual turnover of Wanhua Pavilion in the main city of Xiaoyu. Let me make it clear first. You can't return the goods at the original price. If you don't like the goods, our treasure appraisal pavilion can buy them back at a high price. But the original price is impossible, because that price includes taxes and auction premiums. If we buy them back at the original price, the treasure appraisal pavilion will lose taxes. The taxes for Xiaoyu's auction are not low. Shopkeeper Huang delivered the goods to Richuing Garden. After checking them again and again to confirm that there were no omissions, he waited for my aunt and her group to come back at the door. Shopkeeper Huang explained some follow-up matters before turning around and heading towards the treasure appraisal pavilion. Come on! Move everything to my practice room. Seeing shopkeeper Huang pushing a cart over instead of putting the things in the storage ring, my aunt roughly knew that there were some things in it that couldn't be put in the storage ring. So she raised her hand to perform the object control to take most of the goods, and gave the rest to Hua Yu and Su Yin. Be careful not to bump into anything. Then, disassemble and sort everything out, and sell the unnecessary items back to the profiteers at the appraisal pavilion. Why are they called profiteers? Because the appraisal pavilion has cash and can settle the bill immediately. My aunt complained. I'd rather sell it at a lower price than dragging the spirit stones and running away. As the bandit leader of Pingfeng Mountain, the arrogant insects pay attention to quick in and quick out. Nothing is more reassuring than having the spirit stones in their pockets. As the saying goes, a person with a lot of money doesn't count. And this is also true for the arrogant insects of Pinkfong Mountain. Stop! When they arrived at the door of the training room, the ant seemed to have noticed something was wrong in the training room. She raised her hand to stop Su Yin, who was about to push the door in, and knocked on the door with a frown on her face. Hey, big cat! We are coming in! Oh. There were some noises in the training room. And Shuatong, who was wearing a white-black flower belly band and trousers, and pajamas, opened the door of the training room from the inside. Looking at the ant, and Huayu was surprised on his face. What are you doing? Why did you buy so many New Year's goods? The ant did not answer Zotong's question, but asked with a frown, why did you make a nest in my practice room? Because your guest room is used for business. I feel embarrassed to occupy one, so I just make do and sleep on the floor in the practice room. The Zouwu tribe originated from the desert area of the western state, and they are a demon tribe that likes warmth from the bottom of their hearts. The ant installed floor heating here, and the water heating in Richunuan is circulated through high and low pressure differences. The higher the floor, the higher the temperature of the floor heating. The ant's practice room is the hottest bedroom in the whole brothel. The temperature on the ground can maintain a high temperature of 38 to 40 degrees. Such a wonderful temperature in winter is coveted by Zotong. Zotong didn't even want a bed, and cleaned the wooden floor in the practice room and started rolling on it. Chapter 105. You are worthy of it. So many things. Zotong opened the door of the training room. Xiaoyi and Huayu controlled the goods remotely, and stuffed a lot of them into the training room. The room of more than 100 square meters was filled with independent objects. Fortunately, Zotong put the floor next to the water inlet and outlet with higher temperature. Otherwise she would not even have a sleeping area. Suyin also held 2 large boxes. When he entered the door, he glanced at Zotong with a surprised expression on his face. Senior Zwa, you are too polite, aren't you? What's wrong? Seeing Suyan's shocked expression, Zotong seemed to have not found any problem. He looked down at his dress and asked Suyin puzzledly, is there anything on him that made him look surprised? Belly band? Trousers? Just ordinary pajamas. Nothing. Suyin immediately turned his head away, not looking at the bulging whiteness squeezed out of the diamond-shaped cloth, and honestly moved the goods to the side of the practice room and put them down. Looking at the practice room, that had not changed much from usual, except for the water inlet and outlet, an extra floor mat, and some balls scattered on the ground. There was no change in the practice room that became Senior's was temporary boudoir. By the way, this is for you, my nephew. Zotong took out a token from the cloak of the Demon Suppression Division hanging at the door, as if he remembered something. Put it in Suyan's hand and said, I used to sell it to help your aunt after I got it. But this year, I didn't sell it because I thought it was useful, and planned to give it to you as a New Year's gift. What the H.L. is helping? That's your food allowance. Auntie rolled her eyes, and immediately refuted Zotong's nonsense. Because of her busy inspection work, Demao didn't have time to come a few times a year. But every time she came, her aunt would treat Zotong to a meal, and her appetite was not small. The cost of a meal can eat up 1/10 of the pension that my aunt receives every month. What is this? The token given by Zotong was made of black iron. There were some lace shapes on the 4 sides of the token. The huge words Xiaoyu were carved vertically on the token. Suyin looked at it for a while, but still didn't find any use for it. So he asked Zotong directly what it could do. The qualification token for the Imperial Martial Arts performance. In addition to the performance rewards at the end of the year, the Demon Suppression Division will give extra martial arts qualification tokens to the best performers. You can give them to the younger generation at home or sell them. My aunt said, 100 people will be selected in the preliminary round of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, and the final winners can decide 10 people to receive the reward from Emperor Xiaoyu Wusheng. But in addition to the 100 people selected in the preliminary round, in fact, an additional 50 people need to be counted. These people are all from the cultivators in the Xiaoyu system. The extra 50 people cannot get the final 10 rewards, but they are not rushing for the royal reward. Those who perform well among the 50 black irons can get personal guidance from Grandmaster Xiaoyu. Simply put, no matter how good the outside population is, it is not as good as the ones raised by our own family. The purpose of these 50 people is to show the fighting power of the young generation. The aunt complained, of course, compared to those high-sounding reasons. I feel that the significance of these 50 cultivators is to control the market and increase the outside odds to ensure that Xiaoyu can win a big victory. If you like it, go and play. If you don't like it, just sell the token at the appraisal pavilion. It's worth tens of thousands of kilograms of spiritual stones. Although the royal rewards attract cultivators, it is difficult to attract cultivators from the upper clans of the Xiaoyu system to fight. The royal family doesn't care about those rewards. But every time it's the cultivators from other places standing on the ring. Is this in line with Xiaoyu? Therefore, the Black Iron token for martial arts was born. At the end of the year, the royal family will send 50 Black Iron tokens to the 6 departments of Xiaoyu, the Demon Suppression Department, and the kings of different surnames. Being able to contact the Grand Master is a good way to show that you have helped your family or clan to get promoted. If the younger generations don't want to go, the elders can force them to fight on the ring by pressing their heads. Then, the bosses gave us the Black Iron tokens as year-end performance rewards. Zhou Tong said the court secrets with a nonchalant look on his face. The royal family gave Black Iron tokens to each department in the hope that each department and the kings of different surnames could select young strong men to win glory for the country. As a result, Xiaoyu's 6 departments and the Demon Suppression Division gave out the Black Iron tokens they got for free as year-end performance rewards. Successfully increased revenue and reduced expenditure for his department, and issued tens of thousands of spirit stones less in cash rewards every year. As for where the saved spirit stones went, it was not something that the subordinates needed to care about. Should I say, it's really Xiaoyu. Su Yin complained with a black line on his head. Combined with the words of his aunt and senior Zhua, Su Yin felt that the so-called Black Iron token should actually have a sentence on the back. Ask for a strong thug to help us control the market. And as the largest party in the court, Xiaoyu Taisher should be able to get a lot from here. Right? Otherwise, how could he be willing to come out to instruct the outstanding ones? If you don't want to go, sell it. Auntie sat on the ground and started to unpack the goods, while Huayu sat beside her with a diligent face, brewed tea and snacks and put them on the low table, holding a booklet and a charcoal pencil in her hand to help her aunt record the name, valuation and use of the goods. It would be a waste to sell it. Master Jean is a strong man of the South China Sea Red Dragon clan. If my nephew can meet Master Ao Jean, he should be able to gain some benefits. As an intelligence eyeliner all over Xiaoyu, Huayu persuaded Su Yin to participate in the competition. Master Jean is also like your father. He ran away directly from the South China Sea Dragon clan in his early years. However, his luck is much better than your father. He didn't escape for many years before he got close to Emperor Xiaoyu, who was expanding his power at the time. The scale colors of the 4 Sea Dragon clans are different. Su Yan's father Ao Renlin is from the North China Sea Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon's talent contains water virtue in winter, and the South China Sea Red Dragon clan's talent also contains water control in hot summer. The dragons divide their tribes based on their body color and the power of their innate magical powers. Otherwise, even if a creature looks like a dragon and can spit out dragon balls, the dragons will not recognize it as a real dragon. And a fox like Su Yin, who doesn't look like a dragon and doesn't know if he can spit out dragon balls, is a real dragon as long as he has the ability to control water. Although he is not a pure-blooded real dragon, he is also qualified to be included in the genealogy of the North Sea dragons. The dragons recognize their tribe based on their talents, not just their appearance. Can I win with my cultivation? Su Yin looked up at his earthly immortal aunt, Huayu Zhenren in the spiritualization stage, Senior Zhua in the spiritualization stage, and Jiao Nanmu in the golden core stage, who had just made tea and sent it to the practice room. In Xiaoyu City, the foundation building stage is everywhere, and the Jinan stage cultivators can be seen everywhere. As if you are not qualified to open a shop in Xiaoyu without the nascent soul cultivation. If you go up with your foundation building cultivation, won't you be beaten by all kinds of monsters, evildoers, and children of destiny? Goodbye? I spent tens of thousands of pounds of spirit stones, but in return I got a beating. Your cultivation is not too bad. As a demon, it is already very good. Besides, there is a 40-year-old limit for the Imperial Martial Arts performance. The strongest person you can meet is only in the Jinan stage. Move more, dodge more, and then use the divine power inherited from your parents to kick the crotch of the Jinan stage cultivator and win. Huayu smiled and encouraged Su Yin. It is a good thing to have self-knowledge, but there is no need to favor one over the other. In terms of cultivation, Su Yin is indeed in the foundation building stage, but the physical strength of the demon race cannot be ignored. In addition to the innate magical powers that become stronger with cultivation, the real strongest of the demon race should be the physique. If a little fox like you kicks a human cultivator in the crotch with all your strength, and Huayu guarantees that both men and women will fall to the ground and wail, holding their crotches. Chapter 106 Ant. I'm afraid you don't like Lingshire. It's good to join in the fun. If you can't beat him, tell An Huayu that we'll send the top assassins of Wanhua Pavilion to get rid of him before he shows up. Huayu encouraged Su Yin with a smile on her face. As the Madam of Xiaoyu Wanhua Pavilion, when it comes to the experience of educating monks, the teachers in the academy may not be better than Huayu. In the past few decades, countless goddesses and courtesans have graduated under her. Encouraging education is one of the best ways of education besides life and death crisis education. With a little encouragement, the talented women can muster up the courage to receive the first customer of this life. If they do not do well, they can be pointed out and then educated. The education method of fighting and killing is more likely to make creatures rebellious. Huayu is actually very good at both taming insects and training people. However, when she encounters Pingfengtian Jiachong, all the taming methods are fake. The Jiachong knows how to call friends and elders. You can't even wait until the Jiachong is tamed, and the Jiachong elders will beat you to shit. Huayu couldn't even beat her aunt. After decades of being left alone, Huayu was almost tamed. Then let's go and take a look. After all, spending 10,000 spirit stones is nothing. Su Yin looked at the token in his hand, and then looked at the gifts worth tens of millions in the training room, and complained. I really can't get too close to Princess Wuxi. If I play with rich women for too long, my concept of money will almost collapse. Once upon a time, my aunt and I had to worry about spending over 1,000. But now things worth 10,000 spirit stones can be wasted casually. It's all because of that little rich woman Xiao Linghuan, who has corrupted my simple and classical concept of money. Su Yin complained in his heart about Princess Wuxi's behavior of spending money with a stamp. After complaining about Princess Wuxi, Su Yin also went to my aunt to help deal with those expensive goods. Medicinal materials, minerals, magic tools, and exercises. The objects inside are all-encompassing and have nothing to hide. Those that may be needed can be put aside for later viewing, and those that are not needed can be put in another pile. If you can't identify the purpose, throw them away. After inventorying, use the illustrations of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion to check the purpose of the unknown objects. It took most of the night for everyone to sort out the gifts sent by Princess Wuxi. Looking at the piles of colorful ores, my aunt said with a black face, "Why are there so many ores? And they are all worthless junk. Can these things be put in the auction of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion? Take out some good things to make up the numbers." Although my aunt is not well educated, she has a lot of social experience. As a member of a bandit family, she knows clearly what is valuable and what is worthless after checking my aunt's pockets. Although most of the minerals here are rare, there are different reasons for their rarity. Some ores are really expensive because the veins are about to become extinct. The ores that my aunt had taken apart were basically worthless in the demon race's territory, but extremely difficult to dig in the human race's territory. These things that were scarce due to the region were not worth much money, so they could be used as commodities with some scarcity and a slight premium. Su Yin ignored them, but sat on the floor with a frown on his face, looking at the cruise ship model in the wooden box. The wooden box was a sealing artifact, and the thing sealed inside was the parade immortal boat that Su Yin had seen before, which was a giant immortal boat worth millions of spirit stones that was said to be able to crash and kill a Yuanying stage cultivator and cripple a Shenhua stage cultivator. The immortal boat uses spirit stones as energy to drive the formations carved by the weapon refiners. For example, when Su Yin took the immortal boat from the southern state to the central state, it took about 3 to 5 kilograms of spirit stones for 100 miles. Although the distance from the southern state to the central state is long, as a manned cargo ship, the goods are transported by carrying storage rings. The more storage rings the ship owner has, the more money he can make. And this cruising immortal boat, it takes hundreds of kilograms of spirit stones to start simply. The spirit stone consumption of running 100 miles without fighting reaches an outrageous level of 20 kilograms. And the spirit stone consumption during fighting is directly marked with a question mark. Su Yin originally thought that he could own an immortal boat, but now he finds that he can't afford this fast cruise. Su Yin's whole fox is silent, but the ant still asked Su Yin to keep it, although the consumption of this immortal boat is outrageous. The Treasure Appraisal Pavilion marked that the cruise can kill the Yuanying stage cultivator. If Su Yin really encounters any emergency, he can also use the immortal boat first. Compared with the possible crisis, it is very reasonable to spend spirit stones in exchange for a solid temporary shelter. Send these to Yan Ning. The ant selected some things from several piles of goods and asked Su Yin to send them to Yan Ning. There were some elixirs and 2 volumes of fire-related spells that could be used by foundation-building cultivators. Su Yan no longer needed the foundation-building elixir. After washing and taking the spirit body in his arms, he should be able to break through to the golden elixir stage directly. The fire-related spells were even more useless. It would not make much money if it was sold in the treasure appraisal pavilion, so it would be better to give it to others as a favor. Although Yu Yanning was a little clumsy, it was thanks to her help that Su Yan was able to run smoothly from the border of Xiaoyu to the main city of Xiaoyu. The ant originally planned to ask other Taoist friends for some spells, and give them to Yu Yanning as a favor to thank her for taking care of Su Yan along the way. Now, Princess Wuxi sent a bunch of useless things to Su Yan and himself, which was just right for doing some favors. He didn't need to ask other Taoist friends for some fire magic. Auntie, are you willing to give them up? Su Yan was surprised. Did Auntie change her nature today? Before they turned into spirit stones, they were not valuable things in my eyes. You asked me to take them, as long as it was reasonable. Auntie patted Su Yan's shoulder with a deep face and said, but it is absolutely impossible to deduct spirit stones from my purse. Don't even mention it. Hearing this, Su Yan swallowed his saliva. Okay, let's stop here today. I'll treat everyone to a meal outside. Auntie stretched her waist and said, when the time comes, send all those things that we can't use to the appraisal pavilion to see how much spirit stones they are worth. And save all the spirit stones as the little fox's capital to ask for a wife. Auntie was not greedy for Su Yan's spirit stones. Su Yan had to take as much as he deserved. Rules are rules. The rules followed by arrogant insects cannot be changed. Of course, as a dead poor ghost. After selling all those things, the aunt has made up her mind to ask the nephew to borrow some spiritual stones for relief. When he is promoted to a true land immortal, he will no longer be dependent on the consumption of spiritual stones. The monthly salary can also be doubled. After dinner, let's go to gamble. The aunt put her hand on Su Yan's shoulder with a happy face and shouted loudly. Aunt, don't want it? Have you forgotten about your martial arts handicap? It's not me who bets. It's you, Aunt's sweet little fox. The aunt's face was serious, and both arms were patted on Su Yan's shoulders. Aunt's future life of luxury depends on your evil luck. Su Yan's luck is not good or bad, which is very normal. But his luck in gambling is evil. The ladies who were killed at the card table burst into tears, and after a round of beating, the ladies basically dared not play again, for fear that they would also be left in Richunyuan to perform. Chapter 107 Rooftop of Luoheiju. Auntie blew out purple and green turbid air from her mouth, covering all the goods in the training room. After doing all this, Auntie called everyone and the talented women to go to Luoheiju, the highest-end restaurant in Xiaoyu, for breakfast. Because Auntie and Zhuotong were present, the group of nearly 40 people took the lifting plant for free again. Before, Su Yan and Jiao Nanwu came here to eat, and they had to pay 2 coins of spirit stones to take the lifting plant. Now, because of Auntie and Zhuotong, Luoheiju, which was originally like a toilet stone, has learned to adapt. There is no service charge, no minimum consumption, and no maid will even ask for the top floor booking fee. Although Su Yan had seen it before, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he saw it again. It's great to have a strong cultivation base. Although Xiaoyu has no privileges on the surface, he can see convenience everywhere, sitting at the table and eating tea and snacks. Su Yan was about to find Yu Yanning before the meal to complete the task assigned by his aunt. But at this time, his aunt pulled Su Yan and signaled him to follow her. Although this place is also on the top floor, the real top floor of Luoheiju is not here. The aunt took Su Yan along the stairs that were originally forbidden to go up and down, and was not stopped by any maid or waiter. They went straight through the charming illusory double doors at the end of the stairs to the top floor. The blue sky is in sight. The rooftop of Luoheiju is different from the stable cube from the first floor to the top floor. Instead, it presents a circular venue. In the middle of the rooftop stands a circular pavilion, which looks like the top of Luoheiju from the outside. But it is this pavilion in front of us that accounts for most of Luoheiju's net profit throughout the year. TSK. I can't believe it. You who are going to court have all come earlier than me. After walking out of the illusory door, in addition to the blue sky that seemed to be within reach and the pavilions and towers that could not be ignored, there was a large group of monks in official uniforms of various colors that attracted the most attention. Their cultivation levels were different, but they chatted quite harmoniously. Even Yuanying stage monks could be seen calling Jindon stage monks by their official titles. In Xiaoyu's place, unlike Su Yan's ancient costume dramas in his previous life, where people were called adults first and adults last. Xia Yu's court physique called people by their surnames first and official titles last, which was already the most serious title. When not attending court, they were called by their names or Taoist names. Only when addressing rulers or family elders would the word adult be used. Senior Chong, a tall and thin young man in the group of officials, saw my aunt coming, smiled and saluted, saying, "It is precisely because we need to attend the morning court that we came here to place bets a little earlier, and then tasted a pot of fragrant tea to refresh ourselves just in time to start today's work. Whether we win or lose, it will not affect our work mentality for the day." The tall and thin young man was good at speaking, and he described getting up early to gamble as an elegant lifestyle. Su Yin heard that his voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard his voice for a while. My aunt was not unfamiliar, and she could call out the names of most of the officials in the court. Those new faces would also saluted and introduced themselves to my aunt, which was very polite. Although they were officials in the court, they didn't dare to show off when facing my aunt. Earth immortals refer to immortals walking on land. Earthly immortals accept Xia Yu's laws and regulations to constrain themselves because they give face to Emperor Wushan. Once you anger an earthly immortal, he will kill your whole family, and you will be helpless. Unless the earthly immortal touches on Xia Yu's principles or harms officials above the third rank. The heaviest punishment for earthly immortals under Xia Yu's laws is just a fine plus a limited number of years of incorporation. These punishments are not punishments at all for earthly immortals with long lifespans. They are just temporary residents in Xia Yu for a period of time. This is my dear nephew. If he gets into trouble in the future, he will have to bear more responsibility. If he is paraded in the streets, he will have to pay a fine. He is thin-skinned. After the officials introduced themselves, the aunt also introduced Su Yin next to her to everyone. A female official in a light crimson official uniform smiled and nodded to Su Yin. Officials above the third rank are all grass-headed kings, wearing crimson official uniforms and gold-threaded ribbons. Fourth-rank officials wear dark crimson official uniforms and gold and silver belts and are managers, while fifth-rank officials are the deputies of fourth-rank officials, wearing light crimson official uniforms and silver embroidered belts. The woman who greeted Su Yin was an official of the Ministry of Justice, and her official title was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice is responsible for the drafting and final interpretation of laws and represents the justice of Xia Yu's law. If you are not satisfied with losing the case in the government office and are willing to spend a lot of money to hire a well-known lawyer, you can file a complaint from the local area to the Ministry of Justice, and the Minister of the Ministry of Justice will personally make the final decision on the case. After both parties got to know each other, everyone finally got to the point. There were 4 notice boards on the circular field, covered with dense handwriting and promotion diagrams. The 4 notice boards corresponded to the 4 ice cities respectively. Xia Yu built 4 ice cities, not only as limited attractions for viewing, but also as a series of important tasks for the preliminaries of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, the venue for the firecrackers, and the venue for the Lantern Festival. Today, the preliminaries officially opened, and the relevant handicaps have been opened and welcome to bet. The handicaps here in Luoheju are directly different from the king, which is a high-quality handicaps with worry-free claims. The officials of the court basically come to Luoheju to bet on the handicaps. It is hidden, safe, worry-free, and has a style because of similar exclusive factors. Therefore, Luoheju is quite popular among officials. While the officials were still looking at the contestants' cultivation, compatibility, and sex, the aunt had already taken Su Yan's arm and brought him to the front of the 4 notice boards, asking Su Yan to directly perform the gambling fairy's guidance method to help herself make a fortune. "Aunt, I'm afraid this won't work. I haven't come across this kind of gambling game before. You haven't touched mahjong either. Don't worry. I won't bet too much. I'm just testing the waters. The total bet amount won't exceed 2,000 jin of spirit stones." Seeing that his aunt promised him not to gamble too much, Su Yan stood in front of the 4 promotion charts on the notice board with confidence. Su Yan raised his hand and pointed at the name of Nijia at the bottom of the promotion chart. The maid who was in charge of recording beside him saw Su Yan casually pointing out a sect leader, and couldn't help but admire Su Yan's good luck. Su Yan didn't think about anything. He just raised his hand and pointed at the name of whoever he liked. There were sect forces, individual people, and some demon youths. Su Yan walked around the notice boards on all 4 sides and pointed out a total of 36 names. The names were too crowded, and the names were as small as rice grains. Su Yan pointed out the name that he was most comfortable with, and did not choose other names. "Okay, aunt, Let's count these. Su Yin looked at his aunt and said, well, whose name do you like the most? Favorite? Probably this Jean Lin? Okay. Then I'll bet on Jean Lin for 1,965 kilograms of spiritual stones. And the other contestants for 1 kilogram of spiritual stones. Aunt, are you so good at calculating? I'm not very good at calculating in other aspects. But when placing bets, I don't know why my arithmetic ability is like a revelation. You tell me the odds, and I can immediately solve the total. Su Yin. Aunt, your arithmetic talent is not right. Chapter 108 Emperor Wuxing. Woohoo! Big win! Su Yin pointed out 36 people on the promotion chart. And all 36 people successfully advanced. On the second, third, and fourth days, when they were about to enter the finals, the cultivators selected by Su Yin finally met each other. Yu Yaning was also eliminated by Jean Lin on the fourth day. But Yu Yaning was lucky enough to be ranked at the bottom, and successfully advanced to the Imperial Martial Arts performance. She was ranked in the 90s and advanced. Jean Lin, the chief disciple of Xinglua City, fought from the first day to the 5th day with an invincible attitude. Other qualified players gave up and hid their strength. But this fierce man still chose to continue to participate in the 6th day of the competition, directly sweeping other cultivators and standing proudly on the budget competition stage as the first place in the preliminaries. Jean Lin's long black hair was tied behind her back. She wore a translucent gauze over her white clothes. She stood on the stage holding a 100-forged ordinary iron straight sword. She looked around at the monks who lost to her with an indifferent face. She did not show any joy or pride. She walked down the stage of the preliminary competition as if nothing had happened. It was indeed like nothing had happened to Jean Lin. Because the opponents encountered in the preliminary competition were too weak. They were so weak that they could just pick up a sword on the ground, prohibit themselves from casting formations, and disable their strongest affinity. They had swept the preliminaries with the pure gold affinity. Master, there are no Taoist friends worth making friends with. Jean Lin looked at the charming middle-aged man in front of him, bowed, and told the truth about his final thoughts on this trip. The master said that his personality was eccentric, which was not good for his future cultivation path. He asked him to make more Taoist friends and learn some social skills through talking with people. But Jean Lin did not find anyone worth making friends with. No hurry. Instead of making friends with useless people, it is better to slowly find a close friend who is worth talking to. The young man in white said with a smile. Jean Lin's cultivation talent is excellent, and he does not need to worry too much about cultivation. But his character is hard to describe. It seems that his cultivation talent is exchanged for his emotional intelligence. Simply having cultivation talent is not enough to inherit the future first position. The middle-aged man does not care about the royal reward. The reason why he ordered his disciples to fight is just to see if there are any monks who are interested in his apprentice in the Xiaoyu competition participated by tens of thousands of young people, so that she can take the first step out of being a lonely child, to initially get to know a reliable Taoist friend. Yes, Master, Jean Lin replied. Senior Chong, are you short of blacksmiths? The preliminary competition came to an end. After 5 rounds of increase, my aunt's 2,000 gene of spiritual stones had increased from 2,000 gene to more than 16,000 gene of spiritual stones. The odds were changing every time. The odds of the cultivators selected by Su Yin were not too high, and the winnings were not much. The gift sent by Princess Wuxi had been sorted out. Today was the day when the treasure appraising pavilion owner personally led a team to Richuing Garden to collect the goods. It happened that Zhang, a disciple of Qizong who was out for training, was a craftsman who cooperated with my aunt in the floor heating business. He came to Richuing Garden before the New Year celebration and wanted to settle some wages from my aunt to pay the subcontracted carpenters. The first thing Zhang saw was ore, piled up like a hill in the lobby of Richuing Garden. These ores are expensive. As a disciple of the Qi sect, since leaving Qi sect to train outside, all expenses have to be taken care of by himself. Lao Zhang spends money every day. After he gets enough money, he goes to the appraisal pavilion to purchase rare ores, hoping to forge a spiritual weapon with his own refining ability. A cultivator who refines a spiritual weapon during the training can directly become a disciple of a famous teacher after returning to Qi sect. After seeing such beautiful rare ores, Lao Zhang didn't care about his face at all. He ran to his aunt and asked her directly if she wanted a blacksmith who could be called at any time. The aunt looked Lao Zhang up and down, and a strange expression appeared on her cheeks and asked, "Can I let you be called at any time now?" The floor heating business was negotiated by the aunt, and the ladies naturally paid the bill to the aunt. At present, The ant has about 4,000 kilograms of spiritual stones for Lao Zhang's engineering payment. Lao Zhang didn't come to pay because he needed to rush to make it. Can you sell it to me at a lower price? Lao Zhang asked again with a pitiful face. Young people have such rich imaginations. My aunt didn't say anything. Shopkeeper Huang took out his seal and stamped it on the special paper. He handed the banknote to my aunt for her to look at. Then he looked at Lao Zhang and said with a smile, "We are all old customers. If you want to buy minerals, why don't you just come to my Lao Huang in the appraisal pavilion? How can you trouble me to take care of these trivial matters?" Lao Zhang looked at the smiling shopkeeper Huang, and then looked at my aunt checking the amount of the spiritual stone banknote. The hopeful expression on his cheek suddenly turned into a suffocating constipated face. Tomorrow is the New Year's celebration. Xiao Zhang, remember to call your fellow brothers to purchase minerals. Lao Zhang looked at my aunt with tears in his eyes. My aunt sighed and turned the banknote over, revealing the 7-digit amount on it. Shopkeeper Huang came here to pack up, and packed all the things that Su Yin and my aunt didn't need and took them back to the appraisal pavilion. Lao Zhang looked at shopkeeper Huang with a dull face, although Huang the shopkeeper was smiling. In Lao Zhang's eyes, he looked like an evil ghost from the netherworld. The treasure appraisal pavilion was their signature brand. They could promise all customers that they would compensate them 10,000 times if they found any fake goods. Naturally, the same items purchased in the treasure appraisal pavilion would definitely be more expensive than those sold on the street stalls. The treasure appraisal pavilion could guarantee that the healing pills you bought here would not turn into evil pills. And they could guarantee the freshness and potency of the medicinal materials. There would be no trick of turning the medicine into a silver wax spearhead when you bought it back home. Okay, I'll call. Lao Zhang's face was full of pain, and he squeezed out 3 words from his teeth to respond to Huang the shopkeeper. Here we go again. The aunt, who was watching the two people's fight with great interest, suddenly looked sideways at the scenery outside the 4th floor window. A sense of depression suddenly came over me. Huang, the shopkeeper whose cultivation was not as good as my aunt, also looked out the window after hearing my aunt speak and said, "Then Huang first wishes you a happy new year, and hope you will continue to make a fortune and have good luck next year." The brothel, not the entire main city of Xiaoyu, was shaking slightly, and the ice on the river was cracking. Su Yan, who was standing at the gate of Richuan Garden and posting Spring Festival couplets with the talented women, fell off the chair because of the sudden shaking, and sat down in the snow with his head sticking out, with a question mark on his face, until a black shadow appeared in the sky. Su Yan raised his head and saw countless giant trees that covered the sky and the sun were growing rapidly, entangled in the air above Xiaoyu City to form a new city. And then a large number of branches, like mountain peaks, grew violently from the tree city to all directions. Su Yan looked at all this, his face full of astonishment. Tomorrow is the ancestral sacrifice of Xiaoyu. Your Majesty has created the altar with supreme power, and allowed all the subjects in Xiaoyu to come and pay homage on the sacred tree. Xiaobai turned over and walked down the steps, pulled Su Yan out from the snow on the ground, and explained to him with emotion. The Emperor Wuxing used supreme power to create a city larger than the main city in a moment, as an altar for Xiaoyu's ancestors, for Xiaoyu's subjects to pay homage to the entire process of ancestral worship. Chapter 109 Xiaoyu Ancestor Sacrifice. Above the sky of Xiaoyu's main city, a city with trees, as the main body appeared out of thin air. Its area is much larger than the current Xiaoyu city. Then countless branches, like tree roots, grew out of the city, and spread all the way to all parts of Xiaoyu. This scene was extremely shocking to Su Yan. There was no support for the huge city. It was just made out of thin air and placed in the void. Then the roots that seemed to support it grew out. But after Xiao Bai's explanation, Su Yan understood that those tree roots were not supports, but something like the elevator in his previous life. As long as the cultivator put his hand on it and injects spiritual power into the roots of the sacred tree, the roots of the sacred tree will drag the cultivator to the floating city in an instant, so that the people of Xiao you can witness the grand event of ancestor worship with their own eyes. Since the floating city appeared, Su Yan, who has been sitting at home, can see that the palace maids and officials of the Ministry of Rites are busy sending all the sacrificial supplies to the floating city to arrange the sacrificial site. Xiaoyu's ancestral sacrifice is not for ghosts and gods, but for ancestors, to commemorate the ancestors who once opened up the territory for Xiaoyu. Thanks to their fearlessness of sacrifice, the people of Xiaoyu can stand on a stable land and live a prosperous life today. Andy sat on a chair with her legs crossed, looking at Su Yan and Jiannan lying on the windowsill. and told them the historical reasons for Xiaoyu's ancestral sacrifice. With a smile on her face, she said, "Little fox, tomorrow, Emperor Wuxing and the royal family will also attend the sacrificial activities. Do you have anything to say?" Jian Nanwu has lived in the silent deep sea since childhood, and has always been yearning for the prosperity of the human race. In addition to Su Yan's love for joining in the fun, Auntie has always known that Su Yan has always been thinking about Emperor Wuxing. The strength of Emperor Wuxing is so strong that he is at the top level in both the human race and the nine-tailed fox race. Su Yan has seen a pure-blooded nine-tailed fox. His mother and the elders who want to kill his little Belle are all nine-tailed foxes, including Princess Wuxi, who came to Xiaoyu, Tushan Lingling, who registered people everywhere, and Sister Shira of the nine-tailed fox ghost. They are also members of the nine-tailed fox clan. But Su Yan has a face full of admiration for Emperor Wuxing. Both are mixed-blood nine-tailed foxes, and are from the bloodline of the Su clan. Although Emperor Wuxing was born better than himself, and has the protection of Emperor Xiaoyu and the nine-tailed fox, so that Emperor Wuxing does not need to worry about the Su clan causing trouble. Her growth speed is also extremely amazing. In just over 1,000 years, she has grown into the uncrowned king of the central state. She directly ascended the throne and became the emperor, with the legal and reasonable power to expand the harem. But the elders of the Su clan dared not say a word, and even had to laugh along, saying, "Great immortal is wonderful. Emperor Wuxing is simply an idol." Su Yan was looking forward to being as tough as Wu Shengdi in the future, fighting from the central province to the eastern province to put all the old bells of the Su nine-tailed fox clan on hemp ropes and hang them on the gates of the clan, so that they can also taste the misery of being hung by thieves. You are so capable. Why don't you put an IUD on the big fox Wu Shengdi? You are always thinking about me. A fox that has just been weaned. What do you want to say? Su Yan retracted his gaze from the floating city, turned back to look at his aunt, and said after a long pause, "Then I still hope that His Majesty Wu Shengdi will not notice my goodness. I don't have any idea about Wu Shengdi and the royal family. Everyone has the blood of the Su family." Su Yan really wants to cling to the thigh of Emperor Wuxing. He has been holding back his two tails to recognize his relatives. But Su Yan knows that this thing is not realistic at all. But what does the relationship of blood really mean? If you give face and say a few polite words to send away beggars, Su Yan will be sent away. If you don't give face, you will be killed. The nine-tailed fox goes sheer sneers at most of the royal family. He opens his mouth and says that they are all incompetent people. He uses the name of Jiuyo to flatter himself. Jiuyo is not the nanny of the royal family. If you can save someone, save him. If you can't see him, forget it. Although Su Yan admires Emperor Wuxing, his admiration is essentially due to his envy of Emperor Wuxing's strength. Ah? Jian Nanwu listened to Su Yan and his aunt playing dumb, and a question mark appeared on his head. Why did His Majesty Wuxing pay attention to Su Yan? Jian Nanwu was full of questions. Although Jian Nanwu had a lot of questions in her head, neither Su Yan nor his aunt would explain it to her in detail. Time gradually came to the second day. Hua Yu came to Richuan Garden early in the morning, knocked on Su Yan's dormitory door, and asked Su Yan to knock on the door of his aunt's practice room. Su Yan just got up and opened the door, and the sound transmission jade in the storage ring also received the sound transmission message. "Little nephew, go and call your aunt to have breakfast. You will be on the stage to draw lots later." Hua Yu picked up Su Yan, who looked like a fox, and walked to the top floor of the surrounding building. Su Yan took the time to look at the sound transmission jade. It was a message from the Queen of Qin Yuan Bees. Mayor said that she came to Xiaoyu on the roots of the sacred tree and asked Su Yan where he was, and whether he wanted fresh royal jelly. Royal jelly is extremely nutritious. Drinking it all year round has the effect of improving physical fitness. But the taste is hard to describe. Su Yan tasted both fresh and canned royal jelly, and they were all sour. He had only drunk a few ounces of the dozens of kilograms of royal jelly he had brought back from the Shi Mountains. That's enough. Hua Yu. Auntie walked out of the practice room slowly. Inside the practice room, Shuatong was still curled up and wagging his tail with a look of satisfaction on his face. He had no intention of going to work or going out. Auntie said with a smug look on her face, "I don't need your prediction this year. I have a new baby." After Xiaoyu's ancestor worship, there was a 7-day imperial martial arts performance to decide the 10 winners. During the Lantern Festival, Emperor Wuxing would personally appear and award the winners of the imperial martial arts performance. In previous years, when Su Yan was not around, when Auntie went to participate in the imperial martial arts performance, She really had to jump up and down to find out the intelligence of the contestants. Every time she returned, she had to go through the intelligence network of Wanhua Pavilion to obtain some secret information. Let Auntie earn some hard-earned money from the major markets. But this year, with the secret method of the Fox Fairy pointing the way, the aunt felt that she no longer needed to find out any information. Just let Su Yin raise his finger and point, and it would be guaranteed to win. Let's go! The aunt snatched the little fox from Hua Yu's arms and held it high in front of her, rubbing it with a happy face. Su Qing really gave birth to a good son, especially good at attracting wealth. What a woman who throws it away after use. Hua Yu was speechless, looking at the aunt who had already run away, and complained, "Senior Hua Yu, how do we get up?" When Jiannambo saw the aunt running away, he was stunned for a moment, and then remembered that he didn't know how to get to the floating city. If it's closer, go to Luoheiju. And if it's farther, you can go up through the routes outside the city. Hua Yu shook her head helplessly and said, "So do you want to go to the Imperial City? Let's go together. I'm rushing to find your shopkeeper to talk about love." "Let's all go," the talented women said in unison. They all know that Su Yin will participate in the Imperial Martial Arts performance through the Black Iron Token. Although not everyone likes activities in the Imperial City, today is the day when the little fox will participate in the competition. So of course they have to go to support him. Chapter 110 Xia Yu Royal Family. Is this tree a living thing? Xia Yu belongs to the restricted airspace, and only a few people can fly in the air. My aunt brought Su Yin to the pavilion on the rooftop of Luoheiju, raised her hand and touched a branch. The next second, the sky spun and the earth spun, and the two appeared directly inside the floating city. Su Yin and my aunt landed in the platform-like city. There was nothing in the city, but as the officials of the Ministry of Rites took out a pen and drew lines on the ground, the giant tree produced some uneven steps according to the lines, directly connected to the altar that had been arranged long ago. The maids in the palace laid a layer of red-bottomed white embroidered carpet on the steps when they were generated. My aunt seemed to be accustomed to these things, and did not pay too much attention to the busy officials. Like other monks who came to participate in the Xia Yu ancestral sacrifice, she randomly found an area where the officials of the Ministry of Rites were drawing lines and walked over. A very wide seat was directly generated on the tree platform. Su Yin, who was sitting on his aunt's legs, could even jump onto a chair similar to a Luohan bed and run around. The seats in the Imperial City do not have fixed positions. As long as you walk into the area marked by the monks, it will arrange seats for us according to your cultivation and the number of people. The aunt looked at Su Yin with a sly smile, raised her hand and waved it, and the Luohan bed-like bench grew a vine backrest, gently supporting the aunt's waist, and a low table with a small wooden plate on it appeared faintly in the middle of the Luohan bed. The vines with flower buds grew from the bottom of the Luohan bed to the low table and bloomed, spitting out fresh fruits and fresh nuts that had not been dried. And a steaming teapot fell steadily to the aunt's handy position. After doing all this, the vines with flower buds closed the buds again and retracted to the bottom of the Luohan bed. Su Yin was surprised to see this, and also raised his hand and waved like his aunt. The vine at the bottom of the bench poked its head out again, but it didn't spit out anything from the bud. Instead, it looked around Su Yin and then slapped him on the head. The bud raised its head and shrank back. Ha ha ha. The aunt looked at Su Yin, who was being hit on the head, and laughed and said, "Cultivators at the spiritualization stage and above can use the facilities of the Imperial City at will. But cultivators who don't meet the standards need to pay for additional orders." Su Yin put all his spirit stones in his storage ring. The bud circled around Su Yin and asked him to give him some spirit stones. But Su Yin didn't respond to the bud's words for a long time. When the time was up, the bud naturally ignored Su Yin and shrank back to wait. Originally, the bud wouldn't hit people, but as more and more cultivators got naughty, the vine also developed a self-protection mechanism. If it didn't get the reward silver, it would slap the cultivator in the face and then go back with a face full of indignation. After knowing the mechanism of the flower bud vine, Su Yin stood up in anger, holding up a half-pound spiritual stone in his hand. "Hey! I'm very angry." The flower bud took the spiritual stone in one bite, and then a large number of vines stretched out from the bottom of the seat, directly lifted up the fox, and began to massage the wriggling tree tumors on the vines, and even fed tea and snacks directly into Su Yin's mouth. They took care of Su Yin like a baby. A place that is a waste of money. Su Yin rolled his eyes and said, "Trees grown in wasteful soil are still wasteful." Su Yin was still testing the vine's moral integrity, and found that as long as the spirit stone was in place, the flower bud vines really had no moral integrity, and could even dance for him. Su Yin was having a great time. But the Ministry of Rites had already completed all the plans. The time for ancestor worship was gradually approaching. And the cultivators from all over Xiaoyu, and the cultivators from major sects, who came from other places to participate in the ancestor worship activities, had already arrived. As a result, it was really as my aunt said. The more powerful the cultivator, the bigger the chair he sat on. The cultivators in the body refining stage could only sit on a small stool. The cultivators in the chi refining stage could sit on a regular bench. And the cultivators who reached the foundation building stage were qualified to sit on a chair with a backrest. And the areas where the sect forces sat, not only could they only sit on large chairs, but there were even cordons made of vines, and wooden soldiers guarding the sides. One was more exaggerated than the other. And the cultivators, who didn't want to sit on a small bench, could only pay to upgrade their seats. Dong. 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 3 consecutive deafening drum sounds rang out, and the chaotic noise in the imperial city instantly subsided. Those who were still noisy would be gagged by the flower bud vines. Welcome, His Majesty the Wuxing Emperor. The feminine man in a dark crimson official uniform flew from the high-altitude gate of the imperial city, announced the arrival of the Wuxing Emperor in a loud voice, and then stepped aside to wait. Su Yin looked in the direction of the city gate. The floor lamps originally placed on both sides of the red carpet gradually lit up, and a wailing soul could be vaguely seen inside. A cold and evil spirit spread out from the lamps, and a tall and graceful figure emitting coldness also appeared at the gate of the imperial city. She wore black clothes inside, and a red robe with gold and jade on the outside. She walked slowly, stepped onto the carpeted steps, and walked towards the altar. The Wuxing Emperor is here. When Su Yin wanted to look at the appearance of Emperor Wuxing, he was surprised to find that he could not look directly at Emperor Wuxing's face from any angle. Seeing Su Yin's action, the ant beside him slowly said, "Your Majesty is a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. After restraining her own supernatural powers, she will still have an inestimable terrifying impact on the surrounding creatures. No one can look directly at her face without your Majesty's approval. Although the Yusu clan does not have the innate magical power to bewitch the mind like the Tushan clan, the Yusu clan Fox clan can be rated as the most charming. Not by false propaganda. If the cultivators present looked directly at Emperor Wuxing, there would be no need to hold any ancestor worship." A demented melee began directly on the scene. After Emperor Wuxing stepped onto the steps, the 3 figures in the second row, wearing crimson-purple official uniforms, gradually approached. Xiaoyu's 3 teachers. 3 living first-rank officials. The power of the first-rank officials is second only to the Wuxing Emperor, and their influence even far exceeds that of the royal family. It is precisely because of their unparalleled power that only the deceased can be posthumously awarded the title of first-rank officials. But Xiaoyu's 3 masters are extremely special exceptions. The 3 masters followed the Wuxing Emperor, and the 8 kings of different surnames mixed with the royal heirs entered the venue. But in a vision that no one else could see, Su Yin could see familiar figures, with their snow-white ninetails swaying slightly behind them, and their faces were blocked behind a white cloth with a red font. They did not follow the team, but walked together from the side of the gate. Among them, a figure with a she character written on the white cloth smiled and waved to Su Yin. Sister Sheer's sudden action caused the other Jiuyo to look in Su Yin's direction. Sister Sheer leaned sideways as if to say something, but the distance was too far for Su Yin to hear. The kings of different surnames and the heirs walked up the steps. A middle-aged man in a red robe led a large team to follow the steps of the kings of different surnames. They were members of the royal family. They were also members of the Xiaoyu Emperor's clan. Later, after the Xiaoyu Emperor founded the country, the clan members also evolved into the current Xiaoyu royal family members. They were not descendants of the Nine-Tailed Fox Queen. The powerful and promising people in the royal family could be named as the heirs, or be granted fiefs, or participate in court affairs. But in the royal team, a very strange sign appeared. The people in the team wore sacrificial clothes, but some members of the royal family wore masks on their faces, covering their faces completely. Some even wore a thick and airtight gauze dress all over their bodies, so that no one else could see their faces and figures. Chapter 111 Emperor Wuxing's Voice. After the royal family members entered the imperial city, the officials in the Xiaoyu court followed closely. Are you asking those people? Those white fox masked figures in the royal team are underage royals. They have no self-protection ability now, and naturally will not reveal their appearance at will. As for those figures covered with white gauze, they are the most marginal royals. It can be said that except for the time when people need to gather together for ancestor worship, no one cares about their existence at other times. Seeing the little fox raise questions, the ant began to explain to Su Yin a little about the Xiaoyu royal family. The royal family members originated from the Xiaoyu emperor clan. Although they are called the Xiaoyu royal family, the royal family members are not as unscrupulous as Princess Wuxi in other aspects except that they have no worries about food and clothing, can start as officials in the court with the 5th rank, and obtain some conveniences and skills. The main forces of the royal family are still those heirs, and the members of the Nightmare sect want to push them to the stage. But the heirs denied it, and they almost knelt down in front of Emperor Wushan and cried and hugged His Majesty's thighs, saying, "Those cunning people want to frame us, but our loyalty to His Majesty is well known far and wide. We are royal family members in life, and we will be fox-legged followers of His Majesty even in death." The followers of Nightmare Town preached, "The stinky fox is not righteous." The heirs of the kings loudly announced, "Emperor Xia, you was a poor boy at the beginning. If there was no support from Empress Su, there would be no Xiaoyu today. The glory of His Majesty Emperor Wushan will always shine on Xiaoyu." Ha ha. It's too funny. The Nightmare Town sect wants to push the heirs of the royal family to the throne, and those heirs wish that the followers of Nightmare Town would die on the spot. My aunt couldn't help laughing when the Nightmare Town sect said something. The heirs of the king and the royal family immediately jumped up and refuted 3 or 5 sentences, and then ran to the palace at night to express their loyalty to Emperor Wushan. Although this happened a long time ago, that period of time is still circulating among storytellers. It is said that when the dispute was at its most intense, the members of the Nightmare Town had just posted a notice that the emperor had obtained the throne illegally, and the soldiers sent by the successor kings posted a notice under the notice to refute the illegitimate claim, and explained with reason and evidence why the Emperor Wushan could be the emperor. During that time, the city of Xiaoyu was full of notices of quarrels between the Nightmare Town sect and the successor kings, and the main city of Xiaoyu was submerged in the notices, which took a long time to clean up afterwards. The notice board was born from this, and all information not posted on the notice board was false propaganda. The nobles are really good at playing. Su Yin, who was lying on the vines enjoying a massage, complained about the unbearable past of the royal family. But when he thought about the fact that they were facing the Emperor Wushan who fought on the battlefield, such a cowardly behavior was not incomprehensible. The conversation between Su Yin and his aunt did not affect the ongoing Xiaoyu ancestral sacrifice. Although the imperial city was more vast than the main city, those who could attend the ancestor worship team were not ordinary people, with their foot strength that could carry them several miles with one step. It didn't take them long to walk from the city gate to the central altar. Emperor Wushan stood at the front of the altar. The 3 masters were behind the emperor in the second row, followed by the kings of different surnames and the heirs at the end. And the other members of the royal family and court officials did not step onto the altar, but on the platform 1 step away from the altar. They were divided into 2 teams of royal family members and officials according to their rank and status. The ancestral sacrifice is held every year, and everyone knows where they stand, so there is no commotion. Everyone, including Emperor Wushan, reveals the feeling of being accustomed to holding a routine. Su Yin sat in the audience, looking at the 7 ghosts sitting on the altar and talking to each other, and tried to look at Emperor Wushan at the highest point, wanting to see his appearance. But he couldn't raise his head. Su Yin tried not to look at Emperor Wushan's head, and his head immediately obeyed. When he wanted to scan horizontally, the visual angle of his mind and eyes seemed to hit the wall. In this regard, Su Yin could only give up with a helpless look on his face. Emperor Wushan was worthy of the name of an immortal in the world. She didn't want others to even see her. He was a real boss. Goo! Emperor Wushan fiddled in front of the altar, picked up the prayer on the altar, and began to read it. At the same time, a voice identical to that of Emperor Wushan began to translate Emperor Wushan's difficult words. "I am Emperor Wushan. Under my protection this year, Xiaoyu can get whatever he wants. If I ask for wind to blow at noon, it will blow at noon. If I ask for rain to come at 3 o'clock in the morning, it will not come before 5 o'clock. If it fails to do so, drag the mountain god out and chop him off, on the land where Xiaoyu's flag is planted. I, Emperor Wushan, have the final say." After Emperor Wushan read out the first sentence of more than 10 words, Sister Sheer beside him interpreted nearly 100 words. Even if you have never read a book, you can understand the meaning of Emperor Wushan's words. Emperor Wushan glanced at Joyo calmly, and continued to read without expressing any thoughts. At the same time, Sister Seer also spoke synchronously. This year is another happy year. Today, I will lead the members of my hall to show the ancestors. Now there are 3 bullies in the tribulation period, 4 bandit leaders in the refining void period, and 16 thugs in the fusion period. There are also assassins from the demon suppression division, but their identities need to be kept secret, so they will not be revealed to you for the time being. There are too many names for the new Earth Immortals and those half-step Earth Immortals, so I won't mention them for the time being. Anyway, they have been tied up horizontally and vertically by me on Xia Yu's ship. Whoever makes me unhappy next year, I will let his whole family die with regrets. The original words of Emperor Wuxian were that today he led the court officials to fulfill the wishes of his ancestors. Now Xia Yu has gradually moved from the wild and ignorant era to prosperity and wealth. Under the leadership of me and the officials, it will become stronger. But I have to mention one thing. This year, we have to hurry up to go through the procedures because it's almost the end of the year. Ahem. Sister Sheer, who was translating smoothly, was interrupted by the ghost with the word anger written on the white cloth on his cheek. Sister Sheer, who was gradually getting excited, clapped her hands. Xia Yu's New Year celebrations, ancestor worship, and martial arts performances are all artificially created history, mainly used to enhance the subject's sense of belonging to the Xia Yu dynasty. Ancestor worship is indeed a process, and everyone knows it and doesn't need to be said explicitly. In short, after the new year, I will personally chop off their heads with a guillotine. Sister Sheer was concise and condensed the content of Emperor Wuxing's hundreds of words into 20 words. Emperor Wuxing glanced at Sister Sheer again, but still did not express any opinions. I have finished speaking. It's almost noon. Everyone is here. Sit down and have a good meal to prepare for the Imperial Martial Arts competition. Although I think they are really weak, they are all the future. Whether it is our Xia Yu, or other sects, or independent cultivators, it is not surprising that they may dig up someone's ancestral grave and ascend to heaven in the future. The cultivators who participated in the ancestral sacrifice in the Imperial City originally sat upright, with their eyes straight ahead. But after hearing the voice of His Majesty Emperor Wuxing, they couldn't hold back a little. As we all know, Emperor Wuxing is a cultured person, and her words are both literary and difficult to understand. But I don't know since when. Whenever Emperor Wuxing started to read or announce something, everyone would hear simultaneous translation in their hearts. The Emperor Wuxing on the stage said something that everyone couldn't understand, and a translation similar to a detailed explanation would pop up in their hearts. Not only when announcing the news, but even when giving instructions to the royal family. The originally complex and cumbersome content would be directly simplified to the extent that everyone could understand. Xia Yu officials and cultivators, who often participated in the ancestral sacrifice, did not find the way Emperor Wuxing spoke strange. Everyone was used to it, and they also liked this kind of plain language that everyone could understand. I have to say that Xia Yu is really amazing. He found 2 more fusion stage cultivators without knowing it. Fusion stage cultivators are commonly known as Land Immortals. Chapter 112 Right Guardian Chongming. After Emperor Wuxing finished reading the sacrificial text, the feast followed the ancestor worship process. That is, the Xia Yu dynasty paid for everyone to have a simple meal, and then came to the opening ceremony of the Imperial Martial Arts performance. The Imperial Martial Arts performance lasted until the evening, and then the first day of the ancestor worship ended with the sound of fireworks and firecrackers. The second day was the same, and the Imperial Martial Arts performance lasted for 7 days. The winner received the prize during the Lantern Festival. After the ancestor worship was completed, the steps originally used by Emperor Wuxing and the court officials to stand also shifted, and directly turned into thick tree branches at the high point of the Imperial City, so that Emperor Wuxing could get the best view of the battle. Just when the ancestor worship was over on the Imperial City, and the feast began, in Xia Yu City, a red fox squatting at the office of the Demon Suppression Division opened his eyes. His eyes revealed confusion, and a large number of preset pictures appeared in front of him, about the failure of the Jade Rabbit transportation plan, the death of Wu Yutongzu, and the Demon Suppression Division's comprehensive investigation of foxes in Xia Yu main city. He, the newborn little red fox, who had not yet developed any intelligence, showed a human smile and said, "Old man, didn't you expect that I was hiding in the fetus of a female fox?" The red fox showed joy on its cheeks, and there was no spiritual energy or soul fluctuation on its body. It was completely like a very ordinary hybrid red fox that was born less than 2 months ago. But the creature hidden in the red fox's body was one of the left and right protectors of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province. His cultivation was second only to the right protector of the leader of the Nightmare Town sect. His name was Chongming. Chongming stood up directly, shook his young fox arms and waist, and then landed on all fours and ran straight to the warehouse of the Demon Suppression Department. He did not encounter any cultivators from the Demon Suppression Department who were too powerful along the way. The left protector was playing hide-and-seek with the Demon Suppression Department, and the Hall Master was running around to cause damage, temporarily involving the Ministry of War and some of the Demon Suppression Department's town officials. In addition, the Imperial City was holding the Xiaoyu ancestor sacrifice. Chongming would not be discovered as long as he did not expose his cultivation and aura. Chongming was very familiar with the interior of the Demon Suppression Division, and even knew the loopholes and flaws of the formation. He did not need to use his own magic power, but only used one spirit stone to cast a control seal on the restriction of the warehouse to open a door. Chongming bit the spirit stone obtained from the flowers and ran into the warehouse of the Demon Suppression Division. He did not care about the treasures and secret books on the shelves. He went straight into the darkness and moved forward. The warehouse of less than 16 acres seemed to have no end. Chongming ran wildly in the warehouse without encountering any obstacles or hearing any sounds. Chongming did not find it strange, because the warehouse of the Demon Suppression Division was connected to a prison in another space. The demon suppressed by the Demon Suppression Division was not a disciple of the Nightmare Town, and ordinary Nightmare Town sects were not worthy of such a luxurious prison. His trip was to go to the prison to send an item to the man to help him break the shackles of the prison. Hey! An old sigh sounded, and the old man with a cane walked out of the shadows, blocked in front of Chongming and said, "Xia Chongming, why don't you know how to adapt? What's the point of letting you wake up the leader of Nightmare Town? Isn't it better to let the past go with the wind?" The old man with a cane blocked in front of the red fox and gave Xia Chongming a stern warning. "Let me ask you, how can we give up? There is no way out in front of us or behind us. Now we are like poor creatures on an isolated island. The only way out was cut off at the beginning because of your obstruction." Xia Chongming squatted on the ground. The flesh on the back of the young fox gradually split open, and a black arm stained with the blood of the red fox stretched out from the cavity. The palm covered with dragon scales grabbed the ground heavily and pulled his body out. Xia Chongming's figure gradually crawled out. His upper body was covered with black dragon scales, and phoenix feathers grew on his back. The head part was 50% human and 50% beast, and the lower body was like some kind of canine creature, with recurved knees. Seeing this, the old man raised his eyelids slightly and said, "For the sake of our fellow tribesmen and your past contributions, if you withdraw now, I can still pretend that nothing happened. Don't make irrational choices because of your greed." The reason why the nightmare suppression method is listed as a taboo is because it can infinitely devour the innate magical powers and take the innate magical powers of the demon race as its own. But when the caster seizes the body of the demon race, the connected soul will also seize the body together. Those foreign souls will take root in the caster's soul and have a lasting and irreversible impact on it. Therefore, the day when the nightmare suppression method is perfected is also the day when the practitioner dies. It is very common for the caster to be seized by the foreign soul, and all his efforts will be in vain, or the soul cannot withstand the other souls and directly collapses. Xia Chongming took a look at his current appearance, raised his head and looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Your Highness, do you see that Chongming's current appearance is all due to you? But I don't hate your royal family. I have even been grateful for the nightmare method you gave me. The nightmare method you improved is really very useful." As he said this, Xia Chongming's face gradually became ferocious. "But you should never stop us when we are about to succeed. You killed King Yu. Your Highness, do you still want to stop us now?" The old man did not speak, but slowly picked up the crutch hidden in the shadows, raised his hand to hold his shoulder, and pulled out the long sword inside. A ripple spread outward with the old man as the center, covering and swallowing. The old man's figure seemed to gradually rise and return to the appearance of a young man. The prince's eyes gradually became cold, and thousands of sword shadows and knife lights brought endless blood shadows. Xia Chongming, the right protector who broke into the demon prison, couldn't even block the old man's sword and died instantly. The long sword with mountains, rivers and stars imprinted on it returned to the scabbard. The demon suppression prison returned to peace again. The old man walked slowly inside with a cane, sat down on a cushion in front of a giant golden door, put the cane on his legs, looked behind him, and sighed. Behind the golden door was an iceberg and endless darkness. There were constant hissing and roaring in the darkness. and the two giant beasts that were eternally frozen in the iceberg exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. The white fox's 9 tails were facing the sky, and it was biting the dragon-shaped beast with a ferocious look on its face. The two were frozen in the ice when they were fighting, and they were still transferred to the prison of the Demon Suppression Division for custody. The old man closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep, and no longer paid attention to everything behind the golden door. Xiao Yu did take a wrong path, but the mistakes he had made had been corrected. However, the sins he had done would not be so easy to pass away with time. The world behind the golden door was Xiao Yu's dark and turbulent history. The old man sits here all year round to prevent any living creature from exploring the dark and turbulent history of Xiao Yu. Only when all the living creatures inside disappear into the world can the old man's life be considered to have come to an end. Before that, even if the Emperor Wuxian comes, the old man will fight him to death. As the head of the family, the prince will leave with the dark secrets inside and leave a glorious and prosperous era for Xiao Yu. Chapter 113. The Imperial Martial Arts Show begins. Your Highness, it's time for you to rest. In the darkness, Xia Chongming, who had turned into an invisible curse, spoke silently with a gloomy face. Your Highness is just like King Yu in the past, with a strong sense of responsibility and a stubborn mind. As the prince's companion, Xia Chongming knows the prince very well. It is precisely because of this understanding that he set up a plan against the prince after the new nightmare curse method was completed. Xia Chongming didn't want to do this. He didn't even want to destroy Xiao Yu and anger the leader. But there was no way. The side effects of the nightmare method could no longer be suppressed, and they didn't have time to slowly pull with Xiao Yu. If they didn't surprise Xiao Yu to wake up the leader and obtain the most complete nightmare method to make up for the current shortcomings of the method, the Central State Nightmare sect didn't even need the Immortal Emperor to take action, and the two guardians would die soon. That scroll of secrets had been completed long ago, and was originally used to save the Mad King Yu. But because of the prince, the master also took that scroll of secrets and fell asleep forever. Xia Chongming didn't want to die. He had just touched the edge of the Dragon Clan's 10,000-year plan. As long as he successfully survived this disaster, he would definitely be able to surpass the checks and balances of the cultivation world and become a true immortal in the future. Even if this would anger the master, Chongming really had no other choice now. If he dragged it on, he would be killed by the backlash. Teaching lunch break after the feast. Since the last time we parted at the Xianwang mansion, it's been a long time since we last met. Shichi misses Master Su very much. Su Yin had just finished his meal, lying on his aunt's legs and turning into a blanket to warm his aunt's legs, and then enjoying his aunt's massage. At this time, Feng Shichi, who hadn't seen each other for a while, was squatting in front of Su Yin and greeting him shyly. Su Yin's appearance and physique seemed to grow on the tip of Feng Shichi's heart. When the two met for the first time on the streets of the downtown, Feng Shichi noticed her and couldn't forget Su Yin. Although it didn't reach the level of love at first sight, Feng Shichi also admitted that she was a little bit attracted by his appearance. I brought you some snacks. I wonder if Mr. Su likes them. After greeting Su Yin and getting a response, Feng Shichi hurriedly took out a bag of dried monster meat from the storage bracelet and handed it to Su Yin. There was a faint sweet smell inside, which should have been coated with maltose. Looking at the meat jerky handed to him, Su Yin looked at Feng Shichi doubtfully, opened his mouth and bit it. Su Yin likes meat jerky and sweets, and honey meat jerky is simply one of Su Yin's favorite foods. I like this. It should be the Lord of Wanming County who told you. Right? Don't be polite next time. We are all Taoist friends who have had a drink together in Wanhua Pavilion. There is no need to be so polite to give this and that. Although Su Yin ate with relish, he still said to Feng Shichi that the quality of this monster meat jerky was obviously excellent. Su Yin, who was in the foundation building stage, needed to chew it for a while before he could swallow it smoothly. Obviously, the meat used to make the jerky was taken from monsters above the gened end stage. So cute. Feng Shichi obviously didn't hear what Su Yin said. She looked at the white-haired fox with a happy face, trying to hold the slightly sticky jerky with her fox claws and chewing it with her head tilted. After being obsessed with the cuteness of the young fox for a moment, Feng Shichi remembered the business she had to do. Meeting Su Yin here was purely coincidental. She was going to go to the area of Xianwang to find Wanming County Lord and ask for some information about the 8 princes of different surnames participating in the competition. As a result, she did not go to the seat of Xianwang, but found Su Yin and his aunt sitting in the first row. Feng Shichi could not help but took out the snacks she had been carrying with her to give to Su Yin and gave them to him. Mr. Su, I will go to participate in the Imperial Martial Arts competition later. Shichi, can you get Mr. Su's encouragement and cheers? Although Xiaoyu did not have the word come on. Because of natural gas. There is a word come on. Which means that it is like adding gas to the flame. Which makes it burn more fiercely. Feng Shichi looked at Su Yan with expectation. Hoping that the young master would reply to her, I wish the girl good luck in martial arts. But Su Yan, who was happily chewing meat jerky, showed a surprised expression and said, Are you in the black iron token field? The expected expression on Feng Shichi's face froze. And gradually she looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression. Could it be that you are also participating? Or the black iron token field? Looking at the little white-haired fox and the appearance of Master Su, who was about 1.6 meters tall, Feng Shichi really couldn't imagine what Su Yan looked like when fighting. All she could imagine was the white-haired young fox with a ferocious face. And when it was attacking, it was picked up by the cultivator on the opposite side with one hand. And looked at the referee with a black line on its head. Is he really my opponent? As he said that, he kicked Su Yan out of the field. And Su Yan rolled on the ground with a frustrated face. Or when the female cultivator saw Su Yan, she picked him up with a crazy look on her face, hugged him in her arms and rubbed him hard. Su Yan refused to obey and struggled desperately, but couldn't get away. Finally, he fell to the ground with a pale face after being rubbed half of his life by the female cultivator, who licked her lips with satisfaction. No matter how Feng Shichi imagined Su Yan fighting, the scene she imagined in the end was Su Yan being cute. Those participating cultivators are inhumane. They are not like a Xiaoyu people. They will not show mercy to the cute fox. Young Master Su, you must be careful, Feng Shichi said with a worried face, looking at the little fox chewing meat with a happy face. Those guys. Miss Feng, don't worry. I'll just go up to go through the motions. The important thing is to participate. Su Yan waved his hand to indicate Feng Shichi to rest assured. Su Yan didn't care so much about winning or losing. If the enemy's strength was really beyond imagination, Su Yan would not fight the enemy to the end like crazy. Because there was actually no point in doing so. Su Yan was not an official contestant. Even if he made it to the top 10, he would not be eligible for rewards. His appearance was just to show his face in front of the Grand Master, and to fully display what he had learned in order to obtain his guidance. The black iron token is different from the contestants. Su Yan is quite open-minded about these. Just like what Wu Shengdi said before. Being weak for a while doesn't mean anything. Maybe one day he can dig up a great immortal's tomb and get some elixir that can make him ascend to heaven on the spot. Am I talking about these? I'm afraid you will meet some perverts when you go on stage. Feng Shichi muttered in her heart. While the two were chatting, they didn't notice that Xiaoyu, who was on the truss, had stood up and walked to the edge of the platform. He raised his hand and patted 3 times. The time has come to open. Please put your tokens on the seats. The giant tree will lead you to the stage. After Grandmaster Jean finished speaking, he stood on the edge of the platform waiting for the 150 contestants to appear. When the time came, Grandmaster Jean would directly announce the rules of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, regardless of whether they were all present or not. After the explanation of the rules of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, the contestants who had not appeared would lose their qualifications. Hearing this, Su Yan took out the token from his storage ring and put it on the seat, just as he was curious about the so-called traction. As soon as the token was placed on the table, Su Yan and the token turned into a green ball of light and flew out. Su Yan bounced up with the black iron token, and his figure landed on the central arena of the Imperial City and slid a distance. He barely stabilized his figure and showed a confused expression. This is turning into a light of escape? Is the floating city's movement method so advanced? Although the word light of escape is simple to say, if you want to control the light of escape, you must be at the nascent soul stage to be able to control the speed of 1,000,000 miles a day. Su Yan has ridden the light of escape before, but it was the first time that he turned into a light of escape, and it felt quite amazing. Fox. Master Jean looked at the young fox holding the token, and a strange smile appeared on his face. But a cold figure appeared in his mind. How strange. Chapter 114 Magical Realism. How strange. Seeing Su Yan maintaining his fox form, holding the token in his arms and standing up, sliding a few meters on the stage to relieve the force of the falling light. Grandmaster Jean couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Grandmaster knew Su Yan's background. Ao Renlin specifically mentioned Su Yan's name when he left. The inner meaning was actually to ask Grandmaster to take care of him a little. Therefore, when he saw the way Su Yan appeared, He couldn't help but want to laugh. Winter Black Dragon actually has a talent for comedy? Isn't this the funniest thing? With Su Yin flying first, green light rose from the inside of the Imperial City, all of which landed accurately on the stage. In a short while, a large number of selected monks from different channels fell on the stage. Humans, demons, mountain spirits. Su Yin saw that there were more people around him. Su Yin, who had been kicked away by his own mother, no longer dared to maintain his fox appearance and remanifest his human form. He stood on the ring with a black iron token in his hand. Su Yin saw familiar faces as soon as he stood up. Yu Yanning and Feng Shiqi saw them. A little further away, there was Lunming County Lord, several young men who had made a big fuss in Richuan Garden, and a member of the royal family who was covered in white gauze. Su Yin was about to step forward and say hello to Yu Yanning and Lunming County Lord, but he couldn't move, as if his body was under some kind of immobilization restriction. Although Emperor Wuxing didn't care about the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor, it was one of the links of ancestor worship, so it naturally needed to be solemn and sacred. All the monks who landed on the ring would be immobilized and silenced. Otherwise, it would be a big deal to make a scene like a market on this ancestor worship ring. Grandmaster Jean waited for a while, and when the time came, he counted the monks to confirm how many of the 150 people were present. After confirming that everything was correct, he raised his hand and clapped again. The Imperial Martial Arts performance officially begins. But before that, you need to know something. The Imperial Martial Arts performance is one of the ancestor worship sessions. The main purpose is to celebrate the festival. Of course, this is also a big stage. Some of you may have sex, and some may come from our Xiaoyu system. But I don't care what you were like before. Please pay attention to your quality on the stage. Emperor Wuxing and the officials of Xiaoyu, as well as the elders of various forces, and even the powerful monsters, all gathered in the Imperial City. It is natural to avoid behaving like a shrew scolding in the street. Killing is prohibited on the martial arts arena, and the use of spiritual tools, any elixirs, and nightmare methods are prohibited. Grandmaster Jean spoke lightly, after telling the 150 people about the prohibited matters of the martial arts performance. He didn't say anything else, and turned around and walked back to his seat and sat down. Grandmaster was just a spokesperson for the opening ceremony, and the rest of the hosting and judgment matters had nothing to do with him. At the moment when the Grandmaster turned around, the height of the viewing area in the Imperial City changed, starting to rise and shrink. I will be in charge of everything from now on. Please take out your tokens. Contestants. The eunuch, dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Division, walked from the flat ground to the gradually rising stage, holding a sphere made of colored glass in his hand, and asked all the contestants to throw their tokens into the colored glass ball. 150 contestants. The battle will last from the beginning of the morning to the evening every day for 7 days, and everyone will participate in at least one battle every day. Please pay attention. Shuatong began to explain the rules of the ring competition. The Imperial Martial Arts performance was not an elimination system, but a point-based ring competition similar to a protracted war. The number of battles in a day was not fixed, starting from early morning and lasting until night. The tokens that participated in a round of competition would be placed in another sphere, and all the monks would be randomly drawn after a round. As long as they persisted for 7 days, the 10 with the highest points would be the winners of this Imperial Martial Arts performance. The Imperial Martial Arts performance not only tested the cultivation, but also the wisdom, vision, and luck of the contestants. A cultivator can have no cultivation or excellent talent, but it must have strong luck, whether it is good or bad. Otherwise, even if you become a cultivator, you will only be the most mediocre. After the Imperial Martial Arts performance, many outstanding independent cultivators will be invited by major sects, because they have enough to prove that they have the ability to crawl out of the mountain of corpses. After all the cultivators put their tokens in, the referee, the groom, lifted up the glass ball, and the token inside began to rotate at high speed. The first token popped out from the gap on the ball and floated in the air. The jade-like token was shining, and the name and information of a cultivator were projected into the air. Later stage of foundation building casual cultivator, Qinqi, earth element. At this moment, a token made of black iron was spit out from the inside of the ball, and the name of the cultivator fighting against Qinqi was also revealed at this moment. Fox Demon in the middle stage of foundation building, Su Yan, water element. When Shuatong saw Su Yan's name, he raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. But he still announced to the contestants present, except for the above two contestants. Other cultivators, please wait outside the arena. Hack. Do we need to think about this game? The fox's cultivation is weaker than that of the casual cultivator, and the earth element restrains the water element. This time, it is definitely a casual cultivator beating up the fox. Right? As soon as Su Yin and Qing Chi's names were selected, the flower buds behind the seats in the audience poked their heads out, and the flower buds bloomed, spitting out a wooden board with odds and cultivator information written on it. Originally, the cultivators in the audience were all wailing about the first fight between the two. The cultivation was so different, and even the attributes had strong restraint attributes. No matter how you think about it, you know that Qing Chi will kill Su Yin in the end. However, the odds displayed on the betting panel are completely different from what the gamblers guessed, and even outrageous. Su Yin 1 minute and 0.05 seconds. Qing Chi 1:2. Bet Su Yin 100 gene of spirit stones. If he wins, the gamblers can get at most 5 gene of spirit stones. And if Qing Chi can win, it will be 1-2. From the betting board, Qing Chi has no chance of beating Su Yin, and has become a big dark horse. Such a magical scene made the gamblers dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? Is there any Taoist friend who knows the inside story? How can the fox demon win when the cultivation is not as good, and there is a mutual restraint? The actual and paper odds are completely inconsistent, causing a round of heated discussions and confusion on the betting side. The cultivators are all betting against the Xiaoyu court. The court can actually give such cautious odds, which proves that the people of the Xiaoyu court think that Su Yin will win 100%. But considering the possibility of unexpected situations, they symbolically fill in an odds. I don't believe it. Those eunuchs in the Ministry of Revenue must be trying to scare us. I'll throw 30,000 gene of spirit stones at the casual cultivator and bet that he can beat the fox. Beat the fox until it crawls around on the ring and barks. A cultivator refused to believe it. What kind of data is on paper? He just believed his own eyes. My aunt didn't even think about it, and directly bet 50,000 gene of spirit stones on her little fox. Lose? What a joke. Our little fox doesn't mention magic and stuff. Just clench his fist. And with the physique of the demon race, he can punch the cultivator away. Okay. The Ministry of Revenue didn't know Su Yin's background, but they only needed to know that Su Yin was Chong Qiong's nephew. What can a casual cultivator do to fight against the direct disciple of the Earth Immortal? You have to have a family too, if you are born in a poor family. Chapter 115. Soft and sticky but very stubborn. Grandmaster, isn't this against the rules? The odds are so obvious that any monk with a clear forehead knows the result of the first game. A figure with a snow-white nine-tailed tail, and a word written on a white cloth on her cheek, stood beside Grandmaster Jean, and looked at the odds he controlled, saying with dissatisfaction, I would rather lose less than see gamblers betting randomly, and disrupting the amount statistics. Grandmaster Jean smiled, and responded to the dissatisfaction expressed by the ghost. The odds are calculated by the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Revenue. But for Su Yan's game, Grandmaster Jean raised his hand, and revised it when he looked at the odds presented. Your Highness, please continue to watch later. There are quite a lot of interesting monks this time, Grandmaster Jean said. Lu nodded without comment, and found a seat to sit down. Because of the commotion in the audience caused by the odds, the competition on the ring was slightly delayed. It was not until the closing time that the referee, Zuotong, raised his hand and gestured for Su Yin and Qing Chi to go to the center of the ring. No killing. No spiritual weapons. No taking elixirs on the ring. Understand? After explaining the rules again as usual, Zuotong turned around and walked to the side of the ring to watch the two people fighting. Fellow Daoist Su, you are not doing this properly. Qing Chi stepped on the ground, looked at Su Yin, and said with a smile, please show mercy. The discussion in the audience was heard by all the cultivators on the ring. Naturally, they knew that Su Yan's winning rate was almost certain to win. With weak cultivation and restrained affinity, such a situation meant that Su Yin had hidden some information. He might have a special bloodline, or he might have learned amazing magic from some immortal. After sorting out the inside story, Qing Chi was ready to go through the motions. Winning or losing 1 or 2 games doesn't matter. The most important thing is to maintain your own state. In the next battle, winning depends on accumulating points. Winning or losing 1 or 2 games is absolutely nothing. Qing Chi's smile is a sign of weakness. He hopes that Su Yin will show mercy and not hurt him too badly, which will affect the next few days of competition. Don't listen to the nonsense in the audience. My strength should be at the bottom of the contestants. Su Yan sighed helplessly, and didn't want to say anything about the discussion in the audience. Because of the halo of his aunt, he must be very strong in the eyes of those officials who set the odds. However, he knows his own affairs. Su Yan never thinks that he has any strength, so he just acts cute to make a living. Then, please teach me more. Fellow Daoist Su. Overturning the mountains and covering the earth spell. Qingqi raised his foot and stepped on the ground fiercely. The earth-yellow light rose from his feet and spread to his whole body, and his figure rushed into Su Yan's arms like an arrow from a string with the force of stepping on the ground. The magic of turning mountains and covering earth should be a combination of the two earth-related magics. The turning mountain spell and the covering earth spell. Turning mountains can greatly enhance the strength of the body, and covering earth can cover the body with a layer of defensive divine light to resist magic and physical damage. The human foundation building cultivators are no different from the cheer fighting cultivators, and their fighting methods are still mainly fists and feet. The 100 forms of the forest, water illusion. Su Yan's body deflected and dodged the iron mountain. As his body moved, he drew waves on the ground. When he turned, his instep lifted up the water marks on the ground. The water droplets began to expand as they flew to the back of Qingqi. Human-shaped water spirits emerged one by one, and the human figures were as elastic as jelly. The water spirit's 1.2-meter tall body was compressed to 50 centimeters, and it directly ejected a collapsing fist, hitting Qingqi's back with a low muffled sound, causing ripples on the earth-protecting divine light on his body. After the collapsing fist was thrown, the water spirit also shrank towards Qingqi with the force of the blow, and then bounced out directly. Then, among the remaining 3 water spirits, 2 water spirits kneeled together and threw the 3rd water spirit into the air. Then, their bodies rotated at high speed and used centrifugal force to throw another water spirit to Qingqi, who was hit out. The flying water spirit turned and accelerated in one go. Its feet, which had already hardened into non-Newtonian fluid, kicked directly at Qingqi's crown. Another flying water spirit also hit him violently with the dynamic force of Iron Mountain. Su Yan summoned 4 water spirits. One of them was free from the battle and moved quickly outside the field. It kept picking up the water spirits that flew out of the battlefield like playing a game. It would use centrifugal force or other force methods to throw the water spirits back into the battlefield to launch an endless offensive. The offensive wave after wave was higher than the other, like a coastline that could not be seen at a glance. Su Yan had even moved away unconsciously, holding the seal to control the water spirits in his hand. The ring was now like playing badminton. The water spirits kept throwing their companions at Qingqi. The water spirits punched him with punches that were strong enough to break the millstone. After hitting him, they bounced back without stopping with the help of the characteristics of the fluid. Qingqi didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was meaningless to entangle with those water spirits. But Su Yan had already run several hundred meters away, standing farther away than the referee. And Qingqi had no way of breaking through the 4 water spirits' blockade to punch Su Yan. But Qingqi still stubbornly wanted to fight. Su Yan didn't say anything when he saw this, and gently raised his hand to adjust the attack speed of the 4 water spirits. Ka. A volley sweeping kick hit Qingqi's head, breaking the earth covering spell covering Qingqi's body. The water spirit that flew over immediately did not mean to be polite to Qingqi, and directly crashed into the previous water spirit's body to merge into a 1.8-meter body. But because of the deformation caused by the impact, the newly merged large water spirit showed a strange appearance, with a big head and a small body. Qingqi was shocked when he saw this and shouted, "Surrender!" After a round of fighting with Su Yan's water spirit, Qingqi also understood the water spirit's attack routines a little bit. Although they seemed to walk without a straight line, they were like glutinous rice balls and soft tumblers. But every time the water spirit's body shape changes, it means that it is compressing its volume to accumulate power or borrow force. When Qingqi saw the exaggerated head of the big water spirit, he felt that the azure blue head would hit him like a boulder on a catapult in the next second. Without the protection of the earth-covering spell, his physical strength was not much stronger than bricks and stones. Therefore, when Qingqi saw that something was wrong, he immediately called the referee to intervene. Disperse. Su Yan raised his right hand and clenched it. The water spirit that had accumulated power to the limit dispersed directly. The water mass on the head seemed to be under great pressure. Once the surface of the body was broken, the water inside sprayed evenly to the fan-shaped area of 100 meters behind him. Qingqi looked at the gushing water and collapsed to the ground with a wry smile on his face. "Su Daoyu, are you going to kill me?" With a body of about 1.8 meters, The water flow inside can actually cover a quarter of the field, which shows how much pressure Shui Ling has accumulated in his body. That headbutt will really kill people. It won't hit you directly. It will deflect. Su Yin explained. The protective divine light has been broken, and the low-level earth cultivator has almost reached the limit. Even if Qin Chi didn't surrender, the final move of the headbutt would not hit Qin Chi, but hit his side to show his intimidation and force Qin Chi to admit defeat. Since Qin Chi surrendered before, Su Yin would naturally not continue to do unnecessary things. The winner of the first round, Fox Demon, Su Yin. Zhou Tong raised his hand to announce the end of the first ring. Chapter 116, The Mosquito Taoist, who makes people clap their arms in applause. The winner of the first round is from the Fox clan, Su Yin, with 1 point. The Zhou Tong announced the winner of the first round loudly, raised his hand, and lightly swiped Su Yin's black iron token. And a statistical box about the points popped up behind the name on the black iron token. Afterwards, the tokens of the two contestants in the first round were placed in another glass ball by the Zhou Tong. After the two left the ring, the Zhou Tong raised the glass ball again, and the 148 tokens inside began to rotate again. Su Yin had just turned over from the ring, and his acquaintances surrounded him. Yu Yanning and Feng Shiqi even circled around Su Yin, with expressions of amazement on their faces. Yu Yanning sighed and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I was worried that you would be beaten to tears by the cultivators on the ring. Although I knew that Su Yin was a demon, I also knew that his cultivation level was very strong according to his age. But Su Yin doesn't fight much on weekdays. He shows his belly to be cute all day long when he has nothing to do. He eats and drinks for free and asks for rewards, with a face full of harmless words. This time, it was also the first time that Yu Yanning and Feng Shiqi saw Su Yin use magic to fight. I will admit defeat if I can't win. How can I squat on the ring and cry? Su Yin refused Yu Yanning's unreasonable association and complained, I'm not stupid. The three of them just said a few words, and the glass ball on the ring had randomly spit out a black iron token, and the identity information inside was projected into the air. Xia Yu royal family in the early Jindan period, Wuming. Jinxing. A tall figure covered in white gauze, without even showing his hands and feet, walked to the ring and stood still with a Xia Yu gold and silver standard horizontal sword in his hand, silently waiting for the arrival of the enemy without saying a word. The second white jade token was also selected at this moment, and the relevant personnel information was projected into the air. Crimson blood sect monk in the southern state in the early Jindan period, Dai Ling. Secret method? Come here, little fox. The ant sitting in the audience raised her hand and beckoned Su Yin to come to her side, saying, Quick! Quick! Help me check the winning rate. The odds of this round are quite balanced, and I can't see anything. It must be the royal family. Su Yin jumped to the audience in 3 or 2 steps, and said with confidence, The Red Blood sect is not a famous sect. How could it beat the rich Xia Yu son with deep heritage? Su Yin was born in the southern state. Although the southern state is larger than the central state, there are actually 3 families with a long history and deep heritage, which are often mentioned by the cultivators: Wanhua Valley, Lingxiang Temple, and Lianyumen. The Red Blood sect is not one of the 3 magic sects, and they all call themselves sects, so they should not be grassroots kings. So the female cultivators of the Red Blood sect must not be able to beat the royal family. Okay. If I win, I'll give you 10%, so you can save it for your wife marrying money. The ant leaned back, raised her hand, and hugged the little fox's shoulders with a proud face, and started talking about the division of the spoils. By the way, what kind of girl do you want to marry with so much gift money? Speaking of the little fox's wife marrying money, the ant was quite curious about it. Although it was not necessary to save any gift money for the nine-tailed fox bloodline, Su Yin might not want to live off his mother's family, so he had to save the gift money. You know, after Huang the shopkeeper came, Su Yan's wife was already worth 7 figures. It was enough to choose 3 high-quality spiritual instruments. If he met the direct sales of the instrument sect, he might even be able to add a custom-made robe. What does the little fox want to marry after saving so much? The ant suddenly felt a little curious. Is the gift money a lot? How about you take a look at me? Although I'm a little older, I can still be called a middle-aged lady with charm. When Su Yin was about to speak, an outside voice interrupted Su Yin's speech. Su Yin looked back and saw a female cultivator with long wine-red hair and a very hot body, who was pressing her white palm on the backrest of the straight board of the arhat bed, looking at him and his aunt with a smile on her face. Old worm. Old worm. I didn't expect that you would also fall in love with the little milk beast in your old age. After teasing, the female cultivator with long red hair did not hesitate to turn over and jump onto the Arhut bed, looking at Su Yin and his aunt with a gossipy look on her face, as if she was ready to find some traces of love. Why aren't you tired to death yet? After seeing the female cultivator with long red hair, his aunt's face was full of displeasure. Don't send me any more invitations. Otherwise we will end our friendship and never see each other again. Isn't it just that there are a few more happy events at home? Is it really necessary for the old worm to be so heartless? The red-haired Taoist complained. Su Yin had a question mark on his head. He squatted on the low table of the Arhut bed and looked left and right, looking at the strange monk and his aunt talking in words he couldn't understand. It's the poor little thing I adopted. The aunt lifted Su Yin onto her lap, held his head and touched it, then changed the wording slightly. She didn't say directly that Su Yin was her nephew, but simply said that she saw the poor little beast and adopted it. It was completely different from when she introduced it to Zhuotong. It's really a good little thing. I also watched the competition just now. I recognized at a glance that the magic he used was your specialty. I looked at it and saw such a big old insect sitting in the front row. The red-haired female cultivator smiled and stretched out her hand, holding Su Yin's meat pad and pinching it, saying, "My name is Taoist Mosquito. You can call me Sister Hong if you like. Don't call me. It will become unfortunate." The aunt raised her hand and pinched Su Yin's mouth, saying, "This old mosquito is a well-known old beggar in the cultivation world. There are more than a dozen weddings and funerals in the family throughout the year. Call her sister. And you don't need to do anything else throughout the year. Just wait for the feast." Taoist Mosquito is an old friend of the aunt. The origin of Taoist Mosquito is very tortuous. She is not an ordinary demon, but a blood-drinking demon mosquito cultivated by a small family's lower-level beast control method. The original family patriarch knew that he had no talent for cultivation at all. Looking at the declining beast control family, the head of the family slapped his butt and came up with a solution. That is, to save all the family resources and let everyone stop practicing. It's a waste of money to practice anyway, so we might as well use the resources to breed an heirloom beast. But with the size of the beast tamer family, it's obviously impossible to catch any powerful monster cubs. The head of the family slapped his butt again, thinking that the life cycle of insects is relatively short. So he caught millions of wild mosquitoes and kept them all in the family to feed them well. After generations of artificial breeding, the most elite mosquitoes were selected. It took decades to finally breed a mosquito larva that was born red and exuded powerful monster power. Then, their evil methods actually succeeded in cultivating a land immortal. Therefore, although the Taoist mosquito is a demon, her family and friends are all mortals. The original head of the family did not make a wrong judgment. The decline of the beast-taming family was inevitable. They gambled everything and successfully cultivated a family heirloom beast for the family. Although the beast-taming family is not strong now, no one dares to provoke it within tens of thousands of miles of the tribe. After making friends with Taoist Mosquito, you will probably receive all kinds of wedding and funeral invitations every now and then. Is it so outrageous? After listening to his aunt's complaints, Su Yin looked at Taoist Mosquito with a stunned face, then looked at his aunt, and slowly typed a big question mark. The origin of Taoist Mosquito burned Su Yin's brain. Why do I feel that among my elders, only my parents are slightly normal, and the others are more fancy than the other? Chapter 117, The first day of the ancestral sacrifice ends. The origin story of Taoist Mosquito is indeed outrageous. But because the details are so rich, Su Yin remained stunned the whole time after listening to it. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should complain about the head of the family, who came up with a crazy idea and finally realized it, or complain about Taoist Mosquito's family holding more than a dozen weddings and funerals a year. Your family has banquets all year round? Bring it! After complaining to Su Yin and Taoist Mosquito, the aunt still spread her hands honestly and moved to the old beggar to see what invitation she was handing over. Don't worry. There are no invitations this time. Hong Ling smiled and waved her hand, saying, I came here just to bring the younger generation of my family to join in the fun. There shouldn't be anything to invite to a banquet in the short term. Although Hong Ling is a noble earth immortal, the former beast control family seems to have run out of luck. The descendants born in the family have no outstanding talents. Most of them are like ordinary people who marry and have children and live their lives in a hurry. Those who have a little talent in the family only have a short lifespan of more than 800 years of Jin Dan cultivators. Hong Ling was also very helpless about inviting to a banquet. No family likes to hedge against red and white weddings all day long. But there are many people in the family, and a banquet must be held when something happens. As a result, all the Taoist friends lost contact while inviting. And she also had the title of an old beggar in the world of cultivation. It's been so long since we last met. Let's have a drink tonight. Hong Ling asked her aunt to have a drink tonight. Forget about going out. Just go to my place. It's not far from Luoheju anyway. Let their chef prepare some dishes for us, and send them over. After complaining about Hong Ling, the aunt did not bring up the past, but reminisced with her old friend whom she had not seen for several years. When she was a bandit in the past, she had plenty of money. No matter what kind of banquet Hong Ling asked, the aunt would come to her house on schedule. However, she has been in a very bad situation recently. As a half-step earthly immortal, she went to someone else's house to have a banquet, which was also considered to be supporting Hong Ling. It was really outrageous to be stingy. It was nice to give gifts, but the Hong Ling family knew that she was a half-step earthly immortal, so it was naturally impossible for them to give some mundane things in return. Their return gifts were all about the heart. It just so happened that the aunt liked those mundane things. It should be said that she was quite short of those gold, silver and spirit stones. But because of Face, the aunt was embarrassed to say it. She was suffering from the pain of wanting to save Face. After going to Hong Ling's house, her belt was tight for a month. Su Yan, lying on his aunt's lap, didn't pay much attention to the past that the elders talked about. Su Yan's eyes were basically on the ring. The royal family members, covered in white gauze, ended the battle with Dai Ling of the Red Blood sect with 3 sharp swords as Su Yan expected, and broke the blood-red bells that Dai Ling condensed with secret methods. Finally, he kicked Dai Ling hard in the chest and kicked her directly out of the ring. It seems that the injury should be serious, and Dai Ling should not be able to participate in the next points battle. Time passed little by little. In addition to helping his aunt place bets, Su Yan focused on the ring. Those who are fighting in the ring now can fight with him tomorrow. Su Yan was lucky to be in the first round of the opening battle. After the game, he can enjoy his aunt stroking his hair and collecting information about other opponents. The cultivators who didn't have a turn to play were also watching the situation on the ring and collecting information. The cultivator that Su Yan cared about the most, apart from those Jindan stage strong enemies, was the gold cultivator named Jin Lin from the eastern Zuluoxing city. His fighting strength was really outrageous. He was defeated in seconds since the preliminaries. Even now, he was killed in seconds at the beginning of the martial arts performance in front of the emperor. Just like the royal family member, Jin Lin directly beat his opponent into serious injuries and kicked him out of the ring. Like Yu Yaning, the princess of Luming County was a cultivator with fire affinity, and the flames she released were different from those of other fire cultivators. She released spiritual fire, a kind of extremely high temperature and sticky flame. The flame sticks to the enemy like a worm on the tarsal bone. The earth cultivator was almost turned into a ball of charcoal after being stained with a strand of it. And Feng Shiqi's battle was the most interesting. Su Yan had seen her holding a longbow more than once before. Su Yan always thought that Feng Shiqi should be a long-range archer. But Feng Shiqi's fighting method was to use the blades at both ends of the longbow to fight the enemy. Occasionally, after forcing the enemy back, she would take out arrows from the storage bracelet to hunt the enemy. The arrows were all shot towards the chest and abdomen. Su Yan felt a chill in his crotch and subconsciously wrapped his tail around his butt. Why didn't he think of the possibility that he would be robbed by the flying swords of the elders? Su Yan, don't think about those cleansing rooms all day long. In this world of cultivation, you need to be more careful about other vicious means. It is not necessary to use a sterilized knife to castrate a fox. Su Yan secretly felt alert in his heart. Time came unknowingly to the evening, and the first day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance came to an end. In less than an afternoon, all 75 ring matches were played. Each ring match actually did not take long, and it could be played in 3 to 5 minutes. For example, Wu Ming, Ji Lin, Meng Yu, those top forces who came out to practice and play, kicked the opponent out of the ring as soon as they started. Judging from the rotation speed of the ring battle, on the second day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, each contestant may need to go to the ring to fight 2 to 3 games a day. Go home for dinner. Auntie raised her hand and patted the low table of the Arha bed. The giant tree once again showed its magical power. Su Yan and Auntie turned into green light and merged into the inside of the giant tree. In an instant, they appeared on the roof of Luoheju. The giant tree summoned by Emperor Wuxing is very humane. In addition to greed, it also has the ability to escape light transmission. Wherever you go to the imperial city, it will send you back. Let's prepare food first. The old beggar, the eunuch boy, and Huayu will come to eat later. Annie hugged Su Yan in her arms, raised her hand and took out the watercolor from the storage ring, and reapplied some watercolor similar to the fur color on Su Yan's buttocks to cover up the seal that Princess Wuxi had stamped on him before, and then raised her foot and walked down the stairs to the crowded Luoheiju. Today is the first day of the ancestral sacrifice, and also the first day for merchants to rest. Today, except for some wine houses, brothels, and inns, no other businesses will be open. Naturally, on days when there is no need to go to work, I will spend time with my family. The most luxurious inn in the main city of Xiaoyu, Luoheiju, is naturally packed with customers who have reunion dinners or come back from travel. Prepare meals for 50 people and send them to Richuan Garden according to the standard of pavilions and towers. Understand? My aunt pulled a maid and asked them to prepare some meals and send them directly to my house later. Luoheiju was busy, but they dared not neglect a terrestrial immortal. They quickly agreed, and after placing an order with the kitchen, they accurately informed my aunt of the time when the meals would be delivered to Luoheiju. My aunt nodded with satisfaction and flew home. Just as she approached the door of the brothel, my aunt found something wrong in midair. Why are there so many women blocking the door of the brothel? Each of them held a notice in their hands, and it seemed that something like the most beautiful fox in the world. Half-price sale was written on the paper. Hack the half-price sale. Our foxes are never discounted. Chapter 118 Interesting Anecdotes on the eve of the New Year's Eve dinner. Aunt, is this a discount? Seeing the girl knocking on the door of Richuan Garden, and the three monkeys, who were so anxious that they almost spoke human language, Su Yan, who was lying in his aunt's arms, complained, "A monk came to slander my innocence. We are from the brothel." Having experienced the previous notice, Su Yan and his aunt were in a relatively stable mood at the moment, and even had the leisure to run to the door to ask the girls to take some flyers to take a look. The fake flyer said that Richuan Garden had a high-quality fox jumping massage service. After arriving at Richuan Garden, customers could choose their favorite foxes, such as foxes with snow-white fur and pink pads, or red foxes with jet-black pads. After washing, customers only needed to lie on the bed wrapped in a hot and wet blanket, and the selected fox would come to the dormitory and step on you with all four legs, using its weight to provide customers with extremely comfortable massage services by jumping. After looking at the flyer, the aunt fell into deep thought. Aunt, Su Yan's face was full of black lines as he spoke, and he raised his fox claws to point at the amount of the charge, 5 taels per hour. Even if I jump from morning to night, I can't make much taels. Right? After reading the flyer in full, Su Yan finally understood why there were so many people blocking the door of Richuan Garden. Su Yan and his aunt had been in the imperial city until almost dusk before they came back to prepare dinner. But those families who were interested in the martial arts performance in front of the emperor had already finished their New Year's Eve dinner, and were now visiting the flower street. As a result, they saw a leisure activity with Xiaoyu characteristics, so they naturally wanted to try it. The flyer was written in a very formal manner. Even the process and additional charge services were written. If Richuan Garden was not the property of his aunt, and he had been squatting in the brothel for several months, and knew that his own brothel did not have any fox-jumping massage services, Su Yan felt that with the brains of Xiaoyu people, it was really possible to develop a massage project with foxes doing child labor. The flyer was quite attractive. Su Yan wanted to try it himself. Of course, Su Yan didn't want a big fox to give him a massage. If he was as big as a building as his mother, Su Yan was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the force of the fox master's kick and would be directly deflated. Yes, someone slandered us for doing orp massage. After watching the excitement, the aunt took out the sound transmission jade report without saying a word and informed the Minister of Rights that her brothel had been slandered by thieves again. The Minister of Rights had just finished a heart-to-heart talk with Master Jean, and was particularly sensitive to similar things, and it was easy to get angry. On the first day of the new year, the aunt was too lazy to pay attention to those guys who distributed flyers, and directly reported to the Ministry of Rights according to the process and let those officials deal with it. Disperse. Disperse. There are no foxes in our brothel, and the thieves' slander and rumors are not credible. Don't block my door. The aunt raised her hand to show the momentum of the immortal, and easily dispersed the girls, who came in groups of 3 or 2 in front of the door, and then ordered the monkeys to take a board and directly stick it in the courtyard to say, "The owner of the brothel is gambling, and he has to take a week off." Su Yan looked at the monkeys with great curiosity. wondering if he should write for them. But when he saw the monkeys grinding ink skillfully and writing with great vigor and power, Su Yan's eyes twitched slightly. Su Yan was good at writing with charcoal pencils, but writing with a brush was really limited to his name. The monkey's brush writing was much better than Su Yan's, and he even drew ink paintings on the 4 sides of the board. Finally, a monkey was hand-painted and signed. Su Yan was stunned the whole time. I have to say, it is worthy of being the all-round party bee. Su Yan squatted in front of the door of the brothel and watched the monkey write. The ant who had just returned to the brothel to make tea came out of the door again and picked up Su Yan from the ground and flew towards Luo Heiju. What happened? Seeing that he went out again, Su Yan looked at his aunt with a puzzled face and asked, Nothing. Why, you just said that the girls from her family might also come over. There are about 70 or 80 people in her family, and the dishes we ordered for 50 people just now are definitely not enough. The aunt shook her head helplessly and said, Wanhua Pavilion is in chaos now. Today, all the big shots of Xia Yu went to the imperial city. Xia Yu, without his parents, is simply a naughty child in the fairy world. The Prince of Chiwang brought his friends and directly booked all the girls in Wanhua Pavilion and asked the courtesans to help him write the homework assigned by the academy. The courtesans wrote homework all day, flipping through books and copying words until their hands were soft. There is a school in the imperial city, which specializes in cultivating court officials and royal descendants. From the most basic cultivation knowledge to astronomy, geography, and Xia Yu history, everything is taught. And even special etiquette courses are taught. It is a particularly elite enlightenment academy, and there are naturally a lot of homework for such a high-end academy. The administrator of the academy is Master Jean, who directly blocked the complaints of the naughty children. They dared not comment on the behavior of the grand tutor, and could only endure the horrible homework assigned by the academy. As soon as the parents left, the naughty children ran directly to the Wanhua Pavilion to spend money to avoid disasters. Isn't it just charging guests by spirit stones? I will give you a lot of spirit stones, and you just need to finish all the homework for the holiday. Remember to imitate my handwriting, otherwise I will give a bad review. The Red Prince gave too much, and the friends he brought with him were all rich. The courtesans agreed to it in a moment of infatuation. But the homework was so difficult that the girls in the Wanhua Pavilion were scratching their heads. Are they running here to seek refuge? Su Yan said with a surprised expression. Don't the courtesans understand the homework in the academy? Almost. The homework assigned by the academy is based on astronomy, geography, and history. If you want to write it correctly, you need to read a lot of classics. For different students, the teachers in the academy will assign different homework, said the aunt. Fortunately, I don't have to study. Su Yan's cheeks showed a little relief, and he gloated in his heart. It didn't take much time to go from Richuing Garden to Luo Heiju. However, when Su Yan and his aunt came back, Hua Yu and his group were already sitting in the lobby of Richuing Garden. The talented women under his aunt and the girls under Hua Yu had already started chatting. The issue they were talking about was not Su Yan's performance in the ring today, or rouge and powder, but a flyer for a fox jumping massage. After a day of homework, the exhausted courtesan asked the talented women to arrange it for them. After dinner, they also had to relax their muscles. But the talented women looked confused. Obviously, they didn't know that there was such a thing in their family. There was only Su Yan, a fox, in Richuing Garden. Moreover, the shopkeeper had no children. So Su Yan's identity should be that of the young master of Richuing Garden. How could he work so hard to earn a few taels of silver? Su Yan sat on the altar, and the girls who came to him to pray and make wishes were rewarded with more than a few taels of silver. There is no such thing as fox jumping. It is all slander from our peers. After Su Yan returned to the brothel, he sat in Jiao Nanwu's arms and spoke again to clarify. However, it felt wrong as he sat there. Sister Nanwu, why are you pinching my meat pads? I was going to help you cut your nails. The human girl was still asking, but the demon girl had already done it herself, making Su Yan make up a story out of nothing. Jiao Nanwu was obviously interested in jumping, and after trimming Su Yan's nails, she would take them with her when she took a bath. Chapter 119, A race of unlucky ghosts comparable to monkeys. Dao Yu, save me. Just when Richunyuan was about to start eating, a handsome man fell at the gate of Xiaoyu City. He raised his hand with a weak face and trembled, and stretched out his hand to the pedestrians on the street to ask for help. But because he was too handsome, and his clothes looked expensive, it was obvious that the man in front of him was either from an aristocratic family or a young man with some background or power behind him. The outer layer of Xiaoyu City was basically lived by ordinary people who begged for food in the big city. No one dared to contact the man casually, for fear of getting involved in trouble. No one paid attention to his request. And even after the man asked for help, they walked around him. The guard who was guarding the city gate and collecting the caravan's entry fee took a look at the man, sighed slightly, and was about to help him up when a surprised female voice came from the city gate. You seem to be the eldest son of the Dongchong family? Why are you lying at the gate of Xiaoyu City? Hong Ling, who had just come from the border of Xiaoyu, looked at the weak man lying on the ground and said with a strange face, Senior Mosquito, save me. When the man saw Hong Ling, tears flowed down his face as if he saw a relative. I was appointed by the elders to come to Xiaoyu to give a festival gift to Senior Chong. Just when I was about to arrive at the main city of Xiaoyu, I was attacked by a female insect. Woo woo woo. As he said this, Dongchong cried with embarrassment on his face. Winter insects are a kind of peculiar insect monster in the insect race. They have high and excellent appearance and wonderful singing voice, and they are one of the rare vegetarian monsters. Winter insects are quite popular among some girls in the human race. But the appearance and singing voice belong to the curse of winter insects. Because when male winter insects reproduce, no matter what tribe they are combined with, the blood of the children born in the future must, and will only follow the mother's blood. The male insects seem to be willing to participate in the whole reproduction process, and have no sense of existence at all. If it were just like this, the handsome man would not be attacked by the female insects. There are actually many races, or items with such characteristics in the cultivation world. For example, the river water that can reproduce alone like the daughter country is more famous. But another characteristic of winter insects turns their advantages into a curse. If the demon race wants to reproduce, the female beasts not only need to spend a lot of time, but also need to spend cultivation, which is a very thankless task. But when the winter insects reproduce, it is the male insects who pay the price. At the moment when the winter insects reproduce, the male winter insects will rush to the abdomen of the female insects to support the development and growth of the fetus. This characteristic is also applicable when reproducing with other tribes. The man who came to give a festival gift to his aunt was originally a strong man in the spiritualization stage, but after being attacked by a female insect, his cultivation level directly degenerated to the golden core stage, and he needed to recuperate for several years before he could recover. Physically, he was squeezed into a dried insect. After listening to the story of the winter insect, Hong Ling had a strange expression on her cheek. This plot seemed to have been seen somewhere. The winter insect that was picked up last time seemed to be the father of this boy, who was also lying on the ground with a painful face, and asked passers-by for help with a weak face. It's just that his father was a little luckier, because he was attacked in the summer, and didn't need to lie on the cold floor. After picking up the winter worm, Hong Ling carried the man and flew directly to the aunt's brothel, and told her everything before and after the encounter with the winter worm. Could it be the Queen of Qinyuan bees? After listening to Hong Ling's explanation, Su Yan, who didn't know the characteristics of winter worms, looked at the handsome man who was squeezed into coma with astonishment, and said a little worriedly, It can't be the Queen of Qinyuan bees. The aunt raised her hand to control the pill to fly into the mouth of the winter worm, shook her head and said, It should be a earth fairy level insect monster. Otherwise it would not be so seriously injured. His current cultivation is directly overdrawn, and fell back to the golden elixir stage. It will take a few years to recover to the original level. After listening, Su Yan swallowed his saliva, looked up at Jian Nanwu who was holding him to watch the show, and fear arose in his heart. Jian Nanwu typed a question mark with a puzzled face, not knowing why the fox in his arm suddenly trembled, and then looked up at him with a scared expression. Don't worry. You two won't get into trouble. The reason why the winter insect's cultivation level has fallen is because of the racial characteristics. When the winter insects reproduce, the male insects pay for the spiritual energy. The ant frowned and pondered for a while, and changed to an explanation that non-demons could understand, in simple terms. If the winter insects want to reproduce, they need to pay the female insects for nutrition and the cost of raising the fetus. However, this one was unlucky to meet a rich woman, so he gave all his savings to the other party, and then borrowed a lamb debt. Lamb debt? Lamb debt? Whoever borrows the lamb is the highest interest borrowing method among the people in Xiaoyu. The monthly interest rate is about 13%. After the aunt explained this, the talented woman in the brothel, and Su Yan finally understood what happened. Su Yan couldn't help but show a look of pity. He originally thought that the monkey tribe was miserable enough, but he didn't expect that there was such a miserable insect tribe in the world of cultivation. Winter insects are good things. Hua Yu, who had not spoken for a long time, pondered and said, before Wanhua Valley had issued a bounty, asking Wanhua pavilions all over the world to search for traces of winter insects. As long as the information is confirmed to be correct, the client is willing to pay a reward of 1 million spirit stones. We often receive commissions from the demon tribe, like this in Wanhua Pavilion. The ability of winter insects is so special that it can allow female beasts to give birth to a perfect offspring with the characteristics of their own race without paying any price. Some demon tribes, who have no intention of getting married, will entrust assassin organizations from all sides to find the whereabouts of the winter insect tribe. The demon tribes that can issue such commissions are all powerful demon tribes with noble blood without exception. Hua Yu specifically pointed out something that no one else said, obviously asking her aunt whether she should install a goo insect locator on this kid and reap the benefits of the winter insect tribe every once in a while. You can do it, but you can't do it. The aunt looked at Hua Yu solemnly and said seriously, Jia Chong relies on righteousness to gain a foothold in the world. Righteousness, justice, and principles that benefit the public. Bandits also have their own rules, and they attach great importance to such rules. If a tribe like Jia Chong, who made a fortune by robbing wealthy businessmen, did not abide by the rules set by their ancestors, the tribe would have been in chaos long ago. If Dong Chong can pay tribute, he is a younger brother, although he can make more money without conscience. But my aunt just doesn't like to make this dirty money. Hua Yuzhenren raised her hands and waved them quickly, indicating that she had said the wrong thing and would not mention those things again. If there is nothing else, get ready to eat. Little fox, finish your meal early because you have to fight in the arena tomorrow morning. After my aunt warned Hua Yu, she asked everyone to sit down and continue eating. By the way, Nanwu, go to the backyard of the brothel and take a look at those old trees. If I am not mistaken, those monkeys must have secretly brewed monkey wine. Go and get it. As soon as my aunt finished speaking, the monkey wearing a chef's apron and carrying the cold dishes came out with an expression of disbelief and shock, looking at my aunt and Jia Nanwu, who responded blankly with horror. Squeak. My wine. Chapter 120 Fried Fish. Why don't you fight first? Decide the order of massage. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, Jia Nanwu naturally took Su Yan's arm and prepared to walk around the backyard. After digesting the food, she returned to the dormitory to experience the fox jumping. This was normal for Jia Nanwu. After all, Su Yan had promised to come to her first after reaching maturity, so it was normal to be intimate. Jia Nanwu had no reason to be shy. But today the brothel was full of guests. The courtesans were not happy when they saw Jia Nanwu was going to eat alone. Mian Fei smiled and pulled Su Yan's paw. Jia Nanwu hugged Su Yan's waist with both hands, and they exerted force one after the other like a tug-of-war game. Su Yan's legs had been hanging in the air for a stick of incense. Finally, he couldn't help it and spoke bluntly, asking the two girls to fight outside. Su Yan felt uncomfortable with being pulled from front to back. It would be better to let them decide the order by themselves, and then work overtime to take turns to massage everyone's back. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to keep the stalemate in the lobby. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, it was the turn of the talented women in the aunt's brothel to be unhappy. They can't compare with the courtesans in terms of cultivation. How many years will it take to arrange the service in order of cultivation? You can go to the inner hall to play mahjong, or use the drinking game to decide the winner. The endless quarrel in the lobby affected the aunt, who was sitting at the tea table on the 4th floor and reminiscing about the past. The aunt came out with a dark face to preside over the situation, and asked those who wanted to try the fox jumping tonight to go to the gambling table to fight. Otherwise, they couldn't argue to make sense. And it also affected the few people who were drinking tea and reminiscing about the past upstairs. The aunt, the Taoist mosquito, the eunuch boy, Hua Yu, the queen bee of Qin Yuan bee, and the depressed Dong Chong were all sitting at the tea table watching the noise downstairs. When Dong Chong saw Su Yan, pity and sympathy appeared on his face. The female beasts of the demon tribe are all bad women. They don't care whether others agree or not. They just run away after getting something for free. Although Dong Chong was attacked by the female insect, he didn't even see what the female insect looked like during the whole process. The aunt wanted to help Dong Chong but couldn't find the enemy. Seeing that the curious girls had left, Su Yan squatted on the long table and breathed a sigh of relief. He complained to the talented women who were not interested in the jumping of foxes. It's just a nonsense project. I don't know if the effect is good when I massage myself. Why do so many people come to join in the fun? When Su Yan was complaining again, he didn't notice that a circular outline appeared behind him. She held a firecracker in her left hand and a stick of incense in her right hand. The humanoid quietly came behind Su Yin, quietly put the firecracker behind Su Yin's tail, and secretly lit the firecracker with burning incense, making a loud bang. Wow! The sudden explosion scared Su Yin, who was squatting on the long table, so much that he jumped up. At the moment when Su Yin jumped up, Sister Sierra stretched out her hands and caught Su Yin, smiling and saying, "Happy first day of the new year, little fox." Sister Sierra. After hearing the familiar voice, the frightened Su Yin turned around with a black face, and saw Sister Sierra looking at him with a smirk on her face. Happy to you too. Let's go! Let's go out to watch the fireworks. Sister Sierra took Su Yin and ran away. In the eyes of others, Su Yin flew up into the air, and his figure seemed to be flashing. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away from the original place, and disappeared in the brothel. Don't pay attention to those details. It's just that the location of Richunyuan is not good, and it is often haunted. Seeing Joyo come to play with Su Yin again, the corner of the aunt's eyes twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything else, just calmly told other friends nonsense. Is this also common? Dong Chong showed surprise on his face. The fox flew. The queen of Qinyuan bees had tears in her eyes. Mare was going to participate in the duel, but was stopped by her aunt's gaze, and did not participate. She originally thought that there might be some opportunities at night. Now seeing the nine-tailed fox take off, Mare almost bit her painful mask with her silver teeth. Woo! We're here. Sister Sheer brought Su Yin to a river beach and greeted Su Yin with a smile on her face to get on the boat to set off fireworks. At the exact time of the night, the Four Eyes cities will start the fireworks show on time. The river where we are is one of the best attractions. Moreover, you can set off firecrackers here without worrying about setting off fires. If I'm not mistaken, the box of firecrackers that Sister Sheer has should be in the backyard of the brothel. Right? Seeing the familiar fox print on the wooden box, Su Yin asked with a little hesitation. Yes. I moved it from your house. Seeing that you didn't seem to be ready to set it off, I took it out, Sister Sheer said with confidence. This big box of firecrackers was brought by Qin Yuan Feng when he was preparing New Year's goods for his aunt. Later, he put it in the dormitory of the monkeys, so that they could set it off after eating the New Year's Eve dinner. This is powerful, and can be used to blow up sea beasts. After pulling Su Yin onto the boat, Sister Sierra took out a firecracker as thick as a thigh and gave it to Su Yin, indicating that he should light it and throw it directly into the river. Maybe he could have a very delicious fish sashimi dinner tonight. Seeing the firecrackers as thick as waists and Sister Sierra, who was smiling and holding incense to invite him, Su Yin waved his hands and refused. Sister Sierra, this is not good. Right? There are so many sea beasts living in the river, and throwing our detonators down there is somewhat immoral. Before dumping bath water, he almost got caught by the mermaids and galloped into the sea. This time, such a big firecracker was thrown into the river. Su Yin was afraid that tomorrow morning, he would see crying sea beasts sitting in the government office complaining and accusing the foxes in Richunyuan of poisoning the river. What are you afraid of? Sister Sierra rolled her eyes, lit the firecrackers, and stuffed them directly into the river. After a low muffled sound, a water column of more than 10 meters splashed directly from the bottom of the water, and waves were raised on the lake surface, hitting the boat and shaking it left and right. Su Yin held the boat tightly. He didn't want to fall into the river to take a bath in winter. After the wind and waves subsided a little, a black shadow slowly floated up from the bottom of the river to the surface of the river. The giant river clam slowly opened its shell, revealing the naked human-like soft flesh inside. Su Yin looked at the clam in astonishment. The beauty inside the clam seemed very angry. She opened her mouth and spit a large number of pearls shining with white light all over Su Yin's face. A large number of irregularly shaped pearls filled the boat that Su Yin was riding in an instant. Omitted. At last, the clam spirit stood up and stuck out its tongue at the boat Su Yin was riding. It barely calmed down and turned around to jump up, grabbing the edge of the clam shell, pulling it down hard to close the shell and diving back to the bottom of the river. The clam spirit couldn't see Sister Sheer. The only thing she saw was a little fox frying fish in the river. She didn't pull Su Yin into the clam shell and beat him up, just because Su Yin was young. Are these pearls worth money, Sister Sheer? Su Yin struggled out of the pearl pile and asked in a daze. These pearls are not valuable. The first thing to look at is the shape of the pearls, and the second is the color. The rounder the pearl, the more expensive it is. The second is the color. Sister Sierra squatted down, picked up the irregular pearls on the hull and squeezed them. The pearls were directly broken into a slightly moist gray-white substance, and they don't have the quality to be made into pearl paste powder. That river clam spirit spits out a lot of pearls. Su Yen turned into a human form, and used his hands and feet to return all the inferior pearls spewed out by the river clam spirit to the river channel. He said helplessly, "So, Sister Seer, let's not do these wicked things. Right? It's not bad. I used to bring Wuxi the girl here to fry fish. By the way, I need to pay attention in the next few days. If you can avoid participating in the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor, it is better not to go." Sister Seer controlled the boat to the main river channel and whispered to Su Yen, "I was eavesdropping on His Majesty and the Grand Master in the palace. They said that there seemed to be some problems inside the Demon Suppression Department. A high-ranking member of the Nightmare Town sect of the Central Province broke in. The Demon Suppression Department is not simple. It suppresses a large number of immortal nations that are praised by the world. The Nightmare Town sect really wants to make a big trouble this time. The Sisters of Life and Death have just rushed back from the border. I think the next few days should be the time for Grandmaster Jean and the Nightmare Town sect to fight. You'd better stay by my side, or go outside Xiaoyu City to avoid the limelight recently." Chapter 121 Thrills from Another Space. On the surface of the peace and prosperity in the Imperial City, secretly, the Xiaoyu dynasty and the Nightmare Town sect have already fought. And unlike the previous minor fights, it is the top forces of the Nightmare Town sect that are fighting to the death. When Emperor Wuxing decided to lead the expedition in person, the middle and lower level monks of the Nightmare Town sect had already shown signs of fleeing. The time left for the Nightmare Town sect is only until the second day after the Lantern Festival. Emperor Wuxing can withdraw his hands after presiding over the ancestor worship. The top leaders of the Nightmare Town sect naturally understand this. But unlike the bottom-level Nightmare Town idiots, they all know very well that as long as Emperor Wuxing takes action personally, then no matter how they escape, it will be useless. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, or even the universe, no matter how far the distance is, it is just a step away for the monks at the level of Emperor Wuxing. It is impossible to escape. And the only way for everyone to survive is to fight to the end and awaken the leader of the Nightmare Town. Bang, bang, bang. Colorful fireworks rose into the sky, exploding into colorful fireworks. Sister Seer and Su Yen were sitting on a small boat on the river, watching the gorgeous scenery. After the sound of the fireworks subsided, Su Yen continued to ask Sister Seer the previous question. "Are there tribes of the immortal country hidden in the Demon Suppression Division?" "Yes. I personally captured more than 20 of them and imprisoned them there." Sister Seer slowly exhaled and said, "You are familiar with the 10 witches of the immortal country, right? Although I don't know who gave those monsters such beautiful names. There is also a special word to refer to those monks whose souls have dissipated. When the method of nightmare suppression is practiced to a high level, there will inevitably be problems with the soul. After the soul of the disciples of nightmare suppression dissipates or perishes, the strong body that has merged a large number of different tribes will not necessarily die. Instead, it may become stronger because of the disappearance of the soul. The flesh of the disciples of nightmare suppression is a stitched monster. They will stitch the talents of any tribe they like to themselves. The talents of the demon race are stored in the soul. If you want to seize the magical powers of the demon race, you must devour the soul. Therefore, the soul of the Nightmare Town seems to be in human form. But in fact, the internal structure of the soul is extremely twisted and chaotic. When the soul, which is the control center, dissipates, the twisted soul inside is exposed. Although they have no reason and senses, the demon instinct deep in their flesh makes their behavior more brutal and destructive. Moreover, after the twisted soul aggregate controls the body of the Nightmare Town, the stitched body that integrates the blood of different ethnic groups often evolves because the soul and body are perfectly matched. Although the names of the 10 witches of the Undead Country and the Undead Country ethnic group are similar, they have no similarities except that they all have extremely strong physiques. The 10 witches of the Undead Country are ancient sages. They fight for the interests and survival of their respective ethnic groups. Although their souls dissipate and only an empty SHL is left in the world, they have been driven by their inner obsessions. But they are generally harmless objects to living beings. But the Undead Kingdom is different. They will continue to devour the creatures of the world and sew them into their own bodies, fusing souls and bodies and constantly changing. Just like a jigsaw puzzle game where quantitative changes lead to qualitative evolution. That is to say, the Nightmare Sect intends to release the monsters with undead bodies in the underground of the Demon Suppression Division? Su Yin said a guest with a face full of horror. From Sister Shear's detailed explanation, Su Yin can distinguish the differences between the 10 witches of the undead kingdom and the tribe. In addition, Sister Shear said before that the Nightmare sect had infiltrated the Demon Suppression Division. So Su Yin can naturally make a reasonable guess. Are those monsters really that scary? Can't even His Majesty solve them? Of course they can be solved. Sister Shear pinched Su Yan's ears and said, the Undead Kingdom tribe is very important to Xiao Yu. As for why it is important, wait until you are an adult before asking me. The little fox can't listen too much to those adult things. The Undead Kingdom tribe is one of the cornerstones of Xiao Yu. It is them who keep Xiao Yu's land fertile and ensure that every family in Xiao Yu can use natural gas. Without the Undead Kingdom tribe imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Division, Xiao Yu's agriculture will at least regress to the level before the founding of the country. Whether there is food to eat depends on luck. Although Su Yin asked in a cute way, Sister Shear didn't answer him until she sent Su Yin home. Why the Immortal Country tribe was so important to Xiao Yu. And although the ants and others had a good cultivation, they also knew about the Immortal Country tribe. But they couldn't answer Su Yin's curiosity. No one knew why Xiao Yu collected the Immortal Country tribe. Let's go back to the dormitory to sleep. When Su Yin sneaked out to set off firecrackers, the mahjong competition in the lobby had ended. Jian Nan was successfully fought through the siege with rich experience, and won the priority to experience the fox jumping massage tonight. Jian Nan ran to the 4th floor with excitement, took Su Yan's fox meat pad, and walked to the dormitory. Su Yin saw that he couldn't ask anything, so he could only suppress his curiosity about the Immortal Country tribe, and went back to the dormitory with Jian Nan to try the fox jumping back feeling. Su Yin was also quite curious about this service. Would it really feel comfortable to step on the back? It's already 2 circles smaller. It will return to normal in another month and a half. Spring goes and autumn comes. In another month and a half, the regular breeding season of the mermaids will end. Separated from Su Yin by a screen, Jian Nan took off her coat and revealed her mermaid body. She measured her body with her palm and couldn't help whimpering. All the food she had eaten and drank before was wasted, and the fat she had accumulated was completely unused. Little fox, are you really not going to take a bath with me? No, unless you swear not to use my tail as a bubble ball. Su Yin, who was lying on the bed, raised his head and looked at Jian Nan in the screen and shouted, the fluffy tail of the fox is not only beautiful, but also can be wrapped with soap beans to make foam. There is nothing that Su Yin would refuse to bathe with a female monk. Can a fox tail be used like this? Jian Nan looked out from the screen with a surprised face and looked at Su Yin, whom Su Yin was lying on the ground. Thinking back to when he lived in the ancestral home in the southern state, his mother thought his hair was dirty. And when she was washing her fur by the river, she accidentally discovered a new use for her tail. Fortunately, his mother had more tails than he did. Otherwise Su Yin thought that his mother could use him as a bubbler for bathing. I don't know how my mother is doing now. She was captured and brought back to the clan. She should be living a poor and Buddhist life. Right? She doesn't even have the leisure daily life of going to the brothel to listen to music. Thinking about life in the ancestral home, Su Yin couldn't help but think of his old mother, who had lost contact for a long time. I don't know how she is living now. So pitiful. Jian Nan walked out from behind the screen, squatted in front of Su Yin, and poked Su Yin's bulging belly with her little hand, looked at Su Yin with a distressed face, and hugged Su Yin, who was missing his mother, into her arms. Don't worry. I will never press you on the washboard to rub you hard, or put you on the bamboo pole to dry. As she said, Jian Nan rubbed Su Yin with her face. Su Yin was confused about this. He didn't think he was pitiful in the past. Jian Nan said that those things seemed to Su Yin like being chased by his mother with a clothes hanger in the street in his previous life. It's just a normal behavior for an old mother to educate a disobedient child. But, can your tail really make bubbles? Yes. The bubbles are very smooth. At least I like to use it myself. Chapter 122, the second day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance. The warm sun rose outside the window. Su Yin, who was lying on the snow-white back of Jian Nan, opened his eyes slowly after jumping tiredly. A cold and wet feeling made Su Yin, who had excellent sleep quality, feel uncomfortable. Su Yin looked carefully and found that the snow-white fur on his belly was all wet, and most of the fur was stuck together. Su Yin hurriedly wanted to stand up, but the anti-slip pads on his 4 legs slipped at this time, causing Su Yin to fall directly to the floor. Woo! Su Yin's nose was hit, and he cried. Jian Nan, who was on the bed, also woke up at this moment. seeing Su Yin lying on the ground. He was stunned for a moment, and then remembered what happened last night. Fox jumping is indeed a very comfortable massage project, especially with Su Yin's small weight. Jian Nanwu fell asleep while chatting last night, and did not transform his body, and fell asleep directly in his original form. The mermaids are aquatic animals. In dry areas on land, they secrete a layer of moisturizing liquid on their bodies to prevent them from being dried on land. In addition to basic moisturizing, this layer of mucus also has a certain ability to resist physical blows from blunt objects. Blunt objects hitting the mermaids will naturally slide aside. Su Yin should have stepped on the moisturizing lotion and fell directly to the ground and hit his nose. After guessing the cause and effect, Jian Nanwu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on her cheeks. She quickly got up from the bed and wanted to help Su Yin. Little fox, don't move. The layer of mermaid moisturizing liquid is insoluble in water and needs to be scraped to clean it up. Bang! Jian Nanwu, who had returned to human form, walked out of the bed while talking. The first step on the dry floor did not cause any accidents, but the second step just stepped on the position where Su Yin fell. Under the interaction of the two layers of willful mucus, Jian Nanwu also fell to the ground. Woo! Jian Nanwu curled up and covered her forehead, looking at the little fox covering her nose with tears in her eyes. It hurts. Sister Nanwu, you'd better fly in the air, Su Yin said with a black face. After taking a bath in Jian Nanwu's dormitory, Su Yin jumped up and pushed open the bolt of the door. After a long stretch, he glanced at the lobby of the brothel, where a bunch of ruddy drunkards were lying on their backs. There were also some little mouths kissing each other, muttering mushy words of love. And you can guess what kind of spring and autumn dream the girl should be having without thinking. After Su Yin glanced a few times, he didn't care about the girls in the lobby anymore, and turned to run to the fourth floor. My aunt and the others were still sitting around the tea table, eating melon seeds, drinking tea, and chatting about some things in the world of cultivation. Mosquito Taoist, Winterworm, and Qin Yuan Bi were all cultivators who came to Xiaoyu from different regions. Naturally, the information they knew was not limited to the things in Xiaoyu. It's just right that the little fox is here. I was just about to wake you up and clean up. The aunt leaned over and picked up Su Yin and put him on her lap. She pressed the little fox's shoulders with great skill and patted them slightly. Our lucky fox wants to eat something early, and will tell the monkeys to bring it to you right away. Su Yin, who was patted on the shoulders, immediately became energetic and motivated. It seemed that there were some switches on Su Yin's body, who maintained his original form. Rubbing his ears could make him feel comfortable enough to lie down, and rubbing the acupoints behind his ears could make Su Yin's whole fox limp to the ground. A pat on the connection between the tail and the body, as well as on both sides of the shoulders, will immediately make Su Yin energetic, as long as it's not dairy products. I'm worried that someone will beat him to vomit milk later. Su Yin sat on his aunt's lap and complained. The contestant holding the black iron token yesterday, and Jean Lin, were both heavy punchers. After one round of fighting, more than a dozen contestants were eliminated, and the contestants had to fight 2 rounds on the second day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance. This was only the second day, and Su Yin didn't dare to imagine how many rounds he would have to fight in the last round of the Imperial Martial Arts performance. But those things had nothing to do with Su Yin, because Su Yin felt that he was too small to last until the 4th day at most. After eating meat buns and soy milk in Richuan Garden, the aunt led a group of people to Luoheiju, and climbed back to the Imperial City through the top pavilions and floors. Emperor Wuxing and the officials in the court had already sat on high seats waiting for the game. Just like yesterday, my aunt randomly chose a front row seat to sit down. Maybe because there were many heavyweight cultivators around my aunt today. The sacred tree also set up a cordon around the area where everyone was sitting. The cordon is not used to block entry and exit, but to tell other cultivators, who are more ambitious than the sky, that those sitting here are all big villains in the cultivation world. So remember to walk around. First round. Let's start drawing lots now. My aunt seemed to come here on time. Not long after she sat down, the eunuch in official uniform announced the start of the next day's ring on the stage, and raised the glass sphere high to let the token rotate. Fox Demon in the middle stage of foundation building, Su Yin, water element. Royal family in the early stage of golden elixir, Wuming, gold element. 2 black iron tokens flew out one after another, and Su Yin, who was sitting in the audience, was full of doubts. Have I ever been blessed? Yesterday, the nameless person of the royal family put the long sword back into the scabbard, wrapped the sword tassel around his palm, and raised the scabbard as a stick to beat the contestants. With Su Yan's cultivation level, he might be evenly matched with the nameless person of the royal family in the early stage with his innate advantage of strong mana. But once his spiritual power is exhausted, he might really be beaten by the nameless person to vomit milk. Although Su Yan was nervous and secretly blamed himself for not drinking soy milk in the morning, he still jumped from the audience to the venue without hesitation and walked towards the ring with a serious face. Although he was afraid, the bell was not grown in vain. He couldn't win the battle, but he couldn't lose the battle. Su Yan walked onto the stage, and the royal family's nameless also walked onto the stage after a while, his whole body covered in airtight white gauze, with a circle of gold embroidery on the edge of the gauze and the cuffs, so no one could see his cold face and figure. After the two stood on the stage, the royal family's nameless, who had originally stood straight, hunched slightly, and his whole body's spirit was drained at this moment, revealing a sense of helplessness. Nameless raised his right hand, waved to the referees with tongue, and then turned and walked off the stage. "You want to give up?" Nameless wave just now was really just a very simple wave, and he did not tell Zwatong that he wanted to give up through voice transmission, because the voice transmission method would also reveal his identity. The royal family members covered with white gauze represent the idle people who give up the royal power, do not participate in disputes, and just want to be a rich man. They usually don't reveal their identities, fearing that they will be involved in various disputes after being revealed. Nameless did not answer Zwatong, but walked out of the ring and returned to the rest area, standing still with his hands down, using his actions to show his abstention. Su Yan stared at Nameless closely, with an unprecedented solemnity on his cheeks. Nameless was stared at by Su Yan, and seemed to feel a little uncomfortable and slightly turned his head. He subconsciously held the sword with his right hand, and when he held his hands, he placed his right hand on the inside of his left elbow, and his left hand on the inside of his right elbow. As soon as the action was made, Nameless immediately put his hand down. Zhou Yu, you really deserve to die. I was worried that you were living like a homeless person in Xiaoyu, so I went to find you to drink and accompany you when I came back from Shi Mountain Range. Now you actually told me that your background is very big. Su Yan's face first showed a sudden realization, and then a heartbroken expression of being defrauded. He raised his hand and tremblingly pointed at Zhou Yu, who was aliased as Nameless, and looked like he was about to vomit blood. The winner of the first round, Su Yan. The Emperor's city was dead silent. Zwatong looked around the audience and announced the name of the winner carefully. Wow. Why did you lose so much? Jinan stage versus Foundation building stage. Can a Jinan stage cultivator admit defeat? The gamblers in the audience were so upset that they never expected that the first round would be another upset. Although there was a waiver in the ring match, even if the handicap was invalid, Xiaoyu would need to charge a 3% handling fee to refund the spirit stones. Winning or losing doesn't matter at the gambling table, but outside the gambling table, let alone the 3% handling fee, even losing a pound of spirit stones can make gamblers so distressed that they stop breathing. Chapter 123, The Peerless Warrior, Jean Lin. I didn't expect you to be this kind of brother Zhou. Although Su Yan recognized the royal identity, the contestants and the audience were watching, so Su Yan didn't rashly ask Zhou Yu what happened, how he turned from a homeless man into a member of the royal family. Although the audience cried and shouted for a refund because of Zhou Yu's abstention, when Zwatong raised the glass ball in his hand, the gamblers began to cry again and prepared to bet 2 more hands, and then go to the minister of the Ministry of Revenue after today's ring match. Auntie, you didn't lose money, did you? Su Yan ran to the edge of the arena, jumped onto the audience in 3 or 2 steps to find his aunt, and asked her whether she won or lost the bet. My aunt was full of relief, waved her hand and said, Aunt, with my pair of presbyopic eyes and black hands, I dare not bet without seeing the right position. I looked at it and didn't say anything in the first game. Since she came to Xiaoyu and lost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, she has basically maintained an average loss of 100,000 spirit stones every year. My aunt has long been in awe, and she dare not bet randomly on the gambling table with her earthly immortal vision. According to my aunt's experience, if Su Yan and the Royal Anonymous fight to the death, the winning rate of the two should be 50 to 60. If they fight in the ring, it will definitely be the Royal Anonymous chasing Su Yan and beating him. My aunt was not sure, and she didn't follow the bet without the guidance of the Fox Fairy's guidance technique, so she didn't lose the 3% handling fee. It's good that we didn't lose. We can't increase revenue, but at least we should save money. Su Yin returned to his original appearance, asked his aunt to help him add some powder on his buttocks, then jumped onto the low table of the Arhat bed, took out the spirit stone, and waved his hand. A vine bud that was salivating over the spirit stone appeared at the bottom of the table. Su Yin threw the spirit stone away and began to enjoy himself, living a life of food and clothing. Hong Ling, who was standing by, saw Su Yan's appearance and said with a helpless expression, "You fox haven't even started fighting in the ring yet. But you're enjoying life now? What do you mean by enjoyment? This is called preparation." The aunt corrected Hong Ling's inappropriate words with a serious face. Whether it's enjoyment or preparation, it won't affect the fierce battle that is breaking out in the ring. Yu Yanning, holding a brass-knuckle boxing glove with flames wrapped around her, punched Qing Chi's cheek heavily, breaking the blessing of the mountain-turning and earth-covering spell with one punch, and knocked Qing Chi out of the ring. Jin Lin walked towards the ring with an indifferent expression, glanced at the master in the audience, and shook his head gently, as if to say that no one could fight. After a morning of fighting, more contestants were eliminated. Moreover, there was no such thing as a lunch break in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. After the first round, the second round of fighting began immediately. The second day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance was extremely intense, and the contestants might have to fight 3 rounds. The second round of the ring began. Sitting on the high platform, Master Jin raised his hand and hooked his mouth slightly, and 2 tokens of different materials flew out of the glass ball. Fox Demon in the middle stage of Foundation Building, Su Yin. Water Element. Falling Star City Jin Den middle stage, Jin Lin. Huh? Su Yin, who was originally sitting in the audience and helping his aunt win a big victory in the handicap, was stunned with a relaxed expression on his cheeks when he saw the 2 tokens. He never thought that he would be the first to go on the stage again, and he would actually face a fierce man with negative odds. In the official handicap of Xiaoyu, if you bet on Jin Lin to win, not only will you not earn any gene of spiritual stones, but you will have to pay 20% of the spiritual stones to Xiaoyu. Jin Lin basically locked the first place in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. At least from the handicap data, no contestant can compete with Jin Lin. At least the descendants of the 8th king cannot be compared with him. Jin Lin is definitely a tough guy in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Do you want to give up? After looking at the name of the opponent, the aunt frowned slightly and felt that the risk was a bit high. She turned her head and raised her hand to scratch Su Yan's belly and asked, "No, I want to fight." Su Yan came back to his senses from his stunned thoughts and immediately said, "This is a good opportunity. It's rare for the first place player of this session to fight with Jin Lin. The people on the high platform should also pay a little attention. Right? The Black Iron token cannot win the championship. The highest reward is the guidance and guidance of Xiaoyu Taisher for a period of time. And the premise is to get the attention of the Taisher. Only by being selected by the Taisher can you get such an opportunity." The reason why Su Yin participated in the ring competition was never the reward from the royal family, but to obtain the knowledge of water control and some knowledge related to the Dragon Clan from the Dragon Clan Master. The ring battle with Jin Lin was an opportunity. If he could not get the attention of Master Jin, then the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor would have no meaning for Su Yin. "Fight!" Su Yin jumped up from the vines, announced his intention to participate in the competition loudly, and jumped directly to the ground. Jin Lin looked at the audience indifferently, watching the snow-white young fox jump down, turn into a teenager, and run towards the ring with excitement on his face. Gu Jinglubo's cheeks could not help but have a ripple. Young Demon Clan. Excitement on the cheeks. The Eastern State is the territory of the Demon Clan, and Luoxing City is a powerful force that lies at the junction of the human race and the Demon Clan. One of the daily tasks of the monks in Luoxing City is to follow the elders to eliminate the monster tribes that have just awakened their spiritual wisdom and are doing evil everywhere in the Eastern State. Jin Lin has been following his master to kill monsters since the Qi refining period. During this period, the monsters he killed were countless, and they could already be piled up into a mountain of corpses. The monsters that saw the monks in Luoxing City all showed expressions of fear and terror, and then turned around and fled with horror as if they had seen a disaster. Therefore, when Jin Lin saw that Su Yin did not show any fear on his cheeks, but ran towards him with excitement, Jin Lin's heart slightly rippled. Being underestimated by a little beast, Jin Lin whispered in his heart, and his brows frowned slightly. Since he was 21 years old, he had been killing monsters for 11 years. But this was the first time he saw a monster cub so boldly running towards him. I asked, seeing Su Yin stepping onto the ring. Jean Lin spoke the first sentence in an unusual way, with a little aggression. Are you a fairy? Su Yan was stunned when he heard Jean Lin speak, and asked in a slightly unbelievable way. Although Jean Lin had a handsome face, it was a kind of face that was difficult to distinguish between men and women, and his body shape did not have any characteristics that women should have. Su Yan had always thought that Jean Lin in front of him was a big strong man. Unexpectedly, the voice was a woman's. Su Yan immediately felt that the whole fox was not good, because in the strategy Su Yan formulated for himself, facing the cultivators, who were far stronger than himself, there were some crotch-hitting and low-level moves to create opportunities, so that he could attack the enemy with flaws. But Jean Lin was a fairy. So should he kick him, or not? No instructions. Jean Lin frowned and spoke again, asking Su Yan to introduce himself. Chapter 124 The Divine Sword Carving Mountains, Rivers, and Grass. I am Su Yan, a fox demon from the southern province. Faced with a question from the monk Jean Lin from Luoxing City, Su Yan openly told his origins, and then looked at Jean Lin with a serious look as he made the seal for the start of the spell. Falling Star City. Jean Yuan Monk. Jean Lin. In response, Jean Lin also directly said the sect he belonged to, raised his left hand holding the scabbard, slowly moved in front of himself, and held the hilt with his right hand and drew out a not-so-precious 100-tempered steel straight sword. Thank you for 3 moves. Jean Lin drew out the straight sword and swung out the sword flower, letting Su Yan make 3 moves first to discuss strength and weakness based on cultivation. Jean Lin's move was not intended to mock. Letting Su Yan make 3 moves first was equivalent to giving up the initiative, allowing the weaker cultivation to take the advantage of the initiative. And after 3 moves, Jean Lin would go all out to fight Su Yan, who was weaker than her. She respected the courage of the fox demon in front of her, and was unwilling to take advantage of her cultivation and seize the initiative. If she really wanted to taunt Su Yan, Jean Lin could have bluntly asked Su Yan to wait for 30 moves before attacking. That would have been a naked taunt, not just 3 moves. So, I'm sorry for the offense. Fairy! Seeing Jean Lin's polite words, Su Yan also said something polite. 2 streams of water gushed out of his sleeves and turned into long sleeves to climb to his shoulders. Su Yan took 2 steps at a time and rushed towards Jean Lin. When the 2 sides were halfway apart, he raised his foot and stepped heavily on the ground of the ring, bursting out all the remaining strength at once, the water lingering on his shoulders. When Su Yan propped up his armor to increase the attack surface, rushed straight into Jean Lin's arms. Squeak! Jean Lin held up the long sword and took a bow step to block Su Yan's full-strength attack. Jean Lin ignored the bending and cracks of the sword blade flashing with golden light, looked at Su Yan with indifference and said, 1. With the rebound force of the straight sword, Su Yan's figure slid back a few steps. Jean Lin retracted the parrying and blocking action and stood on the ring. He did not speak, silently waiting for Su Yan's next 2 moves. Su Yan's first move was powerful and heavy, almost breaking the golden straight sword. It seemed to have an advantage, but in Jean Lin's opinion, it was not too rational. The straight sword in her hand was just something she picked up in the preliminaries. If it broke, she would just change it. It was not worth regretting. As a fox demon who was good at magic, Su Yan should first create a terrain advantage that was beneficial to herself in these 3 moves. But considering that the fox demon in front of him was domesticated, unlike those brutal monsters in the mountains and forests, Su Yan's lack of combat experience was still within Jean Lin's understanding. Meteor Hammer. After Su Yan stood still, he did not hesitate for long before controlling the water on his shoulder to flow to his right hand, forming a fluid similar to a water droplet. He turned his body and swung the water droplet in a circle and smashed it directly at Jean Lin, who was standing still. The water droplet with huge power swept across, and Jean Lin once again raised his straight sword to block it. With the crisp sound of metal breaking, the water droplet with greatly reduced power hit Jean Lin's forearm and pushed her several meters away. 2. Jean Lin glanced at his wet sleeves, frowned slightly, looked at Su Yan and said lightly, 1 move left. Miss Jean is worthy of being the strongest in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Su Yan sighed slowly. The first and second moves were both tests. Su Yan wanted to test the speed, strength and defense of the girl in front of him, facing Jean Lin, who was several levels stronger than him. Su Yan had no intention of using magic to decide the outcome. Xue Ling bluntly said that Jean Lin would kill him with 1 sword, and they couldn't even stop Jean Lin's steps. When magic couldn't win, Su Yan's only choice was to fight with the monster clan's physique. That was the monster clan's most powerful skill. Don't laugh at me. Su Yin took a step back and took the traditional martial arts lion's mouth opening starting posture. His originally short 1.6-meter figure began to shrink visibly, and snow-white hair grew on his body until he was about 1.19 meters tall. The standard fox ears and tail of the orc form popped out, because Su Yin was too small. The fox ears were particularly large. The nails that were originally cut by Jiananwu grew out, like a sharp blade. So you have such an idea. Jin Lin saw the fox demon with belly height, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to say Su Yin was courageous or ignorant. A small beast actually wanted to defeat himself with the power of his body. Ignorance. Jin Lin spit out the two words and stopped talking, and did not take out the weapon from the storage bracelet. There was still one move from Su Yin, and Jin Lin felt that he was breaking his promise by taking out a new weapon before blocking 3 moves. Su Yin ignored Jin Lin's complaints and began to condense his whole body's spiritual power for explosion. The black line began to spread from the middle finger to the arm as the spiritual power condensed. Su Yan's speed was as fast as a meteor, and he drew a white shadow and flashed in front of Jin Lin. He stood still and turned around, and at the same time, he completed the knee retraction and hip extension and kicked Jin Lin's chest and abdomen. But even after Su Yan's speed increased sharply, Jin Lin could still see his movement trajectory clearly, and before Su Yan turned around and kicked, he had already spread his butterfly palm to dissolve Su Yan's sudden attack. The lotus palm, which is used to release the force, changed Jin Lin's face slightly when he touched Su Yan's back kick. When he realized the force contained in it, he could no longer make any changes to release the force, and had to disperse his lower body posture and fly backwards with the force. Su Yan kicked backwards, and Jin Lin's figure fell to the ground and slid nearly 100 meters away. This was the result of Jin Lin's clawing the ground with his palm to slow down and control the direction to prevent himself from flying out of the ring. Such a dramatic sudden change shocked the audience in the audience. When did the fox demon have such a strong and powerful force? The blood of the snow fox might be mixed with some stories of cheating, but Su Yan on the ring could not care what the spectators and the audience thought in their hearts. His current state could not last long. The orc form began to consume spiritual power from the time it was turned on. This is a state mixed between the beast form and the human form, with dexterity and the physique of the demon clan. It is considered a common secret method within the demon clan. Kill with a pat on the head, after landing with a kick. Su Yan was not in the mood to observe the surroundings. He landed on the ground and kicked out to chase Jin Lin's flying figure, as if flying close to the ground. His right hand made a claw and grabbed Jin Lin's forehead and pinched it. Ha! Jin Lin fell to the ground and snorted coldly. He raised his legs to lock Su Yan's arms. With the help of Su Yan's forward force, he supported his body with his palms and rotated his body. He threw Su Yan out like a beast out of a cage. Jin Lin flew up from the ground with this force. Wow! Su Yan was also shocked by Jin Lin's street dance. He couldn't stop flying out of the ring. Su Yan is not the only one who can practice traditional martial arts. Those monks who practice in the mountains and forests have been tempering their bodies from the body refining stage to the foundation building stage, and have learned the power techniques of various moves from their elders. Jin Lin has been immersed in martial arts for many years, and all kinds of moves to release strength and counterattack are at his fingertips. But Su Yan, who flew out of the edge of the ring, raised his hand and spent a lot of spiritual power in front of him to create a pedal, so that his body hit it to stop his body, and then jumped back to the ring area. Su Yan secretly felt lucky in his heart. He had always envied his aunt for walking in the air and learned a trick from her. Otherwise, he would really be the first contestant who lost because of falling out of the ring in this year's Imperial Martial Arts performance. Is it called pat the head to kill? Jin Lin's figure was like a ghost. He came close to Su Yan and performed the pinching arm chopping palm. He grabbed Su Yan's wrist with one hand and pinched Su Yan's head with the other hand and lifted him up and threw him directly onto the ring, moving faster than Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and swung his arm horizontally, which is commonly known as a big dick, to hit Jin Lin's face. Jin Lin tilted his head to dodge and knocked Su Yan to the ground. He retreated, crouched forward, and continued to hit Jin Lin in the face with the Qilong claws. Su Yan raised his hand to grab the backhand big dick and forced Jin Lin to retreat. Something is wrong. That old woman is not right. Su Yan regrouped and stood up, staring at Jin Lin in a Bagua gun holding action. She could keep up with his full burst and suppress him with her strength. It can be said that the big guy in the Jinden stage can do whatever he wants to the small beast in the foundation building stage. But when he touched Jinlin's body, the whole fox was numb, and there was a slight delay in his movements. Su Yin thought it was some kind of acupuncture at first, but when he saw his hair standing up, Su Yin firmly believed that the tingling feeling was definitely not the delay caused by acupuncture, but that the old woman was directly discharging electricity to shock him. "Did you find it?" Jinlin chuckled, looking at Su Yin with his hair standing on end, and said, "It's not too slow, which is rare for a domesticated fox. But I won't explain my abilities to the enemy during the battle." After saying that, Jinlin raised his foot and stomped on the ground. The whole imperial city shook at this moment, and a huge wave of air suddenly burst out from the ring. "Back off." Su Yin was still on guard, but the ant on the ring had already noticed something, turned into a stream of light, grabbed Su Yin and flew away from the original ring area, and Jinlin, who was fighting with Su Yin, was dragged aside by her master. A long sword exuding a terrifying momentum directly pierced through the sacred tree summoned by the Wuxing Emperor and penetrated the entire imperial city, and shot straight in front of the Wuxing Emperor. Grandmaster Jin left his seat like lightning, raised his hand to block the front of Emperor Wuxing, and his palm covered with red dragon scales firmly grasped the sword blade. Streams of orange-red blood with a burning feeling dripped from his palm to the ground. Burning green smoke. "I'm afraid this is not in line with the rules?" Grandmaster Jin stopped the sword light, smiled, and stared at the shuriken with cold eyes. "If you want to meet His Majesty, you may need to write an application document first." The long sword blocked by Grandmaster Jin was engraved with a picture of Xia Yu's 100 scenes on one side and a painting of mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds on the other side. The long sword that shot from the ground was the sword held by the old man in the storeroom of the Demon Suppression Department. Emperor Wuxing glanced at Grandmaster Jin and the long sword that was still pointing at him, and said softly, "Grandmaster, let it come over." Chapter 125 The Vigorous Heartbeat of the Evil Dragon. "Grandmaster, let go of the sword of the Holy Path." The Wuxing Emperor stood up from the nine-tailed chair, glanced at Grandmaster Jin with an indifferent face, and spoke softly. "Dot as you command." Grandmaster Jin was silent for a while, and finally released the sword of the Holy Path that was the sword of the Wuxing Emperor and suppressed the destiny of the Xiaoyu kingdom, allowing the sword, which had more symbolic meaning than practical meaning, to return to its owner. The 7 ghosts who were originally sitting on the branches of the giant tree and watching the ring match stood up and looked at the Wuxing Emperor. The sword of the Holy Path took the initiative to fly to the side of the Wuxing Emperor, which was actually a sign of disaster, representing that something was shaking the foundation of the Xiaoyu dynasty, which might cause the sword of the Holy Path that had been placed in the Demon Suppression Division to fly out. Otherwise, the sword of the Holy Path would not move. Xiaoyu's 3 masters, and the kings of different surnames, who were on the high ground, did not show any abnormal emotions. They all looked at Emperor Wuxing to observe the development of the next event. However, the officials in the court and the cultivators in the audience seats below the platform were not as calm as the 3 masters and the kings of different surnames, especially the officials in the court. When they saw the holy sword that suppressed the destiny flew to the side of Emperor Wuxing, the expressions on their cheeks were more exciting than each other, and they basically looked around the imperial city as if they were facing a great enemy. The casual cultivators in the audience seats also knew that the martial arts performance in front of the emperor today might not be able to continue, and they could not help but start to run away through the transmission function of the sacred tree. Eunuch of the Ministry of Households, your grandfather has kept the betting receipt paper. Remember to return the money to your grandfather afterwards. When the casual cultivators left the stage, they did not forget to shout to the Ministry of Households on the platform, who is responsible for collecting the money. Our Ministry of Households is short of your little bit. Get out. The Minister of the Ministry of Households shouted angrily. The Ministry of Revenue is responsible for taxes and finances. It is a department that offends many people, but only calls the names. Generally, the old gambler Xia Yu calls the officials of the Ministry of Revenue eunuchs. Although the people of the Ministry of Revenue were not happy at first, and sent those monks who slandered them to jail, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue gradually accepted the term eunuch after the Minister of Revenue and 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Revenue were blocked by some real immortals, and the ministers of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War jointly wrote a letter to denounce the Ministry of Revenue for occupying prison resources. Compared with the name of eunuch, there are countless people who curse them every day that their sons will not have paien. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue have gradually accepted all this. While being scolded, They earn spirit stones from gamblers, but they are scolded more harshly, as if they are trapped in a dead loop. The sword of the Holy Way has appeared, proving that there should be some problems within the Xiaoyu dynasty. Should we evacuate directly or go and take a look? Hua Yu walked from the audience to the edge of the ring and asked the aunt who was protecting Su Yin. Hong Ling, Dong Chong and Mei Er came with Hua Yu. After a moment of hesitation, my aunt said, "Let's just go home. His Majesty Wu Shengdi can solve the internal problems of the Xiaoyu dynasty by himself. It's better to worry about our own property than their troubles. Wu Shengdi is already a top figure in the cultivation world, and there are countless strong people around him. The internal affairs of the Xiaoyu dynasty are really not for non-staff personnel like my aunt to get involved. Compared with worrying about the affairs of the Xiaoyu dynasty, my aunt feels that she should be more worried about the valuable property at home. The girls are all drunk and lying on the fence? What if the disaster detected by the Sword of the Holy Way is a natural disaster? And it will be troublesome if it directly covers Richuan Garden. Okay, then we will withdraw too. It happens that the girls in my family are also sleeping in your house, so there is no need for me to notify them one by one to gather together." After a brief discussion, the old-timers chose to protect their belongings and stay in Xiaoyu City to wait and see what will happen later. "Fox, where is your home?" Just as the aunt picked up Su Yin and prepared to evacuate, and chose to go to the platform to ask for the reason and prepare to help, the clear voice of Jin Lin came from Luoxing City. "Our competition has not yet been decided. Let's decide the winner in the ring at that time." Su Yin looked up at Jin Lin and replied, "When I get home later, I will swallow the spiritual body cleansing pill and enhance my cultivation first, so as not to be chased by you next time." Su Yin secretly complained about Jin Lin's belligerence in his heart. "Let's go!" Back in the audience, the aunt raised her hand and pressed on the table to trigger the teleportation function of the sacred tree. A burst of green light flashed, and Su Yin, who had returned to his original form, fell into the arms of Sister Sheer. Su Yin opened his eyes to see the surrounding scenery clearly, and a question mark hung in his mind. And then, he was shocked. This time, there were really immortals everywhere. On the left were Xiaoyu's three masters and Emperor Wusheng, and on the right were officials of the court with different cultivation levels. Su Yin looked back and saw that except for Sister Sheer, who was familiar with him, the rest were all members of the Nine-Tailed Fox Ghost Sisters group, who he didn't know. Looking back again, Su Yin could also see the representatives of the major forces that were on good terms with Xiaoyu, striding towards Emperor Wusheng, and even Tu Shan Lingling, who hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared at this moment. "There is no place in Xiaoyu that is safer than where you are." Sister Sierra hugged Su Yin with her left hand, and put her right hand on Su Yin's back to rub his hair skillfully, and explained with a smile, "I have greeted your aunt this time. Don't worry. It is quite safe." Su Yin said this, but when he saw the other 6 ghosts approaching in front of him, he couldn't help shrinking into Sister Sierra's arms, and almost turned his head and went directly into Sister Sierra's clothes. "Nightmare spell?" Emperor Wusheng loosened his hand, holding the Sword of the Holy Way, and sighed indifferently. But there was no extra emotional color in it. His expression and words seemed to be as cold as a bystander. "It should be cleared." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heart pulsation sounded, and the strong and powerful heartbeat echoed in Xiaoyu City. "Your Majesty?" Master Jin's face gradually became ugly, and he tried to advise again. But Emperor Wusheng did not give the master a chance to speak, and looked at him silently. Grand Master Jin shook his head helplessly, and did not continue to dissuade Emperor Wusheng from his decision. Some things can be stopped temporarily, but they cannot be stopped forever. Emperor Wusheng has made a decision. Even as the Grand Master of the Emperor, it would be a bit rude to continue to dissuade him. "Master!" The black and gray dragon stepped on the dark clouds, broke through the shackles of the prison of the Demon Suppression Division, and soared straight up. The earth-shattering dragon roar resounded over the main city of Xiaoyu and the nearby satellite cities. The giant dragon that covered the sky and the sun was circling in the sky. The dragon head opened its mouth and exhaled a black and gray cold current, containing the power of extreme cold and freezing, and swept directly towards the main city of Xiaoyu below. "As long as we clear the Emperor's side and kill all those treacherous ministers who only know how to make false accusations, we can break the vicious seal on you." At a distance of 100 miles, the roar of King Xiaoyu was still clearly transmitted to the interior of the imperial city. The Wusheng Emperor gently raised his hand, and the 7 ghosts beside him turned into wisps of smoke and melted into the body of the Wusheng Emperor. The other 2 ghost lights shot out from the interior of the palace, The 9 ghost lights all disappeared into the body of the Wuxing Emperor. The heavy and huge pressure like the Milky Way falling from the sky descended on the world and began to spread along with the blue light curtain. Everything in the world was distorted. And the imperial city that covered the sky and the sun gradually collapsed. The majestic and ancient capital below was like an ink painting soaked in a water tank, gradually dissipating without a trace, leaving only a blue void. You? After Wu Shengdi opened his eyes and uttered a word, he looked down at the white-haired fox in his arms. Your Majesty, may you be blessed with good health. Su Yin swallowed his saliva and greeted Wu Shengdi with an embarrassed face. Sister Seer, our understanding of safety seems to be a little problematic. Right? And you are not the queen. Right? Chapter 126. The Holy Mother of 10 Directions. The evil dragon that crawled out from the underground of the Demon Suppression Division erupted with a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. As if he had practiced it countless times, the Wuxing Emperor gently waved his arm, holding the sword of the Holy Way, and Xia Yucheng shot out 2 rays of light, along with the 7 ghosts in the imperial city, all of which sank into the body of the Wuxing Emperor. His face, which originally had no emotion, also had a little more agility that only normal creatures have. At the same time, the word "you" came out of the mouth of the Wuxing Emperor, and the world at the end of his sight was undergoing earth-shaking changes at this moment, and the surrounding scenery and objects disappeared like ink melting into water. A windless and silent place enveloped the Wuxing Emperor and the evil dragon that broke through the suppression of the Demon Suppression Division. But because of Sister Sheer, Su Yin, who was not supposed to be here, was brought directly to the arms of the Wuxing Emperor when Jiuyu returned to his body, so that he also participated in this battle between immortals. May your Majesty Emperor Wuxing live in peace and happiness. Su Yin was stunned by the sudden change. When he came to his senses and understood what happened, Emperor Wuxing also looked at the little fox in his arms. Su Yin tried to hold his face tight and look sensible. He imitated the cute smile of the Shiba Inu in his previous life, hoping that the big man in front of him would not throw him away. Su Yin didn't know where this was, but the dragon opposite him was emitting a terrifying black mist. It was obviously a tyrannical dragon that was still spewing cold air. After being thrown out of Emperor Wuxing's arms, the snow-white fox should have turned into a big fox in less than 3 seconds. Emperor Wuxing glanced at Su Yin in his arms, and did not express any likes or dislikes. When the happy soul returned, it had brought back memories. Emperor Wuxing naturally knew Su Yin's origins, and why he appeared in his arms. I forgive your crime of peeping. The Wuxing Emperor raised his hand, and pressed it on Su Yin's head. He skillfully lifted Su Yin up, and threw him on his shoulder, letting Su Yin lie on his robe. Then, his eyes gradually became cold, and full of murderous color. The world also underwent a new round of changes due to the mood of the Wuxing Emperor. Endless yellow wind surrounded the Wuxing Emperor. The evil dragon spewed out cold air from its mouth. But it did not sweep across the main city of Xiaoyu as it wished, but spit it into the windless and silent place brought by the Wuxing Emperor. However, the ghost cultivator Xia Chongming, who was controlling the evil dragon, was not angry because his breath failed. Instead, when he saw the figures of Wu Fengju and Huang Fengli, he showed an excited and ecstatic expression. The ferocious dragon head opened its mouth and shouted loudly. Xia Chongming, the right protector of the Nightmare Sect, here to welcome the leader of the Yuhua Wanling Shifang Xingmu, the evil dragon that broke free from the underground of the Demon Suppression Division. The moment it saw Huang Fengli's figure, the ferocious and violent face on its cheeks was completely restrained, and its body no longer bared its teeth and claws, and it honestly perched in the sky, welcoming him respectfully. The eyes of the Wuxing Emperor stared at the evil dragon indifferently, and said, "Our merits and demerits offset each other, and your behavior has crossed the line. All the plans and plots of the Nightmare Town sect in the central province are actually irrelevant to the gains and losses of worldly things. All their crazy and calculated actions are ultimately aimed at making the Emperor Wuxing call back his 9 ghosts. Without the 9 ghosts, the Emperor Wuxing is just a cold and ruthless ruler. She regards the interests of Xiaoyu as the supreme command. Any creature that harms the interests of the Xiaoyu dynasty will be ruthlessly suppressed by the Emperor Wuxing. The Nightmare Town sect will only end up with the end of the soul lighting the lamp in front of her, wanting to talk to the Emperor Wuxing. That is, the former leader of the Nightmare Town in the central province Yuhua Wanling Shifang Xingmu. Restoring the feelings of the Emperor Wuxing is the most important thing. The return of the 9 ghosts not only represents the return of the feelings of the Emperor Wuxing, but also represents the reawakening of the mortal in the world, who once wiped out the 10 witches of the Undying Country with a wave of his hand, broke into the 9-tailed fox tribe of Qingqiu country alone. and planted his flag all over the rich land of the central province. The Nightmare Town sect is not even qualified to talk to her. Wuxing Emperor is one of the top few people in the world of cultivation. Yes, Master. We know that our behavior is very rude and vulgar. But please consider our past sacrifices, and teach us the secret book of Taoism and Wu Wei. The evil dragon transformed by Emperor Xia Yu opened its mouth wide. And Xia Chongming's soul knelt between its mouth and tongue. Cowed out heavily to Emperor Wuxing and said, "Since you left, we have been studying the documents you left behind, trying to find a way to save King Yu and Queen Yusu. The research has reached a critical point. But as the research progresses, the members of our organization, it gradually began to degenerate into the immortal nation. Now only the fairy doctor and I are left to hold on. Please teach us the Daohua Wu Wei and save our lives." The Emperor Wuxing looked at Xia Chongming with indifference and said, "Foolish, ignorant and fearless fool. I have told you the way to get rid of it when I disbanded the Nightmare Town. How can I be wrong for the sins committed by greed in my heart?" Because of his greed in his heart, he was reluctant to give up the convenience and power brought by the Nightmare Town method, which led to Xia Chongming's current ending of begging for mercy like a beast. After failing to save King Yu, the Emperor Wuxing had already glimpsed the essence of the Nightmare Town method. It is not a secret method created by the ancestors of the human race, but a reward from the heaven to guide the world. The heaven needs prosperity, so it selects the most malleable ethnic group and bestows the Nightmare Town method, allowing the human race to break out of the siege of the chaos of all races and lead the 9 heavens and 10 earths to a prosperous and strong world. The price of the Nightmare Town method is an incurable disease. The end of every cultivator is death. Emperor Xia Yu died because of the Nightmare method. After Emperor Wuxing discovered the truth behind the Nightmare method, he disbanded the organization he built under his pseudonym and taught the method of liberation to the cultivators who followed him to study the method of resolution. As long as they give up the Nightmare method, they can spend some time to resolve the hidden dangers of the incurable disease. If they don't give up the Nightmare method, then all the cures are just empty talk. Those who are terminally ill are already incurable. So why force hope that does not exist? Do you understand? Emperor Wuxing's face was calm, and he told Xia Chongming the truth about the Nightmare method lightly. Taoism is an action. It's just my idea. If there is such a magical effect, why can't my father rest in peace after his death? Xia Chongming's face changed from hope to shock, and finally turned into deep despair. But he seemed to remember something, and looked at Wuxingdi with a pleading face and said, But, you are clearly a human woman with the fire element. But now you are master of the 10 directions of the nurtured spirits. You must have a way. Right? You know me in the past. I was a loser in the royal family. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Master, I really don't want to go back to the past, no matter what the cost. Xia Chongming's emotions gradually lost control. He was the longest and most loyal person who followed the nurtured spirits of the 10 directions Holy Mother. He knew very well that the master disdained to lie. Either don't say it, or it must be true. The truth is the most hurtful, especially the truth spoken by the person you worship wholeheartedly. He worshipped the Holy Mother of all souls, the talent she showed in the court, her military expeditions to conquer one barbaric and ignorant tribe after another, and was even more amazed at her after King Yu indirectly fell ill. When all the pharmacists were ready to follow King Yu's last wishes, it was the Holy Mother of all souls who stood up and made the last effort and attempt with her own actions. Although the solution ended in failure, the members of Nightmare Town also disbanded and went their separate ways. When Xia Chongming saw the leader again, she had transformed from a human to a 9-tailed fox, and ascended the throne to become the emperor who led Xia Yu forward. Xia Chongming thought that the leader had succeeded and had studied the method of Taoism and Wu Wei. Ah! Xia Chongming's soul fell into the mouth of the evil dragon. Because of his emotional out of control, his mind was unstable, and a large number of wrong souls of different races, ages, and genders appeared on his body, screaming and trying to break free from his body. The black and gray dragon transformed from the remains of Emperor Xia Yu slowly closed its mouth, and countless black tentacles spewed out from its lungs, dragging Xia Chongming's restless and out-of-control soul into the dragon's body. Roar! The dragons of the undead kingdom roared, looking at the immortal emperor with malice in their red pupils, stretching their bodies and soaring into the sky again, and a very cold breath poured out from the dragon's mouth. Chapter 127. There is no such thing as Taoism. There is only roar. The roar of the gray-black evil dragon was deafening. Su Yan, who had been on the shoulder of Emperor Wuxing, gradually recovered from the chaos and disorder. He silently closed his jaw that was almost dislocated by shock. And his face was full of complex expressions that could not be described in words. The amount of information revealed in the few words between Emperor Wusheng and Xia Chongming shocked Su Yin. The original Nightmare Town sect in the central province was actually established by Emperor Wusheng after he changed his name to the Holy Mother of Yuhua Wanling, and was used to study the method of Nightmare Town, hoping to reverse the ending of Emperor Xia Yu's Nightmare Town method. It seems that the top leaders of Nightmare Town were once meritorious officials of Xia Yu, so they can be so arrogant and domineering, so that Xia Yu's three masters, who are well known among the people of Xia Yu, have never intervened in the rebellion of the Nightmare Town. In the final analysis, it is because of the merits of the top leaders of the Nightmare Town sect. If it were just this, Su Yin would at most be so impressed by Emperor Wusheng that his scalp would be numb. What really shocked Su Yin was that the former Emperor Wusheng was actually a human with nine-tailed fox blood. You know, in the current territory of Xiaoyu, all the folk songs praising Emperor Wusheng say that Emperor Wusheng was born a powerful nine-tailed fox. So that today's Xiaoyu has set off a cultural custom that no village can be built without fox immortals. Emperor Wusheng is the source of Xiaoyu's fox worship. Now the monks of the Nightmare Town sect actually said that Emperor Wusheng was just a girl of the fire element human race, not a son of destiny, who was born with pure nine-tailed fox blood. From these words, Su Yin can imagine countless dark and cruel stories of the royal court. When he thought of the possibility that Emperor Wusheng killed his mother and brother, Su Yin, who had a little bit of nine-tailed fox blood, couldn't help but feel a chill and horror in his heart. Fool? Emperor Wusheng said softly, glanced at Su Yin on his shoulder, raised his hand and clenched it. And the endless yellow wind engulfed the remains of Emperor Xiaoyu, grinding the flesh, membranes, and internal organs of the gray-black evil dragon. In the blink of an eye, the roaring evil dragon was left with only the dragon-shaped skeleton that fell after weathering. There is no such thing as the method of Taoism, but only the gift from my brother before his death. Emperor Wusheng, who had recovered his emotions, showed a little sadness on his cheek. The position of Emperor Xiaoyu seemed precious. But for Emperor Wusheng, who was a dragon among men, it was not a treasure worth weighing day and night. The human blood of Emperor Wusheng brought her an unparalleled speed of cultivation. When Emperor Xiaoyu was alive, Emperor Wusheng's cultivation was already one of the best in the palace. But Emperor Xiaoyu was always in poor health, and the queen had been looking for doctors and medicine for Emperor Xiaoyu. This is why the prince presided over the government, and the eldest princess Emperor Wusheng was fighting outside. At that time, Xiaoyu was not as safe as he is now. Even Xiaoyu's three masters could not spare time. They stayed by Xiaoyu's side until his death, using their own cultivation to suppress Xiaoyu's gradually worsening condition. Xiaoyu's former prince died in an accident. When Emperor Wusheng rushed back from outside, Empress Su had already suppressed Xiaoyu, and the prince was incurable. Boom boom. The remains of the gray-black dragon fell into the yellow sand, making a flapping sound. The yellow sand splashed into the sky, combining with the yellow wind that cut the blood, essence, bones and flesh, forming a sandstorm. The green-yellow world slowly faded, and the blue sky of Xiaoyu reappeared. The main city of Xiaoyu, which seemed to have been erased, gradually emerged in Su Yan's eyes. Emperor Wusheng stood on the wall beside the imperial city, looking at the dragon-shaped skeleton lying on the ground from a distance. On the dragon-shaped skeleton, a trace of blood-colored light gradually emerged, and the flesh and organs seemed to roll in the cavity of the dragon-shaped skeleton as if they were created out of nothing. And the ominous black smoke rose again. The evil dragon is not dead yet. Su Yan almost vomited when he saw this scene. This was no longer a matter of murder and arson, but a crime scene like a perverted dismemberment murderer. Su Yan had never seen such a stimulating, explicit and terrible scene. The Immortal Kingdom tribe is almost immortal. Using their remains to forge divine weapons and sharp blades is the only way to prevent the Immortal Kingdom tribe from reviving. The Emperor Wusheng looked at Su Yan, who was covering his mouth, and said calmly, "This is an immutable law. The Nightmare Town method is a gift from heaven, and it is the winning method for the human race to break out of the chaos of all races. It is imperfect and full of loopholes, but it is also an extremely perfect secret method. The end of those who practice the Nightmare Town method is death. But the Immortal Kingdom tribe evolved from their remains is an extremely precious material for refining weapons. As long as they are thrown into the refining furnace, they can make divine weapons. The gray-black dragon's cultivation base was against the sky during his lifetime, and the Immortal Kingdom tribe evolved after his death also possessed the catastrophic power of being invincible below the immortals and exchanging one for one with the immortals above. Using this remains combined with some precious materials, it is bound to be able to refine a peerless divine weapon that has shocked the cultivation world for hundreds of years. But the gray-black evil dragon could not refine it, and did not dare to persuade the Emperor Wuxing to refine a handy weapon. The remains of the gray-black evil dragon were Emperor Xiaoyu in his lifetime, Emperor Wuxing's father. Who dares to persuade Emperor Wuxing to use his father's remains to refine weapons? Go! Emperor Wuxing raised his hand and pointed, and the holy sword that was rotating around him cut through most of the sky above Xiaoyu's city, and nailed it on the gray-black dragon's skull. The unparalleled force pushed the gray-black evil dragon skeleton into the Demon Suppression Department's treasury. The Demon Suppression Department's treasury area, which was originally razed to the ground because the dragon broke the seal, gave rise to a formation pattern. Black mist spread out from it. The holy sword pushed the remains of the dragon into the formation, and flew all the way to the golden door in the depths of the darkness. Boom boom. The remains of the dragon hit the iceberg. An endless cold air stretched out from the iceberg, freezing the remains of Emperor Xiaoyu that broke the seal again. The holy sword turned in circles, flew out of the golden door area and inserted in front of the futon in front of the door. A shadow emerged from the sword of the holy way, and its figure gradually solidified into the appearance of the old man. At the same time, another illusory ghost that could not condense into a body also followed the old man out of the sword of the holy way. Everything has a cause and effect relationship. Why do you insist on the result without cause? The old man sat on the cushion again, turned his head to look at the evil dragon and the nine-tailed fox iceberg, and then looked at the residual soul in front of him that could not condense into a human form and said, "Now, believe what I said? Your Highness." The illusory figure was silent for a while, and said, "The leader of the 10 directions, Holy Mother of nurturing all spirits." Before Emperor Wuxing told the truth, Xia Chongming had fallen into a state of madness and loss of control. Now that he has cut off most of his soul and regained his sanity, he still has one thing he doesn't understand. My sister is stubborn and never gives up. And at that time, Xiaoyu was in turmoil. I am the crown prince of Xiaoyu, and I once swore to promise my subjects a prosperous era for generations. The old man said with a little guilt, my sacrifice can bring a brand new Xiaoyu. A prosperous Xiaoyu. The Taoism in your cognition is my deception and fraud to linger. The old man showed a guilty and sad expression, and said that he could not bear to look back on the past. But he had no choice at that time. After his father and mother left one after another, his strength at that time was not enough to support the turbulent Xiaoyu dynasty. At that time, Xiaoyu was facing the covetous eyes of foreign races and the glacial climate, and internal and external troubles came to the door together. He could only choose to deceive. The old man still feels that he has no face to face the wishing emperor. Xia Chongming looked at the old man in silence. Chapter 128. The people of Nightmare Town will be killed without mercy. Xia Chongming looked at the old man in silence for a long time. His face gradually became twisted and hideous, and he roared, "Liar! You damn old liar!" Xia Chongming could not accept such an ending. He could not accept that the nine-tailed fox bloodline was obtained by the prince's self-sacrifice, and there was no intrigue and meanness during the period. This did not conform to his worldview, nor to the values built up by his long-term experience. The more positive the answer given by the old man, the more ugly and humble he appeared. Xia Chongming was full of anger in his chest, and his lifelong pursuit was nothing but a dream. The final answer to the so-called Taoism and Wu-Wei was that the prince voluntarily sacrificed himself and used himself as firewood to illuminate the way forward, allowing Xiaoyu to continue moving forward. Do you think the answer is unexpected? The old man looked at Xia Chongming, who was furious, smiled and said, "Shouldn't you know me well?" The old man was born in peace and witnessed chaos. He saw countless soldiers marching forward one after another. Even when facing the immortal formation, he stepped forward without hesitation, using human lives to fill the safe road to obtain the magic weapon to kill the demon, so that Emperor Xiaoyu could shoot down the bash that threatened Xiaoyu's land. After overcoming all the difficulties, the old man deeply knew what his responsibilities were. At that time, there was no Emperor Wuxing. Xiaoyu also faced all kinds of powerful demons. The size of those demons often covered the sky and the sun, which was larger than the city, as well as the mysterious inheritance methods of the clans and tribes. The word responsibility runs through his first half of life. Even now that he has turned into a ghost cultivator, he still does his part. He guards here to look after Xiaoyu's foundation and accompanies his mother, who has fallen into a deep sleep. Xia Chongming started to play tricks. In the early stage, He hid behind the golden door without the old man's knowledge. But the old man noticed it later, but did not make it public. He even deliberately let him meet the immortal emperor. It is more cost-effective to subdue a cultivator who is proficient in evil magic and crosses the tribulation period than to kill and suppress him directly. Of course, this is because the old man knows Xia Chongming's background and follows the trend. Although Xia Chongming has lost his cultivation and his soul has become incomplete, it is not impossible to solve it. It just takes some time. For the Xiaoyu dynasty, hundreds of years are just a matter of a blink of an eye. The old man looked at Xia Chongming with a smile on his face. In the different space of the Demon Suppression Department's treasury, the old man brainwashed Xia Chongming with a smile on his face. In the Imperial City, Emperor Wuxing waved his long sleeves and issued an order: notify the Demon Suppression Department, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Justice to prepare enough cages. The people of Nightmare Town don't want me to spend the celebration in peace. I will not let them survive tonight. Do you have any different opinions? No. Faced with the inquiry of Emperor Wuxing, whether it is the court officials or the royal family, or the kings of different surnames, no one has any opinions, or dares to raise any opinions. There are some things that Emperor Wuxing doesn't care about, which means he doesn't care about them. Once he speaks, no matter what happened before, he must obey the will of Emperor Wuxing. In the court, there have always been officials who have interests in the Nightmare Town sect. The people of Nightmare Town in the central province are some very useful, desperate people. Some guys who cherish their wings or do some things that are not convenient to show up can let the people of Nightmare Town do it. Even the sin without source can be thrown on their heads. Emperor Wuxing knew these things. But everything the officials did was beneficial to Xiaoyu's interests. Those who violated the law and discipline were recorded. And after they were fattened up, they were directly uprooted to enrich the national treasury. Caw. After the officials answered, the space in front of them directly broke into a space tunnel. Xiaoyu's 3 teachers, the kings of different surnames, and the heirs all airdropped directly to the hiding place of the Nightmare sect through the space tunnel. The Demon Suppression Department, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of War, who were named, also began to get busy at this moment. Emperor Wuxing stepped into the space channel in front of him, and in a blink of an eye, he returned to the throne of the Imperial City. He sat directly on the throne and looked at the cultivators of other sects and said, today's martial arts performance is suspended, and it will be held as scheduled tomorrow. As soon as Emperor Wuxing finished speaking, Su Yin on her shoulder couldn't help but speak and let out a cry of grief. The Emperor Wuxing turned around and sat down, which was indeed very cool. But Su Yin, who was lying on the robe on the Emperor Wuxing's shoulder, was stabbed in the back by the sharp edge thrown behind him. One of the curved edges hit Su Yin's snow-white fur-covered buttocks. Su Yin held back and didn't say anything at first. But as the Emperor Wuxing's body swayed, the tip of the curved hook was about to touch Su Yin's bell. And Su Yin, who had been holding it back, subconsciously let out a whimper, hearing Su Yin scream. The Emperor Wuxing seemed to have just noticed Su Yin's embarrassment, stretched out his hand to pinch the back of his neck and lifted him to the armrest of the throne, and put one hand on Su Yin's snow-white back and pinched it. Su Yin's body stiffened, and he immediately leaned over and pretended to be the armrest of the throne. The remaining monks and officials present couldn't help but look at the white-haired fox on the throne with strange eyes. Su Yin did not speak. After seeing that Emperor Wuxing had issued the order to expel them, the other sect's cultivators were not prepared to get involved in the dispute between the Xiaoyu dynasty and the Yinjin sect. Emperor Wuxing did not care about those things. He put his hand on Su Yin's back and stroked it, thinking about something. Your color has faded? But as Emperor Wuxing touched it, he found that Su Yin's touch seemed to be a little wrong. Emperor Wuxing noticed that white flocks appeared on his palm, as if it had fallen from the fox fur. As he spoke, Emperor Wuxing handed his hand to Su Yin. Your Majesty, that is the powder that I used to cover the official seal of Princess Wuxi on my butt. Su Yin saw that Emperor Wuxing was dissatisfied with his hand-warming pot service, so he immediately explained, and at the same time sat up straight on the armrest, raised his front paws to wipe his snow-white belly clean, and then wiped the powder off Emperor Wuxing's hands with a nervous face. Heh! Seeing Su Yin panic and lose his composure, dragging the back of his hand with his fox front paw, and then using his fox elbow to clean his palm, Wuxing Emperor couldn't help but chuckle. I don't intend to harm you. No need to panic. Just speak normally. For most female demons, cubs of the same race will make them more patient. Besides, when she returned, she brought with her memories of getting along with Su Yin. In Wuxing Emperor's mind, Su Yin was not a wild fox, but a younger generation he knew. Therefore, seeing Su Yan's fear of death and panic, Wushing Emperor couldn't help but chuckle. You know my secret? I didn't kill you directly. Would I care about the dirty palm? Wushing Emperor said this. But after pulling his palm out of Su Yan's hand, he slapped the fox's back with his backhand and rubbed the rouge and powder on his palm. Just like when you touch the dog's head and touch the saliva, you will subconsciously rub it back on it. Obviously, Wushing Emperor still felt a little disgusted. Chapter 129 Ant. Let's keep a low profile in the future. Tell me about your life story. The Wushing Emperor raised his hand and gently patted Su Yan's forehead. An invisible breeze started from Su Yan's head and blew along his fur. A puff of white smoke blew out from the tip of Su Yan's tail and fell on the ground. Su Yan looked brand new from head to toe, as if he had just been washed. The Wushing Emperor asked Su Yan indifferently. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is famous, the total number of foxes in the three major clans is no more than 200. Compared with other exotic beast clans, the number of nine-tailed foxes is almost worthy of the adjective of endangered species. Although Su Yan is not a pure nine-tailed fox, judging from the color of his fur, it can be known that Su Yan is from the Yuzu clan. The entire Yuzu clan has only more than 40 foxes. How could a nine-tailed fox like Su Yan come to Xiaoyu? The Wushing Emperor didn't know much about this, and Sheer didn't have any content about this in his memory. Sheer never asks about other people's identities, no matter what their identities and backgrounds are. There is absolutely no one in the world who can suppress them. Therefore, they don't need to care about their identities. Sheer can ignore it, but Wushing can't. Therefore, after dealing with the things at hand, she asked Su Yan how he ran from the eastern province to the central province. My mother's name is Su Qing. Su Yan said his mother's name with a shy face. As soon as the word Su Qing came out, Wushing immediately knew why Su Yan appeared in the central province. The North Sea Dragon clan made a big fuss back then. As one of the main characters, Su Qing's name naturally resounded throughout the cultivation world. However, the North Sea Dragon clan's rape and plunder order only drew Ao Renlin's portrait, and did not embarrass the Su family's nine-tailed fox, Su Qing. Therefore, the cultivation world only knows Su Qing's name, and not many cultivators have seen her appearance. The elders of the Su clan don't seem to like me very much. They shouted for killing when they saw me. I had no choice but to flee to Xiaoyu's treasure land overnight to avoid the limelight. Su Yan explained to Emperor Wushing with a face full of lament. Emperor Wushing frowned slightly, thinking that there were secrets and loopholes in Su Yan's words, and advised, deceive the emperor and kill him. There are not many foxes in the Su clan. Even if they don't like Su Yan's background, they will never shout for killing when they meet. Su Yan's recognition of his ancestors is a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Emperor Wushing concluded that the little fox in front of him was talking nonsense. Su Yan didn't dare to hide his experience after being frightened by Emperor Wushing. He told his experience after meeting the elders like pouring beans, and a bean-sized sweat appeared on his forehead. The immortal in front of him was called Emperor Wushing, and his nickname in the world was the Holy Mother of nurturing all spirits. Su Yan didn't know whether Emperor Wushing was joking with him. Su Yan confessed everything after Emperor Wushing frightened him. Puff. After learning about Su Yan's experience, even the Wushing Emperor, who had seen many storms, couldn't hold back and laughed out loud with curved eyebrows. The elders of the Yuzu clan were really outrageous. They were worried that Su Yan, who had the blood of the dragon clan, would turn into a nine-tailed demon after adulthood and spread love everywhere, ruining the reputation of the Yuzu nine-tailed fox clan. Therefore, they decided to kill Su Yan before he tried sex when he was an adult. The elders of the clan swore to defend the reputation of the Yuzu clan and would never allow the nine-tailed demon to appear in the clan. Yuzu is the most infatuated, so it is not incomprehensible that they would have such thoughts. The Emperor Wushing raised his hand and poked Su Yan's nose, and said with a smile, I think they should not be joking with you. Once you fall into their hands, they may really send you to my palace. Although this is a bit of a stereotype, the foxes of the Yuzu clan are indeed very infatuated. Basically, they have never looked back after they have determined their partners. The Empress of the Wushing Emperor's mother, the Yuzu clan, is one of the representative figures. The clan members also advocate such unswerving love until death. So in the world of cultivation, it is often seen that the elders of the Yuzu clan are everywhere catching foxes that have escaped from the clan and are looking for their true love. The elders of the clan should not say this. The Emperor Wushing said, the ones who really want to eradicate you should be those Yuzu clan who advocate infatuation. My bell doesn't hinder them. Su Yan said rather indignantly. After a light laugh, the Emperor Wuxing did not continue to ask about Su Yan's origins. After knowing the names of both parents, the information of Su Yan's ancestors had already appeared in Wuxing Emperor's mind, and there was no need to ask further. Wuxing Emperor raised his hand and reached into the void. After a brief groping, he took out a plate with some snacks made of fey beast meat, placed it in front of Su Yan, and asked Su Yan to eat something to appease his heart. Judging from Su Yan's slightly fat body, he should like to eat these snacks very much on weekdays. Your Majesty, Wuxing Emperor was feeding the cubs of the same clan in the space tunnel on the platform that had been open for a long time. Master Jean, who was wearing a crimson-purple official uniform, returned empty-handed and called Wuxing Emperor from a distance. The cleanup has been completed. Wuxing Emperor glanced at the master and nodded slightly. The master landed at the location of the left protector on this trip. The left protector's Taoist name was the famous Dr. Fairy. Strictly speaking, she was not a member of the nightmare town of the central province. She should be considered as the helper of Wuxing Emperor when he used the name of Yuhua Wanling Shifang Xingmu. Fairy has reached the pinnacle of medical skills and alchemy, and is a genius in medicine. Emperor Wuxing sent the Grand Tutor to go there in person, not because he wanted to hold Fairy accountable, but to ask the Grand Tutor to take Fairy back to the country. Judging from the fact that Grand Tutor Jean came back empty-handed, the matter should have been settled. After learning that Xia Chongming was executed, Fairy did not hesitate to report the Nightmare Town sect, and truthfully informed the location of all the Hall Masters and Incense Masters. The Nightmare Town sect in Zongbuzhou is a sect organization led by Xia Chongming, which inherited the documents and materials left by Emperor Wuxing. Xia Chongming has now been executed, facing the accountability of the former emperor. Fairy naturally could not say anything crazy, that she would rather die than obey. The crackdown on the Nightmare Town sect continued until the evening. Seeing that it was getting late, Emperor Wuxing raised his hand to open the space tunnel, and sent Su Yan back to the brothel first. Now all threats have been eliminated, and there is no need to worry about the Nightmare Town sect attacking the main city of Xiaoyu. Su Yan no longer needs to worry about any danger. Emperor Wuxing protected Su Yan as promised until he was safe. Su Yan looked back at Emperor Wuxing, walked into the space tunnel, and poked his head out of the space crack. He saw the familiar Richunuan lobby, and his aunt and her group sitting on a bench and talking. Su Yan's face showed joy, and he jumped up from the space tunnel and rushed to his aunt. Aunt! Super scary. Su Yan threw himself into his aunt's arms, and after a long series of whimpers, he said, Sister Shear's identity is super scary. Aunt looked at the whimpering monster in her arms, with a face full of question marks. What's wrong with this little fox? Didn't she call Sister Shear and Sister Shear happily before, and looked more intimate than seeing a relative? Why is she now saying bad things about the ghost of the word she behind her? We should be more respectful when we see her in the future. After Su Yan whimpered to express his shock in his heart, he looked at his aunt and said with a serious face, Sister Shear is not the grandmother of the Su family, but the soul of the current Emperor Wuxing. Emperor Wuxing. He is the boss of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Chapter 130 I am miserable. There is no nine-tailed fox grandmother at all. Sister Shear and other ghosts are Emperor Wuxing himself. After whimpering in his aunt's arms, Su Yan's face was full of exaggerated expression, and he told his aunt all the secrets of what he had seen and heard during his absence for half a day. Of course, Su Yan absolutely dared not disclose the matter of the Holy Mother of 10 Directions, who nurtures all spirits. Emperor Wuxing had said before for no reason that he would pardon Su Yan's crime of peeping. At first, Su Yan did not quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Later, when he saw Emperor Wuxing persuading Xia Chongming, he realized that the meaning of the pardon mentioned by Emperor Wuxing before was that people who knew Emperor Wuxing's nickname in the Jianghu would be punished severely. Su Yan could not tell this to others, but Emperor Wuxing obviously did not care too much about Jiuyo's identity. She could recall Jiuyo in front of the court officials and the sect monks, which meant that this matter might be public at some level. As Su Yan said this, the expression on the aunt's cheek gradually became subtle. After Hua Yu learned about Sister Shear's identity, the corners of her eyes twitched slightly uncontrollably. The two of them had a certain degree of intersection with Sister Shear, so they were all surprised after learning about Sister Shear's identity. There was not much difference between the disappearance of Queen Su, the ascension of Emperor Wuxing, and the appearance of Jiuyo. The cultivators who knew about the existence of Jiuyo always believed that Jiuyo should be the soul of Queen Su in the rumors. But they did not expect that Jiuyo, one of the 10 witches of the Immortal Kingdom, would be so explosive. What? Jiuyu is His Majesty the Emperor? The bigwigs at the long table only showed varying degrees of surprise at Jiuyu's identity. But Jiuyu, who was sitting in the outer area of the lobby, even spit out the wine in his mouth when he heard Su Yan say Jiuyu's identity, and his face was full of stunned dementia. Jiuyu's original intention of returning to the main city of Xiaoyu was to learn about Jiuyu's recent appearance in the main city of Xiaoyu when he was traveling in the southern part of Xiaoyu. He hurried back to the main city of Xiaoyu to inquire about Jiuyu's information and wanted to record the characteristics of the 9 ghosts in his book. But he never expected that he almost drew the picture of Emperor Wusheng and recorded it in the book. Jiuyu trembled all over when he thought of this. His cheeks turned pale due to the alcohol, and a trace of fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Brother Su, is your news true? The Wusheng Emperor that Xiaoyu's subjects usually saw was a ruthless and stern emperor. Except for Xiaoyu's 3 masters and the kings of different surnames. Even the royal family was afraid of seeing the living Wusheng Emperor. She was too cold. As cold as an object without emotions. The Wusheng Emperor would not talk about any feelings, and would only reward or punish based on the right or wrong of the final result. It was like losing humanity and emotion. Although Jiuyu is a member of the royal family, he is also afraid of Emperor Wusheng from the bottom of his heart. Jiuyu? Like you? When Su Yan saw Jiuyu quietly poking his head out, an angry expression suddenly appeared on his cheek. He jumped from his aunt's arms to the long table and stood up. He raised his finger and pointed at Jiuyu, who deceived his feelings. You are so good, Brother Su. Let's talk about that later. Is the news just now true? Jiuyu looked anxious, and didn't care about the earthly immortal seniors on the scene. He raised his voice by 2 tones, and asked Su Yan. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Su Yan was stunned when he saw Jiuyu's tearful expression. He didn't quite understand why Jiuyu showed such an expression. Okay. After getting Su Yan's confirmation again, Jiuyu took out a booklet from the storage ring without saying a word, and ate it all in 3 or 2 bites in front of everyone. The booklet recorded Jiuyu's information, and Jiuyu's recent visits to the streets and alleys, visiting the people who claimed to have seen Jiuyu's appearance, and gradually sketched out Jiuyu's general appearance from their stories. Now that Su Yan gave a true news, Jiuyu naturally couldn't keep this booklet, for fear that the content and illustrations inside would spread. Ahem. 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 After Jiuyu swallowed the booklet, he felt something in his throat and coughed. He quickly picked up the wine on the table and took a big gulp before he recovered and said, Ahem. What did you want to say just now? Brother Su? Please continue. Su Yan looked at Jiuyu with a dark face and said, I wanted to scold you for cheating on me, but you interrupted me, and I forgot the words. I'll scold you next time. Jiuyu had an embarrassed expression on his face and said, Actually, Jiuyu didn't lie. My daily living conditions are actually slightly better than those of street beggars. Only when the royal family is short of manpower will they pull me over to make up the numbers. There is an age limit for the imperial martial arts performance, and the royal family currently has few suitable contestants. They had no choice but to find those white-haired girls and spend a lot of money to hire them to show their faces and show the face and winning style of the Xiaoyu royal family. White-haired girls like Jiuyu, who are half out of the royal family, have no privileges on weekdays and have to find ways to run around even for their living expenses. This time, the royal family gave too many spiritual stones. Jiuyu looked at the purse and could only pinch his nose to participate in the imperial martial arts performance. The inside of the purse was brighter than Su Yan's fur. It's just poverty. Otherwise no one would care about those nagging old men. Leaving the hall with Jiuyu, sitting in the backyard of the brothel where no elders were looking at him, Jiuyu spoke freely about his hard life in the royal family and the reasons for participating in the imperial martial arts performance. If they give me 1 pound less spiritual stones, I won't look at them straight in the eye. The royal family seems to be glorious, but Jiuyu's real life has been since he was 6 years old. He practiced before dawn, ate 2 steamed buns and pickles at noon, and started to learn piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs in the afternoon, and had history classes at night. The more glorious it is in front of people, the harder it is behind people. The better the royal family's talent is, the more miserable their life is. In life, it is all filled with customized practice classes and cultural classes, and the willpower of the cultivator is polished with difficult living conditions. Jiuyu hadn't tried the treatment of having 4 dishes and 3 meals a day since he was 6 years old. During the 4 days of rest in a month, he had to rush to the academy to show off his power, sweeping the students in the academy with the best scores in all subjects and achieving dominance. Zhou Yu complained about his experience with resentment on his face, and said the reason why he left the royal family. My request is not excessive. Don't treat the pills as appetizers before meals. Is it too much to add a roast chicken to my table? As a result, those old men said that I don't deserve 4 dishes and 1 soup for 1 meal. The better the talent of the royal family members, the harder they are treated, so as to hone their minds and exercise their bodies. Judging from the combat effectiveness shown by Zhou Yu in the martial arts performance in front of the emperor, he may not really deserve 4 dishes for 1 meal. Comfort is reserved for those dead in the cemetery. As an elite of the royal family, you have to polish your physique and will to perfection. Eat pills when you are hungry. Isn't the price of this pill more precious than those foods that satisfy your appetite? After listening to Zhou Yu's story, Su Yan put himself in the story a little bit, and suddenly shuddered with disgust. My mother and aunt are really good to me. The children of the Xiaoyu royal family are too miserable. Right? Not only do they not have a luxurious life, but they can't even eat 4 dishes in 1 meal. Chapter 131 Go away. There are no male mothers here. Life. Zhou Yu took a sip of wine with a melancholy face. Born in the royal family, he enjoyed the privileges that ordinary people could not enjoy. Naturally, he also had to work harder than ordinary people could imagine. Otherwise, how could he enter the court and become a 4th-rank official? If he didn't want to live a comfortable life in the royal family, he would get out of the royal family. Zhou Yu didn't care about martial arts and liked literature, but the royal elders couldn't listen to this. Therefore, Zhou Yu, who didn't like martial arts, also learned a solid foundation in the martial arts performance in front of the emperor. His martial arts value was almost in the top 3, and he suppressed a bunch of sects and clan disciples. After doing this job, the spiritual stones I got should be enough for me to wander outside for a while. At that time, I must compile a masterpiece and put it firmly on the main seat of the Sutra Pavilion in the National Treasury. Zhou Yu seemed a little drunk and started to talk nonsense. Zhou Yu is also a frequent visitor to Richuan Garden. He often comes here to order a plate of snacks and a pot of wine, brag to Su Yan, and discuss the customs and clan secrets of the major demon tribes. Now it is the New Year period, and the aunt ordered the monkeys to pour all the monkey wine left in the wine jar last night into the pot and serve it to Zhou Yu, inviting him to drink something good. A book is passed down for generations. The book is still there, so that future generations can worship the power of the ancestors. Forget about your imperial book. I guess no one except Brother Wen will appreciate it. What imperial book? It's called a book that is appreciated by both the refined and the vulgar. If it is not written concisely and attractively, no one will read it. Even the best book will be buried in the garbage dump. After I finished writing it, I directly painted the cover with the Huan ceremony with gold paint. After drinking with Zhou Yu until the middle of the night, Su Yan returned to the dormitory and fell down to meditate. The 3rd day of the imperial martial arts performance was held as usual. It was not suspended due to the influence of the Nightmare sect, because the Emperor Wusheng was in charge. The lives of the Xiaoyu people were not affected. Wushengdi is the symbol of Xiaoyu's invincibility. If Wushengdi can solve the problem, there is no need to run away. If Wushengdi can't solve the problem, he can't run away either. He can just fight to the death. With the protection of such an immortal, the people of Xiaoyu feel a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. His Majesty has said that the imperial martial arts performance will be held as usual, and it will definitely be held as usual tomorrow. No subjects questioned Wushengdi's words. Who is it? You curse so badly so early in the morning. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, listening to the noise and scolding outside. He got up from the bed and walked to the windowsill with confusion, ready to see what happened in the backyard. Su Yan jumped onto the windowsill, took a look, and then the whole fox was stunned. Is this the zoo closed down? In the backyard of Richuan Garden, there were cute and charming domestic animals everywhere, among which the most numerous were cute foxes of various colors. And occasionally a few mountain monkeys were passionately interacting and swearing with 3 monkeys. The monkeys and mountain monkeys were speaking human language, chasing the mountain monkeys with butcher knives in their hands. The little fox spoke in Ing language, although there was a little accent, but Su Yan, who was also a fox, could understand it. Therefore, the calls of the cute pets in the backyard were all transformed into scolding in Su Yan's ears. And some of the scolding was particularly dirty. What happened? Su Yan leaned out and asked below. Squeak! Squeak! When the monkeys saw Su Yan asking, they glared at the Shan Huans with resentment, danced and explained to Su Yan what happened. Yesterday, An evil dragon crawled out from the ground of the Demon Suppression Division. And the dragon roared and shook the earth and swept across the main city of Xiaoyu. The human race naturally didn't feel anything. But as animals with keen senses, they could clearly perceive the anger contained in the roar of the evil dragon. How many domestic pets with no intelligence have heard of these things? They lost their minds and ran around in panic. Some ran to the cold streets in winter, and the warmth emitted from Richunyuan, where the whole house was installed with floor heating, gradually attracted the frightened pets running around on the street. The monkeys were preparing to go shopping in the morning, and the stray animals squeezed in after opening the door. Squeak! The monkey sighed deeply. He had gotten up early to buy the freshest vegetables, but he still hadn't bought any vegetables, and had to clean up the shit for those evildoers whose intelligence hadn't been opened. Squeak! 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 After that, the monkey sighed again. It was nothing but making his work more difficult. Wait for me. I'll go help. Su Yan looked at the monkey with a face full of laughter. It was the first time he saw a hard-working monkey being autistic. Su Yan jumped from the third-floor windowsill to the backyard. He used the means of flying in the air and landed steadily in the backyard of the brothel. He took a deep breath and roared at the little foxes, then raised his paws and slapped the ground. Bing! The foxes, intimidated by Su Yan, immediately became quiet and stopped wandering around in the backyard. Go put them all in the cage. Su Yan spoke to the monkeys, asking them to ignore those mean Shanhuans first. Put the 20 or 30 little foxes in the backyard in the chicken coop, and finally deal with those mean Shanhuans. Several little foxes who were closer to Su Yan tilted their heads and looked at Su Yan, who was squatting, and tried to nudge Su Yan's belly with their noses, and then got into his arms. There are no male mothers here. Su Yan's eyes twitched slightly, raised his front paws to hold the little red fox's head, and pushed them away. At first Su Yan felt strange, and didn't know what the foxes wanted to do by nudging him, until they were rummaging in his belly. Su Yan realized what they were doing. Hurry up, or I'll leave. Feeling offended, Su Yan couldn't help but ask the monkeys to move more quickly. The lively and active young foxes were not as easy to intimidate as those big foxes. After a few bluffs, the young foxes ran into his arms and began to recognize their parents. Don't look for it. If you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Su Yan couldn't stand it anymore, so he changed from a fox to a human, scaring the little foxes. Su Yan changed into a human, and the foxes, who were originally intimidated and dared not move, became chaotic again due to Shanhuan's jumping up and down. Su Yan raised his hand and scratched his head, chose to ignore it, and walked directly to the lobby, leaving all the pets in the backyard to the monkeys. You guys play slowly. Su can't stand this grievance, so I'm leaving. Squeak! The monkeys looked at the foxes, then looked at Su Yan's back and screamed. A fox walked to the monkey's feet and sniffed, then raised its hind legs with a happy face and marked a point. Squeak! The monkey jumped up, grabbed the kitchen eaves with one hand, pointed at the stinky fox's nose, and started to curse. Are you up so early? And saw Su Yan's face full of complaints, and came back from the backyard and chuckled. Don't you want to sleep for a while? There is still more than an hour before the Imperial Martial Arts performance. The people in the backyard cursed too much. I couldn't sleep. Su Yan shook his head and sat at the table. It seems that Xiaoyu is not completely unaffected by the nightmare sect. Aunt, what should I do with the foxes in the backyard? Post a notice outside the door and collect their care and food fees from their owners. Send them to the fox house in a week. Fox house? The unfamiliar term made Su Yan stunned. That place is not suitable for you. Don't ask me. And can't tell you even if you ask. Aunt's cheek showed a smirk. Chapter 132 Master Jean. Fox house? Why are you asking this? Those are not manners that little foxes can go to alone. The uncles and aunts there are particularly evil. They will spread your legs and check your body. Xiao Bai, who had just woken up from a hangover, saw Su Yan squatting on the head of the bed, using his soft, pink and tender paws to push his cheek to wake him up. Xiao Bai couldn't help but leaned out and kissed the little fox on the face. But after Su Yan explained his purpose, Xiao Bai's expression suddenly became a little strange. The main business of Fox House is naturally selling foxes. All kinds of domesticated foxes. And occasionally you can see foxes that can be ridden by demon beasts. A few years ago, Xiaoyu Fox House had a round of industrial upgrading. In addition to selling foxes, the main profit point now is the after sales of little foxes. Foxes go to Fox House to see a doctor, breed, or be sterilized. Xiao Bai looked at Su Yin with a strange expression and said, "You should not be sick. Right? Fox House is a good place for Xiaoyu people. But it may not be for foxes. That's fine. I won't go." After learning that the Fox House was a pet hospital, Su Yin was stunned with a smile on his face, and quickly shook his head and waved his hands to refuse to understand. He originally thought that the Fox House should be a place similar to the Jiafangxi, a pet paradise for little foxes to have fun. But he never expected that the Fox House was actually a large pet sterilization hospital. Su Yin only felt that his bells were ringing and he was shivering in protest. Speaking of which, the breeding season of foxes seems to be from January to April every year. Little fox had better have some bad intentions towards sister. Otherwise, sister will be very embarrassed throughout the whole process. Seeing that Su Yin was dumbfounded by the fox, Xiao Bai couldn't help but tease with an ambiguous face. "Little fox, you should also know, at least for fox demons. The things in your head are very abnormal." Su Yin raised his hands to block Xiao Bai's mouth, and rolled his eyes with a bad face. Xiao Bai is a big throwaway control in the brothel. Su Yin knows what she wants to say next, but Su Yin feels that his head should not receive such strange knowledge points. It shouldn't be. At least the little fox shouldn't be. "And where are the other seniors?" Su Yin, with a face full of lipstick, jumped down the stairs from the second floor and returned to the lobby. He took a look and didn't see Taoist Mosquito and Winter Worm. He saw Ant and Senior Huayu, who was tamed by Ant, sitting there. They all went to visit other people. Ant glanced at Su Yin's cheek, helplessly raised her face, took out a handkerchief from the storage ring to wipe the fox's head. The fox, which was originally Snow White, had a little pink on its forehead. Then she slapped Su Yan's, but with gouache to cover the eye-catching bright red official seal on it. "Let's go!" After Taoist Mosquito and Winter Worm visited Ant, there were other friends or seniors to visit, so they naturally didn't stay here for too long. They didn't like gambling table projects like gambling like Ant, and the Imperial Martial Arts performance was not very attractive to them. Jiao Nanhua was still hungover and hadn't sobered up, lying on the bed like a salted fish. Zhou Tong did not come back last night. The unlucky big cat should still be working overtime in the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division office should be the most damaged in the entire Xiaoyu. Even the warehouse was smashed by the gray-black dragon, and weapons and files in the warehouse were flying all over the sky. Therefore, there were naturally fewer people going to the Imperial City today. Although there were fewer people, this did not affect my aunt's interest in playing gambling games at all. "My little nephew, are you still going to fight in the ring today?" Huayu took Su Yin from her aunt's arms, showing her generosity, and asked Su Yin with a smile if he was still going to participate in the Imperial Martial Arts performance today. "Should I continue to participate? Although everything that should be done has been done. It is easy to leave a bad impression on others if I give up halfway. However, I shouldn't fight as hard as I did yesterday." Su Yin looked up at Huayu and said, "In the battle with Jin Lin yesterday, Su Yin had already shown his strongest combat power so far. Although he was at a disadvantage in the close combat, it was because Jin Lin did not follow the moral code of martial arts that he suppressed him with his physical body. Who knew that in addition to the gold element, she actually had a second phase in the Jin Din stage? There are cases like Jin Lin, but they are very rare. There is only one way for human cultivators to have a second phase at a low level, which is inheritance. Her parents should not be simple people if they want to pass on their affinity to their children. Jin Lin's parents need to be at least in the earthly immortal realm to be able to do so. Otherwise, normal human cultivators only have one affinity at a low level. However, cultivators in the earthly immortal realm can pass on the second affinity to their children through their blood, just like the demon race pass on their innate magical powers through their blood. At the end of the battle between Ruori and Jin Lin, Su Yin suffered from the loss of information, which made him suppressed by the human cultivator Jin Lin in his proud physical strength. Who knew that she could discharge electricity? A touch made Su Yan's whole fox numb. "If you can fight, fight. If it's hard, I'll give up." Su Yin sighed and said, "With the foundation building stage, it's good to be able to hold on to the third day of the 1-in-1 Imperial Martial Arts performance. At least, he didn't get beaten to vomit blood or milk." Just after passing through the Luoheju sacred tree and reaching the Imperial City, a whispered voice sounded in my aunt's ear. My aunt subconsciously looked at the branch platform where the court officials were sitting. Grandmaster Jean walked alone away from his seat and walked to the edge. "Little fox, someone is looking for you." Aunt turned around and picked up Su Yin. and flew directly into the air to the tree branch trussing the Imperial City, and walked towards Grandmaster Jean, who was transmitting the voice to her. "This is for you." Seeing Su Yan and Chongqiang, Grandmaster Jean took out a scroll made of animal skin from his sleeve, handed it to the fox held by my aunt, and continued, "My advice to you is not to continue to participate in the next Imperial Martial Arts performance. If you insist on participating, you may need to change your surname." Grandmaster Jean looked at Su Yan with a smile on his face. "Maybe you will have the same surname as me by then." Su Yan and my aunt obviously did not understand the ridicule of Grandmaster Jin's words, and they greeted each other at the same time. Seeing that neither of them could pick up on him, Grandmaster Jean felt a little bored and explained, "His Highness, she seems to like you quite a lot. The Black Dragon of the North Sea Dragon Clan is coming to see you. Your little trick of controlling water cannot be hidden from the North Sea Dragon Clan. You probably don't want to follow him back to recognize your ancestors, right?" As he said this, Grandmaster Jean couldn't help but laugh and said, "Actually, I'm quite curious. Is it the Su family who can castrate you before you reach adulthood? Or is it the North Sea Dragon Clan that can successfully train you into a pervert? There are too few cases like yours. If possible, I really want to open a betting position on you and invite all the cultivators in the world to bet on you, and observe the ending of the descendants of the loyal Su family and the dissolute Dragon Clan." The smile of Grand Tutor Jean made Su Yan shudder. He subconsciously turned around and hid behind his aunt's clothes, revealing his head and staring at Grand Tutor Jean. "It's just the North Sea Dragon Clan." Aunt showed a disdainful expression on her face. "It's like we don't have long legs and can't run. Tonight, I will take the ferry boat and run back to Pingfeng Mountain overnight." "Ha ha ha." Grand Tutor Jean smiled and didn't respond. He said, "You can fill out the documents and submit them to the Ministry of Personnel when you have time. I won't disturb your gambling interest now." Chapter 133. Su can't bear to hear this. North Sea Dragon Clan. Although Grandmaster Jean only said a few words, the amount of information revealed in his words was very large. First of all, Grandmaster stopped Su Yan from continuing to participate in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. His seemingly water-based magic actually contained the Dragon Clan's talent for water control. The Dragon Clan could recognize Su Yan's background at a glance. Such a detailed water-based method can only be found in the Dragon Clan. The North Sea Dragon Clan is rushing towards Xiaoyu. Su Yan can't guess what those northern water-based black dragons are doing. But if there is no accident, they should all be here because of the gray-black evil dragon yesterday. Although Su Yan yearns for a beautiful lady, he really doesn't agree with the Dragon Clan's weird idea that they don't care about meat and vegetables, as long as the opponent is a female beast. He doesn't want to change his surname from Su to Ao to recognize his ancestors. It's better to choose the lady who warms the bed yourself. Oh my! Su Yan was still thinking about the Dragon Clan. The aunt handed over the animal skin scroll from Grandmaster Jean. After reading the contents, she suddenly laughed. While walking from the big tree branch to the audience, she looked at Su Yan and said, "Grandmaster Jean gave you a generous gift. What is it?" Su Yan stood up with curiosity on his face, leaned on his aunt's shoulder to look at the animal skin scroll in his hand, and saw the title application for a spring outing with the Academy death date at a glance. Su Yan recognized the titles of the animal skin scroll when he read them separately. But why did they look so strange when they were combined together? Spring outing should refer to a spring outing, right? But why was there a death date added at the end? Although I haven't read many books, the animal skin scroll exudes an ominous black aura. What is this? This is the reward for the holder of the Imperial Martial Arts Black Iron Token. You have successfully obtained the admission to the first phase of the Imperial Academy's spring training. The aunt said with a smile on her face. This opportunity is rare. It is a course taught by the Grand Master as a teacher. Even the students in the academy need to scramble for places. Only the best students can join the spring outing organized by the Grand Master. As she said this, the aunt suddenly felt happy in her heart, especially when she thought of Su Yan's face full of relief before, squatting in the lobby of Richuing Garden to complain about the academy's homework, and secretly happy that he didn't have to do homework. I fought to the death in the ring, and on the third day, I was not rewarded but punished. Su Yan closed his jaw, swallowed his saliva, and was immediately furious. So all my efforts to fight to the death have brought me trouble. Su Yan had always believed that the Grand Master's personal guidance on cultivation meant that all the winners holding the Black Iron Token would gather in a courtyard, and Grand Master Xiao, you would come and sit down leisurely, giving each holder some time to speak out his confusion about cultivation, and personally guide him for several days. Before this, Su Yin didn't know that the final reward of the Black Iron token was to enroll in a school that was like the underworld. It's not that you just follow the Grand Master to go outing for a while, and you don't have any homework. The aunt smiled and prepared to comfort Su Yin. But Grand Master Jean said at this moment, there is homework, and it is more complicated than usual. Remember to bring more charcoal pencils and books to record when you go outing. Aunt and Su Yin didn't walk far away. They complained loudly about the Black Iron Order reward. Master Jean was a member of the South China Sea Red Dragon clan and was not deaf. So he reminded Su Yin with malicious kindness. Su Yin and Aunt. What's wrong with my nephew? Hua Yu, who had been waiting for Aunt in the audience, saw Aunt and Su Yin come back. When she was about to greet them, she saw Su Yin curled up like a fox, completely without his usual liveliness, and couldn't help but ask in surprise. He has endured the most unbearable burden for his age, and his mood is a little low. Aunt had a helpless expression on her face, and told Hua Yu the news of Su Yin's victory. Su Yin was depressed after learning that he needed to participate in the outing organized by the academy. Puff. Hua Yu couldn't help laughing after hearing that. She reached out and touched Su Yin's fox head, pinched his soft fox ears and whispered, "Don't be afraid, little nephew. I'll teach you some secret methods of doing homework. When you go outing, you can run to the rich family in the middle of the night and use spirit stones to lure those spirit monkeys to turn the pages of the book to do your homework for you." After Hua Yu finished speaking, Su Yan's ears stood up. This is just one method. The second is to use force to force those students to help you write. Anyway, you are not really enrolled in the academy. After following the Grand Master until the end of the outing, you will go your separate ways and rarely see each other in the future. And Hua Yu kept talking about some bad ideas. Those ideas were not serious from any angle, and they were full of violence, bribery, and seduction. However, as a demon cultivator from Wanhua Valley, Hua Yu naturally didn't need to waste a lot of time on things that could be solved by hand. Although the idea was bad, Su Yin liked it very much. As a nine-tailed fox with Su's bloodline, was it too much to seduce? Su Yin regained his vitality and jumped onto Hua Yujian's legs. He turned over to expose his belly and began to rub against Hua Yu de Shanren, who reminded him, "Bring more spirit stones when the time comes." Whether it is to bribe the spirit monkey to help with homework, or to coerce male students or seduce female students through some means. The aunt on the side rolled her eyes and said, "Don't teach the little fox those dirty tricks. His mother's character is bad enough. I warn you not to try to teach the little fox bad tricks and activate the bloodline. Foxes are originally cunning, and Su Yan's mother is a master of this. It is a miracle that she can give birth to such a cute and well-behaved fox. The aunt doesn't want Su Yin to learn bad things. It would be unpleasant to be like his mother. Su Qing? Oh, that's right. That beautiful fox. The couple are more like demon cultivators than demon cultivators. They are savage and rough, yet elegant." Hua Yu frowned and thought about it. She recalled the deeds of Su Yan's mother in the past. She looked at the little coward on her thigh, showing her white belly and acting coquettishly. She couldn't help but show a strange expression. Who did she inherit it from? It can't be his mother or the big pervert. The aunt said with certainty, "It must be inherited from the previous generation." Hearing the conversation of the elders, Su Yin couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did my mother do?" In Su Yin's heart, although the big fox was not a good wife and mother, she was definitely a qualified and kind mother. She was not as despicable as the aunt and Hua Yujian said. As for the old father, although he has a sullen face all day long, as if he works overtime every day and doesn't know how to be happy, he is not necessarily bad. What did they do? The aunt had a slightly strange expression and took out a roasting recipe from the storage ring and handed it to Su Yin. Su Yin opened the book. There was no record of how to cook any ingredients on it. There was only a name, and the name was followed by the dishes they were good at cooking. Su Yin tilted his head and looked at his aunt. His big blue eyes revealed a puzzled look. So cute. Those names are disciples and elders of the Qi sect. This book is a small gift written by your mother and father after their honeymoon. The cooks above are all victims. The aunt complained speechlessly. The couple's cultivation is good. Su Qing's personality is particularly playful and belongs to the mentality of playing the world. The big pervert depends on his beautiful and kind wife for everything. Before the news of their wedding came out, they had been tossing around in the world of cultivation. What did Su Qing do in the southern state instead of living in Xiaoyu in the central state? Isn't it because there is no law to enforce the law there? I have one too. They seem to have made many copies and given them to fellow Taoists they know. Hua Yu also took out a book from her storage ring. Chapter 134 Fun Maker, Sister Lure. Was my mother so mean before? Su Yan looked at the barbecue recipe in his hand, and recalled the big fox holding the scoop net with a confident smile on his face, rolling up his sleeves and walking out to the door of the mansion. Standing on tiptoe and looking into the distance as if looking for something, Su Yan suddenly didn't know how to speak well of the big fox. Although the big fox was quite good to him, it was indeed quite immoral for a demon cultivator. Speaking of this, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the incident of the Nightmare Town sect and the 10 Directions Holy Mother of nurturing all spirits yesterday. Suddenly, Su Yan seemed to smell a familiar smell. Your mother has done so many immoral things. If you have the ability, ask her in person in the future. The ant interrupted Su Yan's search for common points between bad women, moved the betting board in front of Su Yan and said, use your little claws to make money, and point out a way to get rich for me. Your aunt. While the three were discussing Su Qing, the Minister of Rights on the stage had already started shaking the ball and selecting contestants. On the third day, the first round of players had been selected. He should be the most unlucky nine-tailed fox. Right? His parents are chasing him to be sterilized, and his in-laws are probably chasing him to be beaten to death. But he is really cute. Right? This guy is much more fun than Wuxi. And he won't get angry. Su Yan was lying in Hua Yu's arms watching the ring match, and suddenly heard a whisper of people discussing him secretly. Looking in the direction of the voice, Su Yan saw 2 girls in white holding hands, standing shoulder to shoulder, looking at him, and laughing and whispering, Sister Sheer. When Su Yan saw the newcomer, he suddenly stood up from Hua Yu's arms and shouted, then looked at the ghost with the word Le written on the white cloth on the cheek of Sister Sheer, and hesitantly greeted, Sister Lure? Don't use the worder. Call me Sister Lizi. Faced with Su Yan's greeting, Sister Lure waved her hand to correct Su Yan's wrong words in greeting her, and said with a smile, I gradually began to like you. But not because you are cute, but because you are unlucky enough. Parents lost contact. Natal family does not love in-laws abuse. Leading a poor guy to perform in Xia Yu's brothel. Such a peerless unlucky guy must have a lot of fun. Su Yan won Lure's love at a glance. Not a poor guy. Thank you. Su Yan retorted with a face full of hesitation. After that, Su Yan jumped from Hua Yujiren's arms and jumped toward Sheer, who was familiar to him. Sister Sheer, I almost thought I would never see you again. I just came back to my body to help. Sister Sheer interrupted Su Yan's next words and said, also, you don't need to tell me what you saw and heard when you were with your original body. And don't ask us about the original body. The memory of that part of the matter is not in our body. The Emperor Wuxing has all the memories of Jiuyo. But Jiuyo does not accept the memories of the Emperor Wuxing. Jiuyo does not know about the Nightmare sect, the sudden change of the royal family, and the death of the prince. And they have no intention of exploring those things. The Emperor Wuxing stripped away all his emotions just to create an absolutely calm and rational executor of Xia Yu's rule. Jiuyo is one of the error correction mechanisms. When Emperor Wuxing has difficulty in making a decision, he will call Jiuyo back to his body and think with emotion. The meaning of our existence is to have fun. Those power struggles and sad stories in the past have nothing to do with us. So, don't ask me. I can't explain it to you even if you ask. Sister Sheer smiled and touched Su Yan's fox head and said, since you don't participate in the Imperial Martial Arts performance, do you want to go shopping with us in Xiaoyu City and the palace? But? Su Yan looked at his aunt with a little hesitation. His aunt and Hua Yu seemed to be blind, as if they didn't see Su Yan leaving at all. The two of them discussed the martial arts performance on the ring. Both of them already knew Jiuyo's true body. Faced with Jiuyo's active appearance, they both chose to ignore the invisible Jiuyo, as if they didn't notice Jiuyo coming to Su Yan. Anyway, the aunt already knew that Sister Sierra would not hurt Su Yan. She didn't want to have any direct intersection with the top of Xiaoyu. Hua Yu's reason for pretending was even simpler. Wanhua Pavilion was doing great business. Although Xiaoyu didn't have any assassination business, it was also doing intelligence business. She was destined not to appear in public, nor to show any inclination in public. Although others couldn't see Jiuyo, it was better to be cautious about some things. If they were accidentally discovered by those people in the stands, they would think that Wanhua Pavilion was inclined towards the royal family, which was equivalent to losing half of their wealth. Therefore, the two of them were blind at this moment. By the way, does anyone have spiritual stones? Leaving the audience, Sister Lure looked at Sheer and Su Yan and asked, no, I buy things directly from other people's shelves. And I don't need to spend money. Sister Shear said with a normal expression. Sister Lure looked at Su Yin again. There are some spiritual stones. But I don't know how many Sister Lure wants. I don't have enough weight. Su Yin looked at Sister Lure with a little vigilance. Just give me 20 gene of spirit stones. 8 gene for snacks. 5 gene for massage and bone correction. And the remaining 7 gene for taking care of my husband and children. Sister Lure said with a melancholy face. I've been sitting on the stands watching the Imperial Martial Arts performance recently, and my back is sore. It's just right to go to Linkeojian to find Dr. Qian to massage my back. What is taking care of my husband and children? Su Yin asked with a question mark on his face, while taking spirit stones from the storage ring. It's taking care of my husband and children in the literal sense. Although the Juyus are not engaged in production, they will help the Wuxing Emperor deal with some things in their spare time. Just like Sister Shear intercepted the Yinjin sect, and snatched back the poached jade rabbit from them. Sister Lure has no interest in those. She basically lives in brothels, or brothels on weekdays, causing trouble for those cheating officials, who have wives at home, and spending a few taels of silver to find a passerby to notify the cheating family. Although Xia Yu said that going to brothels is not against the law, there is still moral condemnation for married people. Officials with bad behavior will even be reported by Sister Lure to Xia Yu's third master, the Grand Master. If she doesn't report more than 30 or 50 people a year, Sister Lure will feel empty inside. I came back in a hurry, and the spirit stones were left at the northern fortress, and I didn't bring them back. I'll return them to you when the time comes. Sister Lure took Su Yan's spirit stones and said, then turned around and went to find Qian Ji for a back massage. Is Sister Lure a moral model in the officialdom of Xia Yu? Su Yan looked at Sister Shear and asked. She just watched for fun, sitting on a high place eating snacks and laughing at the unlucky people below. But thanks to your leisure time, Sister Lure, some city managers in remote areas that Xia Yu City cannot directly govern have not caused any bad scandals. Sister Shear said. Chapter 135. Hey, Dirty Fox. Huh? Isn't that Brother One? Why is he swaying in his wheelchair? Following Sister Shear to the busy streets, Su Yan, who didn't know how to choose good spiritual plants, sat at the counter of the medicine shop, chewing the animal meat snack sent by Emperor Wuxing yesterday, and accidentally saw a figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Su Yan couldn't help but call out and stopped when Ju Tong, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Brother Su? Why are you here alone? When Ju Tong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed by a servant with a bandage and splint on his left foot. When he heard someone calling his name, he looked back and saw a touch of white on the colorfully decorated street. When Ju Tong happily directed the servants to push him to the door of the medicine shop, raised his hand and greeted Su Yan, asking why he was here alone. I'm here to buy things with an elder. What about you? I haven't seen you for a long time. Su Yan said. Me? Don't mention it. When Ju Tong shook his head and said, I don't know who reported the matter of visiting Wanhua Pavilion to my grandfather. My mother came back from the western state to celebrate the new year. After hearing the news, she was furious and put me in the new camp of the Demon Suppression Division. As for the result, when Ju Tong raised his hand and patted his injured leg, and said speechlessly, I'm staying at home to study now. Although when Ju Tong could not join the Demon Suppression Division, his grandfather was one of the 14,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division. It was not difficult to put his grandson in the new camp for special training. As a result, when Ju Tong sprained his leg in a few days, the doctor said to prescribe medicine for him. But when Ju Tong said it was incurable, he was rebellious and stubborn. Recently, he stayed at home to read and write to recover from his injury. Su Yan said with a face full of tears and laughter, Mrs. Wen forced you to practice. And it's not something that will harm you. Why are you so resistant? Why are you so anxious to walk on the street instead of recuperating at home when you are injured? When Ju Tong doesn't like to practice. On weekdays, he fights crickets and walks pigs on the street like an ordinary playboy. Except for not doing his job and dreaming of living in Wanhua Pavilion and enjoying the hug of a Jindan stage big sister every day. He is like a salted fish. Why don't you practice? Just live a good life, so as not to attend so many funerals and coffins. After waving his hand to refuse, when Ju Tong said with a happy face, Li Jing, do you remember? That's the guy who made a big fuss in Richinuan before. He was sentenced to parade in the streets by the Ministry of Justice today for slandering and spreading rumors. His father personally paid the fine, but couldn't save him. Li Jing? I don't have any impression. Su Yan shook his head. Forget it. He has no impression. He is my only enemy. I am rushing over to throw rotten tomatoes and rotten eggs at him. When Jutong fumbled in the storage ring for a while, and took out a basket of frozen and rotten tomatoes, and a basket of special rotten eggs with a hole specially open to place the egg whites and yolks into the rotten eggs. I will throw that guy all the way later. He made a rumor that I went to Wanhua Pavilion without paying. He made my reputation in the circle so bad that I can't kill him. Throw rotten eggs? Su Yin thought about it, and also opened his storage ring and took out some pickled things from the southern province. This is the stinky shrimp paste that is a specialty of our southern province. And this hard stuff called durian. Socks? This pair of socks doesn't seem to be mine? In Su Yan's storage ring, in addition to some spiritual stones and fattening snacks, there are also some sundries that were transferred from the storage ring that his mother threw to him when he ran away from home. Su Yan usually doesn't go out of his way to look for those things. But when he saw Wen Jutong saying that he was going to throw it at his enemies, Su Yan remembered that there seemed to be some pickled stinky seafood dips and durians with the characteristics of the southern province in his storage ring. So he dug them out and gave them all to Wen Jutong to throw at people. Socks? Socks can also be thrown at people. It doesn't matter whose stinky socks they are. No. Su Yan thought about it and stuffed the stinky socks back, and took out 2 durians and gave them to Wen Jutong, saying, "It's better to use them." Su Yan didn't know whose socks belonged to him, but whether it was his father's or his mother's, it was not suitable to throw them at people. The smell will be stronger if you heat it. If you want to taste the fruits and vegetables of the southern province, then I suggest you put it outside in winter for half an hour before tasting it. It tastes pretty good, Su Yan suggested. What are you talking about? Sister Sheer came out of the inner hall, carrying a sack to the counter to weigh it, and looked at Su Yan, who was constantly taking things out with a strange look. Nothing, Su Yan said with a guilty look, as if he had done something bad and was discovered by his parents. My friend's enemy was sentenced to parade in public by the Ministry of Justice. He was rushing to throw rotten eggs. I just happened to have some southern state-style pickled products here. Enemy? Speaking of which, I saw the document submitted by the Ministry of Justice last night. The man who had previously slandered your brothel for providing bad services was arrested. I think his name was Li Jing, and his family was engaged in salt transportation. When it came to parading in public, Sister Sheer suddenly remembered the investigation results of the slander case of Ruchunyuan in the memorial submitted by the Ministry of Justice last night. So she mentioned it to Su Yan. Li Jing's family was quite rich. He should have been sentenced to prison, but because he handed in a large amount of spiritual stones, he was given a lighter sentence from 6 months in prison to being paraded in public for half a month and released. Li Jing? Su Yan and Wen Jutong looked at each other and fell into silence. Brother Su, are you going with me? If not, don't hide it and take it all out. Okay. Su Yan stopped being hypocritical and took out all the stinky sauces that he didn't like in his storage ring and handed them all to Wen Jutong. He also reminded him that Ruchunyuan now has dozens of foxes, and the monkey should have shoveled a lot of sacks of dog shit. If he doesn't mind, he can go around and bring 2 bags. Wen Jutong waved his hands with a look of shock. Throwing tomatoes and eggs in the parade was already too much. Throwing stinky shrimp paste and durian was already too much. Throwing feces. Isn't this setting a precedent for the onlookers? Wen Jutong didn't dare to play like this. He was also afraid that he would be caught and paraded in the streets, and the people would also throw feces. Dirty fox. Bad fox. Don't play with shit. Sister Sheer hit Su Yan's head 3 times in a row, and only stopped when 3 lumps appeared on Su Yan's head. No wonder your mother used a washboard to rub you. How could she come up with such a vicious idea? Killing people is just like lighting a lamp for the soul. It's not so vulgar. Su Yan covered his head with a face full of grievance, looked at Sister Sheer and said, "But I saw a precedent in the war strategy in the book that the defending party heated up the feces and poured it on the head of the attacking party? Hey, little yellow-mouthed fox. Do you want to experience the taste of your mother after a long time?" Sister Sheer refused to accept Su Yan's message and picked up a handful of spiritual plants for him to rinse his mouth. The book Su Yan read was from his previous life, which had not been pioneered in the cultivation world of this life. For both the attacking and defending sides, the immortals on both sides fought to the death, and the soldiers below mainly deployed formations and summoned spirits to attack the city. But there were not so many strange military tactics targeting the human race. Therefore, Sister Sierra naturally could not accept the evil ideas proposed by Su Yan. Chapter 136, Imperial City. Speaking of which, this is your first time to visit the Imperial Palace. Is there any place you want to visit? Although my words are not very useful in the Imperial Palace, there is no place in the Imperial City that I cannot go. Sister Sheer walked from the main gate of the Imperial City, looked at Su Yin, who was looking around over her shoulder, and asked with a smile. In the Imperial City, even the National Treasury is undefended for Joyo. There is no building in the Imperial City that Sister Sheer cannot go to. If there is any area that cannot be visited, it is probably the Emperor's harem. However, since the construction of that place, the two emperors of Xiaoyu could not put together a complete harem. It should have been overgrown with grass and mold. Right? The prison inside the Demon Suppression Division is probably more lively than the Emperor's harem. I don't know much about the Imperial City. Su Yin tilted his head and rubbed Sister Sheer's cheek, expressing his love for Sister Sheer. However, Su Yin usually lives on his own small piece of land, and has basically no systematic understanding of the interior of the Imperial City. Even the titles of Xiaoyu's 6 ministries and 3 divisions, in fact, only know a general meaning, and don't have a deep understanding. The Imperial City is the 3 divisions and 6 ministries, and some office areas of the Imperial Guards, plus some garden landscapes. Originally, there were some happy forests in the Imperial City, but later there were many reports from officials, so there are fewer. Sister Sierra said with a little regret. The Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Punishment both said that such behavior is unsightly and affects the solemnity of the Imperial City. It is necessary to strictly prohibit and crack down on happy forests. And lakes are not allowed. They also encouraged everyone to report each other. And if they were caught, they would take off their pants and hang them on the notice board to let the people in the main city of Xiaoyu come to see if they are really that capable. Both men and women are hung? Su Yin said in surprise. It's not that the palace maids spank. They take off their pants and break 3 wooden sticks in public. And the demons are locked up for 3 months. The demons usually want to turn that thing into a water wheel. So isn't it a reward for them to show their talents openly? Sister Sheer told Su Yin about the interesting rules in the palace while carrying him to the palace. Although Su Yin was full of black lines, Sister Sheer still found it very interesting. The entire Imperial City covers a huge area. The main city of Xiaoyu is comparable to the large city in Su Yan's previous life. The Imperial City occupies 1/10 of Xiaoyu City, and sits directly in the central area of Xiaoyu City, walking from the outer area of the Imperial City to the inside. The area adjacent to the palace is the gathering place of the royal family. Not only does it live in the royal family and royal family worshippers, but also an area has been designated for the court officials to live in when they attend court. Although Princess Wuxi has her own fief, she currently lives in the mansion of the Imperial City, about 2 miles away from the 3rd prince and the young prince, which is also a place very close to the Imperial Palace. If you want to play with Wuxi in the future, just come here directly. Sister Sierra raised her hand and pointed at the gate with a plaque of endless life hanging on the high wall. The content of the plaque on the door is relatively casual, and generally there is not much to pay attention to. Quite a lot of people engrave their own surnames and residences to make it easier for visitors, or others, to identify the mansion in front of them. In order to avoid raiding the neighbor's house, it would be difficult to raid your own house by mistake. Hey. I'll roll back right now. Please calm down, Princess Wuxi. As Su Yin and Sister Sheer approached the door, a sturdy man in a round-necked, narrow-sleeved brown official uniform rolled out of the princess's mansion with a flattering face. Under the gaze of Sister Sheer and Su Yin, he rolled very smoothly to the end of his sight and disappeared. The eunuch who rolled and ran was not low in cultivation. He condensed a spherical spiritual power ball on his body surface, wrapped his whole body to facilitate rolling on the ground smoothly. No one without the gene and stage could roll so smoothly. One eunuch rolled out, and then 4 or 5 eunuchs and several palace maids flew out directly from the door like racehorses, and their round bodies hit the road in front of the princess's mansion and rolled at full speed. The palace maids with low cultivation did not roll very smoothly, but the eunuchs rolled faster than each other. Su Yin was stunned the whole time. Are they having a horse race? What horse race? It must be that girl Wuxi, who is furious in the mansion. If she runs slowly, she might get into trouble. Sister Sheer is not unfamiliar with the princess's mansion. She skillfully led Su Yin over the wall and into the mansion. Even if they were separated by a front garden, they could hear clearly that Princess Wuxi was slamming the table and scolding people in anger. No wonder she could take off. It turns out that there is a rockery behind the high wall for garden landscaping. Judging from those smooth stones, they should be often used as springboards. Right? Su Yin looked at the landscaping in the front yard. It was not more luxurious than the southern state mansion where Su Yin lived. It was just a very ordinary landscape courtyard. It was not as magnificent as imagined. And even the toilet was built with gold bricks. Why are you so angry? Little Wuxi? Why don't you come out to greet your aunt? As soon as Sister Sheer spoke, the scolding voices in the lobby of the residence stopped abruptly. Princess Wuxi, who had transformed into a fox again, stood on the threshold. She looked at Sister Sheer from a distance, her eyes twitching slightly, her face full of hesitation, and finally turned into a sigh. She subconsciously called the guards, but thinking that the guards couldn't see the ant in front of them at all, Princess Wuxi silently closed her mouth and glared at her. Don't worry. I'm not looking for you to go shopping today. I just come here to feed you, Sister Sheer said as she approached. Coincidentally, at this time, the moon rabbit also jumped near the threshold. Princess Wuxi didn't even look at it. Her tail curled naturally and balanced on the moon rabbit's forehead, and directly bounced the little thing back home. But the moon rabbit still didn't give up, and stretched out its hands and feet from the glutinous rice ball to continue jumping. When the moon rabbit came to the edge of the threshold, Princess Wuxi still did not look back at the moon rabbit. She raised her hind legs and kicked it, and the moon rabbit turned into a glutinous rice ball and rolled back into the house. It was not until Princess Wuxi saw Su Yin on Sister Sheer's shoulder that the tense expression on the little fox's face relaxed a little and said, Su Yin. Here. Su Yin stepped on Sister Sheer's shoulder with his front feet, jumped forward and landed on the ground to greet Princess Wuxi. I guess that only that woman could teach you the method of rejuvenation. Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin, and then at Sister Sheer, who was squatting and stroking her head. Princess Wuxi opened her mouth and jumped up to bite Sister Sheer's arm. But Sister Sheer was not stupid. So how could Princess Wuxi bite her? She evaded Princess Wuxi's bite with a retracted hand, and kept teasing Princess Wuxi with her palm. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. I didn't come here to invite you to go shopping today. I just came here to feed the little rabbit. Sister Sheer walked into the house, poured the medicinal herbs from the sack in front of the moon rabbit, and did not forget to turn around and complain about Princess Wuxi's hot temper. You too. Didn't you see me bringing the little fox to play with you? You didn't even come out to greet me, but jumped up and bit me as soon as I opened my mouth. I really don't know how you can get married in the future with such a temper. It's scary to think about it. Chapter 137 Moon Rabbit Pounding Medicine. Princess, why do you call Sister Sheer that woman? Su Yin wiped the flesh of his forepaws clean on the mat at the door, then jumped over the door and raised the threshold to come into the house. Looking at Sister Sheer kneading the moon rabbit in the house, he quietly asked Princess Wuxi why she was so impolite to Sister Sheer. Then you have to ask her. She ran out just after I received the title and called herself my aunt. Although she is also a nine-tailed fox grandmother, she should also pay attention to her own address. Princess Wuxi snorted. Sister Sheer often called herself aunt in front of Princess Wuxi, but Princess Wuxi's real aunt should be Emperor Wuxian. Therefore, Princess Wuxi was very dissatisfied with Sister Sheer. How could she humiliate His Majesty Emperor Wuxian like this? If His Majesty is like you, who doesn't dare to fight cocks and walk dogs all day long, Xia, you will be gone. Su Yin tried to count the generations of the princess and Wu Shengdi by counting his fox fingers, and to reversely count the generations of Zirji and the princess. But Su Yin counted and found that he could not figure out the generations by counting 2 generations. Don't stay there. Come and see the moon rabbit pounding medicine. Sister Sierra turned around and waved, smiling and inviting the 2 little foxes to come and see some interesting scenes. A question mark appeared on Wuxi Princess's head, and a word kept echoing in her head, moon rabbit pounding medicine. Moon rabbit? The glutinous rice ball that could not speak was actually the famous moon rabbit that mastered the immortal medicine? Princess Wuxi did not believe what Sister Sierra said, and jumped to Sister Sierra's side and lay on Su Yin's body, watching the Snow White Rabbit tasting her lunch medicine after being stroked comfortably. The Snow White Rabbit, after chewing a lot of dried spiritual plants, gradually covered its snow white fur with a light pink color, and a very strange diamond-shaped mark appeared on its forehead. Moon rabbits usually have a small appetite, only need to eat a small amount of vegetables and hay, no special care, and have an incredibly strong vitality, immune to all infectious diseases and toxins. And the strange poison that can poison the immortals is like cold water to the moon rabbit. But the moon rabbit also has a disadvantage. If you want to raise a moon rabbit, you need a huge amount of wealth and supernatural means. The moon rabbit's innate magical power is to make elixirs. From the legendary immortal divine medicine to the ordinary chi training and concentration elixir. The moon rabbit can make it. But if you want to activate the elixir formula sealed in the moon rabbit's innate magical power, there is a prerequisite. That is to give the moon rabbit the corresponding medicinal materials. Moon rabbits can analyze the medicinal materials they swallowed in their stomachs in detail, down to the meridians, and store them in their heads. They can also combine the characteristics of the medicinal materials they have eaten before to deduce the recipe they want in their heads. Rather than making elixirs, moon rabbits can deduce all the magical elixirs that exist or do not exist in the world. The ancestors of moon rabbits deduce the elixir of immortality. No matter what kind of creature, as long as they take it, they can become immortals. It is also the most glorious moment for the divine beast moon rabbit clan. When moon rabbits absorb pharmacological knowledge, their bodies will be covered with a layer of pink. But you must also remember that although moon rabbits are immune to all poisons, they are very taboo to take in too much water. When feeding moon rabbits, remember to feed them mainly dried spiritual plants. Sister Sierra started to explain to the two of them, and touched the moon rabbit's head. The light pink on the moon rabbit completely faded like the tide, and it became no different from an ordinary snow rabbit. It rubbed Sister Sierra's palm with joy. This is the good man who saved it last time. The moon rabbit still remembers Sister Sierra's rescue in its extraordinary memory. It turned out that the pink color last time was the sudden enlightenment and pharmacological state after it ate the herbs. Su Yin said with a face full of sudden enlightenment. No wonder he said that this moon rabbit was different from the one he saw before. No! The pink color it showed in the cage at that time was a stress response. If you touch it casually, it will poison you to death. Sister Sierra corrected Su Yan's cognitive error. There is actually a difference between the two pinks. You will know if you observe carefully. It is also poisonous. Su Yin was shocked and looked at the round glutinous rice ball in front of him. Being watched by Su Yin, Moon Rabbit tilted his head and looked at Su Yan's fox face, with an exclamation mark on his head, as if he remembered something. Jumping in front of Su Yin and stretching out his two little hands, hugging Su Yan's cheeks and rubbing them with joy. He was with the big good man. He was the good man who saved him last time. After rubbing Su Yin, Moon Rabbit hugged the cheek of Princess Wuxi, who was lying on Su Yin, rubbing her with joy. This is the good person who feeds and shelters him, plays with him, and shows him the Goyulu magic trick. The whole room is full of good people he likes. In the simple head of Moon Rabbit, there are two kinds of creatures in the world. One is good, and the other is bad. The new word bad guy was also learned by Moon Rabbit not long ago after being kidnapped by the Nightmare Town sect. After rubbing Princess Wuxi, Moon Rabbit rubbed Su Yin, and then ran to Sister Sheer to rub. And finally Moon Rabbit fell to the ground with circles in his eyes. And he was dizzy. Good people are everywhere. The dizzy Moon Rabbit exclaimed in his heart. What did Sister Sheer want to say just now? Su Yin looked at the Moon Rabbit that was dizzy and turned over on the ground, and inexplicably thought of Jiao Nanwu. He looked at Sister Sheer, who was interrupted by the Moon Rabbit with a black face. What did I say? That's right. Moon rabbits cannot consume too much water on weekdays. Otherwise it will dilute the Yin Chao poison in their body's defense and pollute the surrounding land through excretion. Sister Sheer, who was asked, thought about it and remembered what she wanted to say just now, and explained to the two foxes. Sister Sheer brought Su Yin to the princess today, not to take him to visit the imperial city, but to teach the two little ones to recognize the characteristics of the Moon Rabbit. When the little Moon Rabbit is sent back to the Moon Rabbit territory, take the two little foxes to the Moon Rabbit territory to recognize the location and rabbits. If you make friends with the Moon Rabbits, you can ask for help from the Moon Rabbits if you need any elixir or help in the future, relying on the nine-tailed fox's kindness and the favor of saving Moon Rabbit. This is a favor from a great man. So Sister Sheer specially brought Su Yin and Wuxi with them. In this way, Moon Rabbit owes three people a favor. Su Yan's repeated calls of Sister Sheer are not a loss. The poison of Yin Chao? Does it mean corruption? Princess Wuxi's face was full of entanglement. After thinking about the courtyard that had turned into a rotten depression, she asked her aunt. You wouldn't. Sister Sheer looked at Princess Wuxi with a surprised face. I was hungry after practicing last night, and there was nothing to eat in the kitchen. So I took tomatoes and cucumbers to eat. The glutinous rice ball might have heard the sound and came over to show that it wanted to eat. Princess Wuxi looked at the warm and cute glutinous rice ball and recalled the smelly depression in the backyard, and her cheeks twitched. She didn't wake up naturally from practicing today, but was awakened by the stench of her fox nose. When she opened her eyes, she saw the rotten depression in the backyard that emitted a foul smell. Princess Wuxi immediately thought that it might be the burst of the sewage pipe in her mansion that caused the landslide. Prince Wuxi got angry and scolded the eunuchs before, thinking that they did not supervise well, and did not find the landslide caused by the burst of the sewage pipe in the backyard. As a result, she never expected that the moon rabbit would pollute dozens of square meters of land into a highly toxic swamp after having diarrhea. That is, the incident happened in her own mansion. If it was another mansion, those eunuchs and palace maids might have been beaten to death. Princess Wuxi thought with a frown on her face. Chapter 138 North Sea Dragon Clan. Coming to the backyard of Princess Wuxi and standing in front of the princess dressing room, Su Yin finally saw what Sister Sheer had said about the poison of Yin Tide. There is a formation in the Imperial City that is more advanced than floor heating, which makes the Imperial City physically like spring in all 4 seasons. And different flowers of the 4 seasons can bloom at the same time. The backyard, which should have been green and lush, turned into a stinking swamp under the influence of the Yin Tide poison. A stream of purple-black bubbles emerged from it, and after bursting, it exuded a strange sweet fragrance that made people weak and powerless. Su Yin raised his front paw with curiosity on his face, and with a fox's hand, he slapped the bluestone on the ground into the swamp. The bluestone that touched the swamp began to decay and dissolve rapidly, blending into the swamp like liquid and becoming one. Such a magical scene stunned Su Yin. So much so that Su Yan's eyes kept spinning around the stinking swamp and the moon rabbits around him with little bubbles of happiness. The diarrhea products of moon rabbits are really amazing. Does Sister Sheer have anything that can be stored? I think I can scoop a spoonful for self-defense. Finally, Su Yin looked at Sister Sheer and asked if there was anything that could be used to store the Yin Chao poison. He felt that he could keep some for self-defense. An ordinary jade bottle can be presented, but the Yin Chao poison is useless if you really want to obtain the strange poison. Before Sister Sheer finished speaking, she raised her right hand and pointed it at the hundreds of square meters of stinking swamp in front of her. The entire princess mansion shook violently. The weight of the swamp was directly picked up by the telekinetic method and was directly refined by Sister Sheer's powerful magic power. In the end, only a drop of water emitting brilliance remained on the hundreds of square meters of land. The water drop was as dark as the starry sky, and there were stars full of beauty inside, just like the starry sky at night. Sister Sierra pinched out a bottle in the air with her bare hands, raised her hand to control the drop of starlight, and placed it in the bottle, saying, "The Yin Tide poison is just a toxin. What Moon Rabbit really uses to protect itself is the Starlight Divine Water, a magical power that can erode the spiritual vision and the affinity of the cultivator." Sister Sierra looked at Su Yin and said, "This is also one of the pursuits of all water cultivators on the road of cultivation. Although the Yin Tide poison is also a strange poison, it is just a thing that is diluted with water when Moon Rabbit has a stomachache and cannot control the innate magical power in its body. Compared with the Starlight Divine Water, it is simply a world of difference. Put it deep in the storage ring. If it is accidentally knocked over and thrown away together with the storage ring, the cultivation has not reached the level of Earth Immortals. The Starlight Divine Water is an unsolvable poison that will kill anyone who touches it. Such a dangerous thing." Although Su Yin said that he scooped a spoonful to protect himself, Sister Sierra still repeatedly reminded Su Yin about the use of the Starlight Divine Water. "Is it one of the 3 divine waters?" Su Yin looked at the transparent container, which was emitting dark starlight drops, and little stars appeared in his eyes. Su Yin didn't know about the Yin Chao poison, but if it was the Starlight Divine Water, Su Yin knew it very well. The effect description of the Starlight Divine Water is very complicated, but in fact, its use is very simple, which is to directly cut off the spiritual consciousness that originally existed in the body of the cultivator, directly destroy the foundation of cultivation, and completely bring a high-ranking cultivator down to the mortal world. After being contaminated by the Starlight Divine Water, no matter how talented the cultivator is, he will not be able to sense the spiritual energy, and his physique is even worse than that of a trained mortal. This is a very terrifying water-based magical power. The reason why Su Yin knew these things actually came from the knowledge taught by his father. Su Yin inherited the water-based nature, and it was naturally the old father of the Dragon Clan who was responsible for teaching him to practice. Starlight Divine Water, Sunlight Divine Water, and Moonlight Divine Water can be combined into the legendary 3 Lights Divine Water. That is the healing holy medicine in the world of cultivation, and its powerful effect can even revive the dead. At the beginning, the old father held Su Yan's head and pointed to the 3 Lights Divine Water on the picture and said, "If you can achieve the position of earthly immortals in the future and do not awaken the winter nature, then you will start with the Sunlight Divine Water. and then evolve the moonlight divine water and blend it to make the starlight divine water, the sun, moon, and stars divine waters. Su Yin has sealed the method of cultivation in his head. But he doesn't care about these. The old father has made it very clear that this is the magical power that can only be accessed by achieving the position of earthly immortals. Before Su Yin has the cultivation of earthly immortals, he can't hold it in even if he bursts the bell. The three divine waters were a pie that Ao Renlin had painted for Su Yin, to motivate Su Yin to practice hard, and also to prepare in advance for any accidents. In this way, even if Su Yin left his parents, he would not be without any magic to defend himself. As long as Su Yin's cultivation reached the standard, the method of practicing the three divine waters would be unlocked. But those were too long ago for Su Yin, and Su Yin himself had forgotten about it. However, Ao Renlin never thought that a sudden change would happen at home so early. Just when Su Yin saw the starlight divine water and recalled the past, a giant dragon hundreds of meters long flew in the sky and entered the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Its black scales were shining in the sunlight, and the pair of dragon horns on its forehead were like ice crystals, dragging the deep cold winter breath and bringing a blizzard to the land below. A girl with a small black dragon horn and a decadent face sat on the black dragon's head, holding the map of the cultivation world in both hands, and said with a tangled face, "How many hundreds of years ago is this map? How come there is no terrain that matches the map after crossing the state? How do I know how many years ago? Old thing. Anyway, your mother threw you to me." The soaring black dragon looked up and explained to his daughter through voice transmission, "It doesn't matter even if it doesn't match the map. Anyway, we are already the location of the Xiaoyu dynasty. After flying a few circles at low altitude, the red-haired will always come out to pick us up." The red-haired he was talking about refers to Master Jin. Among the four major dragon tribes, the South China Sea Dragon tribe is particularly outstanding compared to the other three dragon tribes. The South China Sea Dragon tribe is not covered with scales, but smooth hair. And the second phase of the South China Sea Dragon tribe belongs to the hot summer, which makes the South China Sea Dragon tribe win the title of red hair in the dragon tribe. "It's not me who gets beaten anyway, so do whatever you want," the girl said with a lack of interest. "I'll identify you. Why are you so disappointing? Daddy has finally escaped from the clutches of the old mother dragon. So say something nice." Although the dragon clan is very powerful outside, they are not that powerful in the dragon clan's territory. Although the black dragon in front of them is hundreds of meters long, the female dragon of the North Sea Dragon clan is generally twice as long as the male dragon. And some gifted female black dragons can even reach twice as long. His spouse is 3 times bigger than him. A supergiant female dragon that is rare in the dragon clan. Her larger body means stronger fertility and physique. It was rare for Black Dragon to go out and rest for a while, and he was full of joy and happiness. But he happened to meet his lifeless daughter, which made Black Dragon feel a little heavy. "I'm going to sleep, Father." The little dragon girl sighed deeply, and lay directly on the Black Dragon's head, and covered her belly with animal skin tan leather as a quilt. When encountering troubles, the little dragon girl just got rid of them. "Black Dragon, what's bothering you? Why do you sigh all day long?" Chapter 139 The Little Swinging Dragon in the North Sea Dragon Clan. "Are you here so early?" Master Jin, who was watching the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor and calculating the odds of profit, seemed to have noticed something. His right hand, which was controlling the odds of the wooden board, paused, frowned, stood up from his chair, bowed to Emperor Wuxing and said, "Your Majesty, the guests from the North Sea Dragon Clan have arrived. Please let me handle the aftermath of the Nightmare Town." Emperor Wuxing, who closed his eyes to rest, did not speak, but just nodded gently to indicate that Master Jin should do as he pleased. Grand Master Jin waved his sleeves and turned into a stream of light and left. In an instant, he was hundreds of miles away from the main city of Xiaoyu. He turned around and jumped directly to the sky and stood firm. He shook his head with a sigh and said, "You came just in time. It's exactly 1 day since Emperor Xiaoyu broke the seal. I haven't arranged anything here yet, and you came to visit me." In the itinerary that Grand Master Jin expected, the North Sea Dragon Clan should appear in 3 days. At that time, it was just near the end of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, so he could give himself more time to work on hand. However, he did not expect that the North Sea Dragon Clan would come to Xiaoyu the next day, disrupting all the work schedules that Grand Master Jin had arranged. "Don't say those weird things. Should we just go through the process to reinforce the seal of Emperor Xiaoyu? Or arrange a round of banquet process for us?" After receiving the voice transmission from Master Jean, Black Dragon's originally slightly lazy eyes became sharp. Although he was dozens of miles away and couldn't see Master Jin's human form clearly, Black Dragon still used his spiritual sense to find out where Master Jean was and stared at him, saying bluntly, although Black Dragon's cultivation was not as good as Master Jin's, the situation that should have been more friendly to greet each other became full of awkwardness because of Master Jin's identity as a traitor of the Dragon Clan. Master Jean, like Ao Renlin, left the Dragon Clan early because he was tired of the endless reproduction of the Dragon Clan. He ran away very early, as early as when Xia Yu was still Emperor Xia Yu in power. But he didn't make a fuss like Ao Renlin, and chose to live a slightly low-key life incognito. With a strong backer behind him, Grandmaster Jean no longer needs to worry about the South China Sea Dragon Clan coming to trouble him again. Otherwise, it would be really unreasonable for such a big old dragon not to return to the clan to give birth to a few. Hee. When you ask for help, you should have an attitude of asking for help. If you continue to speak ill of us, we will have to do business first. Grandmaster Jean looked at the Black Dragon with a playful face, and said with a tone full of gloating, I guess your wife must have an impressive figure. Right? You should also want to go home to find your wife after dealing with the seal. Right? Grandmaster Jin's playful voice transmission made the aggressive Black Dragon's eyes twitch slightly, and he couldn't help but say a little loose, Emperor Xia Yu is not in a hurry. This time, in addition to checking the seal, the more important thing is to let my daughter relax. She is really too. The Black Dragon thought about it, but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe his daughter. The Black Dragon clan held feasts every day. The Black Dragon clan was generous and liked to make friends. But Xiao Longnu was born with a baby face and did not find the banquets of the elders interesting. She just thought they were noisy. She liked to stay alone in the cave all day, locked the cave door, and refused all guests. She did not make any Taoist friends even from the same generation of dragons. His personality is so cold that it's starting to make people feel cold. Heh. Grandmaster Jean chuckled and didn't expose the lies that Black Dragon told. He was also a member of the Four Seas Dragon Clan, so he naturally knew the rules of the Dragon Clan. From the fact that Black Dragon came to the Xiaoyu dynasty at full speed and didn't refute his questions, he knew that there should be a giant female dragon in the Black Dragon's family. This Black Dragon just wants to give himself a holiday. Since we are not going to talk about business, please come here first. I will inform His Majesty the Emperor Wuxian. Grandmaster Jean smiled and raised his hand to lead Black Dragon and his daughter to the imperial city of Xiaoyu City. Thank you for your kindness. I'll treat you when the time comes. After arriving at the mansion where he settled, Black Dragon landed and turned into a jade-faced young man. His pair of azure eyes seemed to have an exotic sparkle. He held his daughter, who was holding the animal skin map as a blanket, in his arms, and said with a sigh, the grand wedding is simply the grave of the dragon race. It's okay to face aliens, but there is no divorce after the dragon race gets married except for widowhood. Being exploited by the old dragon at home every day, Black Dragon didn't want to go home so early. When he thought of the old dragon at home, he could pinch his long waist with one hand and looked at him with a lewd smile on his face. He shuddered. Thinking of this, Black Dragon looked at Master Jean with a little envy and 3 points of jealousy. And the remaining 7 points all wanted to report him. Why is Red Hair so lucky that he can find an immortal to support himself and doesn't need to live a hard life anymore? I'll ask the servants to prepare the banquet. You guys can take a break here. Let's have a drink later. As for now, I may need to excuse myself. I have some work to do. Master Jean took out a folding fan, opened it to cover himself, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He turned around and returned to the imperial city. Dragon! What a big black dragon! Su Yan, who was squatting in the princess's mansion and rolling with the princess, heard a booming sound like thunder. He felt a little curious and stuck his head out of the house. He rested his head on the door sill and looked up. This look almost scared Su Yan pale. A huge black dragon landed in a mansion about 20 miles away from the princess's mansion. Black dragon is just a black dragon? Princess Wuxi bit Su Yan's neck and dragged him back to the carpet in the house, like a mother beast holding a cub. She didn't quite understand why Su Yan was so shocked after seeing the black dragon. There are mythical beasts visiting the imperial city of Xiaoyu. Princess Wuxi has long been accustomed to these things. It's just a black dragon. If Su Yan came here 2 days earlier, he could also see the three-legged sun crow and the green dragon of the East China Sea. Last night, there was a nine-tailed fox of the Tushan clan lying on the wall of his own house, and crying to find a lover for himself. These are what you can see and hear when you stay at home. If you go out to the Imperial City, you can see the team sent by various beast tribes to send gifts to Emperor Wushing. Therefore, Princess Wuxi didn't feel anything when she saw the black dragon landing. Sister Sheer, look at the black dragon. There is a black dragon. After seeing the black dragon, Su Yan no longer had the heart to compete with Princess Wuxi in wrestling sumo on the carpet. He looked at Sister Sheer, who was playing high with the moon rabbit with a panicked face. A black dragon is just a black dragon. Sister Sheer looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, "They are just visiting Xia Yu normally. They won't climb over the wall to eat you. What are you worried about?" Su Yan's relationship with the North Sea Dragon clan all stems from the conflict between his father and the Black Dragon clan. As long as Su Yan doesn't show off his natural ability to control water, the North Sea Dragon clan doesn't know who you, the little fox, are. Maybe the North Sea Dragon clan still doesn't know that Ao Renlin and Su Qing gave birth to a fox dragon cub. As long as Su Yan stays honest and doesn't use his natural ability recently, he can avoid the Black Dragon. Chapter 140 Fox Playing with Pearls. Is there anywhere else you want to go? The sky gradually darkened. Sister Sheer saw that it was getting late. Because of the little fox, she did not plan to stay in the princess's mansion for free meals. She prepared to send Su Yan back to Richuan Garden first, so that the empty nest old insect would not see her as an enemy. Also, Wuxi girl, take good care of the rabbit, and don't feed it high-water food. Humph. Princess Wuxi snorted with disdain, raised her hand, and put it directly on Nuamichuan's shoulder. Rabbit is my right protector. You don't need to worry about his daily life. When the time comes, Protector Su and Protector Rabbit will be my most capable subordinates. Yuetu was too young to understand the meaning of the left and right protectors in Princess Wuxi's mouth. But when she saw the good person put her arm on her shoulder, she thought she wanted to get close to her. So she tiptoed and smiled and rubbed the fox. She is a good person with a big house at home. The girl's expression changes very fast. Sister Sheer looked at Princess Wuxi and complained. She had been disdainful of the rabbit before, saying that it was absurd for a fox to take care of a rabbit. But after learning about the true body of the rabbit fostered by Emperor Wushing, Princess Wuxi changed her attitude faster than turning a page of a book. In a blink of an eye, she and Yueta called each other sisters. By the way, Sister Sheer, His Majesty, when they left the residential area of the Imperial City and walked to the square of the Imperial City, Su Yan, who had not spoken much, looked back at Sister Sheer and wanted to ask something. I know what you want to ask, but His Majesty's will is not something we can guess. As for the matter of the North Sea Dragon clan, as long as you hide it well, it's okay. Sister Sheer shook her head and said, after the differentiation of the 9 nethers, although the cultivation of Emperor Wushing still maintained the realm of heaven and man, he was not a perfect person with both spirit and form. She is now an absolutely calm and rational ruler and executor. Wushing Emperor will not hurt Su Yan, but he will not necessarily help him when he gets into trouble. For Wushing Emperor, who was separated from Jiuyo, Su Yan is not necessary for Xiaoyu's prosperity, and is not worth the completely rational Wushing Emperor's concern. Although she originated from Wushing Emperor, Jiuyo cannot guess what Wushing Emperor thinks in his heart, unless Su Yan's existence is indispensable to Xiaoyu. Sheer thinks Wushing Emperor will not pay too much attention to Su Yan. Therefore, Sister Sheer would tell Su Yan to keep a low profile before the North Sea Dragon clan leaves, so as not to be remembered by the North Sea Dragon clan. Otherwise it would be a big trouble. It seems that the little guy is living a good life. Ao Renlin, wearing a black cloak, stopped for a while and looked at the completely hidden figure beside him. After Sheer and Su Yan walked out of the Imperial City, his cold expression eased a little, and then he showed the token and walked hurriedly into the Imperial City. Ah! Su Yan had just returned to the brothel when a dragon roar filled with shrill howls suddenly came from the Imperial City dozens of miles away, startling Sheer and Su Yan, who had just sat down to make tea. The two looked at each other in bewilderment, but the little pets in the brothel were frightened, and even the talented women and courtesans, who were still hungover, walked out of their dormitories at the same time. What happened? Did the evil dragon that was sealed in the Demon Suppression Department escape again? The official explanation given by Xia Yu regarding the gray-black evil dragon incident was that the Nightmare sect took advantage of Xia Yu's imperial martial arts performance to break into the prison of the Demon Suppression Department and release the black dragon imprisoned inside, completely hiding the relevant events of Emperor Xia Yu. There were only a handful of people who knew about Emperor Xia Yu's transformation into the undead nation. So when the dragon roar broke out, the talented women thought that the evil dragon imprisoned in the demon suppression department had escaped again. It seems like he was beaten. It was very bad. And the attacker seemed to be running away. Jian Nanwu listened carefully to the information from the dragon roar and translated to everyone with an incredible face. He said he had not lost yet and asked the guy to stop and not try to escape. Can a screen translate so much? Su Yin looked at Jian Nanwu with a look of astonishment. Jian Nanwu, who was standing in front of the dormitory door on the second floor, raised his head and looked at Su Yin lying on the railing on the fourth floor and explained, well, in fact, there were some dirty words in that shrill dragon roar. But I don't think it's important. For the dragon roar translation, I am still a little confident. We mermaids live in a country ruled by a dragon monster. Su Yan's cheeks showed a little subtlety. He and his old father spoke human language, and he didn't have a deep understanding of languages like dragon roars. He could speak the whimpering language commonly used by foxes fluently. Sister Nanwu is awesome. Then I will leave for the time being and go to see what happened in the Imperial City. After hearing the shrill dragon roar, Sister Sheer was not in the mood to warm her thighs with a hand-warming fox. She said goodbye to Su Yin and turned away. It's really a troubled time. Su Yin took a breath from the teacup and complained helplessly. Su Yin was both afraid and a little curious about the North Sea Dragon clan. He wanted to contact him, but was afraid of death. He was afraid that the North Sea Dragon clan would capture him and take him to the breeding stable and use a whip to spur him to work hard. Hearing the tragic dragon roar, Su Yan's curiosity reached its peak. He could only force himself to drink a cup of tea to suppress his curiosity. Sister Nanwu, tell my aunt when she comes back. I'm going to retreat. It may take 2 or 3 days to come out. Su Yin thought about it and told Jian Nanwu, preparing to go back to his dormitory to practice and retreat. The power of the previous cleansing pill had been absorbed. Su Yin originally planned to swallow the second spiritual cleansing pill after the Lantern Festival to make a breakthrough. But now the outside world looks like a war, and he can't stretch his neck to see. It's better to just ignore it and indulge in practice. Oh, I'll tell her when my aunt comes back. Jian Nanwu nodded and responded to Su Yin, then climbed from the windowsill of the surrounding building to the roof and looked towards the direction of the Imperial City. But at this time, the riot in the Imperial City had already ended, and the Black Dragon that came later was beaten by Ao Renlin with a heavy punch and completely lost his voice. Xiaolong Nu, who was playing around, also suffered. The animal skin map that was originally covering her belly was snatched away. Xiaolong Nu looked bored, looking at her father, who was frozen in the courtyard by Ao Renlin. She took out a chisel from her storage bracelet, stepped on the ice sculpture, waved the chisel and began to slowly break the ice. I advise you not to be so nosy. If you are hundreds of years older, don't pretend to be an elder. Now you have brought shame to the Central Province. What do you mean I pretend to be an elder? I am the elder of that kid. It can be found in the family tree. He is only hundreds of years older. How can he be called an elder? Those monsters think the wisest are the most important. Ah, damn Ao Renlin. I will definitely report to the clan to let the Dragon King know your movements. The Black Dragon, who was beaten and his daughter's venomous tongue, roared with anger on his face. But he didn't know that his behavior was exactly what Ao Renlin calculated. Ao Renlin had originally planned to leave, and before leaving, he would pull another round of hatred value to lead away those monks who wanted to take the dragon bloodline and wanted to get the bounty. In this way, those powerful female beasts and hunters in Xiaoyu City who were plotting the dragon bloodline would not return to the main city of Xiaoyu for 2 or 3 years. Ao Renlin, who escaped from Xiaoyu City at an unhurried pace, looked back with a cold face, and crushed the identity token of Xiaoyu Grand Master in his hand into a ball of white jade slag. Humph. Although he didn't know why Ao Jin suddenly found him to help him, and was willing to help him attract all the female beasts. Ao Renlin could sense that the Grand Master's main purpose was to let him beat the Black Dragon so hard that he couldn't get out of bed for 30 to 50 days. He should be planning to delay some time, and not let the Black Dragon reinforce the seal of the iceberg so quickly. At night, my aunt went home with a tired face. She was exhausted from losing 3,600 kilograms of spirit stones in the afternoon. Is the little fox back? Someone is looking for him. Su Yin came back in the evening, but he is now practicing in seclusion in the bedroom. He said he was preparing to break through the Jindan stage. Right? Jian Nanwu poked his head out from the 4th floor and spoke to my aunt below. Chapter 141 Hate. I just hate dancing. Omitted. In the dormitory, Su Yin, who swallowed the spirit cleansing pill, fell into a deep sleep. His mind was immersed in guiding the pill to transform into spiritual power, widening his meridians, opening up all the meridians in one breath, and planting demon pill seeds in his body. After sleeping for several days, Suyin slowly opened his eyes, opened the bottles of chi-gathering pill and bone-breaking pill on the bed, raised his head, and swallowed all the more than 20 pills in them to stabilize his weak state after the breakthrough. After doing all this, Suyin let out a long breath, stretched his limbs together, and rolled on the soft bed. Well, the Jindan stage is just like this. You can smash it out with a spirit stone. No wonder all the old friends in the southern state are at the Jindan stage. It turns out that if you don't have the Jindan stage, you are embarrassed to go out and say H, lo. The little fox lay on his back on the bed, scratching his belly with his fox paws, with a proud look on his face. However, Suyin was scratching, and suddenly he realized that something was wrong. There was an egg lying steadily on the sheet where Suyin was lying. An egg with a white background and black stripes, which was slightly larger than a goose egg. The pride of Suyin's breakthrough to the Jindan stage disappeared, and a question mark hung on the fox's head, staring at the unknown creature egg that suddenly appeared on his bed with wide eyes. "Aunt, there is something dirty in my dormitory again." After looking at each other for half an instant stick of time, Suyin sniffed it with his fox nose, and did not smell any smell of any creature except his own body. According to the logic of animals, this thing is definitely his own. But Suyin is not stupid. It is impossible for a male fox dragon to lay an egg. After thinking for a long time, Suyin still couldn't figure it out. He jumped from the bed to the ground, stood on his legs, and looked at the egg on his bed with a vigilant face. "What's going on in the dormitory again?" Suyin shouted, attracting the depressed aunt from upstairs. She opened the door of Suyin's dormitory and asked the frightened Suyin, "Aunt, look at the egg on the bed. I swear it's definitely not mine," Suyin said excitedly, pulling the hem of his aunt's skirt to let her see the egg on the bed. "Someone slandered me." After seeing the egg on the bed and looking around Suyin's dormitory, his aunt said helplessly, I know. Of course, I know that you don't have the ability to lay eggs. It's just a bird egg. It should be that it saw that you didn't close the window, so it wanted to use your warm fur to hatch the egg. There is a kind of lonka bird in the western part of Xiaoyu. It has bright feathers and is good at singing. They lay eggs in winter. Seeing the shape of the bird eggs, and the fact that the windows had not been closed tightly for a long time due to the floor heating, the aunt guessed what happened in Suyin's dormitory. She said with a slightly disgusted expression on her face, "If you feel disgusted, cook it or throw it on the bed. The female bird will be reluctant to come back." "Is it so irresponsible? Isn't the female bird worried that I will eat its eggs?" Suyin listened to the aunt's explanation, looked at the bird eggs lying quietly on the bed, and said with a frown, "The little fox likes to eat eggs very much. The foxes raised by Xia, you all eat meat with big mouthfuls. Generally speaking, Xia, you foxes don't like to eat eggs." The look of disgust on my aunt's face became more and more serious. She picked up Suyin and left the dormitory. The Jiaochong tribe is also an egg-laying demon tribe. My aunt can understand the idea of the female bird laying eggs in Suyin's belly. Compared to the hard work of laying eggs, the process of taking care of the eggs is actually torture. I am afraid that it will break. And I am afraid that the temperature is not enough to hatch. The more I look at it, the more upset I am. It is better to throw the eggs directly to other female big creatures to take care of them. While I am looking for food outside, I can observe the hatching of the eggs in my spare time. Xia, you foxes all eat meat with big mouthfuls, so they can raise foxes with smoother fur colors. Except for hungry stray foxes. No foxes will eat bird eggs. There is no such thing as eggs on their menu. Therefore, Lonka bird can lay eggs in the fox den with great confidence. Let the fox help it hatch, and take the little Lonka bird away when spring comes. Don't talk about them. My wicked aunt laid eggs and didn't want to hatch them. She gave them to me to take care of under the pretext of going out to rob. During that time, my aunt didn't even have a good sleep. My aunt complained about the egg-laying method of reproduction with a look of disgust. Is it okay? We mermaids also lay eggs. After giving birth, we put them in a damp cliff cave. After a while, we each take our own little mermaids back. Jiananmo looked at my aunt with a strange face, not quite understanding why my aunt hated the egg-laying method of reproduction. "Aunt, the reason you settled in Xiaoyu should not be to avoid naughty children, right?" Suyin, who was listening next to him, seemed to have discovered something and asked with a surprised face. "Yes. Those old sluts are like crazy, laying a bunch of eggs. It takes 20 to 35 years for the eggs to hatch. They basically have the mentality of taking care of the children, but not the children. And they like to catch us, the younger generation, to mess with them. The aunt said with a gloomy face, "You haven't even got married, but you have already laid 4 or 5 eggs for the gossips. When you find a partner in the future, be careful not to find a woman who doesn't take care of the children. Be careful that the aunt kicks you a few times." Huh? The hatching time is 20 to 35 years. Jiannan's face is full of surprise. The whole process from pregnancy to laying eggs for the mermaids is only 14 months. Mermaids can swim and forage from birth, so they don't need to be taken care of. It only takes 4 or 5 years for the human race to raise the cubs to the state of being able to plow the land. Aunt. After being surprised, Jiannanwa raised her finger and pointed at her cheek with great interest. This place is in charge of both students and students. Is Senior Chung at home? Just as Jiannanwa was recommending herself, a voice came from the lobby of the brothel. The princess of Lunming County and Feng Shichi came into the brothel from the back door, carrying a bag of things to visit. It's upstairs. The talented women sitting in the lobby pointed the way to the 2 people coming in from the backyard. Sister Juanxia. Here. Su Yin squatted on the tea table and waved. Because of the lack of makeup on her buttocks, she jumped from the table to the ground and reappeared in human form, making Feng Shichi, who was following behind the princess of Lunming County, look sparkling. Although the little fox is also very cute, Mr. Su in human form is more pleasing to the eye. It is also a kind of enjoyment to simply look at him. I don't know how masculine and charming he will be after losing his childishness. Ah, young Master Su, Lunming County lady said with a smile on her face. I heard from Senior Chung that you withdrew from the Imperial Martial Arts Arena Tournament because of your retreat. We wanted to visit you and give you some gifts to thank you for your help last time. I didn't expect that young Master Su would be promoted and released in the blink of an eye. And this thing would be just right for him, Lunming County lady said, opening the cloth bag in her hand, revealing a strange monster egg with red and blue patterns on a white background, which was emitting spiritual power fluctuations. This, Su Yin looked at the monster egg with red and blue patterns, and then looked at Lunming County lady wearing a blue hair accessory, with a slight subtle expression on his cheek. It shouldn't be appropriate. Right? Lunming County lady has the blood of the phoenix bird, and is a very typical half-demon. But now she is holding a bird monster egg and saying that she will give it to him to replenish his body. Su Yin feels a little bit of disobedience. Chapter 142 Little Fox. The elders will reward you. Take it easy. It's just an empty nest bird that's idle and having fun. Seeing Su Yin's hesitation, Jun Xia smiled and explained to him the origin of the bird eggs in front of him. You should have seen the back mountain of my house before, where some demon generals live. I usually take some eggs from there and give them to my friends as gifts. The father of Lunming County Lord is Xian Wang. If it were the demon clan, he would be a demon king. In addition to the power given by Xia Yu, he also has his own army. The army under Xian Wang is mainly composed of flying demon beasts, and a large number of flying demon beasts are subservient to Xian Wang's Luan bird bloodline. Therefore, there are often female birds who are idle and want to get the favor of the widowed Xian Wang. But because of the Luan bird bloodline, Xian Wang will no longer love, and his great ambitions and love will leave with his wife. The whole person is depressed, no longer caring about government affairs, and even his body has problems. Juanxia recalled the scene of bird eggs all over the village behind the mountain after her father rejected the demon general. She said with a slightly subtle expression, the amount of bird eggs harvested by my family is too much to eat, and I don't like this kind of thing very much. So you can eat it boldly. Then I would like to thank Sister Juanxia first. Su Yin looked at the bird eggs in his arms, feeling the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from them, and could probably guess that the female bird that gave birth to the bird eggs was not simple. At least it should not be a problem for her to hold down hundreds of them and beat them on the ground. Don't stand at the stairs. Come and sit, the aunt said, and the 2 girls came to sit down and chat. Speaking of gifts, I was busy with the martial arts performance in front of the emperor, and I forgot to give these things to you, Auntie said, taking out 4 items from the storage ring and handing them to Su Yin. These are all things from my Annie. I wish you a long life and peace. There are also some small things, but I think they won't be used, so I'll give them to Yin Ning and Nan Wu. Su Yan's retreat was not long, but it took 4 days to open up his meridians and wake up. Most of my Annie's fellow Taoists just sat for a while, gave some high-end tea or wine, chatted about family matters, and left. Only some of them, who had a particularly good relationship, would say that they would give Su-Yin some things and wish him to grow up safely after knowing that my aunt had a nephew. Do they need my blood to sacrifice? Su-Yin looked at the 4 items on the table with great interest. A lamp-shaped magic weapon, a black dagger, a white dress, and a dark green landscape card. Need none of them. And shook her head and said, the burning spirit lamp uses spirit stones as fuel to assist in cultivation. It can open a spirit gathering array anytime and anywhere for you to cultivate. The blood-sucking knife is a magic weapon. It can heal the damage by stabbing creatures after being injured. As for the white robe, it is the exuvia of a winter worm, which can withstand the full force of a spiritual cultivator. The landscape card is given to you as a gift to suppress evil spirits. If you meet someone who is tough with you, just crush it. Except for the burning spirit lamp, which cannot be seen from who gave it. The blood-sucking knife is obviously the thing of the mosquito Taoist Hong Ling, and the origin of the white robe is self-evident. It was given by the unlucky winter worm, who was attacked by the female earthly worm halfway and almost collapsed at the gate of Xiaoyu City. And, is Senior Dongchong okay? Looking at the robes made of insect molts, Su-Yin couldn't help but ask about Senior Dongchong's situation. He is staying in the Linkeojian to recuperate. It will probably take a few days for him to come out. By the way, Aunt almost forgot to tell you that Jinlin has been looking for you at night in the past few days, saying that he wants to fight in the unfinished ring last time. Jinlin? That is a very difficult existence. After hearing Jinlin's name, Juanxia said with admiration, my cultivation is not much different from hers. But I can only hold on for more than 10 moves in her hands. She finally achieved a perfect record and successfully topped the scoreboard. The 3rd day of the Imperial Martial Arts performance was still good. As time went on, more and more people were eliminated. On the 5th day, the cultivators had to fight 3 rounds. On the last day, they had to fight 5 games. The pressure and intensity were very high. She overwhelmed the crowd with her white yang thunder, as if she was the mighty thunder god descending from the unknown world. She is a hero among women. Although Juanxiao was defeated by Jinlin and ranked 2nd in the Imperial Martial Arts performance, with a 3-point difference, she still praised Jinlin's strength and lost with conviction. What about the nameless person from the royal family? He went to the Imperial Medical Bureau to fight with fellow Daoist Jin. Su-Yan's face showed a little surprise, curious about how much the royal family had offered to make Zhou and Jinlin fight to the end and not give up. He hadn't heard Lao Zhou say that his bonus was linked to the ranking of the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Squeaky squeaky. Just as everyone was talking about the Imperial Martial Arts performance, Jinlin, the protagonist that Su-Yin and his group were talking about, was walking on the stairs of Richuan Garden with a straight sword in his hand, causing a sound. Fox. Jinlin walked to the stairs on the 4th floor, frowned and looked at Su-Yin. Is your cultivation not yet stable? Su-Yin has broken through to the Golden Core stage. But he has only broken through to the Golden Core stage. The demon pill in the Dantian is still a virtual pill. It needs to be filled with spiritual power to activate the endless nature of the Golden Core before it can be considered fully promoted. Yes. I just completed the breakthrough this afternoon. It is not convenient to fight with others for the time being. Su-Yin responded to Jinlin with a smile on his face, stood up and made room for some benches, and invited Jinlin to come and sit. Accidents will not give you a chance. A comfortable life has worn away your spirit. Jinlin turned away with a disappointed face. Without responding to Su-Yan's hospitality, I will see you again during the Lantern Festival. I don't think I said anything wrong. Right? Su-Yin looked at Jinlin, who had left through the window, with a question mark on his face. You didn't say anything wrong. But that girl is too sensitive. The ant took a sip of the fragrant tea and said, in the southern province, strength is respected, and the strong never ask for a way out. In the central province, there is a law that cannot be disobeyed issued by the Emperor Wuxing himself. And humans and demons coexist. Among the 5 provinces, the southern and central provinces are relatively special. The girl lives in the eastern province, where humans and demons are constantly in conflict. Seeing a fox like you who is so leisurely and carefree is naturally not very satisfactory. I want to chop you twice, but I don't know how to do it. The daily life in the eastern province is to chop the demons who are grinning, or be chopped down, and then run back to get help. Everyone holds a knife and chases the previous demons together and chops them to death. Indeed, it is quite difficult to chop a smiling person like Mr. Su. Feng Shiqi nodded in agreement, agreeing very much with what her aunt said. A rough person like her couldn't help but become coy and pretentious after seeing Master Su, and was too embarrassed to make a scene in front of Su Yan. Is life so difficult? Looking at the windowsill where Jean Lin left, Su Yan's face was full of sudden enlightenment. He finally knew why Jean Lin was so strong and could maintain an undefeated record from Xiaoyu City to Diqing. For other cultivators, the high-pressure and tense martial arts performances in front of the Emperor might just be a part of his daily life in Jean Lin's eyes. Fortunately, I have good luck in reincarnation. Su Yan shook his head and didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he was born in the eastern state. He was afraid that he would fight from street to street for a few cultivation resources, and then be sniped by an old monster and start a wandering life in the cultivation world. How could he live a comfortable life like now, with clothes to wear and food to eat, and wives to help massage? Oh, Aunt, before I went into seclusion, I seemed to hear a shrill dragon roar in the Imperial City. What happened to that black dragon? Chapter 143. The joys and sorrows of different people are not the same. The shrill dragon roar in the Imperial City? It's just a revenge incident within the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's anti-dragon took advantage of the empty defense force of the Imperial City during the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor, sneaked in and beat up the black dragon of the same clan with force, causing injuries, the aunt said with a strange face. And it was obvious who the so-called anti-dragon was. Ao Renlin suddenly appeared in Xiaoyu City and beat up the black dragon of the same clan. It was still quite lively, if it weren't for the timely support of the black dragon who came to visit. The old dragon would not just live in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Although the aunt didn't know the twists and turns inside, she was sure of one thing. The big pervert appeared here, definitely to check on Su Yan's recent situation. Otherwise Ao Renlin actually had no reason to be here. Anti-dragon. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something. But seeing the guests at the tea tables around him, he silently swallowed all the words he wanted to say. In the past few hundred years, the most famous anti-dragon of the Dragon Clan is not his old father. He actually came to Xiaoyu? And he was so brave that he broke into the Imperial City and beat another black dragon to the ground. It's probably some kind of internal conflict, right? Anyway, those things are not our business. And he glanced at Su Yan, and then slowly opened her mouth to set the tone for the black dragon fight, so that Su Yan would shut up. Although the big pervert is powerful and can come and go freely in the dragon race, that is also based on the fact that the Four Seas Dragon King did not take action personally, and he has been in the universe longer than in the original continent. The universe is the cemetery of cultivators, and the paradise of the most wanted criminals in the cultivation world. The environment of the universe is so bad that only Yuanying stage cultivators can barely survive there. Auntie will never agree to hand over the custody, no matter whether Su Yan pleads or Ao Renlin comes to lobby. Auntie will use a broom to let the father and son know what it means to ask for trouble. Without Su Qing's words, Ao Renlin would take Su Yan away from Xiaoyu City without even thinking about it. If you don't enjoy your blessings, why should I suffer hardships with you? Imperial City Theater Hall. The talented women of the Jiafeng Bureau are performing, and different musical instruments play different sounds to form a wonderful performance. Guests below the stage are drinking in an endless stream. The black dragon, who was supposed to live in the Imperial Medical Bureau, raised his glass with a happy face and drank it, and said, "Come on! Another round." Yun Wuzhenjuan is so powerful. Two female fairies sat next to the black dragon, with charming smiles on their faces, pouring wine for him. The Taoist friends and officials who were already slightly drunk around them also smiled and raised their glasses and said, "Yun Wuzhenjuan, are you confused? You lost the drinking game and were fined 3 bowls. How come you can't do it after drinking only 1 bowl? What are you talking about? This cup. Ao Mao toasts to me. And Ao Mao hasn't even started to exert his strength yet." Black Dragon sneered, picked up the wine jar and drank it all in one gulp. "I've been here. If you really can't drink it, just say so. Go to the front hall and sit at a table with my daughter to drink spiritual vegetable juice. By the way, do you have any young talents in Xiaoyu who can introduce me to my daughter? My daughter is introverted and not good at making friends. When my wife went out, she asked me to find some friends for my daughter." The fellow Taoists and officials of the demon clan subconsciously glanced at the front hall, looked at the back of Black Dragon's daughter, and black lines appeared on their cheeks. I saw that an official got drunk and ran to the front hall to hold a pillar and vomit outside. On the side, Xia Longnu, who was sitting astride a bench with her cheek resting on the backrest, glanced at the official with a listless face. and swept the official to the bottom of the steps with a flick of her tail behind her, saying, "Too noisy. And the alcohol tolerance is not even as good as a slug." Xia Longnu was not only listless, but also had a gloomy face all day long. Just by looking at her back, you can sense an extremely gloomy, dark, and negative aura entwined around her, giving people a feeling of being quite lonely. Xia Longnu seemed to feel that someone was looking at her, and looked back with an unhappy face. The Taoist friend and the official turned their heads quickly, and Yun Wuzhenjuan scratched his head with a distressed look on his face. "Would you like to have a drink?" "Ah." Looking at Yun Wuzhenjuan's silly look, Xia Longnu didn't say anything but sighed deeply, and the sighs seemed to contain thousands of words, which made Yun Wuzhenjuan feel uncomfortable all over. "Then you go shopping." Xia Longnu was originally sleeping, but Yun Wuzhenjuan felt that sleeping was not good, so he forced Xia Longnu, who was hiding in the dormitory, to come out to socialize. Otherwise, she would not appear at such a lively banquet at all. "Okay," Xiao Longnu said with a gloomy face, stood up and pushed the chair she was sitting on. The solid wood chair weighing more than 50 kilograms fell from the front hall to the bottom. But there was no sound of heavy objects falling. Only the groans of old drunkards came. "You can still drink 2 more jars. At least you can drink more than sea slugs." In the theater hall, all the demon and human cultivators, including Yun Wuzhenjuan, twitched their eyes. Xiao Longnu smiled and turned away. "Fellow Taoist Yunwu, your daughter's personality is really unique." The Taoist looked at Yun Wuzhenjuan with a black face. "Dragons are more outgoing and cheerful. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many sub-dragons in the world of cultivation. People like Ao Renlin who are indifferent are a minority. Xiao Longnu's personality is more evil than indifferent. Pure malice." Yun Wuzhenjuan spread his hands and could not answer. Xia Longnu had a slump face when she came out of the egg-shell, and she had no vitality when she grew up. Even if he and her mother took Xia Longnu out to socialize more, Xia Longnu's personality did not change at all. On the contrary, the happier she saw others playing, the more unhappy she became. "Well, drink, drink. She is just shy. Girls are not very adaptable to lively occasions," Yun Wuzhenjuan said, covering his conscience. "Ha ha ha. Not very adaptable to lively occasions? Even if you say that your daughter eats 7 or 8 monks in one meal, we will believe it." The Taoist friends also showed a forced smile and began to accompany Yun Wuzhenjuan to continue playing music and dancing. "Where is Xia Yu's treasure appraisal pavilion?" After leaving the opera hall, Xia Longnu did not return directly to her own place, but stopped the guards who were patrolling in the imperial city and asked them where the treasure appraisal pavilion was. The animal skin map she used as a blanket was snatched away by Ao Renlin. In addition, she had been accompanying her father in the Imperial Medical Bureau in recent days, so Xiao Longnu had no time to buy herself a small blanket. Now that she had time, Xiao Longnu prepared to buy a comfortable blanket in the treasure appraisal pavilion. Treasure appraisal pavilion? If you go straight along the Imperial City Avenue for about 40 miles, you will see a red wooden bridge across the avenue, with the treasure appraisal pavilion on both sides. The guard lowered his head and looked at the dragon girl in front of him, who was less than 1.5 meters tall and had an unhappy expression on her face. He answered solemnly, without any contempt or preaching. The person in front of him was not big, but his cultivation was not low. The Jinan stage guards did not dare to preach. "Oh!" the little dragon girl responded, and disappeared in front of everyone with a slow pace and an incredibly fast speed. Moreover, when she took a step, she was too lazy to even swing her hands, and just disappeared in front of everyone. The guards were stunned. Is it really a strange dragon envoy? Chapter 144. How to Flirt with Dragon Girls. Xiao Longnu ran out of the Imperial City and headed straight for the treasure appraisal pavilion. Along the way, shops that were closed for the New Year celebrations also opened one after another. The streets were bustling with people, and drunken fights were common. Xia Yuqing still looks beautiful before. Xiao Longnu dodged the crowd and quickly ran to the location of the treasure appraisal pavilion with her own speed. She entered from the left door of the Imperial City Avenue and found a maid at the front desk and said, "Take me to your material area." The treasure appraisal pavilion is a large chamber of commerce in the cultivation world. There are branches of the treasure appraisal pavilion in various places in the original continent. Although Xiao Longnu doesn't like to go out on weekdays, she has followed her parents to the treasure appraisal pavilion several times to participate in large auctions, and she is relatively clear about the internal procedures and doorways. "I want tanned animal skins." When she came to the material area on the second floor, Xiao Longnu went straight to the point and said what she needed at the moment, and asked them to take it out for her. Then, Xiao Longnu raised her hand to summon a ball of water, condensed into a recliner, and slept on it. She raised her hand to let the maids take turns to cover her with tanned animal skins, to try the feel of the local demon fur in the central province. No fox demon fur. It's too stuffy. Xiao Longnu wrapped herself in fox demon fur. She was originally quite satisfied with the fox fur, but when she heard the little foxes in the girl's arms, she suddenly felt that the fur would also bark if she covered herself with it, which might affect her sleep quality, and she didn't want it. Bring some demon fur that doesn't bark. On the street of the Imperial City Avenue. Su Yan, hurry up. After delivering the medicinal materials, we will go to Luoheju for tea, and then we will go to Bingcheng. Jiao Nanbo walked on the street with a happy face, smiled and turned back to wave to Su Yan, who was not in a hurry, asking him to speed up and keep up with her pace, and go to play directly after completing the task assigned by his aunt. While Su Yan was in seclusion, the affairs of the Nightmare Town sect also came to a temporary end. Nearly 2,000 soul-burning lamps stood on the Imperial City and burned slowly. The Nightmare Town sect in the central province ushered in a catastrophe, and the mounts they raised did not escape the airborne attack of the immortal emperor. Su Yan can now go out freely, and no longer needs to worry about the evil deeds of the Nightmare Town. After the aunt lifted the house arrest order on Su Yan, Jiao Nanbo was the happiest. The talented women in Richuan Garden basically don't go out on weekdays. The monkeys go out basically 3 points and 1 line to buy various things, and there is nothing fun at all. Before, Su Yan always went shopping with her. Later, because of the Nightmare Town spell, Su Yan basically didn't go out without the company of his aunt or Hua Yu. Jiao Nanwu didn't think it was fun to go shopping alone. Now Su Yan can go out freely, and there are more scenic spots to go outing, and Jiao Nanwu is very happy. Go slower. I'm so full. Su Yan touched his bulging belly, burped, and helplessly advised Jiao Nanwu to go slower. The bird eggs sent by Luanming County Lord are eggs that cannot hatch monsters without fertilization. They contain a lot of pure spiritual power of female beasts, but this kind of eggs cannot be kept for a long time. Otherwise the spiritual power inside will be lost quickly. Su Yan, a fox, ate all the bird eggs that were 2 circles larger than his head, and almost died of bloating. Although the process of eating is extremely filling, the pure spiritual power in the bird eggs is really good, comparable to the royal jelly of the Queen of Qingyuan bees. If it can be taken for a long time, it can even achieve the effect of optimizing physical constitution. Unfortunately, ordinary bird eggs are easy to get, but the bird eggs sent by Luanming County Lord are very difficult to find. The reason why the powerful female beast laid an egg is because she was heartbroken and cried so hard that her spiritual power was blocked in her body. So she laid eggs to expel all the blockages from her body. Su Yan still wants to eat, but she may have to wait until she confesses her love to King Xian again and is rejected. Then I will hold you. Seeing Su Yan's difficult pace, Jiao Nan would turn back and open her arms with a smile on her face, saying that she was going to hold Su Yan up. But at this moment, a canine whimper suddenly came from the cross-street overpass of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion in front, and a red fox with a shoulder height of more than 1 meter jumped down from the 2nd floor with its tail between its legs. Awoo! Awoo! The red fox was so anxious that it couldn't speak human language. After wailing twice, it chose a random direction and ran away, knocking over a lot of people walking on the street and vendors along the way. Su Yan was quick-witted and pulled Jiao Nanwu away from the frightened big fox running wildly on the street. After Jiao Nanwu stood aside, he looked at the big fox running wildly with sobs and screams, lowered his head and asked Su Yan, "Well, you don't need to grow that big to have cubs with me, right? I will try to eat more and grow faster." Su Yan complained about Jiao Nanwu, and then looked at the place where the fox jumped off the building. It seems that there is something exciting on the 2nd floor of the appraisal pavilion. Although the big fox was screaming just now, Su Yan still understood what it was saying. The meaning of the series of screams just now was, woo-woo. It's not a little deer demon at all. Mother! Mother! I want to go back to my mother's womb. The human race is crazy. They are simply crazy. I want to go back to my mother's womb. Although the red fox said it very vaguely, Su Yan, who had lived in Xiaoyu for a while, also pieced together what happened in the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. It was probably a rich kid riding a big fox, who saw a demon girl in the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion, and then went up to chat with her, and planned to spend a good night together. But the big fox realized that his idiot master had provoked a strong man. So he broke the window, and ran to the overpass and jumped down and ran away. Bang Su Yan was watching the excitement, and just as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the room of the treasure appraisal pavilion. The figure of a middle-aged man flew out and fell on the overpass. His figure rolled a distance of nearly 100 meters between a few bounces. Master! Run! She is not a deer demon at all. The middle-aged man covered the sunken area on his chest and told his young master to run away quickly with a panicked look on his face. You are in big trouble. Pa! The crisp sound of slapping echoed, and a young man flew onto the bridge in a spiral in the air, gliding in front of the middle-aged man. He raised his head and covered his swollen cheeks with a wronged look, tears dripping, looking at his biggest reliance on bullying men and women. Woo Uncle Zhong. She abused me. Uncle Zhong had a nervous expression on his face and said, Master, run away quickly. Run to the yamen. The deer demon you mentioned is actually a dragon, and the horns on her head are not deer horns, but dragon horns. If you fail to woo a female dragon, you will be beaten to death. According to legend, if a male stranger wants to spend a night with a female dragon, he needs to show enough strength to conquer the female. It doesn't matter if it's fighting skills, physical strength, or other impressive talents. But if you can't show any of them and woo a female dragon, it will be a double insult and contempt for his strength and personality. The female dragon will tear the wooer to pieces alive. Whatever you say. Xiao Long Nu walked out of the room. Her short figure revealed a fierce momentum. Black scales appeared on her fair cheeks, and her right arm swelled into a thick arm of at least 2 meters. Under the moonlight, the gaps between the black scales flickered with scales. But I won't beat you here. When I get home, my mother will beat me. Xiao Long Nu said with a gloomy face and lack of interest. You just open your legs honestly, and I will kick you happily. And everyone can leave happily. It doesn't matter whether you ask for sex or not. Anyway, the human race is only hard mount. But in order to avoid being beaten by her mother and accused by her father after returning home, Xiao Long Nu decided to go through the Dragon Clan's process of seeking love, so as to avoid the pain of mental torture after returning home. A sub-dragon? A few hundred meters away, Xiao Long Nu, as a mother dragon, smelled a breath worth fighting. She glanced at Su Yan and muttered, It doesn't matter. He won't bother me anyway. Open your legs. 1 kick each. Uncle Zhong said in shock. Why me too? Because I'm too lazy to explain when I get home, Xiao Long Nu said lightly. Chapter 145. Do you want a husband or not? We have all kinds of options. Run. Facing the approaching Xiao Long Nu, Uncle Zhong's face suddenly darkened. He ordered the previously escaping big red fox to return through the control collar of his mount. He raised his foot and kicked his young master directly to the red fox, and then turned around and ran to the end of the street of the Imperial City Avenue. The master and servant fled directly separately. Uncle Zhong didn't even think of introducing himself, because the Dragon Clan in front of him would definitely not give him face. Introducing himself would only add trouble. It would be better to try to run away directly. I'll stop the little one. After seeing the true face of the visitor, Jian Nan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said loudly to Xiao Long Nu. And then she stood sideways to block the Imperial City Avenue. Her right hand lit up with a blue light, and punched the returning red fox mount away, and kicked the rich boy who fled in panic in the air. After completing the double kill in an instant, Jian Nan raised his right hand and threw out a ball of colorless sticky substance, which directly smeared the rich kid on the Imperial City Avenue, completely cutting off all possibilities of his escape. The little dragon girl on the second floor overpass looked at Jian Nanwu with a slightly strange feeling, then turned around and raised her hand. The black dragon arm extended dozens of meters, showing the ability of localized body, and slowly took the fleeing middle-aged man back in her palm. This, Su Yan looked at the swift Jian Nanwu, and then looked at the little dragon girl on the overpass, with a question mark on his forehead. A great achievement. Jian Nanwu put her hands on her hips, and said to Su Yan with a proud face, Just like I found you before. There is an intelligence agency within the mermaid tribe. Whenever we find a male worth hunting, we will report it. The dragon tribe is the top priority. Once we meet the mermaids, we must do our best to make friends with them. The reason why Jian Nanwu took action was very simple. Because Xiao Long Nu was a dragon from the North Sea. As a sea beast tribe, the mermaids must make friends with her. In this way, maybe in winter, they can invite a strong dragon to the mermaid territory for worship. Once the tribe where Jian Nanwu belongs gives birth to a mermaid with the ability to control water, the whole tribe will benefit. Therefore, Jian Nanwu helped without hesitation after seeing Xiao Long Nu. Ah, it's so noisy. The little dragon girl looked a little happy, and she jumped directly from the overpass to the street. She raised her foot and stepped on the rich kid's face in horror, and the rich kid's cheeks turned from pale to blue and purple, and he wailed. Under the gaze of Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu, the little dragon girl moved to the back of the shivering big red fox and kicked it, kicking the 300-gene red fox more than 4 meters away. Hiss. The men and women watching the show on the side of the road, including Su Yin, couldn't help but twitch slightly in the corner of their eyes, and felt phantom pain. They took a breath and looked at the cruel dragon girl. The previous kicks were all stepped on, and as a passerby, it was impossible for the audience to understand the strength of the first 2 kicks. But when it was the red fox's turn, it was a kick, kicking a demon of more than 300 gene to a height of 4 meters, which shows how strong the dragon girl's kick was. It's a high-quality customer. The noise made by Xiao Longnu was particularly loud, and a dragon's might spread hundreds of meters away, attracting Tushan Lingling, who was registering handsome men and beautiful women on the street, to squat on the roof of the treasure appraisal pavilion, looking at the high-quality customers in front of her with amazement. Jean Lin slowly walked out of the 3rd floor of the treasure appraisal pavilion, watching the farce on the 1st floor with indifference. A dark and dull sword flew out from the inner cabinet, hovering beside Jean Lin and leaning on the wooden guardrail, with the hilt slightly tilted towards the street as if watching a play. A craftsman from the treasure appraisal pavilion came out from behind, sweating and holding a wooden basin, saying, "The grinding and oiling are not finished yet. I don't need your help." After watching the red fox fall to the ground, Xiao Longnu looked at Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu beside her, sighed deeply, and then said, "But thank you anyway. Can we exchange contact information? We mermaids like to make friends with dragons on weekdays, and we will know how to be filial during the New Year and festivals." Su Yin was curious and afraid of the dragons, so he didn't speak at the first time. Instead, Jiao Nanwu beside him came forward with an apologetic expression on his face and explained his purpose. The mermaids didn't have any ideas. They just wanted to give gifts to the dragons during festivals to build relationships. Want to make friends with the dragon clan? Isn't it okay to find that foxy boy next to you? The little dragon girl looked at the sound transmission Jade handed to her and felt that it was a bit troublesome. She ignored the flattery of the mermaids and threw a word before turning around and leaving, returning to the treasure appraisal pavilion to choose her own blanket. The little dragon girl's words made Jiao Nanwu and Su Yin both widen their eyes at the same time and look at each other, seeing Jiao Nanwu looking at him with a shocked face. Su Yin thought about it and quickly came back and said, "Sister Longnu may be wrong? Anyway, I have been dependent on my mother since I was born. If there really is any dragon blood, I would not have fallen into the brothel and relied on performing arts for a living. Is there dragon blood? Maybe there is? I haven't seen my father. How can I know those things?" But Jiao Nanwu obviously didn't care about this. After being shocked by Xiao Longnu's words, she looked at Su Yin with a serious face and nodded. "Well, I know that my vision in choosing a spouse is definitely not bad." Huh? Xiao Longnu listened to the voices of the 2 people behind her, and her cheeks showed deep silence. She had no idea what Jiao Nanwu was happy about. "That fox boy, as your beloved, has been hiding things from you. Then I really want to wish you well. If you find a son-in-law from the sub-dragon tribe and return to the mermaid tribe, your family tree may open a separate page for you and mark you out." Xiao Longnu muttered in her heart, and looked back at the innocent girl behind her with a bad temper. "Do you need a husband? As soon as I saw your expression, I knew that you were deeply trapped in loneliness. You might need a caring and ideal husband, so that you can indulge in the gentle countryside and get out of the loneliness." Seeing that Xia Longnu was about to leave, Tushan Lingling on the roof of the appraisal pavilion jumped down and blocked Xia Longnu with a serious face and introduced herself. "Are you a doctor? Are you married? How do you know that I am lonely and need an ideal husband?" Xia Longnu threw the question back to Tushan Lingling indifferently, and naturally bypassed her and continued on her way. Tushan Lingling scratched her head in confusion. It was obvious that the dragon girl's 3 questions had confused the trainee matchmaker. But Lingling was born in the Tushan family, and her social phobia was not fake. She ignored the dragon girl's question and stepped forward again, putting her hands on her shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't need it now. You can choose to register your information with me. When you feel you need it, I can arrange it at any time. Why don't I invite you to the treasure appraisal pavilion for a cup of tea, and then slowly talk about the matter of the ideal husband?" "No." Tushan Lingling ignored Xia Longnu's refusal, raised her hand to wave to Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu, and asked them to come together to help her talk about business, so as not to make the conversation atmosphere awkward later. Chapter 146: The Precise Intuition of the Mother Dragon. Think about it. Every new year and every festival, your husband sends you flowers and brocade, and you two snuggle up to each other, loving each other heart to heart, and living a life without loneliness and solitude. Tushan Lingling's face was full of happiness, and she began to describe the life of mutual support after marriage, hoping that the dragon girl could feel the beautiful daily life of respecting each other. The little dragon girl sat on the recliner condensed by the water flow, with her left foot raised on the armrest, her face full of impatience, and a small blanket made of tan heavenly dog fur in her arms. I am not interested in flowers and brocade. Anyway, after I die, my grave will have nothing but green weeds and dragon blood flowers at most. Compared with her sullen expression, the little dragon girl's words were sharp and strong. As soon as she opened her mouth, she choked Tushan Lingling again, and she couldn't say a word. The sharpness of her words made everyone present speechless. Su Yan sat on the bench, took a sip of tea from the teacup slowly, glanced at Xiaolong, and had thousands of doubts in his heart that needed her to answer. But because there were too many acquaintances present, and he couldn't figure out Long's temperament, Su Yan didn't rush to speak out his doubts in his heart. After choking Tushan Lingling, Xiaolong changed her sitting position and said, "But for the sake of my quiet life in the future, I'll register you." There were 4 people in the private room of the appraisal pavilion, and 3 of them had something to ask of her. Xiaolong thought for a moment in her heart, and decided to disperse these disturbing sticky bean buns directly after answering their questions, so that her ears could be a little quiet. Otherwise, when she thought that they might continue to pester her, Xiaolong felt a surge of impatience in her heart. Okay, I'll register you right away." Tushan Lingling took out the booklet with a happy face and looked at Long. "I am from the North Sea Dragon Clan. My Taoist name is Sorrowful Clouds and Desolate 10,000 Miles True Lord. I like sleeping and reading. I hate crowds and noises. I am 136 years old this year. The target spouse is probably someone who doesn't like to talk. Or you can give me a corpse. Anyway, don't bother me." Xiaolong opened her mouth with a gloomy face, and simply introduced herself to Tushan Lingling, and stated her requirements for a spouse. Then she completely ignored Tushan Lingling, who was completely dumbfounded, and looked at Jian Nanwu. "As for your matter, give me the sound transmission jade pendant just now, and I will pass it to my father. However, he is now a withered dragon, and he should not have any thoughts of cheating in the past few hundred years. Otherwise, if my mother knows, the consequences will be serious." When Xiaolong mentioned the word mother, her drooping cheeks showed a slight change in expression. It was obvious that Xiaolong was allergic to the word mother. "What about you?" Xiaolong collapsed on the rocking chair, turned her head, and looked at the last source of trouble that disturbed people's sleep. "My matter is a little private. Let's talk about it in private." Su Yan saw Xiaolong's generous style, and said with a little embarrassment, "I just have some questions about cultivation, and I want to ask Master Chou Yun and Dan Wanli for advice." Sister Xier had told him before that as long as he didn't use the water control method, the possibility of his identity being exposed was close to zero. But why could Xiaolong reveal his true identity when she opened her mouth? Su Yan couldn't figure it out. But this was a very important thing for him. For this reason, Su Yan risked contact with the dragon girl to ask the reason for the matter. "Ask? After asking, I will go home and sleep." The little dragon girl raised her hand slightly, and a circular water barrier enveloped the two of them. The little dragon girl looked down at Su Yan with an unhappy face and asked, "How do you know my bloodline?" Su Yan looked at the dragon girl nervously and asked, "It comes from the female intuition. The feeling you exude is almost similar to those sub-dragons. So I know your identity," the little dragon girl said lightly. The reason why she knew the composition of Su Yan's bloodline came from the intuition of female dragons. The little dragon girl was sure that Su Yan had dragon blood. But whether the dragon blood was the blood of a real dragon or sub-dragon blood was not something that the little dragon girl could feel intuitively. But from the situation that Su Yan was eager to ask, the fox demon in front of him should belong to the real dragon bloodline. And it is very likely that he has awakened his innate magical powers. Is he an heir of the dragon bloodline who is unwilling to recognize his ancestors? Although the dragon girl saw all this, she pretended not to know, thinking that less trouble is worse than more trouble, so that she could have less to explain to the little fox demon. "Is your black dragon hand a secret method?" Su Yan was relieved when he heard the answer from the dragon girl. He really thought that the little dragon girl saw through his disguise in an instant, and recognized his true body, with the blood of the North Sea dragon in his body. Putting aside the things that worried him, Su Yan immediately asked about what he was really interested in. When the dragon girl was fighting with the master and servant, she raised her hand and stretched out a black dragon claw of dozens of meters, and pinched the Yuanying stage cultivator in her palm. It was so cool. Su Yan also wanted to learn this trick. When he encountered an enemy, he would also turn into a fox claw of more than 10 meters to slap the enemy into a paper man. Heh. Xiao Longnu looked at Su Yan, her mouth slightly raised as if she saw something interesting. And she sneered and said, "You ask about the black dragon's hand? I just let my arm show its original form. It's not a secret method, although her human form is immature. Her true body belongs to a super giant female dragon in the dragon clan. Her true body is only about 100 meters shorter than Yunwu Jinjuan, and the total length has reached more than 390 meters. Her arm showing its true body can make the black dragon reach out, and Su Yan showing his true body is at most a fox waving." So thinking of Su Yan's bad luck, Xiao Longnu couldn't help but laugh. "My arm is just that long." Su Yan fell into silence after hearing this, and then looked at Xiao Longnu with an embarrassed face. That's okay. Having said this, Su Yan felt that it would be a bit boring to ask more questions. People with long arms can do whatever they want, and his short arms can only envy the length of others' arms. Want to experience the black dragon's probing hand? Xiao Longnu put her left foot on the handrail and said casually, "It's not impossible, but you may need to make some sacrifices. Can you agree? I need an absolutely quiet place. And secondly, find me a carriage. I'm too lazy to walk home." Su Yan raised his doubts, and Xiao Longnu also gave his requirements. Xiao Longnu may stay in Xiaoyu City for the next month. She doesn't want to live with her father. Living under the same roof with Yunwu Jinjuan means countless social activities, and the surrounding environment is noisy. During the new year, the roads in Xiaoyu City were sparsely populated. But after the new year, the roads that should be open for business became more crowded, and Xiao Longnu didn't like it. Therefore, she asked Su Yan to provide her with an absolutely secluded and deserted address. And Xiao Longnu taught Su Yan how to use the black dragon's probing hand, ensuring that he could reach out with one claw and expand to cover the sky and the sun to blow people up. As for finding a carriage, it was just a bonus. Anyway, if the task was accomplished, he wouldn't have to run back to the Imperial City. If not, he could just ride the fox demon in front of him, or the red fox covering its crotch at the bottom of the building back. Chapter 147 The Harem of Wuxing Emperor. Who is so bold? How dare you kick my son in the street? Just when Su Yan and his group were sitting in the appreciation box of the appraisal pavilion and talking, the parents of the rich kid hurriedly flew over from the west of Xiaoyu City at a low altitude. The strong middle-aged man saw at a glance that his son was lying on the road of the Imperial City with foam at the mouth. He hurried down to check his son, and after the check, he was completely furious. "Who is it? Is there any imperial law? If you have the ability to abolish my son, then stand up if you have the ability." In terms of the medical skills of the cultivation world, the injury of the rich kid's philtrum is not incurable, but there may be psychological shadows after the cure, and the damage to the heart of Tao and the long-term phantom pain are not something that doctors can cure. So, the father of the rich kid was so angry that he lost his manners and yelled in the street, "Not only your son is broken, your worshippers and pets are also in trouble." A steady voice interrupted the angry roar of the sturdy middle-aged man, and said lightly, "Since the parents are also present, it's better. Take them all back to the Demon Suppression Division to record a statement." The sturdy middle-aged man turned around with anger and was about to curse. But when he saw the people dressed as the governors, and the hundreds of people lined up in a row, he immediately swallowed all the dirty words in his mouth and said anxiously, "No. Are you mistaken? My son is now seriously injured, and even the things that men are proud of have been broken like this. Instead of catching the culprit, and arrest us to record our confession? Is this reasonable? Of course it is reasonable. Why is it unreasonable? When does the Demon Suppression Division need to accept others' advice?" The town envoy looked at the man with a cold look, and slowly put his left hand on the long sword at his waist, gathering a crowd to make trouble, attempting to molest the North Sea Dragon Clan's female envoy, ignoring the law and showing the momentum of the God transformation stage. "Give you 3 seconds to prepare to resist our law enforcement." "I didn't say I wanted to resist the law. I just want to know what law I broke." Facing the Earth Immortal who had already had murderous intentions, the man directly squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, under the situation of being locked by the murderous intentions of the Immortal. It didn't matter whether he had a son or not. He had to save his life first. Take them all away, the town envoy said lightly. Originally, it was just a small matter, and there was no need for the town envoy of the Demon Suppression Division to be dispatched. But the person involved was the daughter of the North Sea Dragon Clan's envoy, who was molested by hooligans in Xiaoyu. And the nature of the case was slightly different. The town government sent out to arrest them. If there was nothing wrong, they would be fined 3,000 gene of spiritual stones. If there was something wrong, they would be sentenced to the heaviest penalty. And the penalty would be the maximum penalty. Well, if you violate the rules in Xiaoyu City and use your cultivation, you may face a fine of up to 300,000 gene of spiritual stones. The law stipulates that anyone who molests a girl will be punished by having his pants pulled off and hung at the gate of Xiaoyu City. That fox should also be punished by having his hair shaved and locked in an iron crotch for 7 years. Right? Looking at what happened downstairs, Jian Namwu talked about the law to Su Yin, Xia Longnu, and Tushan Lingling, who were completely unfamiliar with the laws of Xiaoyu. Some people are alive, but they are already dead, Su Yin said with a look of amazement. For cultivators, taking off their pants and hanging them on the notice board for 3 or 5 days will not be a problem. But for them, it is actually no different from being dead. Right? Xiao Long looked at the street calmly, as if nothing had happened, and said, "It's boring. Let's go home." The defeated male should have died. She had already given a small punishment to the human race for not knowing the rules. As for what happened next, she was not interested, and even felt that they affected her sleep quality. Okay. Seeing that Long's face was down again, and her whole body was saying that she was unhappy, Su Yin nodded and agreed. He walked to the inside of the appraisal pavilion to find the manager, and asked them to arrange a high-end van for him and his group to go to the Imperial City, and then return to Richuan Garden in the east of the city. Xiao Long dragged her Tianquan for blanket, sat in the van and directly lay down, glanced at Su Yin and said, "After trying it for 3 days, pay if you are satisfied. If you want to get the back of Long, you need to find her a place to live for a month. Secluded and no one, and no noise. It doesn't matter what the facilities are. It's best if her father can't find her." Faced with Xiao Long's request, Su Yin pondered for a long time and couldn't think of an absolutely secluded place. But just because he couldn't think of it doesn't mean that others don't have any ideas. Su Yin went to the Imperial City to ask Princess Wuxi for help and arrange a mansion in the Imperial City where no one would disturb Xia Longnu. "We're going to the princess's mansion." When he arrived at the gate of the Imperial City, Su Yin reappeared in the form of a fox and fell into Jiao Nanwu's arms, with 2 fox paws covering his cheeks. Jiao Nanwu held Su Yin horizontally in front of the carriage window and showed the princess's official seal. With the blessing of the princess's official seal, Su Yin, except for not being able to go directly to the palace where Emperor Wuxing lived, could not go to the treasury in the Imperial City. And he was almost one of the privileged classes who had no obstacles. "Princess! Princess!" When he arrived at the door with the plaque of endless life, Su Yin got off the carriage and knocked on the door. The maid inside opened the solid wooden door to check the visitor, and let Su Yin in after confirming that it was a Taoist friend familiar to the princess. "Please wait in the hall, Mr. Su. I will inform the princess now." The maid ran to the dressing room to inform Princess Wuxi of Su Yin's visit. "Oh, do you have something to do with me in the middle of the night?" Princess Wuxi, who looked like a little girl, walked into the hall from the side hall with a little rabbit in her arms and said with a smile, "Did you run away from home and have no spiritual stones in your pocket? Then you decided to eat my rice after thinking it over?" "No, I just want to ask for something." Su Yin simply explained his purpose. He had no other request. Just wanted to give the dragon girl a temporary home. Is the request so high? Speaking of secluded and uninhabited houses, I can only think of the Cold Palace and the harem of His Majesty Wuxing Emperor. If there is any place the black dragon dare not enter, only His Majesty's harem. Princess Wuxi said after a long pause. "Are you going to play such a big game?" Su Yin said with wide eyes. "Just live in the Emperor's harem. You won't be afraid." Princess Wuxi shook her head and said, "Although it's called the harem, it's actually a wasteland. In the early years, His Majesty felt that repairing it was a waste of spirit stones, so he had stopped the renovation and repairs in the palace. After Jiuyo left his body, Emperor Wuxing was actually the merciless emperor. The harem required millions of spirit stones to repair every year. After thinking about the problem rationally, Emperor Wuxing ordered the craftsmen to stop repairing. She had no desire to reproduce. Nor did she have the physiological needs of a normal creature. Therefore, throwing millions of kilograms of spiritual stones to places she didn't go to every year was a loss-making business for Emperor Wushing. Therefore, after 100 years, the Emperor's harem became a wasteland. It was absolutely secluded there, and there was not even a ghost. Let her live in the harem, Princess Wuxi said. I'll report to His Majesty. Princess Wuxi poked Su Yan's chest and said, I helped you so much. Are you going to repay me in the future? Well, I'll help as much as I can. Su Yan thought for a while and said, Go away. Princess Wuxi rolled her eyes at Su Yan and said, I said I'll be your slave in the next life. Don't just fool me because I'm honest. Give me something practical. Chapter 148 Dragon Ball. Something more practical? Faced with the teasing of Princess Wuxi, Su Yan fell into deep thought. But Princess Wuxi did not give Su Yan too much time to think, and said with a lewd smile, What are you still thinking about? Just worship me as the leader of the sect, and then we will elope directly. Su Yan had rejected Princess Wuxi before, and told her that the reason why he could not escape from Xiaoyu with her was because he was in a lot of trouble in the outside world. So he ran to the main city of Xiaoyu and lived in seclusion in the main city. If he participated in her plan to escape from Xiaoyu, he would not only fail to help the princess, but also cause trouble for her. This was the reason why Su Yan rejected Princess Wuxi. As for what troubles he had in the outside world, Su Yan did not tell Princess Wuxi. Princess Wuxi also tried to ask Su Yan what troubles he had caused outside, but Su Yan tightly closed his fox mouth. Princess Wuxi wanted Su Yan to speak up and tell her what kind of trouble he had caused. She didn't believe that she, the granddaughter of the third prince of the Xiaoyu dynasty and the niece of Emperor Wushing, could not solve the trouble caused by Su Yan. As long as she hadn't escaped, she would still be Princess Wuxi of the Xiaoyu dynasty, the overlord of the central province, the niece of Emperor Wushing, and the granddaughter of the third prince. No matter how big a disaster Su Yan caused in the world of cultivation, Princess Wuxi had the means to solve it. As long as Su Yan's worries were solved, wouldn't he be from her? By then, she would hold the sharp-armored fox in her left hand and the rejuvenating rabbit in her right hand, forming an invincible sect to restore the glory of the nine-tailed fox ancestor and dominate the world of cultivation. It's a pity that Su Yan, that stubborn guy, rejected her kindness again and again. What are you afraid of? Stinky fox? What kind of trouble can you cause with your honest appearance? Seeing that Su Yan still didn't understand, Princess Wuxi didn't ask any more questions. She just laughed and kicked Su Yan's butt, then led everyone to the Palace Bureau, a palace agency responsible for managing the keys, goods entering and leaving, and leasing in the palace. Although the Wuxing Emperor's harem has been abandoned, it is still the Emperor's harem after all. There are formations and prohibitions to prevent strangers from approaching on weekdays. Entering without a key will cause an alarm, turning a simple matter into a major event that disturbs the 12 imperial guards. The palace is not only large in area, but also extremely heavily guarded inside. There are guards patrolling outside and imperial guards inside to supervise. Once it is determined to be an assassin, he may die without even a chance to explain. It still looks good? Not as bad as you said before. Although I had already planned to sleep in a broken house. As Princess Wuxi stamped the seal key in front of the main hall of the Emperor's harem, a transparent film warning band slowly disappeared, and everyone finally saw what kind of place the harem of Emperor Wushing was. Although it was late at night, the huge courtyard with flowers in full bloom gave off a warm light without lights, and the warm mist was looming on the road. Indistinctly, a palace complex made of gold in the physical sense could be seen, with round vermilion columns supporting the golden ceiling, and golden and red ribbons wrapped around it, highlighting a sense of joy. The hot spring waterfall never stops flowing. The legendary wine pool and meat forest are just like this. Right? Is this a wasteland? Then I may live in the sewage pipe of Xiaoyu. Seeing such a magnificent building, and the top-grade animal skin-wrapped chairs around it, as well as the nine-tailed fox statues everywhere, Su Yan couldn't help but take a breath and complain about the values of Princess Wuxi. This place has not been repaired for 200 years. Your Majesty really calls it a wasteland, Princess Wuxi said indifferently, but every few years, the officials in the court will spontaneously donate or initiate the donations of the subjects to renovate and repair the harem. When I saw it before, it seemed to be some kind of southern state rainforest style. Anyway, it doesn't look good. Maybe it has been renovated again recently? How can a king of a country not have a harem? Even if the officials in the court tighten their belts, they must repair the harem of Emperor Wushing into a beautiful fairyland on earth. Otherwise they will lose face when they tell others. The king of a country actually thinks that the cost of repairing the harem every year is too high. The subjects all hope that the wise ruler will have a successor. So every once in a while, they will raise donations. When the donations accumulate enough, they will renovate the harem once, just hoping that Emperor Wusheng can use this palace one day. It is not easy for Emperor Wusheng to confiscate the donations to fill the treasury. So he just lets them do it. That's it. Although Xiaolongnu doesn't like the style of renovation, it is better to live here than to be with her noisy father. So she is reluctantly satisfied. I don't know who your parents are, and I have no interest in exploring their past. But as long as you have the blood of the dragon clan flowing in your body, whether it is the blood of a real dragon or a sub-dragon. After Xiaolongnu got a satisfactory house, although she did not directly teach Su Yin to partially manifest, she chose to repay Su Yin in another way. You must keep your golden elixir. Use all your spiritual power every day to reinforce and polish it, so that it will gradually show a mirror-like luster, and the dragon ball will appear. After the dragon clan forms the elixir, it is different from other cultivators, who use the golden elixir to nourish the primordial infant. They would choose to keep the golden elixir, and gradually strengthen and polish it into one of the strongest objects in the world, Dragon Ball. This is one of the methods in the dragon race's innate talent. Those who are not of dragon blood cannot refine it. Other races cannot refine the golden elixir into a magic weapon, like refining a weapon. These things are not secrets that cannot be told to the real dragons. But they are relatively important information for Su Yin, who has no dragons around him. Even ordinary sub-dragons cannot obtain such a cultivation method. Dragon Ball is the life-saving magic weapon of the dragon race. And it is also one of the guarantees of strong magic power. As for how to practice, it depends on whether you understand it next. This is a deal between us, not a kind of making friends. After the little dragon girl finished the voice transmission conversation, she did not give Su Yin a chance to react at all. She dragged her heavenly dog fur and ran to the harem, ready to find a palace that is more comfortable to live in and sleep. She will continue to live in Xiaoyu. Seeing that Su Yin is so capable and can use his connections to allow her to live in the top palace in Xiaoyu, Xiaolongnu feels that Su Yin should be very useful and her life will not be disturbed in the future. Therefore, when they were leaving, Xiaolongnu gave Su Yin a bait to hang him for the time being, so that he could solve any troubles she encountered. Xiaolongnu first said clearly like a gentleman that she told Su Yin all this because of a deal. As long as he was comfortable living here, she would teach him the method of refining dragon balls. After listening to Xiaolongnu's message, when Su Yin wanted to ask Xiaolongnu had already run away. This is the harem of Emperor Wusheng. The officials of the Palace Bureau have repeatedly reminded that only females can enter. Males who can enter the harem are either members of the harem or ignorant of life and death. The harem of Emperor Wusheng is sacred and inviolable. Whoever dares to disturb the harem will be killed by our Palace Bureau first. Therefore, Su Yin could not enter the harem. He could only watch Longnu run away with a face full of hesitation. Chapter 149 Little Fox. Just lend me some. It's getting late. Do you need me to arrange a van for you to leave the city? After lending a nest to Xiaolongnu, Princess Wuxi looked at Su Yin, Jiao Nanwu, and Tushan Lingling. Although she intended to keep Su Yin for a cup of tea and chat with him about family matters. As a male fox demon, Su Yin staying in the princess's mansion at night might cause irreversible damage to his reproductive system. Or he might have a certain county horse title on his head for no reason. Princess Wuxi had no choice but to give up and say goodbye. There is no need for a van. We came here in the VIP van of the appraisal pavilion, Su Yin said. The van of the appraisal pavilion is not allowed to enter the palace. The van of Princess Wuxi is the van of the appraisal pavilion. The van of the appraisal pavilion is still staying in the imperial city, ready to take her back to her home in Richunyuan as promised. Naturally, the princess does not need to arrange an extra van. I'll let them take you to the imperial city. I have some things to deal with now. Princess Wuxi had a bright smile on her face, looking a little bit wanton, as if she was about to do something bad. After saying goodbye to Su Yin and his group, she turned around and ran to Emperor Wusheng's harem. How could I not give such a young black dragon from the North Sea a good lesson? By then, I will have a fox on my left and a rabbit on my right, with a black dragon over my shoulder on my back, and directly establish a sect organization with mythical beasts as the main force from Xiaoyu to the world. The princess's smile is particularly evil, Jiao Nan was said to Su Yin with a full face. Princess Wuxi's lewd smile is unforgettable, and you can tell at a glance that it's not a good thing. Su Yin said with a strange expression on his face, I just hope that the two of them don't fight. Although the two have completely different personalities, they are both strong. Xia Longnu has a poisonous mouth. She is too lazy to speak. But once she speaks, she will spit out words that can choke people to death like a venomous snake. Princess Wuxi has very poor patience and is full of irritable genes. What may happen in the harem is no longer something Su Yin can explore. After observing for a while, and not seeing any signs of fighting, Su Yin also took the princess's carriage and left, and then changed to the carriage of the appraisal pavilion to rush back to Richuan Garden. Oops. When they were less than 5 miles away from Richuan Garden, Jianan was seen to remember something and screamed, "Auntie asked us to deliver the herbs. But we were so busy watching the show that we forgot about the main business." The reason why the two went out at night was that they were entrusted by their aunt to deliver the herbs to Linkeojian. The herbs inside were all gifts from Princess Wuxi to Su Yin. Su Yin had just broken through to the Golden Core stage, so the aunt paid for some more herbs out of her own pocket and asked Su Yin and Jianan to send them to Qianji to refine them into pills to replenish their bodies. They could also visit Senior Dong Chong, who was hospitalized. As a result, because of a dragon girl and Tushan Lingling flying out of nowhere, they were so busy joining in the fun that they completely forgot what their aunt had told them to do. Aunt? Is it the big fox wearing a veil with a she character on it? When Tushan Lingling heard Jianan would mention her aunt, she thought about it and remembered the nine-tailed fox beside Su Yin when she first met him. Her eyes lit up and she said, "I was so busy asking Mr. Su last time that I forgot to ask if the big fox was married." "No marriage. No marriage. No children." Su Yin replied with a strange look on his face. "Besides, I don't recommend you to ask these things. Neither my aunt nor my sister Sheer recommends you to ask." Su Yin didn't know about Sister Sheer, but he was relatively clear about my aunt. The reason why my aunt ran to the Xiaoyu dynasty was because Ping Fengshan's family had a troublesome child, and the bird egg stimulated her psychological shadow in the afternoon. If the fox in front of her ran to ask my aunt if she had any plans to marry, Su Yin felt that Tushan Lingling might take off from the 4th floor window. Sister Sheer should not plan to marry either. After all, the dragon girl has grown up in her harem, which shows how unpopular and remote the place is. "Where do you live? If necessary, I'll let the van take you home directly." When the van arrived in front of Richunyuan, Su Yin looked at Tushan Lingling and asked, No, I live in Luoheiju, and I'll be there in a short while." Tushan Lingling looked at the huge plaque of the brothel, and then looked at the underage fox Su Yin in front of her, and sympathy appeared on her face. "I used to think that Mr. Su was cheating foxes. I really didn't expect that he would have to work and perform when he was underage. But the little fox is really cute. Then we will go back first." Su Yin nodded and said goodbye to Tushan Lingling, and returned to the brothel lobby with Jiao Nanwu from the backyard. At a glance, he saw his aunt sitting on the 4th floor, scratching her head. The aunt glanced at the two of them and asked casually, "Why did you take so long to come back? Is Dong Chong okay?" "Well, there was a little accident. We didn't go to Linkeojian to find Master Qian Dan." Su Yin ran to the 4th floor happily, jumped up and turned into a white-haired little fox, jumped on his aunt's thigh, moved his body, found a comfortable position, and told his aunt what happened when he went out just now after he got dressed. Then, Su Yin asked, "Aunt, do you know what the Dragon Ball is used for? How to condense it?" Su Yin has heard the word Dragon Ball many times, but if you ask what kind of power the Dragon Ball has, Su Yin will be numb, because Xiaolong's words let him know that the Dragon Ball is a life-saving magic weapon for the Dragon Clan, not the thing that carries the dragon's full body magic power and magical powers, as previously known. So what is the Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? And doesn't know the function of the Dragon Ball. The most important function is probably to save life? And shook her head and said, "The Dragon Clan has 2 lives. After you kill a dragon, the Dragon Clan is not really dead. Even if you grind the Dragon Clan to ashes, it can live another life in the Dragon Clan. After the Dragon Clan dies unnaturally, the blood and dragon soul of the whole body will enter the Dragon Ball, turning the solid Dragon Ball into a dragon egg, and hatching the Dragon Clan that has lost its flesh again to live another life. This is the most important function of the Dragon Ball, and one of the most well-known abilities. As for whether there are other functions, my aunt is really not sure. The Dragon Ball is one of the most important life-saving magic weapons of the dragon race. No fool would reveal all of his life-saving abilities. The method of resurrecting the Dragon Ball has gradually spread because it has been used many times. Although she is sure of your identity as a dragon, as long as you don't use the water control method, She should not be able to determine what kind of dragon clan you are a descendant of. Auntie touched Su Yan's head, thought for a while, and said, so don't worry too much. As for the method of refining dragon balls, your father and mother didn't give me instructions. How could I know? Since the little black dragon has agreed to give it to you, you should satisfy her a little. But don't rush to practice the refining method after you get it. Wait until you go outing and find a chance to ask Master Jean. Auntie will also help you find out during this period. Auntie is so nice. Hearing the caring words of Auntie, Su Yan squatted and gave Auntie a hug to express his gratitude. Ahem. It's not that good. Auntie wants to borrow some money from you. Seeing Su Yan, who was so touched, Auntie said a little embarrassedly, just borrow the money you need to get married. Don't worry. Auntie won't borrow much. Just 1 million kilograms of spirit stones. Auntie felt embarrassed when she said this. She was a half-step earth fairy demon king. But one day she had fallen to the point of needing to borrow spirit stones from the younger generation for relief. Telling it to others would simply undermine the dignity of an earth fairy cultivator. But there was no way. Auntie was really very poor. She didn't lack small money in life. But when she needed big money, her pockets were cleaner than her face. As a last resort, Auntie could only go to Su Yan's wife. Chapter 153 Tailed Fox. Lend my wife money? What do you want to do, Aunt? When it comes to borrowing money, Su Yan's face shows obvious vigilance. He quickly moves from his aunt's thigh to the long table and looks at his aunt with suspicion. His aunt asked him if borrowing money is not a big problem. But what does his aunt want to do? You know, his aunt has a history of gambling. Su Yan always lends money to those in need. Not to those in need. His aunt doesn't have any suitable reasons. So it's not easy to lend this money. Didn't you win hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the previous Imperial Martial Arts odds? Lend money to those in need. Not to those in need. The Imperial Martial Arts odds were a bet between gamblers and Xia Yu dynasty in the first 2 days. In the next 5 days, Xia Yu hiked up the odds and ran away with the money. It was all mutual harm between gamblers. While Xia Yu dynasty sat on the Diaoyu Island and earned spirit stones from the odds. Su Yan remembered that during the 3-day martial arts performance in front of the emperor, he helped his aunt win hundreds of thousands. Although his aunt lost some more because he was in seclusion and did not participate. Those were small gains and losses and did not matter. Overall, his aunt was now a rich sister. Bad fox. Aunt raised her hand and knocked on Su Yan's head, causing the little fox to cover her head and cry non-stop. Aunt rolled her eyes at Su Yan and scolded, who do you think your aunt is? Am I the kind of rotten ass who uses her own nephew's spirit stones to bet at the gambling hall? The reason why my aunt can ask you to borrow spirit stones is naturally because of business. My aunt is going to complete the accumulation of half-immortals and break through to the earthly immortal realm in 1 step. Now she is still a little short. Although there is not much difference in the spells between the half-step earthly immortals and the land immortals. The half-step earthly immortals have a slow casting speed at most. And the range and power are a little worse. But after millions of years, the world of cultivation specially marked out the honorific titles of half-step earthly immortals and land immortals. In fact, it means that there is an indelible gap between half-step and earthly immortals in the fusion stage. So 2 honorific titles are set. The biggest difference between the 2 is that half-step earthly immortals will die when attacked, while earthly immortals are immune to physical attacks, have a high immunity to magic damage, and can awaken their own innate magical powers. Although my aunt won a lot in the martial arts performance in front of the emperor, she used an abacus to calculate later, and found that the spiritual stones she won in the martial arts performance in front of the emperor were at most enough for her to complete the transformation from the half-step earthly immortal realm to the earthly immortal. If she wants to awaken the power of magical powers in 1 step, and smelt the water power with the yin and yang dual phase, the more than 200,000 kilograms of spiritual stones in her trouser pocket may not be useful. Without a large amount of spiritual stones to practice. Relying on water grinding skills to accumulate time to break through. The sunflower water will rub out sparks. It just so happens that my nephew has a lot of spiritual stones. So my aunt plans to borrow a quarter of it from him. You stinky fox? How dare you question your aunt's gambling? Your aunt is clearly preparing to do something serious. The aunt pinched Su Yan's cheek and started to pull, loudly scolding Su Yan for his conscienceless behavior. I'm thinking that after a while, you will participate in the academy outing, with Master Jean helping me take care of my nephew. I can also take time to practice. You actually imagine that your aunt is a black-hearted stepmother who takes your nephew's money and lives a carefree life. Hurry up and say sorry to your aunt. Otherwise, your aunt will use a razor to shave off all the fur on your belly and let you experience the miserable ending of the wind blowing the bells. I'm sorry, Auntie. Su Yin, who was being pinched, spoke vaguely, with a helpless expression on his face. But Ning has his own faults. The last time Ning asked me to borrow spirit stones, it was for gambling. Don't blame me for thinking wrongly. Auntie usually only had a few thousand kilograms of spirit stones in her pocket. Before the opening of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, Auntie asked Su Yin to borrow tens of thousands of kilograms of spirit stones to make a profit. Therefore, when Auntie said that she wanted to borrow 1 million kilograms of spirit stones, Su Yin couldn't help but think wrongly. This is my Auntie's good nephew. Those spirit stones will not give birth to cubs if they are placed there, but lend them to Auntie. After Auntie achieves the status of Earth Immortal, I will take you to rob those small sects directly. I guarantee that you can earn back 1 million kilograms of spirit stones plus interest by robbing 30 or 50. Auntie will give you an IOU later. Auntie didn't listen to Su Yan's explanation at all. After Su Yan said he wanted to borrow money, she put her hands under the little fox's armpits and pulled it in front of her, kissing her fiercely. No need for IOU. I trust my aunt. Su Yan slapped his paws on his face and said, No. Rules are rules. Although we are bandits, we also follow rules. And shook her head to reject Su Yan's suggestion, and said, as if she remembered something interesting, You must write an IOU when borrowing money. Although it is still one thing to pay it back. Otherwise it will become robbery. Right? Then will you pay it back? Aunt? I may not pay it back for other things, but your aunt will never cheat you of the spiritual stones you asked for your wife. Otherwise, how can your aunt hold her head up in front of your mother? It's not okay to be a generation lower than her, Aunt said confidently. In the next few days, Su Yin went to Linkaojian, drank tea with Jiao Nanwu and Luo Heiju, and went to Bingcheng to set off fireworks. The rest of the time was basically spent in the dormitory swallowing pills to practice, to consolidate his cultivation in the Jindan stage. There is not much difference between the Jindan stage and the foundation building stage. The only difference is that the Jindan in the body rotates, and it automatically breathes in and out spiritual energy into the body all day long, and can release spiritual consciousness and transform into a physical body to take objects in a small range. Su Yan's spiritual consciousness range is only 10 meters in radius, but his spiritual power is several times higher than that of the foundation building stage. The mana of a fox is equivalent to 7 or 8 cultivators of the same period. Moreover, the third tail has also grown out, and Su Yan can also stand his 3 tails up to the sky like a peacock spreading its tail to make the classic intimidating action of the 9-tailed fox. It seems something is wrong. It's black. Su Yan originally had a smug look on his face when he unlocked the secret method to reveal his true form as a 9-tailed fox. In front of the mirror, he jumped left and right to admire his body. But after looking at it for a few more times, Su Yan found that his tail and 4 feet seemed to have some signs of blackening. Su Yan tried to wipe it with a towel, but the stains on it seemed not to be stained, but grew on himself. Su Yan thought about it and pretended nothing happened. He used the secret method of rejuvenation again and turned into a white fox. The melanin on the fur was caused by the transformation of skin color and the awakening of part of the black dragon gene. Su Yan had seen his soul in the spiritual space before, so he naturally knew that his future appearance should be a 9-tailed fox with white clouds stepping on black soil. Therefore, he was not too panicked about the change of fur color. He was not a real pure-blooded Su's 9-tailed fox. So how could he always be pink? Is Su Yan awake? Get ready to go. Today is the award ceremony for the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Su Yan used the secret method of rejuvenation again. Not long after his body shrank back to his childhood state, there was a knock on the door. Jiao Nan was shouted outside the door. Oh! Oh! Here I come. After Su Yan walked out of the door, he stood up and stretched out his hands for Jiao Nanwu to hold him and walk otherwise. Su Yan was worried that others would not pay attention and kick him away. Oh! I'm completely holding it in. Jiao Nanwu hugged Su Yan with one hand and held one hand in front of her body and waited, saying, It's almost back to its original form. We may really have to wait until next year to get together. Su Yan? Chapter 151 The Imperial Martial Arts Show ends. Time flies by unknowingly. The best time for the mermaids to reproduce has passed. The fat stored by Jiao Nanwu has almost been metabolized in her body. She can't help but feel a little sad and anxious. The mermaids are beautiful because of their plump bodies. Jiao Nanwu is the most plump among the younger generation. Some pregnant mermaid women may not be as plump as Jiananwu. But as the winter breeding season passes, the fat stored in the bodies of the mermaids for the winter has almost been consumed. The body has regained its lightness, and can be devoted to work next year. Seeing that her measurements have shrunk again, Jiananwu can't help but feel a little inferior and anxious. I feel like I've become ugly, Jiananwu said a little unconfidently. Illusion. Su Yin turned around and patted Jiananwu's shoulder with his claws, and said his feelings seriously. Jiananwu was still the most beautiful scenery on the street. Wherever she passed, people and monsters were stunned. Even if her body shrank, Sister Nanwu was still invincible. Then let's make an appointment in the early winter of next year, and then we can make up for this year's? Su Yan's face stiffened slightly. Although Jiananwu was perfect in all aspects, her personality was a little dull. Su Yan couldn't imagine Jiananwu's dull face with a blush and her face biting her lips charmingly. Thinking of this, Su Yan felt as if he had done something that angered the heavens and the people, and his full of guilt and shame burst out directly. Jiananwu looked too innocent, and Su Yan had no feelings of reproduction for her at all. Of course, Su Yan thought so in his heart. But seeing Jiananwu's aggrieved expression, Su Yan still bit his back teeth with a face full of guilt. Okay. Promise. In the early winter of next year, Sister Nanwu. Whatever you say is what you will do. Puff. The aunt, who was sitting in the lobby of the brothel and playing with a blowgun in her hand, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Su Yan and Nanwu talking, and shook her head speechlessly. Are you two ready? The Imperial Martial Arts performance and award ceremony is about to begin. Good morning. Qin Yuan Feng Mayor, who was sitting on the right side of the aunt, greeted Su Yan with a smile on her face. But the aunt picked up the blowgun and knocked it on Mayor's forehead. The Queen of Qin Yuan Feng immediately sat up with a well-behaved face, lowered her head, and stared at the table to continue to reflect on her thoughts and actions. The blowgun that the aunt was playing with was searched from Mayor's chest. Let's go! After meeting Su Yan and Jiananwu, the aunt turned back to look at Mayor before leaving, raised her hand, put the blowpipe in front of her mouth, and blew out a breath. The silver needle in the quiver turned into a stream of light, directly pierced the side of Mayor's thigh, and dissolved and disappeared. Woo! Mayor trembled all over, looked at the silver needle piercing her body with a shocked face, and uttered a whimper. So it's an aphrodisiac? That's fine then. The aunt locked the door of the brothel, took Su Yan and Jiananwu away with a strange look on her face, went to the top floor of Luoheiju, and took the Shinshu elevator to the Imperial City. The three of them came late, and the contestants of the Imperial Martial Arts performance had already gathered on the stage. After Su Yan saw this and said something to his aunt, he jumped directly from Jiananwu's arms into the venue, and walked towards the team of black iron token holders. On the way, he couldn't help but tease the nameless royal family sitting in the wheelchair. Friends, you've all used up your brother's money. Zhou Yu, who used the alias of Royal Anonymous, had fought to the death with the peerless warrior Jin Lin from Luoxing City. He was so badly injured by Jin Lin that he had been living in the Imperial Medical Bureau. When he appeared today, he was like Wen Jutong, sitting in the same wheelchair with bandages all over his body. Jin Lin was really fierce. He almost beat me to death. Seeing Su Yan coming towards him, Zhou Yu, who was wearing a veil on his head, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, saying, "It's only because the old men gave me extra money and made an agreement. Otherwise, how could I have fought that monster to the end, fighting to the death with Jin Lin?" The old stubborn man from the royal family gave Zhou Yu 4,000 kilograms of spirit stones. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Yu earned a total of 8,000 kilograms of spirit stones, which was enough to cover his travel expenses for the next few years. But he was really injured. He fought on the ring until he lost consciousness. It's all because of poverty. Zhou Yu sighed deeply. If he had more money in his pocket, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to the invitations of those stubborn old men. He would just sit in the audience with his legs crossed and watch the fight. Okay. Just as Su Yan and Zhou Yu were chatting, Grandmaster Jin walked down from the platform on the tree branch, raised his hands and clapped his palms, and said, "Fellow Taoists holding black iron tokens, please line up neatly and prick up your ears. I will now announce the winners of the black iron group. There are a total of 14 contestants who won the black iron group in this Imperial Martial Arts performance. The wisdom, strength, luck, and will you showed on the stage have won my appreciation. I can now give you a chance to ascend to heaven in one step. Whether it is power, wealth, or magical immortality, as long as you dare to come." Grandmaster Jean said with a smile on his face. Then, I will announce the list of winners now. And I will give you 3 days to think about whether to participate in the outing I organized. Please invite the royal family anonymous. Wyoming County Lord. Southern State Fox Demon Su Yin. Feng Shichi of the Feng family. Chao Fei of the Imperial Law Village. And anonymous. Grandmaster Jean personally opened his mouth and pointed out 14 people from the 50 people. And handed out a piece of animal skin paper from his sleeve to everyone to sign up for the outing trip of the Academy. Submit it to the Ministry of Personnel within 3 days. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will gather at the Academy 1 week later. Master Jean turned around and left with a happy face, without looking at the winner of the Black Iron group behind him. Although they won the Imperial Martial Arts performance, they only got an opportunity. If they want to get Master Jin's teachings, it is not enough to rely on the short-term performance in the Imperial Martial Arts performance. Master Jean still needs to conduct a round of screening to filter out those who are useless to him, and finally attract all the plastic talents to his own command. He doesn't want to waste resources to cultivate ungrateful people. The resources of the Xiaoyu dynasty will only be inclined to the pillars of the country. Silence. After Grandmaster Jean finished his speech, the Minister of Rights came to the edge of the platform with a serious face. A staircase spiraled out from the arena and connected to the edge of the platform. Please invite His Majesty Emperor Wuxing to give a speech and award the prizes for the end of this Imperial Martial Arts performance. After the Minister of Rights reminded loudly, all the monks on the arena and in the audience stood up from their seats very consciously and saluted Emperor Wuxing, who slowly stood up from the throne on the platform. Everyone. The moment Wuxing spoke indifferently, the simultaneous translator started at the same time and translated into vernacular Chinese. The ancestor worship process has been completed. The so-called Xiaoyu ancestor worship is to recall the bitterness and think of the sweetness. It is also to show the ancestors the martial arts value of the younger generation of our hall. I am not interested in your performance. I just want to see if I can find the future high-level fighters of the hall. I am too lazy to say anything else. The top 10 with the highest points will come forward to listen to the reward. The remaining 90 will go to the Ministry of Households to receive the consolation prize. Wu Shengdi spoke in classical Chinese with an indifferent face. And the monks in the imperial city were all frowning. Wu Shengdi's translator is really amazing. The vernacular language is really concise and to the point. It even explains the reason why Wu Shengdi sat in the imperial city to watch the game. I just don't know who among the contestants is so lucky to be selected by His Majesty Wu Shengdi to become the future gold medal fighter in front of the Emperor. Chapter 152 Fox Appreciation Meeting. As the Four Eyes City set off fireworks, the Imperial Martial Arts performance came to a temporary end. Emperor Wuxing raised his hand to open the space tunnel leading to the National Treasury, allowing the top 10 people in the Imperial Martial Arts performance to enter and choose a treasure. Let the cultivators go to the National Treasury directly. Seeing Emperor Wuxing's actions, Su Yin couldn't help but take a breath and asked, Your Majesty, Emperor Wuxing, aren't you afraid that those cultivators will take away something incredible? Not really. Zhou Yu beside him shook his head and explained, the National Treasury is full of spiritual stones and offerings. To put it bluntly, it is a safe that does not contain His Majesty Wuxing's collections and the royal family's ancestral treasures. The real unique divine objects will not appear in the National Treasury. There are countless treasures in the National Treasury. Every year, officials from all over the country and major forces in Xiaoyu will pay tribute. The treasures in the National Treasury increase by hundreds of pieces a year, and the reward expenditure for the Imperial Martial Arts performance is only 10 treasures. Xiaoyu will not do business at a loss. Zhou Yu did not say anything long to explain the preciousness of the National Treasury, but just said sourly, Your Majesty has made a lot of money. The Imperial Martial Arts performance boosted the economy of the main city, making a lot of money from taxes, and making a lot of money from betting on the handicap and taking commissions, and another lot of money from ticket fees, and a lot of money from the consumption of materials when watching the game. How can 10 selected National Treasury treasures be comparable to the income of hundreds of millions of spirit stones? Xiaoyu made a lot of money in the court. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have to go back to the Imperial Medical Office to change the medicine. I was hit by the golden scale lightning and my whole body was burnt. The lightning still makes my body a little numb. Zhou Yu sighed helplessly. A maid from the royal family came forward and pushed his wheelchair, ready to send him back to the Imperial Medical Office to recuperate. Before leaving, Zhou Yu did not forget to say to Su Yin, I'll have a drink with you when I have time. Remember to fill out the animal skin paper and submitted to the Ministry of Personnel as soon as possible. This is a rare opportunity. Although Taisher Jin does not show off his talents on weekdays, his main responsibility is to train the prince. Whether it is the current Wuxing Emperor, or the former prince, or the third prince, they all studied in the Taisher mansion. It is simply a dream for ordinary people to get the guidance of the Taisher, with the experience of the Taisher as a teacher. As long as he is prepared to live in Xiaoyu for a long time in the future, it will be a super resume that can blind all cultivators. Therefore, Zhou Yu did not forget to remind Su Yin to remember to submit the application for spring outing on time. Okay. Su Yin responded and walked towards the audience to return to his aunt. But at this moment, a little girl in white jumped down from the high platform, grabbed Su Yin's collar and said, "Little fox, have you forgotten something? Princess?" Su Yin turned around with a surprised face and looked at Princess Wuxi, who was holding his collar, and said, "Didn't we meet tonight? Did I remember it wrong?" Not long after the Xiaoyu ancestral sacrifice began, Princess Wuxi came to Richuan Garden to find Su Yin and asked him to meet on the evening of the Lantern Festival. The end of the martial arts performance in front of the Emperor expressed that the Xiaoyu New Year had come to an end. After the Lantern Festival today, everyone was busy with their own things. "I'm glad you didn't forget." Princess Wuxi nodded and said, "You'd better come to me in the afternoon, so we can have time to prepare. At that time, I will take you directly to the fox tasting meeting." Fox tasting? Su Yin was a little confused when he heard the unfamiliar term and looked at Princess Wuxi and said, "You want me to participate?" "Yes." Princess Wuxi nodded seriously and said, "The organizer behind the fox tasting is my great aunt. It is an event to popularize fox culture. The first place winner can get a mysterious grand prize. You are mainly responsible for participating in the competition. I will make trouble behind the scenes and let you get the first place and the top reward. I promise to make you feel so happy." The fox tasting event is a high-level event, mainly for royal relatives and wives of high-ranking officials, and some top-level wealthy businessmen in Xiaoyu. They will take out the best foxes they have cultivated and let everyone taste and score to select the most moving and elegant foxes. In the past, the first place was rewarded with a spiritual weapon. Princess Wuxi was going to make trouble on it, and gave Su Yin the red jade hairpin sword that she had previously prepared to give to Su Yin, but was forced to die by the female official, and had not given it away for a long time. First, make up a pretext, then take it by force, so that the red jade hairpin sword spirit weapon can be given away. You must remember to come. Otherwise tonight, I will let the palace maids rape you." Princess Wuxi repeatedly reminded and threatened Su Yin to leave, fearing that Su Yin would rebel and stand her up. And the more than 4,000 voting groups she had won over would all be in vain. Princess Wuxi was worried about Su Yin's victory and the gift, but it was all worth it. The deeper her left protector's foundation was, the better it would be for the future sect. Hey, hey, hey. After Princess Wuxi finished her words, she ran away. Su Yin called Princess Wuxi several times in a row, but Princess Wuxi ran away as if she didn't hear anything and mixed into the team of the royal family leaving the venue, which made Su Yin helpless. "I still want to ask about Xiaolongnu's situation. Why did the princess run so fast?" Since Xiaolongnu moved into the harem of Emperor Wuxing, she disappeared completely, as if she didn't exist. Although he had expected that Xiaolongnu's personality as a homebody might not come to find him before going home, Su Yin couldn't help but worry about a strange little loli when he thought of what she said, that she was going to teach him the method of refining dragon balls. "I hope I don't meet a liar." Su Yin sighed and planned to see Princess Wuxi in the afternoon to ask about Xiaolongnu's situation. He hoped that Xiaolongnu would not lie to him like a little fox. Thinking of it, Su Yin returned to the audience and found his aunt to leave the imperial city and go home together. "Baby, where do you want to escape to? Come to your sister's arms quickly. Let your sister take care of you." Ah! Just after returning to the backyard of Richuan Garden, Su Yin heard a burst of obscene laughter from the brothel and the screams of the talented women. Su Yin could not figure out what happened in the brothel. The curtains of the brothel and the backyard were lifted, and all the talented women in Richuan Garden fled in panic. Squeak! 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 The monkeys lagged behind a step, covering their buttocks and running behind the talented women. Although they were also full of panic, the three monkeys still stopped in front of Su Yin and Jian Nanwu, and chirped to explain the dangers in the brothel, and then ran away, covering their buttocks that were red and hot from the whip. "Don't run. We're having fun." With a blush on her face, Mayor, wearing bandages, underwear and blindfold, had a lewd smile on her face. She held a whip from someone else in her hand and staggered out from behind the door curtain. She lifted the blindfold a little, ready to cheat and take a peek at where the girls had gone. As a result, she saw her aunt standing at the door. Mare's lewd smile froze on her cheeks. She silently lifted the blindfold to cover her eyes, pretending to be crazy and stupid, and walked quickly into the brothel. Where are they? Why are all the girls gone? Su Yin stared at Qin Yuan Feng Queen in amazement, and Jiao Nanwu's cheeks turned red when she saw her. Chapter 153 The Secret of the Official Seal. Pa! Whoa! I was wrong. I shouldn't have had fantasies about my students. And I shouldn't have let my tears wet my crotch. Pa! Shangxian! Maya locked Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu outside the door and returned to the brothel alone. In less than an instant's stick of time, there were bursts of shouts from the Queen of Qin Yuan B. This morning, my aunt found a blowgun smeared with aphrodisiac from the Queen of Qin Yuan B. The blowgun inside should be used to shoot Su Yin. My aunt used the blowgun on the Queen of Qin Yuan B in her own way. I originally thought that the Queen of Qin Yuan B would restrain herself, but I didn't expect that she would take advantage of the drug and cause trouble in the brothel when I went out to participate in the closing ceremony of the Imperial Martial Arts performance, scaring the monkeys to cover their buttocks and flee in panic. If I don't beat the Queen of Qin Yuan B today, my aunt feels that her name as a proud insect is in vain. You old slut actually messed around in my place. I must cure you of your sluttishness today. Pa! Ah! Su Yin stood on tiptoe to open the windowsill and witnessed the massacre in the lobby of the brothel. The aunt held a 9-section whip that Qin Yuan B originally used to play with talented women, and whipped the Queen of Qin Yuan B, who jumped up and down with every whip, making Mayor crawl on the ground in panic. The scene was quite erotic. Jiao Nanwu blushed and leaned on the windowsill with Su Yin on the left and right to watch the murder scene. The aunt was very powerful in the brothel, and Su Yin couldn't go back to disturb her. He went to Luoheju with Jiao Nanwu and the talented women who fled from the brothel in a hurry to have a simple meal, and then found the front desk of Luoheju and asked them to arrange a van for them to go directly to the place where they agreed to meet Princess Wuxi. Su Yin has been in Xiaoyu for nearly half a year, but his daily activities are not wide. Some distant areas are not called vans, and Su Yin does not know how to go there. Princess Wuxi asked Su Yin to go to the west gate of the Imperial City, where there is an artificial landscape garden, which is the big park in Su Yin's cognition. The fox tasting meeting will be held in the garden. When the time comes, Su Yin only needs to go there to sign up for the competition and find a scene. The princess will control the shady things. Although Su Yin arrived at the west gate garden early, there were many female monks gathered in the garden. They were holding various small foxes they had carefully cultivated in their arms, and some male monks were leading hundreds of kilograms of foxes. The monks gathered here, talking about fox-related issues in 2s and 3s. There are some contents that make Su Yin blush and his heart beat faster. He is shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "You are not raising foxes. You are clearly raising your husband and wife. It's too much." In the world of cultivation, monsters can open the beastman form when they cultivate to the golden elixir stage, and they can transform into creatures that are almost the same as humans in the Yuaning stage, and even reproduce offspring. Xiaoyu's subjects are indeed full of diversity. Some of them are even ready to replicate the experience of Taoist mosquito. That is, spend a lot of money to find a fox with excellent talent, invest cultivation resources in the fox, and prepare to cultivate the fox into a special guardian fairy, and pass it down to future generations. The pure fox family is really miserable. They sell their performances and bodies to get a bite of food. Su Yin was full of emotion. He found a place with fewer cultivators, took out the sound transmission jade slip, and sent a sound transmission to Princess Wuxi, telling her that he had arrived at the garden at the west gate of the Imperial City as promised, and asked her where she was. "I am also here in the garden. Please wait a moment." When Su Yin received the sound transmission from Princess Wuxi's spiritual sense can also swept over Su Yin. After Princess Wuxi determined Su Yin's location, she led a large group of people to Su Yin. These people had a lot of origins. Although Su Yin could not recognize their origins, he could tell from the gold and silver thread decorations on their clothes that the people following Princess Wuxi were all officials of the court. In Xiaoyu, only the clothes of officials can legally use gold and silver thread decorations. You are here at the right time. Show your true form. I will take you to sign up for the tasting meeting. Sitting in the arms of the female official, Princess Wuxi fell to the ground and changed into a human form that looked like a child. She inserted her hands under Su Yin's armpits and urged him to temporarily change back to a little fox. Okay. Su Yin was not shy and turned into a little fox to be held high by Princess Wuxi. At this time, a feminine boy beside Princess Wuxi took out something similar to an official seal from his sleeve, put it on Su Yan's side, and pressed it hard. The official seal that Princess Wuxi had put on Su Yan instantly disappeared. It has been recovered. The feminine boy bowed slightly to the princess and spoke respectfully. Then let's go! You should also get ready. When the tasting begins, call all the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards to vote for my little fox. Princess Wuxi nodded and gave a casual order. Yes, sir. The feminine boy answered loudly and led his colleagues from the palace bureau beside him to turn around and return to the palace. Official seal. Just removed? Su Yin glanced at his white buttocks, then looked at the group of officials who were walking away in a mighty manner, and said in disbelief, no need to queue up or anything like that. How could you need to queue up to remove official seals? Princess Wuxi glanced at Su Yin, chuckled, and said, official seals printed on living things, especially those of royal senior officials, cannot be removed directly just because the Ministry of Personnel says they can be removed. The queue they mentioned is just to ask the owner of the official seal for permission. If I say that they are not allowed to remove it, then even if you ask the Minister of Personnel to come over, it will not work. Then the Demon Suppression Division said that I can remove it after the Lantern Festival? Because I agreed to the Ministry of Personnel's request. Princess Wuxi said with a proud face, you are worthy of being the left protector who is armed with sharp weapons that I have set my eyes on. I admire you. In the Xiaoyu dynasty, I don't know how many people knelt and cried to eat the rice in the princess's house. Princess Wuxi looked down on those who had no backbone. But Su Yin was different. He could firmly refuse her rice even if she scooped it to his mouth with a spoon. The princess liked such people who were not willing to eat soft rice. Su Yan's backbone proved that he was not a hypocrite. As long as she could win his heart, the princess didn't need to worry about the possibility of backstabbing. If Su Yin was shameless like a dog, Princess Wuxi could kick him out 2 miles away. Of course, if you want, I can also stamp it on you again. In addition to representing my presence, the official seal can also gain some blessing from Xiaoyu's luck, Princess Wuxi said. And she also rolled up her right sleeve to reveal a small red seal for Su Yin to read the 8 characters, time changes. But it does not change this is the words on the jade seal. The Xiaoyu jade seal originated from Emperor Xiaoyu. No matter how time passes, no matter what changes happen in the world, our will not be shaken, and Xiaoyu will always be the eternal home of our subjects. Chapter 154. What does it mean? Xiaoyu's most beautiful fox? Official seals also bless Xiaoyu's luck? Only some people's official seals have such an effect. If you get the luck blessing of Xiaoyu's official seal, as long as you stand on Xiaoyu's land, you can get the blessing of cultivation speed and luck. Princess Wuxi had a nonchalant expression on her face and told Su Yin some secrets about Xiaoyu. The materials of Xiaoyu's official seals are different. The most precious one is the jade seal of Emperor Wushan. The next is the official seal held by Xiaoyu's 3 masters, and the third prince. When it comes to the official seal of Princess Wuxi's level, although it still has the effect of blessing luck, the effect is already very weak. The official seals of kings of different surnames and other officials have no such effect at all when they are printed on objects. At most the objects are blessed by Xiaoyu's luck, so that the objects will not be easily damaged or aged over time. But they do not give others the effect of blessing Xiaoyu's luck. This is a characteristic determined by the material of the official seal. Official seals not only represent official status, but also have other uses. However, official seals only work for oneself and cannot benefit others. As more and more monks gathered around her, Princess Wuxi gradually stopped talking about the court. Su Yin knew that some things were not important, but this did not mean that nothing would happen after other monks heard about them. Princess Wuxi first took Su Yin to register, and then led Su Yin directly to the booth in the garden. The fox tasting meeting of the Lantern Festival last month was not a very official event. At the beginning, it was an event spontaneously organized by a small folk group. Later, after it gradually gained some influence, Emperor Wushan gave some funds to the tasting meeting to make it stronger. Therefore, there are not too many rules for the tasting meeting. Interested enthusiasts find an open space, register, build a stage by themselves, and put the foxes they have cultivated on it to show other enthusiasts. The organization that holds the fox tasting meeting will issue real-name tickets to each participant. At night, after the fireworks of the Lantern Festival last month are over, Participants and enthusiasts can vote for their favorite foxes. Of course, this vote cannot be cast for one's own fox. Otherwise the tasting meeting will be completely messed up. The eunuchs and maids beside Princess Wuxi came to help build the stage. They built a magnificent palace directly in the middle of the open space, with shiny stone slabs inside, covering hundreds of square meters. There was nothing in the palace except a round stone pillar with a wool carpet, and a red velvet pad on the stone pillar. All the decorations and embellishments were to make Su Yin highlight his snow-white and smooth hair, make his blue eyes bigger and brighter, and make his posture more lovely. The softness of this fur, the bright color of this fur, and the touch of the soft flesh of the fox. After arriving at the palace, the female official, who was responsible for dressing Princess Wuxi on weekdays, took out a comb and a brand new cleaning tool from her sleeves to help Su Yin comb his fur to make it more neat and fluffy to highlight his cuteness. But the female official's face gradually became weird as she combed, because the feeling of touching Su Yin was the same as when she touched the princess on weekdays, and her age was the same as the princess who maintained the secret method. There were no such coincidences in the world, and the female official suddenly thought of a possibility. This snow fox living in the brothel. Could it be that, like Princess Wuxi, they are both Su's nine-tailed foxes that use the secret method of rejuvenation to disguise themselves? Thinking of this, the female official couldn't help but look at the princess. Princess Wuxi frowned and snorted. The female official quickly shifted her gaze, and with a serious face, she helped Su Yin comb his hair quickly and rigorously, throwing all the secrets she had noticed out of her head. Whatever the princess said was what she meant, and she didn't dare to continue to delve into the princess's secrets. Su Yin shook the fur all over his body, and shook all the female officials' combed hair back to their original state, then sat on the red velvet pillow of the stone pillar, and looked at Princess Wuxi and said, "Is it okay to just sit here? Don't you need to shout hard or something like that? I've said it's just a process, and you can get the prize when the time comes. Of course, if you feel too bored, you can also bite people for fun." Princess Wuxi walked around Su Yin twice, put her palm on Su Yin's belly, and said after a long pause, "Why do you feel a little fat? Have you been spending all day drinking and partying recently?" Su Yan's face was full of black lines, and he didn't say anything. He squatted on the velvet pillow and kicked his back feet forward, pushing Princess Wuxi's palm directly out from under his belly, refusing to communicate with her. "I don't like what you said, fox baby." Seeing that there was nothing to do, Su Yin laid down on the velvet pillow and prepared to take a nap. However, just as Su Yin closed his eyes, a doubtful voice came from his ear, disturbing Su Yin's rest. Su Yin opened his eyes and saw Mrs. Li, a frequent visitor to Richuan Garden, standing in front of him. She looked at him with surprise. "Why are you here doing business when you are not at home? Old bug, did you not resist the temptation of money and rent you out to make money to support the family?" "Good afternoon, Mrs. Li," Su Yin greeted politely, and then explained, "No, my aunt has been living a comfortable life recently. I just saw there was an event, so I came to participate to see if I could win a prize. I heard that the first place in the fox tasting meeting can get a spiritual weapon as a reward, so I squatted here to try online business." "I see," Mrs. Li said with regret. "I thought that old bug finally went crazy because of poverty. It's a pity. If old bug is going to rent you out, then madam, I will rent you back home to worship you. Give me a hug and rub it. Fox baby, bless madam again. I will go to campus for you now." Mrs. Li is a member of the party Seeking Children, and is also the first lady to discover the magic of the little fox. Every time she came to see Su Yin, she would fight with her husband all night long when she returned home, until the bedboard broke, and the maids at home were so embarrassed that they couldn't sleep all night. Later, because she went out to pray for blessings and didn't find Hu Bao, her dead ghost seemed to be a sage, holding the broken book and reciting it with his head shaking, without any worldly desires at all. Later, Madame Li went to the brothel to play cards and interacted with the little fox for a while. After returning home, the dead ghost seemed to have never seen a woman in his previous life, and kept howling. After a few times, Madame Li realized that Hu Bao was a real fox fairy, a great treasure that the old bug dug up from somewhere. Yes, 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 it's Lao Chong's nephew. He is now setting up a stall in the gardens at the west gate of the Imperial City. Bring more people. Voting will be needed later. Please contact Madame He and others to come together. I will contact Madame Wen and their group to bring more people." After learning that Su Yin needed to canvass for votes, Madame Li held Su Yin and began to call his poker friends With the sound transmission Jade, it's Lao Chong's nephew. The gambling table fairy. Didn't you say yesterday that your luck was bad? Come and touch it. If it doesn't work, bring Foxbell over and release some evil spirits. Just eat 3 families at once and beat them all. Have you forgotten the experiment done by Madame Fong? Whoever holds Foxbell will be a killer. From Mahjong to Pai Gao. Can't he win even if the dice cup is shaken to pieces? Come quickly. Madame Wen and others have already come here in a van at full speed. If you don't come, you will lose to death. Chapter 155 Goodbye Emperor Wusheng. It's not even the new year yet. And Fox Baby is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. Old Worm is the same. He doesn't even look after Xiaoyan. The good public security in Xiaoyu doesn't include little foxes. It's dangerous for little foxes like Xiaoyan to go out on the street. While Madame Li was calling friends, regular customers of the brothel came to the gardens at the west gate of the imperial city, smiling at Su Yan, who hadn't seen him for a long time. The gold and silver treasures used for making wishes were directly piled up around the stone pillars, and even the velvet cushion where Su Yan rested was stuffed with a thick layer of spiritual stones. If Su Yan wasn't in the shape of a fox now, his clothes should have been stuffed full. Other people don't know the magical power of Su Yan, but the madam who often visits Richuing Garden knows it too well. Praying for love luck, children, and gambling luck with Su Yan is simply a unique way. Basically, as soon as you pray here, you will get the reward in this life without any delay, which is more outrageous than those fortune tellers who claim to be half immortals. But making a wish to Su Yan doesn't mean everything will be 100% effective. If you wish for good luck in love, that's fine. As for whether it's good luck in love or bad luck in love, it's hard to say. You have to be able to observe more. It's also okay to wish for a child. When you get home, your significant other will scream and cry. As for whether it's a boy or a girl, the little fox can't guarantee it. Only in gambling. Whoever holds Su Yan can beat the 4 sides at the gambling table. If Su Yan goes on the field and moves himself, the opponent will cry in 3 rounds. And even the cold-blooded woman will cry until the gambling table mat is completely soaked in 7 rounds. It is because of Su Yan's various magical features that he is a fox fairy in the eyes of the regular customers of the brothel. Seeing Su Yan's helpless face asking for help, the ladies felt that they had no choice but to help. The little fox is so sensible and capable. At such a young age, he has to work hard to support the gambling dog and the old bug at home. He has also helped us with so many things. This time, if we don't help the little fox, we will be unworthy of being a wife and a mother. Yes! Come quickly to the west garden of the imperial city. Bring those who are not in seclusion in the hall to help in Fox. He is the one who cured your leader's impotence. Now that he has asked for help, how can we not help him? If we can't afford to give him a spiritual weapon, can't we help him win a spiritual weapon? The red-haired woman sternly ordered the sound transmission Jade. Well, Imperial City West. Did you understand what Grandma said? Call all your friends. The girl with white hair and a childlike face frowned and said to the sound transmission Jade, you usually only know how to spend Grandma's spiritual stones. Do you know? Those spiritual stones are earned by Grandma's gambling luck. If you can't find 50 people in 2 hours, Grandma will break your legs. Don't tell me those useless words. What I need to see is the result. You usually say that you spend money to make friends. Now it's time to let those friends do the work. After praying, whether it was the first or the last patrons of the brothel, and some Taoist friends who met at the Imperial City Handicap and followed the Ant to bet, when they learned that Su Yan needed to canvass votes, they were all happy to help Su Yan with a little effort. Just saying a word. What a playboy. Seeing that the situation was getting outrageous, the female official following Princess Wuxi couldn't help but complain. Originally, a lady was dialing the sound transmission Jade. As time went by, there were more and more ladies, and they were asked by Su Yan to call friends. The newly built palace was full of ladies and girls that Su Yan knew, as well as some scholars with elegant and easygoing faces, and some middle-aged old men who seemed steady but were actually full of indie. The ratio of men to women should be 8-2, with only 20% of men among 80% of women. Moreover, the sound of the sound transmission Jade was rising and falling. I don't know how long this game of ladies looking for Taoist friends, Taoist friends looking for Taoist friends, and Taoist friends of Taoist friends looking for Taoist friends can last. They are so powerful before they reach adulthood. When they reach adulthood, won't they be able to fly? Princess, be careful. I am very satisfied. Princess Wuxi saw that Su Yan had a wide range of friends and couldn't help but show admiration. Dao's friends do more and more things, and they can find ways to do things. Whether it is waterways, dry roads, or small roads, Su Yan's ability to make friends is so great, which is a great thing for Princess Wuxi. With so many ways, why worry about the sect not having ways to make money and sell stolen goods in the future? Aw? Princess, did you listen to me? I just said that the fox was fickle. Fickle what? Do you think everyone's brain is filled with male and female garbage like yours? Su Yan and I are looking forward to grand plans and hegemony. But you think about children's love affairs. The left protector is still a child. He hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Princess Wuxi scolded. Don't spread rumors here to confuse the public. Female official. It's not clear whether it's right or not. In short, Su Yan relied on the protection of the nine-tailed fox novice and his appearance to win votes for himself. Although Su Yan did not inherit his mother's magical powers, he is currently in the protection period of the nine-tailed fox newborn. His smell and appearance are both good tools for brushing favorability. The colorless and odorless nine-tailed fox fragrance can brush out a strong favorability. Can you lend it to me? The staff of the fox tasting meeting was carrying a ballot box and preparing to put it in front of Su Yan. But when they saw the hundreds of male and female cultivators on Su Yan's side, they didn't know how to squeeze through for a moment. So they could only shout loudly, hoping that the cultivators in front of them would make way. It's time to vote. Seniors and fellow Taoists, please lend it to me. I want to put the ballot box. If you like Su Yan, come here to vote. No one responded after shouting for a long time. The staff member secretly complained in his heart, since the cultivation level is low and there is no human rights. He might as well put the ballot box on the ground and let those cultivators come here to vote by themselves. He was too lazy to care. Go and call the sound transmission jade to call people over. We can't let Su Yan underestimate our strength. Seeing the appearance of the ballot box, Princess Wuxi raised her hand and gave an order to the female official. The 1,000 households of the Demon Suppression Division who followed the princess also took out their own sound transmission jade and prepared to call the hundreds of people left in the main city. As the female official's voice transmission jade was dialed, several people flew out of the west gate of the imperial city. They came to the garden with several bulging sacks in their hands. After raising their hands and bowing to Princess Wuxi, they began to take out handfuls of bills from the sacks. The bills given by the organizer of the Fox tasting meeting were made of special paper. These bills can maintain the fluctuation of spiritual power for a short time. There is a verification formation inside the ticket box. Every bill containing different spiritual power will be recorded as valid points. Originally, there were more than 400 valid votes in Su Yan's ballot box. After several people from the palace bureau fed the ballots crazily, the number of valid votes soared to an outrageous level of more than 12,000 votes. Reporting to the princess, the Palace Bureau has a total of 4,764 votes. The Ministry of Rights learned that you wanted tickets, so they specially canvassed for votes in the Jiafeng Bureau. Brothels. The total number of black and white gray and official levels was 5,693, and the total number of prisoners, including the prison guards of the Ministry of Justice, was 2,079. The feminine boy from the Palace Bureau reported. If the princess feels that it is not enough, we can go to the barracks outside the city while there is still some time. As long as there is enough time, 300,000 votes will not be a problem. 10,000 votes are enough. Princess Wuxi waved her hand and said, in previous years, the highest number of votes canvassed was only 1,800. This year, I will directly raise the record by 10 times. Whoever wins the championship, I will make their entire family and the family tree restless. Princess Wuxi will definitely hire someone to kill anyone who steals the hairpin sword that was supposed to be given to Su Yan. She gave Su Yan the tickets according to the number of tickets, which was dozens of times the highest number of votes in history. If he didn't get the first place, there would be no conspiracy. Soon, the ticket boxes were all on the stage. After hundreds of ticket boxes were inspected, 3 boxes were selected. When the referee saw Su Yan's box, his eyes widened and he said with a frown, outrageous. Su Yan, 13,469 votes. Wu Yun treading snow, 273 votes. Qian War General, 111 votes. The sum of the tickets of the second and third place winners is not even a fraction of the first place Su Yan, which is simply outrageous. Next, please invite the top 3 winners of the tasting meeting to come on stage. After the referee counted the number of tickets, He asked the 3 winners and their owners to come up to the stage and put their votes in front of each of them. The 5-digit ticket number in front of Su Yin was out of place with the second and third place winners. The second winner was a female cultivator, holding a black and white fox in her arms, looking at Su Yin standing on the stage with a strange face. Isn't this fox the lover of the jumping fox that caused a sensation in the city before? Letting a fox born in a brothel win the championship. Won't this raise the price of a fox overnight? Su Yin looked at the female cultivator with a question mark on his face, and rubbed his ears with his front paws as if he couldn't believe it. Then, he slowly typed another question mark. It's really good to have spiritual stones in your pocket. The third place in the tasting meeting was a male cultivator. The red flame warrior he raised was a mount. From the beautiful fox face, it was not difficult to see that it was a female red fox. The male cultivator looked at Su Yin, touched the face of his big fox with pity, and said something sourly. Humph. Princess Wuxi snorted, and had no intention of paying attention to the two of them. She raised her hand and placed it on Su Yin's back, waiting quietly for the award ceremony to begin. Silence! His Majesty Emperor Wuxing has arrived. A stream of light descended from the sky onto the stage, revealing his eunuch uniform. He shouted to the audience below the stage, reminding everyone to be quiet. His Majesty Emperor Wuxing? Su Yin stared at Princess Wuxi with wide eyes. Princess Wuxi said, as if she was used to it, Did you forget? The Lantern Festival is a court holiday. Today, all ministers are on vacation. His Majesty naturally does not need to deal with government affairs. He can take time out from his busy official duties to have fun with the people. The fox tasting event was originally beneficial to the spread of Xiaoyu culture. Those who came here to participate or watch the competition were all wealthy businessmen and powerful people from the upper class of Xiaoyu. What they did and thought would be imitated by the middle and lower classes. Taking the time to differentiate an incarnation and participate in activities that are beneficial to the influence of Xiaoyu culture is a cost-effective thing for Emperor Wuxing. Therefore, the annual fox tasting event is awarded by the incarnation of Emperor Wuxing. After the eunuch finished speaking, less than 6 finger snaps of time later, a dark and lightless hole suddenly appeared on the side of the stage steps. Emperor Wuxing, dressed in casual clothes, walked out slowly from it, looked at the audience, raised his light hand and said, Today is a holiday. No need to be polite. Chapter 156, he looks a hindrance to the appearance of the city. No need to be polite. Everyone. The Wuxing Emperor walked out of the gap in the space, wearing a casual dress as white as snow. His collar was slightly open, and his neck and collarbone were visible. However, due to an unknown restriction, no cultivator could see the face of the Wuxing Emperor directly. The audience in the garden could only see the waist of the Wuxing Emperor at most. The Wuxing Emperor waved his hand to let everyone excuse themselves, and then looked at the organizer of the Xiaoyu Fox Tasting Conference. Your Majesty, please come this way. Although Emperor Wuxing said that he didn't need to be polite, the judges of the tasting meeting didn't dare to be rude and said something rude. They introduced Emperor Wuxing with a respectful face. The 3 most beautiful and elegant little foxes in Xiaoyu City this year have been decided. They are Su Yin, who won the first place with over 10,000 votes. Wu Yuntaxu, who won the second place, and Qian Zhangjiang, who won the third place. Your Majesty, please move over to appreciate and comment on them. Emperor Wuxing moved lightly in front of Su Yin with lotus steps, looked at Su Yin in front of him calmly, raised his hand skillfully to hold Su Yin's chin, and gently teased the hair on the fox's jaw with his index finger, making Su Yin's body involuntarily lean forward and rest on the palm of Emperor Wuxing's hand, with a look of pleasure and enjoyment on his cheeks. The whole fox was pouting. His body is light and smooth, white as snow. His blue eyes are as moist as the ocean. And he has achieved the golden elixir at such a young age, which is really rare. The Emperor Wuxing gradually smiled, raised his hand and pressed it on Su Yin's head and gently stroked it. Su Yin is worthy of the first place in tasting, and he is really a treasure among foxes. Su Yin is not yet an adult, so he should not be suitable for words such as brave, handsome, and upright. Now Su Yin's body belongs to the category of cute things, and it is very elegant to use it to warm hands in winter or as a scarf. The Emperor Wuxing gave Su Yin a very high score based on his appearance, practicality, and business attributes. After the Emperor Wuxing said this, the next year, the Xiaoyu Fox trade will refer to Su Yin's body shape to purchase goods. After interacting with Su Yin for a while, Emperor Wuxing moved to the second place of the tasting meeting, looked at the fox named Wu Yuntaxu, frowned slightly, and commented, "The distribution of black and white is very strange." The second fox of the tasting meeting. The fur color distribution is just like his name. The whole body is black. The limbs and cheeks are snow-white fur, and there is no mixed hair in the snow-white fur. But Wu Yun Takshu's cheek-white hair seems to be slightly hindered by the black hair around him. In short, he is quite intelligent. After pondering for a while, Emperor Wuxing continued, saying, "The body shape is naturally impeccable, but the spirit is slightly lacking." After hearing this, Wu Yun Takshu looked at Emperor Wuxing with tears on his face. But Emperor Wuxing ignored Wu Yun Takshu and continued to move to the third place. Seeing Emperor Wuxing's return, the red flame warrior bowed his head and lay down, calmly accepting the inspection of the nine-tailed fox immortal. It is also an impeccable red fox, with calm and sharp eyes, and a tall, straight and smooth body suitable for long-distance raids and surprise attacks. The red fox is about 1.4 meters tall at the shoulder. Unlike Su Yin and Wu Yun's cute use of snow, it is a mount fox that can fight and guard the house. Its commercial circulation is slightly poor, so Wuxing naturally did not say much, but simply commented on its use. "I can see your intentions. In the breeding you have carefully cultivated, they also show intelligence and appearance that are different from ordinary pure foxes. As the top 3 winners of the tasting meeting, please tell us your wishes. Your hard work will not be buried." Emperor Wuxing walked back to the center of the stage, looked at the 3 people standing next to the fox, and said lightly, "The top 3 rewards of the fox tasting meeting are different. The first place can win a spiritual weapon. The second place can get a choice of elixir, magic weapon, and practice method below the spiritual grade. And the third place can get a spiritual stone or spiritual plant reward." Emperor Wuxing asked the 3 people to say what they hoped for. Reporting to His Majesty Emperor Wuxing, "I hope to get the red jade hairpin sword to become bigger and stronger and create more glory." Princess Wuxi raised her hand and bowed to answer. The red jade hairpin sword is stored in the royal family treasury. It was a weapon used by Emperor Wuxing when he was young. It is the national treasure of Xiaoyu. It witnessed Emperor Wuxing leading Xiaoyu to prosperity and strength, and now it ranks among the top forces in the world of cultivation. It is a very symbolic and commemorative thing. Princess Wuxi can get in touch with the red jade hairpin sword by virtue of her status, and even secretly take it out to play. But the red jade hairpin sword is not for Princess Wuxi. The red jade hairpin sword belongs to Emperor Wuxing and also to the royal family of Xiaoyu. Princess Wuxi participated in the fox tasting meeting with the purpose of asking Emperor Wuxing for the ownership of the red jade hairpin sword, so that she can transfer it to Su Yin openly at that time. Yes. Emperor Wuxing nodded slightly and agreed to Princess Wuxi. The red jade hairpin sword is meaningless to Emperor Wuxing. It is just a weapon she used when she was young. The red jade hairpin sword is essentially a headdress, but it has been stained with powerful evil spirits and blood in the long-term battle process, thus giving birth to an evil spirit weapon. Emperor Wuxing looked at the owner of Wu Yun Tasting Snow, reporting to the great Emperor Wuxing, "Please forgive me for daring to hope that the immortal can grant me the Supreme Earth method, so that I can also participate in the martial arts examination." The owner of Wu Yun Treading Snow was full of respect and called the Wuxing Emperor of Xiaoyu the Great Emperor. She was not from Xiaoyu, so the address was slightly different from others. The Supreme Earth method refers to the secret method of Earth. For ordinary people, it is too difficult to obtain a complete secret method without any modification. Although it is sold in the appraisal pavilion, the price of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of caddies of spirit stones is too high for ordinary people to afford. Yes. The Emperor Wuxing looked at the last person. "I hope to ask for a silver lotus." The owner of the red flame warrior looked solemn and bowed deeply to the Emperor Wuxing. The silver lotus is one of the important medicinal materials for the transformation pill, which helps the bones of monsters to transform. It is not a rare or precious medicinal material, but the place where the silver lotus grows is in the territory of the monsters. The demand for silver lotus by the human race is pitifully low, so naturally not many merchants are willing to purchase it. Compared with the silver lotus with low profit margin and long turnover time, merchants prefer to buy the finished transformation pills directly and sell them in shops. Yes. Emperor Wuxing raised his right hand, reached into the gap of space and fumbled for a while, and took out 3 objects from the black hole of space: a blood-colored straight sword, a jade slip like white jade, and a lotus-shaped spiritual plant that looked like it had just been pulled out of the soil. Emperor Wuxing arranged the 3 items in the void and glanced at the referee of the organizer. "Please invite the winners to come forward to listen to the reward." The referee's eyes stayed on the red jade hairpin sword, and he moved his eyes away with a little reluctance and announced the start of the award ceremony in public. Red jade hairpin sword. Only Princess Wuxi had the courage to propose it. If other cultivators were given 10,000 courages, they would probably not dare to make such an outrageous request. Let Emperor Wuxing reward the national treasure. The cultivator who dared to make such a request would definitely let the royal family arrange a suicide scene the next morning, and the corpse would float on the river. Only Princess Wuxi dared to do so. Chapter 157. Jean Lin in the brothel. Clang clang. After receiving the red jade hairpin sword from Emperor Wuxing, Princess Wuxi's face was solemn. It was not until Emperor Wuxing finished his speech and left the space that Princess Wuxi's face showed a proud expression. She held the red jade hairpin sword in front of Su Yin and said, "I got the red jade hairpin sword. It feels like it wants to punch me." Su Yin looked at the red mist rising from the red jade hairpin sword and couldn't help but speak. "Because you haven't used blood to refine it yet. The red jade hairpin sword is currently in an ownerless state. Let alone you. If it weren't for my cultivation, this magic sword would probably want to hit me twice." Princess Wuxi shook the red jade hairpin sword, then stuffed it into the storage bracelet with a nonchalant look on her face, and said, "There are too many people here. Let's find a secluded place to make a deal behind the scenes." Princess Wuxi was not interested in the red jade hairpin sword. She participated in the competition just to benefit Su Yin. Now that the red jade hairpin sword has been obtained, there is naturally no reason to stay in the garden. Princess, I wonder if you can wait a moment. Let's measure the ruler." Just as the princess was about to leave, several people from the organizers of the Fox tasting meeting stopped Princess Wuxi, pulled the tape measure with an embarrassed look on their faces, and pointed at Su Yin beside her. Su Yin was the first in the tasting meeting, and was highly praised by Emperor Wuxing. Then, the fox trend that he would set off next year would definitely be cute foxes like Su Yin, with white skin and blue eyes. "No. Stop. Get out." Princess Wuxi glanced at a few people, and ordered them to leave with a disdainful look on her face. She did not let those people get close to Su Yin and say some strange nonsense. Then she looked at Su Yin and said, "You must remember these people well. When you have the chance, put them in a sack and beat them to death with the hardest object from the storage ring." The organizer of the tasting meeting is not one company, but it is jointly funded by the bosses behind Xiaoyu Fox House. It's nothing for them to measure Su Yin, but they are engaged in the fox business, and they will naturally harass Su Yin in a vulgar way during the measurement process, and took out a lot of spirit stones, and asked Su Yin if he had any intention of renting out his wisdom. If so, they would start listing after returning to the Fox House, saying that they have fox spirit seeds praised by Emperor Wuxing for sale. Princess Wuxi had sharp ears, and couldn't stand hearing this, so she started to curse. Ugh. The organizer looked at the princess with a face full of grievance. But in return, Princess Wuxi drew her sword and chased after him. Princess Wuxi took Su Yin and chased the host behind the tasting meeting all over the garden with a sword. Although the hosts had extraordinary cultivation, they didn't dare to disobey Princess Wuxi, so they could only run around helplessly and let Princess Wuxi and Su Yin chase them. It wasn't until she got tired of playing that Princess Wuxi picked up Su Yin and said she would send him home. It was already evening when the tasting meeting voted, and after the award ceremony, they chased after the owner of the fox shop and beat him, resulting in the time now being close to midnight. If the little fox is not sent back, the ant will come to curse again. By the way, Princess, how is Xia Longnu? Sitting in Princess Wuxi's carriage, Su Yin looked at Princess Wuxi, who had also revealed her true form, lying on the pillow with her legs crossed, and asked a question he wanted to ask when they met today. The sleepyhead living in the harem? Princess Wuxi stopped eating grapes, and the female official beside her quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the princess' mouth and helped her up so that she could look at Su Yin and talk. How do I know what's going on with her? Maybe she has fallen asleep? Anyway, I followed her to the harem last time and shook her for a day and night, but I didn't wake her up from her deep sleep. It would be fine if she didn't mention Xia Longnu. Once she mentioned it, Princess Wuxi was full of anger. The little female dragon ran to the harem of Emperor Wuxing, lying on the lawn with a tree stem as a pillow and a blanket tanned with Tianquan fur to sleep. Princess Wuxi tried all harmless methods, but couldn't wake up the sleepyhead. Su Yin's forehead was covered with black lines, and he secretly complained in his heart, sure enough, it's the same as I thought. With Xiao Longnu's lazy personality, it is indeed impossible for her to come to me when she has nothing to do. It would be best for her to sleep in the harem of Emperor Wushan until she is almost home, and then come to me before she goes home to tell me about the method of refining dragon balls and the ability of localizing the body. I will send you here. Go home and have a good rest for a while, and get yourself in good condition before you can sacrifice the red jade hairpin sword. Do you understand? I still have a rabbit to take care of in my house, and I will feed it with dried spiritual plants later. Princess Wuxi said Su Yin to the back of the brothel, and the fox head poked out of the window of the carriage, telling Su Yin to keep his spirits up before he could sacrifice the red jade hairpin sword. Strictly speaking, the red jade hairpin sword should be classified as a weapon like a magic sword. Refining spiritual weapons is very exhausting, not to mention refining highly aggressive magic weapons. If Su Yin is not careful during the refining process, he may have to stay in the Imperial Medical Bureau for half a month before refining the red jade hairpin sword. I will ask my aunt to come and protect me. Su Yin stood up to respond to the princess's concern, raised his hand, and waved goodbye to Princess Wuxi. The aunt standing in front of the fourth-floor windowsill watched Su Yin and Princess Wuxi say goodbye, and heard the red jade hairpin sword mentioned in their conversation. Her cheeks twitched slightly, and she sent a voice message to Su Yin directly. Did you take the red jade hairpin sword? After receiving the voice message, Su Yin looked up at the windowsill on the fourth floor of the building and saw his aunt in front of the window at a glance. Aunt, I refused at first, and said that the gift I gave her before was precious enough. I didn't know how to return it until now. I said a few more words, and the princess got angry. Either you hold the sword, or swallow it, or I'll stick it on your butt with glue, Su Yin said helplessly. I can't pay it back. I owe the princess a lot of favors. Now, it doesn't matter. There are differences between people, and there are also differences between foxes. Facing a rich fox like the princess, Su Yin, who was born well, suddenly fell into poverty. Find a day to get married? Aunt couldn't help but complain about Su Yin, and said helplessly, let's not talk about the princess first. There is a trouble waiting for you in the brothel. You can see how to get rid of her. Su Yin didn't understand, and ran from the backyard door to the lobby on 4 legs. When he looked up, he saw Jean Lin sitting on a bench with his eyes closed. After seeing Jean Lin, Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. There is still an unfinished duel between us. Jean Lin, who was sitting in the brothel, opened his eyes and looked at Su Yin, who had just returned home, and said, I will set off to return to the eastern state tomorrow. I don't want to leave any regrets or obsessions in Xiaoyu. Extra concerns will only make the sharp blade in my hand dull. Fox Demon, come and fight. Jean Lin stood up from his chair, looked at Su Yin with a sharp gaze like a sword, and said, you will be my last victory in Xiaoyu's unbeaten record. Wow. Such a competitive person. Chapter 158 Su Yin, what about the table of children? Wait. Seeing Jean Lin drawing his sword with great fighting spirit, Su Yin quickly raised his hand to refuse. I can't beat Jean Xianzi in magic and boxing, so I'm going to change the event to fight you. Fairy, do you dare to agree? Just coming back from the fox tasting meeting, Su Yin, who had worked hard for half a day, had no desire to fight. But seeing Jean Lin's high fighting spirit, he probably wouldn't give up until he fought with him for hundreds of rounds. Jean Xianzi just wanted to decide the winner, and she didn't necessarily need to use magic. Right? Su Yin didn't want to be electrocuted by Jean Lin's white thunder. Ask a question. Jean Lin stared at Su Yin for a moment, and confidently asked Su Yin to tell the event. Let's compete on this. When Su Yin saw Jean Lin agreed, he appeared in the human form of a young man, turned around and walked to the mahjong area, took out a brand new deck of pai gow, held it in front of him, looked at Jean Lin and said, it is a pai gow with 32 cards, and it is also a common gambling card in Xiaoyu. A cultivator's life is nothing more than 4 things: wealth, companions, law, and land, and the word wealth ranks first. So we will compete on luck. The 4 elements of cultivation are wealth, companions, law, and land. The word wealth refers to wealth, but the word wealth can also mean luck. As long as the cultivator's luck is strong enough, the cultivator will not lack money. Just like my aunt, although she always complains that she is poor and paralyzed, she has always been a model of not lacking big money or small money. Even if she is paralyzed in a brothel and does nothing, she will not worry about food and clothing. Interesting. Jean Lin looked at Su Yin and chuckled, saying, the fox demon's cunning is fully demonstrated. Tell me the rules. Everyone draws 2 dominoes blindly. Whoever has the bigger number after adding up the points wins. Su Yan, who was exposed for being lazy and didn't want to fight, didn't show any embarrassment, and followed Jean Lin's words to tell the winning rules of Pai Gao. Add some extras. Jean Lin raised his hand and waved it. The clay jars in the storage bracelet appeared inside the brothel, and the clear liquid inside rippled slightly. The water inside is all spiritual spring water. Fox Demon, since you said you want to compare luck, then luck has 3 declines and 6 prosperity. The so-called time is also faith. So let's completely decide the winner. Everyone has 3 prosperity and 5 declines. And luck naturally has 3 declines and 6 prosperity. Luck is not a constant value. Drawing dominoes to compare the size is too childish. Jean Lin felt it was boring and added some extras. Hundreds of clay pots were filled with spiritual spring water, which was Jean Lin's daily water for hunting. It tasted sweet and refreshing, but drinking too much would cause vomiting due to the extreme coldness of the spiritual spring. Please! Su Yan smiled confidently when he saw this, and casually put the brand new Pai Gao on the table to shuffle, and then asked Jean Lin to cut the cards. And then all 32 cards were spread out on the table. Su Yan blindly selected 2 Pai Gao cards and turned them over, revealing a Plum Blossom Double 11 for a total of 20 points. Jean Lin glanced at Su Yan, picked up 2 cards, and the card showed a Redhead Double 10 for a total of 20 points. The confident smile on Su Yan's cheek froze slightly, and he looked down at the points that showed a tie, and a little cold sweat oozed from his forehead, thinking that things might not be simple. If it's a tie, each person gets 1 pot. Jean Lin had never played gambling before, but after seeing the tie, he raised his hand to summon 2 clay pots, 1 for each person to drink from. The next morning, Auntie, I feel so uncomfortable. Su Yan, who could no longer maintain his human form, lay on the threshold of the brothel door. A stream of clear and transparent water gushed out of the fox's mouth, spilling onto the wooden steps that were already completely wet. It's much more severe than drinking. Puff. Seeing the little fox with a bulging belly, whose soft belly meat could be vaguely seen under the fur, moaning and watery in the mouth, the auntie couldn't help but laugh out loud. You still say that Jean Lin is competitive, but you also refuse to admit defeat and kept fighting. Now that you lose and feel uncomfortable, you know to look for your auntie? Last night, Su Yan and Jean Lin, 2 stubborn guys, played mahjong all night without rest. The odds were 40 to 60, and more than 40 pots of spiritual spring water went into their stomachs. A pot has a capacity of about 1 hu, which is about 20 liters. They were really stubborn, drinking until they were full, and even lying on the windowsill to sip water outside to water the flowers. If Master Jean Lin hadn't come to say that they were going to set off, the 2 of them would probably have drunk all the spiritual springs into their stomachs, and then sipped them out. Jean Lin's situation was not much different from Su Yan's. They both went out with a belly that looked like they were 4 months pregnant, holding their waists. Ugh. Su Yan saw that his aunt not only did not sympathize with him, but also made sarcastic remarks beside him. He was about to speak, but because of the excessive movement of turning around, a stream of spiritual springs rushed directly from his stomach to his throat. Su Yan's fox face bulged, and he quickly came back to his senses and spurted out a stream of water. Auntie is uncomfortable, both up and down. If I had known that drinking spiritual springs would be so harmful, I would rather drink. Ha ha ha. Auntie will help you to the backyard. Find a pot for you to lie on, and press all the spiritual springs in your stomach until you spit them out. The auntie picked up Su Yan with a helpless look on her face, walked around from the outside of Richuing Garden to the backyard, and arranged a row of spiritual springs for Su Yan on the immortal boat that left the main city of Xiaoyu. Ugh. Jean Lin had just come out of the toilet and lay on the guardrail of the immortal boat to vomit clear water. Not a grain of rice was saved in his stomach, but his stomach was swollen and round, and even the collar of Baishan could not be tightened, as if he was pregnant. But Jean Lin was smarter than Su Yan. He knew to use his body weight to squeeze his abdomen to help himself expel the water in his stomach. But both of them were not so comfortable. The spiritual spring has the cold attribute. The 2 of them could not even refine hundreds of liters in a short time. The spiritual spring basically turned around and vomited out. The spiritual power was vomited out completely, but the cold air remained in the body, which made the 2 of them uncomfortable. Just a little bit, and we can win. Jean Lin emptied the spiritual spring in his stomach, raised his hand, and wiped the water stains from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and looked at the bow, where the master was controlling the immortal boat to sail northeast. Ha ha ha. Jin Lin's master Chong Gingxing couldn't help but laugh, and asked without looking back, "Did you have fun on your trip to Xiaoyu?" The atmosphere in the eastern state is different from that in the central state, because it is not close to the gathering places of various ethnic groups, and there are no overly abundant cultivation resources. It is a large unified state with particularly strong agriculture and animal husbandry. There is a peaceful atmosphere that other states do not have, and the people of Xiaoyu are also friendly. Coming here from the eastern state is like a holiday for Chong Gingxing. Reporting to the master, "I am a little unwilling." Jin Lin recalled the few days of travel in Xiaoyu, pondered for a moment, and spoke out the most intuitive feelings in her heart. She has never lost to anyone in her life, and has killed countless monsters with the black scale sword. But she lost this time. She could have postponed the departure time, but since the master came to speak in person, it means that the sect should have assigned a task. Jin Lin did not dare to postpone the task. Luoxing City is located at the junction of the human race and the monster race. All tasks are related to monsters causing chaos in the human race. Every delay may result in major casualties or economic losses. Feeling unwilling? Then remember to win back next time, Chong Gingxing said. A cultivator should maintain an upward and competitive spirit. Outperform everyone rationally. Stay alive. And laugh to the end. Yes. Chapter 159 Xiaoyu Academy. As the immortal boats of the major forces left, the Xiaoyu New Year festival also came to a temporary end, and the lives of the subjects and the people returned to normal. However, Ruchuan Garden where Su Yin was located did not resume work and production with the resumption of work. My aunt was teaching Jiao Nanwu, Xiao Bai, and Lao Jin to be the shopkeepers. Next, Su Yin was going to the Imperial City Academy for an outing. Su Yan's study at the academy meant that my aunt did not need to take care of Su Qing's cubs for the time being, and she could spare her time to prepare for the breakthrough to the land immortal realm. I borrowed 1 million kilograms of spirit stones from Su Yin, which was enough for my aunt to achieve the status of Earth Immortal. Therefore, Ruchuan Garden needed a temporary shopkeeper to deal with what happened to my aunt during her retreat. Su Yin was originally a very good option, but he had to go to school and naturally could not spare his time to help deal with the accounts. One morning, Su Yin, Jiao Nanwu raised her hand and knocked on Su Yan's bedroom door, asking, "Have you finished your retreat? Today is your first day to go to the academy for an outing. If you don't go out now, you may be late." Since Su Yin submitted his admission letter to the Ministry of Personnel, he has been in retreat since returning to the brothel, trying to refine the red jade hairpin sword given to him by Princess Wuxi. 4 days have passed, and today is the time for Su Yin to report to the academy in the Imperial City. Oh, it will be ready soon. Su Yin woke up from meditation and glanced at the red jade hairpin sword floating in front of him. The red eyeball in the center of the red jade hairpin sword moved its gaze and looked at Su Yin, who was about to refine himself and make himself a slave. Tay. Su Yin was silent for a moment, and said, "I don't have time to deal with you now. I'll talk to you when I come back from the academy. I don't want to use some of the methods of refining spiritual tools in the southern state to deal with you." After that, Su Yin raised his hand and stroked it in front of him, putting the red jade hairpin sword back into the storage ring. Did the ritual succeed? Jiao Nanwu, who had been waiting at the door of the dormitory, saw Su Yin coming out of the dormitory and asked about Su Yin's contracted spiritual weapon with curiosity. It's not a proper spiritual weapon, nor a completely magic weapon. To ritualize the hairpin sword, I may need to use some of the methods my mother taught me. Su Yin shook his head with a depressed look on his face. The red jade hairpin sword is different from the spirit of the spiritual weapon. It can be persuaded or conquered by charm. It is also different from the violent spirit inside the magic weapon that needs hard power to conquer. Faced with Su Yan's invitation to ritual, the red jade hairpin sword will always say one thing: no male foxes. This lustful sword refuses to communicate with male creatures. The red jade hairpin sword said that it will always be loyal to the Emperor Wuxing, or the female nine-tailed fox. In short, it refuses male foxes. The spirit of the weapon has a gender. After listening to Su Yin's story, Jiao Nanwu said in surprise, "Then you will never be able to master the red jade hairpin sword through the blood sacrifice method?" "No. But I may need to use some of the methods taught by my mother." Su Yan's face showed a strange expression. If it hadn't been so stubborn, I actually wouldn't want to go this far. If it continues to be stubborn with me, we'll talk about it later. To deal with disobedient ownerless spirit weapons, there is nothing that can't be solved with a pile of cow dung. If it still insists on being stubborn, it will sink into the manure pond with the hilt of the sword. After Su Yan's mother's hard training, the several magic weapons in the ancestral home in Nanbuzu are more obedient than dogs. They dare not go west when pointed east. And they will definitely not dare to dance a social dance to perfunctory their master. Su Yan believes in his mother's methods. She said that using cow dung to deal with disobedient ownerless spirits must have some reasons that she doesn't know. Have you brought the booklet? Charcoal pencil? And food? Auntie. While you and Mayor are all in the lobby, waiting for Su Yan to come out of the dormitory. And then, they will send Su Yan to the gate of the Imperial City together to show some strength. Those who can enter the academy are all rich children. If Su Yan doesn't show some strength, won't he become a book boy? The booklet and charcoal pencils are in the storage ring. And some snacks and spring water are also prepared. Su Yan turned into a fox and jumped onto the table, jumping directly into the arms of his aunt. With a gloomy face, why do cultivators have to study? Because of the low level of knowledge. You can't recognize the magic weapons and treasures in front of you. The aunt answered Su Yan's doubts, although my aunt's mental arithmetic level is poor. She has studied in the Baizé private school in Wanyao City for more than 9 years. I studied piano, chess, calligraphy and painting for 2 years, poetry, flowers, tea and wine for 2 years, herbal medicine and medical theory for 4 years, and 1 year of specializing in painting skin and makeup. While you saw Su Yan looking at her, thought about it, and told her the classes she took in the Wanhua Valley Academy. No matter what sect power, as long as it is a slightly formal sect, it has its own academy. In addition to practicing with the master, the disciples spend most of their time studying in the academy. However, Wanhua Valley belongs to the fairy sect, so there are more courses for women. Generally, what is taught in the academy of a sect is geography, pharmacy, history, and martial arts. The big sects also have alchemy, weapon refining, and formation classes. I've studied before. When Mayor saw Su Yan looking at her, her face suddenly showed joy as if she was offering a treasure. And she said, Mayor once studied at the Lianyuan Academy, mainly studying the relationship between the body and soul of living beings, as well as pharmacology. Su Yan's eyelids twitched slightly, and he looked at Jiao Nanwu. Hey! I've also studied at the Academy of the Endless Sea. I know the words of the demon race and the human race. And I also know more than 20 foreign languages. Repairs, textiles, and childcare. Jiao Nanwu said with a serious face. The merman race is engaged in trade business, so they naturally study mainly language and production subjects. Otherwise, how can they build underwater stations in the underground water system? The elders around Su Yan were not amateurs. All of them were professional monks from well-known schools. Even the seemingly most unreliable Princess Wuxi graduated from Xiaoyu Academy with excellent grades. Not to mention the talented women in the brothels, who had not specialized in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. They were not assigned to the brothels at all. And Su Yan, who seemed to know a little bit about everything, was indeed a blind drifter who had never read a book for a day. He learned to read from his mother. After Su Yan learned to read, he read the books on the bookshelf as novels of gods, ghosts and strange stories, and understood some strange knowledge. So, I am the only one who has not read a book? Su Yan looked around with disbelief. Aren't you young? The aunt comforted Su Yan with a strange look. It doesn't matter whether you study or not. Look at me. I studied in a private school for 9 years. Except for the commonly used characters, I have returned everything I learned to the teacher. As long as you have a high level of cultivation, sooner or later you will be able to burn a notice on the grave of the private school teacher. Burning a notice on the grave is a trick, right? Su Yan fell into silence. He originally thought that his cultural level was high enough, but he didn't expect that he just didn't touch other people's professional fields. Even the seemingly stupid Jiao Nanwu is proficient in more than 20 foreign languages and architecture, textiles, and childcare. Chapter 160. Damn it. I'm on Master Jin's pirate ship. Woo woo woo. After learning about everyone's knowledge, Su Yan, who always thought that he was the best among his peers in terms of knowledge, felt deeply shocked. Nan Wujia was fine, but I didn't expect that the nymphomaniac Queen Qin Yuan was actually a cultured person. And she was also specialized in genetics and soul. Su Yan couldn't help but recall the beautiful girls of the Queen Qin Yuan Bee when he was practicing in the Shi Mountains. They were really beautiful and extraordinary. And their bodies were hot. Could Queen Qin Yuan Bee have done something? We can only take you here. You have to walk the way to the academy by yourself. After showing the academy token and arriving inside the imperial city, the aunt looked at the 100 steps leading to the academy, put Su Yan on the bluestone bricks, and said, "The Academy is an organization managed by Grandmaster Jean. Don't make trouble. If other students bully you, don't be afraid. Beat them up, or ask someone to send a letter to the ant, and the ant will beat his parents." In the absence of the immortal, the temperament of the ant as a gangster was immediately highlighted. It shouldn't happen, right? Su Yin changed into a young man, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the academy, and then looked around. Most of the parents who sent their children to the academy in groups of 3 or 2 were wearing official uniforms, and some were wearing gorgeous clothes that didn't show their origins. The cultivation of the students in the academy was generally in the chi refining and foundation building stages. Standing here for a while, Su Yin didn't see any Jindan bosses or Yuaning stage monsters. The students in the foundation building period in the academy should not be able to bully me. In short, just be careful in everything, and stay away from the tough guys. The ant couldn't help but remind him again. Then I'll go and report first. Su Yin ran forward with a smile on his face, turned around and waved, and stepped onto the stairs alone. He didn't have any expectations for life in the academy, because the previous experiences made Su Yin know that studying in the academy would face endless homework. As for being bullied by classmates, Su Yin was not worried. If he really met someone who was a hanger-on, he would run directly to Princess Wux's house without saying a word. Although it was shameful to be a gigolo, Su Yin was not stupid. How could he not use the background of the princess and be bullied in vain? Please stay. Seniors, here is a letter that Grandmaster Jean asked us to pass on to all the parents. After watching Su Yin enter the academy, my aunt and her group prepared to return home. But all the parents who sent their children to the academy to participate in the academy outing were stopped by the teachers when they left the academy gate. The old teachers of the academy took out the letter from the Grand Master from their sleeves and handed it to the parents. We don't know the content of the letter, and parents need to read it themselves. What are you doing? Seeing that the teachers of the academy were mysterious, my aunt opened the letter without any nonsense and began to read the letter written by the Grand Master to the parents. However, as my aunt read, the expression on her cheeks became more and more weird. At the end, she closed the letter and shouted, "Oh no! We got tricked." Mayor and Huoyu, who were standing behind my aunt, also looked very strange after reading the letter. What happened? Auntie! Among the group, only Jiao Nanwu did not see the content of the letter. After seeing the seniors' faces change 180 degrees after reading the letter, she panicked. Could it be that the outing in the academy is a fraud? The little fox was abducted by Master Jean? Huoyu said with a strange face, "It's not that Su Yin only participated in the outing of the senior class. We may not see our little nephew for a while. According to past experience, the outing will take at least half a year." Ah? Jiao Nanwu looked at Master Huoyu with a puzzled face. In front of the Yongle Academy in the Xiaoyu Imperial City. What is this? Su Yin went up the steps smoothly without encountering any formations or restrictions. He came to the gate of the academy and met up with others very smoothly. However, there was no courtyard here. A giant ferry boat with a 9-tailed fox totem was parked in the academy square. This is the immortal boat you will take later. The journey is very long. So long that it may take you several years to get there. Just when Su Yin was surprised at the immortal boat and why it stopped at the academy, a familiar voice came from behind Su Yin and answered his questions with a smile. Grandmaster Jean was holding a string of candied haws covered with white frost and emitting spiritual power, eating it with relish. He came to Su Yin's side and raised his wrist, as if performing a magic trick, and conjured a string of candied haws in front of Su Yin. As the youngest student in the academy, the dean rewards you with a string of candied spiritual fruits and praises your courage. Grandmaster Jean smiled, and Su Yin felt a little cold. Eat it quickly. If you don't eat it now, you may not be able to see any sweet snacks for the next half year. The living standard there is different from Xia Yuqing. Su Yin looked at the candied haws handed to him, and then looked at Grandmaster Jean, who was smiling particularly cunningly. Su Yin couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, "Half a year? Excuse me, Mr. Grandmaster, how many people have stepped on the academy? Why does it take so long? I haven't made any preparations." "Yes, in order to prevent you from preparing in advance, I have been lying to you all, saying that the outing in the academy is for half a month. And every half a month, the students will go back to the academy." Master Jean ate the candied haws disapprovingly, and the smile on his cheek gradually became worse, saying, "Not really. The truth is that you will be away for half a year. During this period, I will confiscate your storage rings and let you experience the suffering of the people who are starving and dying on the streets without anyone paying attention to you. Well, according to the definition of Xiaoyu's law, my current behavior should be called trafficking. So, I admire your courage and willingness to endure hardships at such a young age. Su Yan looked at Master Jin with his eyes wide open. The people who heard Master Jin's words were not only Su Yan, who was closest to the master, but also other sharp-eyed monks who heard what the master said just now. And everyone had different expressions. The students in the academy were a little more stable. The dean's bad temper was well known to everyone, so it was not surprising that he could arrange an outing. However, some monks who participated in the outing with black iron tokens were furious. This was completely different from what they thought. They heard that they could get guidance, so they bought black iron tokens at a high price and fought hard to stand here. Now they learned that Master Jin had arranged a follow-up test. Some of the Black Iron Order monks, who were full of energy and blood, could not help but question Grandmaster Jin. You? Grandmaster Jin asked the noisy monks with a smile on his face. Is there anything wrong with questioning my decision? There was no oppression, no harsh words, just a question. And the atmosphere in the academy square seemed to fall into an ice cave. And even the chirping of insects and birds around the spring was completely still. Su Yan took a look at the 9 sugar-covered candied haws that Grandmaster Jin handed to him, and licked them as if nothing had happened. He silently distanced himself from Grandmaster Jin without leaving any trace, for fear that he would be involved in the Grandmaster's outburst later. Su Yan did not dare to question the Grandmaster's decision. In the words of his aunt, this old dragon's cultivation was amazing. He is the first person under Emperor Xiaoyu. He doesn't even need to speak to kill people. If he is not happy, the officials and wealthy businessmen who want to please Grand Tutor Jin can destroy the families of those who have offended Grand Tutor. It's better to stay away from him, so that blood won't splash on me. Su Yan silently moved to the side and ate candied haws.